Welcome to an hour with the Tower. We are going to be joined by quite a few different celebrities in the poker industry, chatting basically about the life story. First up is the legend. He is the man that has been around the block for over 30 years. He's going to tell me a little bit different, to be even longer than that, I am sure. But welcome on board, Mr. Joe Beavers. How are we doing, Joe?
I'm doing pretty good, Phil. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be on an hour with the Tower. You know what? If we start talking and getting a couple of pints in, it might go on for a bit more than an hour.
We could sit in a pub and talk for days. Starting at the beginning, hopefully, we'll run through from start to finish with some interesting stories. I'm looking forward to this because I know there's a good few stories in there. Over $2.5 million in live earnings. Where did it all start?
I guess I started playing poker when I was at university. When I graduated from uni, I was 20. I went back as a mature student. I did finance. And I think I was like 23, something like that. The year after I graduated, I went to Vegas for the very first time, but not to play poker. I was just traveling around, taking some time out. But I had started playing poker whilst I was at university. And I was up in what was Sergeant York's casino, which is now, which was Grosvenor, which has now moved in Luton from the Dunstable Road to where it is now. And they used to have tournaments every evening, £10 rebuy tournaments. Like every Tuesday was a 7-card stud tournament. Every Thursday was the pot limit hold'em. Every Friday was the no limit hold'em. And I was actually up there playing blackjack with some friends. And I was playing with a couple of guys, and they got up to leave in the middle of a shoot. And I said, "Where are you going?" They said, "We're going to play a poker tournament." I said, "How does that work?" I mean, I played with friends, you know, I played some brag and stuff.
Yeah.
They said, "Well, you pay a tenner to enter." So I said, "What? I can only lose a tenner." They said, "Well, you can re-enter if you want, but you can't lose more than £10 in one go." And I was winning £300 or £400 playing blackjack. So I thought, this sounds a bit of fun. So I went over and I paid my tenner, and it was 7-card stud. This is the first tournament I ever played. So I kind of, you know, I thought I knew what I was doing. So they gave me 500 in chips, and I passed 3 or 4 hands, and then I found a pair of queens. And somebody raised and somebody else raised, and the bet was now 500. And you used to start with 500 chips in these tournaments, right?
Yeah.
And I only had 350 points left from the 4 or 5 hands I'd played. So I didn't know what to do. So I said, "Well, I've only got 350 points. What should I do?" And the guy sat beside me was a big bookmaker, Brian Stanovich. And he said, "Just put it in, John." So I put the 350 in, and all the cards got dealt out, and someone turned over aces and someone turned over kings, and my queens didn't improve, and I lost the pot. So now I didn't have any chips and I didn't know what to do. I said, "What do I do now?" The whole table shouted, "Rebuy!" So I got a tenner out, and Carmel Price handed me a £10. She handed me a 500-point chip. So I threw the chip to the guy that just won the pot and said, "I think I owe you 150.
Imagine a rebuy these days starting with 500 chips.
Imagine thinking you owe somebody after you lost the pot.
Oh, that's brilliant. But obviously, going to the tables when you first sit down and going to you, everybody knows you're a newbie. Nobody really knows Joe Beavers at the time. Even then, they'd still help you out, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, when I started playing, the casinos weren't allowed to charge for poker tournaments.
Yeah. They
weren't allowed to rake pots. They had a 48-hour rule. Things were very, very different. And the majority of casinos ran poker tournaments for, to get people in the door. They used to say they'd run it as a loss leader. But staff is one of the most expensive costs for a casino. So all the games were self-deal. So you would shuffle on the left, cut behind, and then the person would deal, and then the deal would move around the table. And that's what would happen. And sometimes you'd have someone that said, I'm not very good at dealing, will you deal for me? But most people could deal. Yeah. You know, I could handle a deck of cards even then. but I didn't know the processes. I didn't know how everything worked. But yeah, all the games were self-deal. If we were lucky, we would get a dealer for the final table.
Yeah. Is that when you met the guys that became the Hendon Mob, Ross, Barney, and Ram?
Yes, kind of. I mean, that first time in Luton, I didn't do very well. Okay, obviously, I didn't really know what I was doing, but I kind of liked it, and I became a regular up there. This would have been in the mid-90s, I guess. Mm-hmm. So I was playing up there 5-6 nights a week, and one of the things I noticed, people say to me, how did I learn? Because when I learned, there was no internet, I'm making us sound really old here, Phil, because I know you're the same age as me. There was no internet, there were no training guides, there were no coaches. I think there was one book. I think Mason Malmouth had a book and perhaps Doyle Brunson had a book, but that was it. So you learnt by playing. And I noticed that the same players made the money and made the final tables every week. So I started at 2 o'clock, they would have a breakfast. And whenever I saw one of the guys that had made the final table having breakfast, I went over and bought them breakfast. And I sat and chatted to them and asked them questions. And that's how I learned playing poker. That's where I met Ram. Well, no, I didn't meet Ram there. I mean, I got a funny story about how I met Ram, and I'll tell you that in a minute. But over time, Barney, Ross, and Ram and me, Luton became our regular venue, and the Vic, obviously. Barney and Ross living in Archway, near Hendon, would play at the Vic all the time, but we'd all go to Luton, especially for the festivals. I remember Ram won back-to-back tournaments in one festival there. And yeah, that was our local, and then we started doing quite well.
Yeah, and then obviously you started to travel around a little bit, and then you've just been talking about the mid-90s. Can you remember your first ever entry into your Hendon Mob database?
Yes, I can. I like I said, the first time I went to Vegas, see my Las Vegas Raiders top?
I love it. Unbelievable. I can't believe you
go to one of their games in their first season this season. Shipped over especially from California. All our Las Vegas Raiders stuff. So I went to Vegas the first time ever in '94, but the first time I went to Vegas to play poker was in '96, and I was doing very well in the cash games. So I bought myself into a $3,000 pot limit hold'em tournament, first World Series of Poker event I ever played. Yeah. And we got down to 2 tables. It was all very, very different then. The tables, it was like 2 tables being in the middle of, just a normal card room. People milling around, people walking up to the table. Nothing was roped off. First prize was, I don't know, what was first prize in that tournament?
$180,000.
$180,000. Anyway, we're down to 2 tables, and I'm in the money. And I got into a pot with Jennifer Harmon, and she raised, and I moved all in with Ace Queen, and she called me with pocket. After a long, long dwell, she called me with pocket 10s, and the flop came 10-10-2, and that was the end of my first World Series. But I cashed in that tournament. I think I cashed $4,500, and it was won by Barbara Enright.
It was indeed.
Yeah, Barbara Enright. That was my first ever World Series of Poker tournament and my first ever proper big cash. Obviously I've had cashes at Luton before, but this was my first World Series cash.
Going back to Barbara winning, obviously we still talk about how there aren't as many women in poker as much like. Your first event, when you finished 14th, was won by a woman. What was the percentage of women in Vegas at that time?
Do you know what? It was probably a similar kind of percentage than it is now. It's probably not increased. Well, it's hard to say, Phil. I mean, I can remember Jennifer and Annie Duke playing in the big limit cash games at the Binions Horseshoe. I remember Barbara was there, and there were a handful. I would say there's more female players now. Thinking back, I would definitely say the percentage is bigger now. It's definitely opened up a lot.
Yeah. Quick quiz question. How many entries were there in that tournament?
186?
Oh, it's close. It's 180. That's not a bad guess from what, 25, nearly 25. That's nearly 25 years ago, Joe.
It is 25 years ago next year. Yeah, 25 years next year.
Yeah, 1996. And also on that final table, British lady, Lucy Rocash.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, finished third.
She was doing things that people at the time thought were incredibly unorthodox, and they used to say Lucy getting lucky again. But she was like the queen of the first. She was always re-raising. I always remember it comes to she'd go, "We raise," and off she'd go with her ace-7 offsuit, and she'd win a big pot, and someone would say, "How can you re-raise with ace-7 offsuit?" But she always had mountains and mountains of chips, and she was a talent before her time.
Unbelievable! I tell you what, the stories that because I was speaking about the ladies, first, third, and Jenny Harman on that final table as well. You don't get that nowadays, and that was 1996. So it just shows you the amount of women in that field. It looks like most of them made the final table.
Yeah, I mean, all those women players that we've mentioned are all very, very good poker players.
Mm-hmm. Joe, we're just going to leave it there for part 1, but we'll be back very, very shortly with part 2. So back for part 2 of an hour with the tower with the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. We touched on you starting to travel around a little bit, Joe. Your next venture, which seems like an amazing place to play, and there has to be 100 stories. Amsterdam. Please tell me there's some stories we can't hear as well as some that we can.
You're just freezing up a little bit there, Phil. I hope you're all right, pal. I kind of got the gist of the question.
Yeah, all good.
Okay. You have to remember, in the mid to late 90s, there was like a tour.
Yeah.
It's not like it is now, where on any given day you could go to one of 20 different festivals and there's lots of clashes and lots of competition. It was the same places. So every Easter would be the Irish Open. Every November would be the Master Classics in Amsterdam. Every May to June, July would be the World Series, and every literally each month we would go somewhere else, and I would travel around with Barney, Ross, and Ram. And the biggest festival of all, out in Europe, the biggest festival outside of America, outside of the World Series, was the MCOP, the Master Classics of Poker in Amsterdam. And it started, I think, in the early 90s, and we went 10 years in a row, 12 years in a row to the Master Classics, the 4 of us.
Nice.
Amazing place to play. The first year I ever went was 97. Mm-hmm. And I was sharing a flat in Hendon with a couple of friends of mine from university. And I won my first major tournament at the Master Classics of Poker in 1997. And I can remember, I must have borrowed I don't know if I had a mobile phone there or not, but I remember making a phone call to my flatmate at 3 o'clock in the morning, singing "We Are the Champions" down the phone, and I was very drunk. I remember doing that. But it was, it was the festival that everybody went to. I mean, now there's so much competition. It's still a great festival, but I haven't been for a few years.
Yeah. Well, same as Las Vegas, you had 190 runners in that event. 190 in that event. 190 in this one. So you beat 10 more people.
Brilliant. I can't tell you if they were women or not, though. Oh, do you know what? Do you know the amazing thing? I beat a woman heads up.
You did.
I did.
And I've got that. I look at the stats. And it's not that I've remembered it all. I've got my stats in front of me. I'm doing my homework.
Brenda Nelson.
Correct. Brenda Nelson.
Beat her heads up. An American lady. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's taller than me.
And talking about stories, you say you were travelling about, and obviously stories that we can hear. How did you get to meet Ram as well as Ross and Bart?
I met Ram. I was driving around North London. I was actually in Stanmore with a friend of mine, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
And this is pre-mobile phones. So we're driving along and he says, "Oh, Joe, we've got to back a dog." So I said, "Is it going to win?" He said, "Yes, Joe, it's going to win." He said, "Listen," he said, there's an AR Dennis betting shop up here on the left. He said, "And there's a phone box outside, one of the old red big metal phone boxes."
Yeah.
Now, what I want you to do, he said, he pulls up next to the phone box, which is immediately outside the betting shop. He says, "I want you to go and stand in that phone box." I said, "Okay." He said, "Here's £100." He said, he said, "Just stand in the phone box." He said, "It will ring. When it rings, you'll be given the name of a dog to back at this meeting at this time." He said, "Take the £100, go in and take the price, and then collect the money afterwards, and I'll pick you up afterwards."
Yeah.
So I said, "Okay." So I stood in the phone box, and the phone rings, and I pick it up, and he says, "12:45 Monmore, trap 3, and puts the phone down. So I go in the shop and I look up, and trap 3, it's opened even money.
Yeah.
It's gone 10 to 11, 4 to 5, 8 to 11, 4 to 6. It's now 8 to 13.
The money's on it.
It's now 8 to 13. So now I don't know what to do. You know, I've missed the even money, but I've gone straight into the shop. So I think, well, I've got to put the bet on, otherwise I'll have to pay it myself. So anyway, I put the £100 on for Jeff, and I put something on for me as well. And I've stood and watched the race, and it got beat. And I've walked out the shop, and Jeff's picked me up, and he said, "Got beat?" I said, "Yeah, I know." He said, "Did you back it?" I said, "Yeah, I backed it." He said, "Well, okay, never mind." Anyway, so off we went. Anyway, the following week, I'm playing in a private game in Mill Hill. Like pre-internet, casinos closing at 4 o'clock. There were lots more private games going on. Yeah. So in this private game on a like full-size poker table with professional dealer and everything, I'm playing in this game, 7-card stud private game, and there's a ring at the doorbell. And someone goes to answer the door, and I can hear the voices in the hallway. And I think, I recognise that voice. And in walks this person, and he goes, "Hello, everybody." And I looked at him and I said, "Trap 3, Monmore." And it was Ram Vaswani. He was the guy on the end of the phone.
That's a
Ram and I became friends. We became friends in this game. We finished up running a game in Hendon. Like every Monday night. The game ran for 10 years. And Ross was a regular in the game. Ross would come all the time to the game. He came along one day with a friend, and Ross was a regular in the game. And then one day Ross bought Barney. And that's how the four of us collectively became the Hendon Mob, playing in that game in my flat in Hendon. We were four of the hardcore in the game, travelling around together. And yeah, that's how I met Ram Vaswani in a telephone box. He's still tipping losers today.
Oh, that is so old school. Absolutely. Do you actually consider yourself as old school?
Yes, I think I'm very old school. I mean, look at the grey hairs, right? I even got a matching.
They're all in as well.
I'll tell you how old school I am. Right? I mean, obviously, a lot of the stories will involve the boys, but I can remember going to the first ever poker tournament in Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo had never ever had a poker tournament before, and I think it was the Monte Carlo Millions, and we were staying at the Hotel de Paris. It's an amazing hotel, like on the main square. Very, very exclusive, very, very expensive. We were very lucky. We were all our expenses and everything were picked up, and we were playing in this tournament. Anyway, we've gone to check in this hotel, and I've got my laptop with me. I think we'd already set up the Hendon Mob website was already running. It was more like a blog at that point. The database hadn't even been thought of yet. And we had but there was a bit of online poker going on, and I had my laptop with me, and I went to the check-in, and I said, "Do you have internet here?" "Oh, I can't do a French accent," but she says, "Yes, Mr. Beavers, Monsieur Beavers, yes, we have internet." I said, "How do I connect?" She said, "Hang on a second." She went, and she said, I don't know if there's any left," she said. So she went off, and she came back, and she had a 56k modem in her hand. And I said to her, the 56k modem, is that the best you got? She said, yeah, this is good connection, she said. So she hands me the connection, and she says, you need to plug this into your phone in your room for the dial-up. I said, okay. Now Ram is behind me at reception, checking in with somebody else, and he can overhear the conversation. And he says to the guy checking him in, he says, I'd like the internet as well. And the guy says to him, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vaswani, Monsieur Vaswani, I'm very sorry. We only have 2, and they're both out now. Mr. Beavers took the last one. So for the whole hotel, they've got 2 56k modems. Ram comes running after me. He says, how much for the modem, Joe? How much for the modem?
People don't realise these days. You just click buttons and just expect it to turn on. And back in the day, what would have happened if the modem had to work?
Probably one of the most exclusive hotels in the whole world. Definitely one of the most expensive. They had 2 56k modems for everybody. For the whole hotel. Yeah.
You obviously, when you go to Amsterdam and you go to places like Austria and Slovenia, did you see devilfish? Was that the time where devilfish was around?
Dave was a very, very good friend of mine. I first met Dave in Paris. I first met him in Paris. And my first experience of him was him asking me if he could borrow £1,000. That was my first experience. What happened? He didn't ask me directly. We were all playing in Paris, and he was friendly with Ross. And he said, it was one of those things where one of us always had some money and the rest of us was always skin. And we were in Paris playing lots of cash games. The cash games there were pretty good. And Ross came up to me and he said, listen, Dave's asked me if he can borrow £1,000. I said, well, why don't you going to lend it to him? He said, no, Joe. He said, I haven't got it. He said, can he borrow it from you? I said, well, there's 2 rules. I said, first of all, you've got to guarantee it, Ross. And secondly, he's got to ask me himself. So that was my first experience. I lent it to him and I got it back. And Dave and I became very, very good friends. And it was very sad, and he died 5 years ago now.
And that's
April 5 years ago, I think it was. I went up to his funeral. It was pretty amazing. It was a pretty amazing funeral. Everybody was there.
A proper legend in the game, as well as yourself. You know, you've got the stories. That is just about it for part 2. We will be back very shortly with part 3. So back with part 3 of an hour with the Tower and Mr. Joe Beavers. Joe, we're going to start with late night poker. And what a TV program. Do you consider that this was the change in poker?
There's 2 massive things that happened in poker. One of them was TV and the other one was online.
Yeah.
And TV started back in 1999 with the first ever poker show, Late Night Poker. I've heard Americans saying, oh yeah, Late Night Poker copied WPT. Well, it didn't. Late Night WPT came in the early 2000s. Late Night Poker was the first ever poker show. And I always remember we were on our travels and we were in Vienna. We were at the Concord Card Casino. And I was with the guys, I was with Barney, Ross and Ram, and we were all in the bar and we were chatting with Nick Cerametta. And Nick Cerametta had a glass of red wine in his hand, like he normally does. And he's a lovely little fella and a good friend. And he was talking about, he'd just put forward to Channel 4 the idea for poker on TV. And the idea was that they would field the game, but they would have glass bits in front of each player where the cards would sit on, and they would have cameras underneath the table. I mean, these days they would have lipstick cameras. This was the old-fashioned late night poker with the cameras underneath the table. So the camera would get the cards, the chips, and the player's face, and they sold this to Channel 4. Okay, Channel 4 have agreed to buy this. But Nick was telling us he was having trouble to get players. He was asking players, do you want to play on this poker show? And people were saying, no, we don't want to play. Why would we play? Then people can see what we do. People can see the moves we make. and we'll never be able to win playing poker again. At this point, Ram walks up. He says, "What's going on, guys?" So we told him. Ram says, "I'll play." And we all said, "Yeah, we'll play." We said, "What's the buy-in?" He said, £1,500. It's 40 players or 50 players. So we said, "Yeah, we'll play." And we all said that we'd play, and we played. And we went off to a small production company in Cardiff called Presentable. Sadly, it's not there anymore. And we would all turn up, and we would all, this was pre-internet, pre-online poker, and there were no sponsors, no branding, no advertising, nothing. It was just Channel 4 buying a TV show. Anyway, we made the show. It became, late night poker became like a family. Everybody would watch everybody else's heat. Everybody would stay for the whole week. Jesse May would bet on every match. He was the original commentator with Nick. Jesse May would always lose his money. It was just, and when the show went out, obviously Devilfish was the first ever winner, the first winner of late night poker. And weirdly, he knocked me out with quad tens in the final. The same hand that Jennifer Harman knocked me out in that we were talking about earlier. So anyway, he knocked me out in the final, and he went on to win it. Yeah. And the show became a cult success. Everybody was talking about it. Anyway, the final in the first series got 2 million viewers on Channel 4 going out at midnight on a Friday night.
You do want to get that there.
Well, at the time, Brookside was the #1 show on Channel 4. Andy Booth will know Brookside because it's filmed in a certain part of the UK. And Brookside would get they would get the figures, but they used to have an omnibus on the Saturday. And Brookside figures for that week, including the omnibus, were behind late night poker figures for the final. 2 million viewers. So it became a cult success. And what happened, Phil, was now all of a sudden everybody wanted to be on the show. Everybody wanted to be on the show. But there were only 40 or 50 players on the show. And because we had supported the show from the start, we were kind of grandfathered in, and we were the first ones to be invited back. So we got to be, I mean, originally there were 6 series of late night poker. They had later adaptations that they called different things, but there were 6 series of late night poker originally. I made 3 finals, and Dave Colclough and I are tied for the record number of late night poker shows that we've been on.
Like it. Was it a 6-handed final, the first one?
No, it was 8-handed.
8-handed. Yeah. I'm going to run you through the first ever final table.
Sorry, say that again, Phil?
I'm going to run you through the first ever 8 players.
Go on then.
On the final. Dave Elliott, the Devilfish. Pete Evans.
Brian McNally.
No. Dave Welsh.
Yes.
Surinder Soonar.
Yes.
Liam Flood. Mr. Beavers. Joe Fernandez. And Malcolm Harwood. Malcolm Harwood. Now, tell you what,
there's a few old school players in that lot.
If we're touching on old school, they are old school. Unbelievable. That is a fantastic final. I tell you what, that is a quality. And you all became friends, and probably still friends with everybody that's still playing as well.
I'll tell you what happened. There was a big change that happened was when, as time went on, the first 6 series were the original 6 series. But as time went on, they started to get branding. It was sponsored by different online poker sites. And they also started filming at the Welsh filming ITV offices because they needed bigger things. They needed a bigger studio and more people and stuff. And they increased the buy-ins and they messed around with it a bit. But what would happen was the late night poker family changed. Because, like I say, in the first series and the second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth series, we'd turn up on the Monday. We'd only played 1 heat, and the semi and the final. But everybody would watch everybody else's heat in the green room. We'd order pizza, we'd drink wine and beer. It would be a fun thing. We'd all go out for dinner together. But what happened in the later late night poker is when the Americans got involved, they would fly in, turn up, play their heat, disappear. So the whole family became very disjointed, and the fun part of late night poker disappeared.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't getting 2 million viewers anymore, and there were sponsors involved. And then Channel 4 didn't want to pay for the production, and the sponsors started to disappear in poker as the poker economy evolved. And the show died.
Moving on, I think most people just watching the late night poker, and if it was repeated, people would still watch it. I'm convinced that people would love to see the early technology and you guys sitting there with a fire. You know, you're just smoking away and you're having a drink at the table.
It was almost compulsory. It was almost compulsory. They made Vicky and I made sure that we had cigarettes when we played. I remember, Phil, just a very quick anecdote. We were playing at the Commerce. We'd been to the Commerce. This is a few years later. And I don't know if you've ever been to the Commerce. Huge poker room in LA. Now, on the wall, there's 4 TV screens, and each TV screen is roughly the size of a football pitch. They are the biggest TV screens I've ever seen. And they would have like 4 different games, baseball, basketball, on the American football on these screens. Now, as I walked into the room one day, they had one thing on the 4 screens. They joined the 4 screens together to make one image. And it was Ram Vanswani again on the screen. And as I sat down to play, I looked up and it was Fox Sports had bought Late Night Poker, and they were showing one of the shows that Ram was in, and he was on all 4 screens. And the American guy, as I sat down, he turned to his friend and he went, "Those Brits, they copy everything that we do. We had the WPT, and look at them, now they've got their own poker show." This is what I was saying before, but Late Night Poker was first. It was the first ever poker show.
Yeah, and it was an absolute classic. And like I say, if it was on TV right now, we would still be watching it. This is fabulous. I'm absolutely loving with this. Back with part 4 very soon. An hour with the tower.
Afternoon, everybody. Morning. Oh, look at these two sat down here and get them off. Morning. Welcome to the table. Maybe we should have told them that was going to be on. Well done to everybody for making day one A. There's the chip counts. There are the chip counts making it through. 38 made it through. Welcome one and all to GUKPT. I keep saying, and I keep using my brain, and I'm thinking, is that right? It is right. GUKPT Coventry, 168 entries yesterday. They right there are the chip counts that made it through. As you can see, the table is set. We're ready for the start of day 1B. I think you've nearly already got your money back from Razor Kev.
Yeah, I think I might have just squeak over that line that he set of 370 entries. We're going to smash that. Yesterday, 40 entries up on Manchester's day 1A. So
unbelievable.
Could potentially be another over $500,000 prize pool, even though the buy-in is obviously significantly less than Manchester, but people just keep coming through the door, and I can't wait to see the final entries at the end of today.
Yeah, and there's turbo tonight as well. There's
still buying today.
We're all always thinking how many's going to play a turbo. There's been over 100. In fact, Manchester was 1 out, 1 in for hours.
Yeah, it was.
And I think towards the end of the night we were just calming down and just finishing off. They were still getting into the turbo in Manchester. It just shows. But Paul Fisher, top of the leaderboard, won Manchester's mini
for 34. Yeah, for 34k. So he's chip leader. Got a lot.
Obviously the FO is somebody who's non-GDPR. There's not many of those about anymore, to be fair. Leon Campbell, who we saw on our feature table.
Yep.
He had a great last session. Paul Trotter did well in Manchester as well. Some good names. You know Dan.
Yeah, Dan Gormley, 176k, really good day from him. Yeah, he was on our featured yesterday for a couple of hours.
And the last champ here in Coventry in 2012 is Martin Frey, and he is 6th in chips at the end of day 1A. So well done to him. And the guy he beat heads up
unbelievably, the first time I've seen him playing poker in about 5 years, Matt Davenport has also made it today too with 51,000, and we saw Matt on the feature table last night as well. So all the names are there, the players are coming through. One thing we do worry about, well, we don't worry about it, but it is a bit of an issue, is that we've got 135 registered already for day 1A.
Yeah.
And nobody turns up.
Yeah.
If there's a solution to having 7-handed tables to start with, 8-handed tables to start with, what is it? Because we can't work it out, because there's 135 registered, and at this moment in time there are 5 or 6 tables out there that are only 3-handed. It's, you can't not,
You've got to do a random sequence.
you can't discourage early buyings.
Yeah.
You can't discourage people not to buying online. You can't tell them that you can't come late. How do we get over the issue of a 3-handed table to start with? I don't know the answer. If anybody out there knows the answer, please let us know, because we don't know the answer. But we don't. Nobody likes short-handed tables. You might be playing your biggest event of the year. It might have saved. You might have took 6 months to save up. Couple of buy-ins, couple of wins. Put your winnings to the side. Play a GUKPT. You turn up, you're 3-handed. You don't want to play a 3-handed. Nobody wants to play a 3-handed unless you're in the last 3. Ever. You know what I mean? But no, it's it is a strange one. So we are just about to start, as you can see. They're the chip counts for last night. Pick out your favourite player there on who made it through. Afternoon chat boxes, afternoon Facebook. We will be going live as soon as the table starts to deal. Mitch, Villa 89, afternoon both, hope we're well. Yes, we're all good. Thank you very much. And when are the dates coming out for Goliath 2022? We have an exclusive for you. It will be announced the first level after the dinner break. So level 5 today. We will get Jim McShane sat in the chair with us. We'll have a quick chat with him, and he's going to announce the dates for Goliath after the dinner break, so level number 5 this afternoon. So I'm guessing around about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Tower.
It'll be 6 p.m-ish. We'll get Jim in, and he'll start talking about what the plans are for Goliath 2022, and then regarding time stamping it and getting yourselves. We know a lot of players want to know, so we get the hotels booked. Can we book this? Can we do that? Yes, you can. So 6 p.m. tonight we will be on the Jim McShane tight ship, and then we'll get him in, and we shall press him for the release of the dates for 2022. All going on, obviously. Nothing's guaranteed in the world at all. It's just one of those things. But all being well, it will be released, and we will be doing it. So there we go. Now it's changed to the National League. Somebody was saying earlier on, why has the National League not been updated for a while? It has. That is as up to date as it can be, because it was updated yesterday. So we are looking forward to seeing who's going to make a good run of it. The top 5. All played.
Ewan and Ben were in the field yesterday. I don't think either backed up actually, so they'll probably be back today for another entry. They got a bit of leeway on third, Chris Johnson, but there's still plenty in the mix there. But some names I'm sure you'll all be familiar with, especially in the top 5. I'm sure we'll see Guy play today.
And if you do want to check out anything over above the 25 that you can see on the screen, grosvenorcasino.com/poker, and the National Poker League is on there. So check that out and get yourself, if you're in the top 100, don't forget you're in the National League playoff for some platinum packages come the end of the year. But Coventry has been great so far. We've loved coming back to the CBS Arena, as it is now. Everybody else will say, what's the CBS Arena? Well, it's the new name for the Rico.
It's been so good so far. I might do it again next year here in Coventry.
Well, absolutely. We had an exclusive yesterday. Jim likes to drop these exclusives. Walks in, he says, Tower, do you want some news? Yeah, yes, please. Leg 2 of 2022 GUKPT is Coventry. Great news. It's great news for everybody involved. Well done to Igor and the team for welcoming everybody and looking after everybody. The staff have loved it. All the freelancers have been looked after. Everything's up and running. There were 8 cash tables running last night when I left. So all is good.
Then we got our 30-30s as well. You can see them.
You're playing next week.
Next week. Poker Room, the Vic, Newcastle, Birmingham, and Manchester, Bury New Road. I'm going to be in. What is it? Birmingham.
Birmingham. It's Birmingham. I don't know where you get Birmingham from, but Birmingham.
Yeah, but I'll be down there playing that. So if you're in the area,
and you've
come
never
and say
been?
hello. No, never
Hill
been
Street in
before. So
Birmingham.
it's going to be a new experience for me. Week 4 of the 30-30s.
If I don't know what day you're going. But if you get to Birmingham on Friday, and you play the Saturday, go to Broad Street.
Broad Street, okay.
Yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
If you want a night out,
okay.
Broad Street in Birmingham is class.
All right.
They close the traffic off from top to bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no traffic allowed on Broad Street on a night time. They close it off to traffic and people just wander from pub to pub to pub to pub all the way across to Broad Street.
Oh, really?
Broad Street is the place to be.
Okay.
So there you go. And then you can play a day, 1B or whatever it is at in Hill Street, and then you can play day 2, and then you can win it.
Yep.
And then we'll come and get a big one.
And don't forget as well, guys, online on the Grosvenor Client 30-30 satellites running. You can actually win a £5 feeder, stick it into a 30, into a ticket. So you can get them from a fraction of the buy and check it all out on the Grosvenor Client.
We've got so much news regarding the closer that's on, the £50,000 closer that is on. There's plenty going on online. We've got an online free roll on the Sunday. We have the sports book on the Sunday where we can have a little bit of a flutter on who we fancy for the title.
We'll be having a little bet.
Razor Kev, I owed Razor Kev 1 English last event. He had 1 English on Rick Trigg at 11-2. He's now got £5.50 in the bank.
Well, guys, looks like we've got 2 players at the moment, so once someone else is seated, we will get underway. Just waiting for a couple of players to filter in, as Hal said. For a cup of tea?
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, you go running, I'll keep chatting. Because we will be starting very shortly, and we'll be starting with play, and we'll be starting with play. We do have the actual names of the players. The only things that got worse during lockdown are the eyesight. David Ho, Alyssa Seymour, Stuart Lord, Stephen O'Keefe, Mirang Patel and Mo Sahel. They are the players that are going to be sat down, or should be sat down, playing. They're registered live as it happens right now, but as you can see, there's only 2 players sat down to start with. So we will start when they start. We'll keep the headphones in. We'll keep the headphones in just to listen to the table. But we will be up and ready whenever the players start.
300, yes please. 4 call. Check. Seven bet 600.
So we are waiting for the players to start, as you can see. Any questions? Let us know. Good afternoon on Facebook. Good afternoon on Twitch. Twitter. Everywhere else. GUKPT.com as well. So yeah, we are up and ready, waiting for the players to start. Fire away with your questions. We have plenty going on. Don't forget you watch us on Twitch. A lot of players do decide Twitch is the best format. It just seems to be the crisper picture. I don't know why, but it is. Maybe it's just Twitch being so good. But we are just waiting for play to start. If anybody's got any idea on how to 135 register, we've got a 200 table. Last week down there, the cash was mad. Dark Angel. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Donna. Yes, there were 8 cash tables last night when we finished as well. There was plenty going on. The Mini that had 760 runners was just insane. Somebody said there were
785 runners. I think.
785.
Yeah, 785.
Somebody said there were 15 cash tables last weekend. Which
I have no idea. I didn't get it till Monday, so
no,
I'm not sure. That's a lot. It sounds like a lot.
15 cash tables, which is awesome. Scotty Reed says, what time do the Goliath dates come out? 6 o'clock. 6 p.m. tonight. Jim will be with us with confirmation of Goliath fixtures. It won't. One thing I can tell you right now, and it's not an exclusive, I'm not jumping the gun, there won't be a schedule. The dates will be there.
Yeah.
The dates will be set, but there will not be a schedule. And I'll guarantee you that right now. So if anybody says when's the Junkers Wild going to be, what else is going to be on, we don't know at this moment in time. The dates will be set. So if you guys are planning a trip to Coventry for next year, you'll know the dates when we're starting, you'll know the dates when we're finishing, and then you can book accordingly if you want to. But don't be upset if there's no schedule. But we will be doing it.
Oh, we've got a player coming in.
Oi,
We
oi.
might be able to get underway.
We're going to have action very soon. It's just one of those weird things, isn't it? We don't know the answer.
No.
We don't know how to eradicate short-handed. You can't discourage anybody from buying in. Buying in online, buying in live, not satellited in, and you don't want to play the first 3 levels. You just can't stop people doing it. But it is just one of those things. But, as soon as we start, we'll get rid of these 2 ugly ones, and then we'll start with the game. It does look like 5 and 6. Onto the table. There is the Paul Dunn trying to get a bit of TV time while he's not on the feature, and hoping that everything is back to normal. The guys worked until 3 a.m. last night. Good morning, Mum.
Morning, Mum.
Hope you're well, Gail. Yeah, the guys stayed behind last night until 3 a.m. to sort everything out. They were up for breakfast at 9. I don't know how they do it. Honestly, I don't know how they do it.
I texted him this morning.
So yes. What do you think to the chairs? Did you play on this table?
No, the final we played the FT in the cash room.
They look like chairs you sit and play Grand Theft Auto on. Like
Yeah, like gamer chair. They do look like gamer chairs.
They look like
Actually.
gaming chairs, don't they? And there you can see we have our first hand. Yes, we're short-handed. If anybody has any ideas how to stop it, just let us know what you think. 135 are registered, and there might be 30 people in the building. So we are early stages. We'll put the chip counts up on a regular basis from last night if you want to. If you want to think about where you'd like to be regarding chip stacks for day 2s. Jay, do you have any good poker books to read on or YouTube videos that can help you improve your game by any chance?
There's loads out there, Scott. To be honest with you, I haven't read probably a poker book in a good 3-4 years. I used to be very into obviously training videos and books back in the day. Now it's I'm winging it a bit more, to be honest with you. But
the photographic memory does help.
I always say that a really good one to read, both of them, Mental Game and Poker 1 and 2, because it goes into a lot of different things that you wouldn't even consider at the poker table. Try and get that mentality right, because I think that can be the foundation of a good poker player. When you get that mentality right and you've got your mindset right, it can really help you. But there's plenty out there.
So, hand 2 of the day. Queens, King, Jack, Jack 8. We are only 3-handed. David in seat 1, Stephen in 4, and Scott in seat number 5.
Stephen just flattening the queens here, free-handed, and this is fine from
Wow,
Scott.
7x. 3-bet at 1.4. Has he picked up the wrong coloured chip?
I don't know, he's maybe a pinch too big, but finds a 3-bet this hand, free-handed here.
Oh, ace, deuce, 10, 2 diamonds. The King, Jack of diamonds.
Lovely flop for us, we've got nut flush draw.
You wouldn't opt for the Queen of diamonds, would you?
Even an offsuit queen. An offsuit queen's worse, Tower. If it comes to Queen of Spades, it could be a huge pot, to be honest with you, early on. But Stephen going to have to call once here. As I always say,
Absolutely.
1 over card. Can't just give our opponent credit for that ace straight away. Scott coming in for a small sizing.
Pairs the 2.
So Scott, this should be a board as the free better that it is. Good for our range. Should have the ace kings, the ace queens, pocket 10s, a lot stronger hands here. I know we can see that Stephen elected to play the queens cautiously, but like Scott's decision to actually fire again here with heaps of equity and just king high. But no surrender from Stephen, not phased by the ace. And it'd be interesting to see if he goes for the free barrel here, Scott, early on.
Oh! The Queen of Diamonds!
No way did this just happen.
Oh my days. This is incredible.
Second hand of the day, and we've got.
Imagine that being the 10 of diamonds.
Huge
Imagine
caller.
that being the 10 of diamonds on the flop.
Oh God. This is just
dear.
monster caller early, free-handed early stages of the day.
Wow.
And this is a sick one for Scott.
That's not 10,000, is it?
Well, it looks like 10,000. No, he said 8,000.
8,000. All in and a call.
All in and a call.
Full house against the nut flush. Oh my days.
Wow, wow, wow. Scott snapped it off with the King Jack of Diamonds. I'm surprised he didn't actually have a little tank and think about it, but the thing is, with the King and Jack of Diamonds in our hand, it's hard for Stephen to really shove a worse flush there in that spot, and is he really going to bluff in that particular scenario when we go pot size? I know it's easy to say that maybe we can think about it and find a hero, but...
You know when you've got one chip left?
Yep.
And it's the green one.
Wow, that's a brutal one. Second hand of the day, Tower. How does that happen?
Wow. Queen of Diamonds. Well, we've... Not being funny, if that had been the 10 of diamonds on the flop instead. Oh my days. Wow.
It's still a sick caller free-handed. It's you sit down, you river the nut flush, and it's no good.
Somebody coming to the table to sit down and say, "What have I missed? Have I missed anything?" Wowzers.
But it's really, I was quite surprised. I know it is free-handed, but Scott, the fact that we've got King and the Jack of Diamonds in our hand there, like when we go pot size on the river and for 80 big blinds, is Stephen really going to rip with a worse flush, and is he ever got a bluff in that spot? And I think the answer to both questions there is no. So maybe
I think it's just the adrenaline of getting the pot
yeah.
size bet, and I've only got 4,000 or 5,000 behind the
I
line.
think he had eight, like 7 or 8 behind Tower. He still could have left himself with 80 odd bigs on an hour clock, but obviously it's easier said than done in that particular spot. And he's all in now with Ace Queen of Hearts, and unfortunately been out flopped.
A genuine hand as well for the extra 100.
Well, let's hope that's how the day's going to go.
Well, this will be a spin.
Yeah, it would.
This will be a spin of all spins if this ever happens. Well, we got now got extra outs. He don't even want it. He says, he said, "I don't even want it." He said, "I don't really want to do it again. I might as well re-enter." Scott eliminated.
So we lost
after
one.
Just
Free hands. Lost one after 3 hands.
3 hands in, 200 bigs gone. Stephen will be chip leader in the room.
Yep. I'll take.
We have a chip leader in the room on our table.
But good afternoon, everyone. We had a little bit delayed start because we were two-handed, but Scott's just sat down and second hand in. Yeah, it's like straight away we're off.
What are you doing? Pressing buttons, all sorts going on. What we got? Kayser's back watching. What happened yesterday? 10-1 the draw, Italy. 10-1. Why didn't you give us the tip? They drew 1-1, Italy. They were 16-1 on.
Who were they playing?
Rotherham. They were 16-1 on and they drew 1-1. What happened? Chiesa on his holidays with the family, missing the match in Florence, Fiorentina.
I'll go back to the feature.
So seat 7 comes in. He says, "What have I missed?"
Yeah. Has anyone busted yet? How have you got all them chips?
Meringue sits down. "What have I missed, guys?" Oh dear. John Hare, first and main event GUKPT Blackpool 2009. Kings versus Aces. Flock and Ace King right. Taxi for 1.
And you can catch us on Facebook, Twitter, Grosvenor Poker, and YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch.
John Hare. That's when it used to be good. Kings versus Aces. Flock and Ace King something. Ta-ra. Still tells the story to this day. Every time you see him. Remember that hand tower? So, we're back to 300.
We've lost one.
We're back to 300 because we've lost one already. Oh, Esther, we're not telling you. Just rewind it. Queens versus King, Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, Ace 10 deuce, 2 diamond flop, not the 10 of diamonds, deuce on the turn, queen on the river, so queen's full versus nut flush, well, queen of diamonds on the river I should say, queen's full versus nut flush. And it went bet, rip, call.
Yeah, I saw Mickey Spillane in the foyer this afternoon. Oh, he asked a question. Is the £10 deep stack part of the MPL? The one online, no, the £11. Is it part of the MPL? Because he reckons he won it and he didn't get points for it. But I don't think he's checked the updated. Because we got the updated league, didn't we, yesterday? It is, so I can tell him. No, it's never a bluff there, but I think the adrenaline of putting the 8,000 in on the first bet on the river meant that he was never folding. But no, never a bluff. Oh, just heard seed open table 4. Is it going to be like yesterday again? When we lost 50 players in 2.5 levels?
Yeah, it's just been... everyone's just been busting quick. It was the same with Manchester as well. How many players we were losing in the early levels? It's just, we're not used to it on a 60-minute clock with this structure. It's just so much play involved. It's baffles me how so many players managed to lose their chip stack in the first couple of levels.
Yeah.
Obviously things like what we just saw, callers happen, you can get it in good, you can get unlucky, but that can't be the case with everyone around the room. Yeah, CFO, it's definitely a spot where I think quite a few players in the field will think about it on the river and make the hero fold. But sometimes you just say, oh, I've got a nut flush here, I've already got this much in the pot, I'm just going to call it off. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But just looking at it from sort of breaking the hand down, we can sometimes hero that spot, more often than not hero fold.
Can't catch you. I can't catch you. Yeah.
Give you cards, can you make sure you just hold them flat and set it for 3 seconds before you do anything else with it?
King. King Jack. Oh, yeah, the guy who wrote this guy is always a draw, man. This car. You're winning, man. I can't give you more info.
Sammy Farhar, that's a name from the past, the blast from the past. Yeah. Used to see him in Vegas every year. When they were on it. The same number of people watching or playing in Bobby's room or Doyle's room as it is. Is it Doyle's room now or is it Bobby's room still? In Bellagio.
I'm not sure. It was Bobby's room and then it went Doyle's room.
Yeah. Sammy Farhar was always sat in there. You never didn't see him. It's like in a bed in the back room.
I do remember that hand, the one Rob's talking about, the ace 10 versus the 10s when it come ace 10 first hand at the WSOP, and he was out the door. But that was also another spot where you can hero fold, and that was for heaps more big blinds. I think it was like 500 odd bigs. But David, not going to go anywhere in this spot. just jump back to the action because he is up and down. But brick the river, finish him with a nut low. So
If you had tens in that situation, you're never folding an house, are you?
what if you have tens in that situation?
Yeah.
Probably not. The only reason was because what we need to take into account. Remember, pre-flop there was an open from David in one, and he just flatted the queens there, free-handed, and then there was the free bet from Scott.
Yeah.
So in that spot, it's very hard to give your opponent credit for aces or queens if you've got pocket tens. Obviously, it's one combo, quad deuces, but tens is probably a spot where I don't think we can fold, because the thing is as well, you've got to think about the hand your opponent might shove, and because we've got the king and the jack of diamonds in our hand and the queen of diamonds is on the board, the best flush our opponent can have from our perspective in that particular spot was the 10 high flush, which is never going to shove over a pot size bet. But with tens, then your opponent can have more hands, they can have the nut flush that they may elect to shove as well. So with tens in that spot, so I think we have to call.
So C4, our political editor, says the USA have announced that the travellers are banned from all of Europe. So it looks like the World Series next year then instead of this year. We're in Blackpool anyway, and then London and Luton.
Switch it over to loudspeaker. It's not connected to the bar.
So the early stages of GUKPT Day 1B. Is that the Span in the building?
Yeah, I've seen Span. He's definitely in the field today. Kellett's in the field. Guy Taylor. I've seen quite a few faces that are playing today. Obviously KT's down as well, one of our sponsored pros.
Yeah.
Jamie made it through yesterday. Riggy's back for another bullet.
Blackpool, the Vegas of the North. Well, some say. Others tell the truth.
Who's that some?
Others tell the truth. GKPT Blackpool will always be busy. It is a great festival. We have a couple of months before we get to Blackpool.
So raise from David out the small after a limp on the button. Managed to flop top pair on Jack 10-6 rainbow. So it's Meringue with the top pair here. Decides to check it back, bit of deception. That one's checked to us again here now. Or bet from David, unaware of his holding, but we're going to feel fairly confident as Meringue here. We've got the best hand. And this 5 of spades river, and if it's checked to us from David here, I'd like to see Meringue go for a bit of value, but if there is a bet, we're just going to have to snap it off. We're not folding here, we're not checking back top pair to fold to 2 streets once our hand remains top pair on turn and river. About 1.1, And if we're around here, we've just got to make the call. We don't know what David's got, but we're not folding. We shouldn't be folding. We can be beat in some spots, yes. Sevens are a hand that he could have. Maybe also a check back with top pair, but more often than not, 8-9 is probably going to continue flopping 9 high and up and down. So as Meringue here, we've just got to call this one off.
9 raised to 300.
And who's got the best hand? And there we go. Did have the best hand. Correct call.
Does it change the way you play when you double up first hand?
Shouldn't really, Tower. You shouldn't really, because if you double up first hand, yes, you've now got 400 bigs, but the effective stack for everyone else is still 200 bigs, so it's, it shouldn't really change much. You're just happy. You've got a bit more of a comfort blanket. Bit of confidence as well. It's nice to win a nice pot early on in a tournament. It does give you a bit of confidence for the day.
Yeah. Anybody wondering why we're only 3-handed? It's because we've got 7 players registered at the table that are bought in the. They are in the list and the seating draw, and they've not turned up.
First name H-I-X-I.
If there's a way of changing it, we'd like to know it.
B for Bravo. If you sign one of these,
Everyone's a pro. Yeah.
sign it
I think we're all pros. Yes, not that particular one. That particular one I played the mini, the MIDI. Yeah. But I had worked so completely.
Button open from David. Makes it 300. Just going to see a lot of this. Just opens, calls, c-bets. Not too many big pots, although we have just had another player join us in seat 9. There's a flop 9 at 4 for Rainbow. David going to be favourite to win this pot as the pre-flop aggressor here. Paired board Rainbow. Want to have lots of continues. Just ace high here. Bet of 500. And Meringue not insta folding, but there is the muck. Strand, yeah, a lot of people do say that the stack's in play. If you are pre-registered, you should be blinded out. But as Tower always mentions, we're not going to punish people for pre-registering a tournament. We want people to pre-reg. So you can register, and then when you do eventually turn up for the tournament, you'll still have your 20k starting stack. You'll still be at the same table, but there's no need to punish the players for pre-regging. I know you may have played in some tournaments where stacks do get blinded down if you're not there from the start, but it's not how it works in a GUKPT.
Yeah, the dream. That's the dream.
Thing is, your husband's poker player with little
Hi Colin, do we know the free roll password? He asks. It's released on Sunday. We have a live stream free roll 6 PM at Sunday. We usually release the password second session of the day, usually on day 3. So keep your ears peeled for that. But plenty of free rolls going on anyway that you don't need a password for. We have £50 free roll running every day on the Grosvenor client, as well as a £200 free roll on the Sunday. Those aren't password protected, so you can just get into those. Don't even need to deposit. We run up a little roll, win a couple of tickets, maybe have a little run without putting any money in the account. But plenty going on, always on the client. Satellites for mini mains, for main events, for 30-30s. There's rake races going on for cash game players. Lots of good promotions on there, so check it out, all on grosvenorpoker.com. It's a better 400 from David, continuing the 7-4 deuce rainbow board after opening what is under the gun, but perfectly fine four-handed. Important to understand how hand rankings are going to change. The short-handed you get can start opening a more wider range, the less players that are at the table. And Rang unaware of what he had there, but going to fire once calls flop, comes in for the lead on the turn, and going to take that one.
You made me fold ace queen. You made me fold ace queen. You're re-raised. I've got to respect you. Never ace king. Jackson above. Come on.
Yeah, Strand, the problem is every player that's registered has to go in the draw, and obviously the table draw is random, so there's actually no way. Well, if anyone has any solutions that watches what we can do to try and get around it, obviously put your suggestions in the chat, but the way it's done with a table draw, because it is random, the names will come up on the screen, and whatever table you're at, and sometimes you might get one player at a table sitting there waiting. It's just the way it falls sometimes. You can see on the outer tables there's some that are full ring, 9-handed, 8-handed, and then obviously here on the featured we are only 4-handed at the moment, but players will filter in the next hour or so, and I'm sure we'll have 5, 6, 7-handed action very, very soon. Mitch, we can't, the way it works with the featured table, the first featured table of the day is random because the featured table has an allocated table number like the outer tables, and with the table draw, that's just where you've got to go and sit. So if you get the table that is the featured, you've got to go down there. If obviously players are pre-registered and not here yet, there's not much we can do, but after the first session, that's when we can hand-pick the featured table and choose what players come onto it. But
Finally, get one through. You got one.
Players, we have a new blind level now playing 100, big blind and 2 floating 100.
So what's your tactic? What's your tactic?
You've got one, I ain't going to tell you, is it?
No, I'm trying to remember. You intervened there. I was trying to get some inside information on
You take it far too seriously.
I'll tell him what.
That's a science.
Nothing to do with my act.
Double up first 3 hands. Just take it from there.
I actually played about 7-5. Okay, that's your favourite hand. So if I see Will 7-7-4 on the
if we could Gibraltarian, I'm sure we would. Just for the Twitch viewers. But yeah, Strand, I can always put it forward. Obviously, suggestions are welcome. We want a solution would be great if we could get a viable solution for not being short-handed at the start of the day. But it's just how it works. And obviously, at the end of this session, a new table will be coming over, and I'm sure we will not pick a short-handed table. But we've got a bit of action here. We've got flush draw up and down versus flush draw gut shot. So both Stephen and Meringue hitting this flop very hard in a 4-handed scenario. If a spade rolls off here, Stephen could be doing quite a few chips. So looks like a double barrel here from Meringue after turning the straight. Still going to need to fade the 8 of spades on the river, or an offsuit 8 for a chop. 8 of spades in our hand, obviously not a possible from our perspective as Meringue, but from Stephen's perspective, he did have the 8 of spades for his straight flush draw, although we can see that was not coming because of Meringue's holding, but just lets that one go. A lovely, lovely flop for the king 8 of spades. Instant service on the turn.
see a flop first.
Gibraltarian, how has he got 40k? Basically, second hand it was at the feature table. We are free-handed. There's an open from seat 1, seat 4, Stephen, just flatted pocket queens. Scott, who was in seat 5, free bet. And then the queens just called. It come ace 10 deuce, 2 diamonds. So king jack of diamonds for Scott, queens for Steve. Turn was a deuce of clubs. And then Steve checked it over to Scott, who double barreled. Just a call with the queens, and then it come the queen of diamonds on the river, giving Steve a boat, queens full of deuces, and giving Scott the nut flush. It went pot size bet on the river, shove and a call, and that is how we lost one and how Stephen's up to 40k. Pretty brutal caller early in the day. How are you doing, Gully? All good here. Thanks for tuning in. Early here, day 1B, Coventry. 750 by him.
Okay, you can't bully me just like you, okay, like you did at the bit. 1 4. It's only such a king.
Happy birthday, Gully. It's my birthday today, he says, but I'd rather be nowhere else today. Well, thanks for tuning in. Hope you have a good one. How old are you, out of interest?
Yeah, I know you bullied me there, yeah, you position every hand. You just re-raised it.
Yeah, Kev, we just can't do that. You said that pick 7, 9 random players that are already in the casino and say you're just going on the feature, but it needs to be a random table draw. That's not random. It's because it just can't work like that.
Mate, I want to shout it, but I want to hand you. I'm just keep losing hands.
Family in the field. Straight back to the action on our featured now, and we'll pick up with the action with Meringue turning a flush draw with the 7 deuce, but David has trips, so he will not be going anywhere. Oh, spade on the river. Suited 7 deuce gets there, and with David here. We're going to continue playing in float. We're going to check it over to Meringue, who will come in for some value here. And if we're Meringue here, oh, he's actually coming for a lead here, David. Not phased about the flush. Might be coming in for a sort of a little blocker bet. But what's the play here? We get raised. If we are going to lead this spot, we need to think to ourselves, what are we doing if we get raised? And we need to make that decision before we come in for the lead, because we don't want to come in for the lead, get raised by our opponent, and then be in a bit of no man's land, not knowing what we're going to do. But action on Meringue here, and the way this has gone, it's gone check bet call, and now Dave comes in for a lead. So he's actually repping the hand that Meringue's actually got here, and it's a bit of role reversal. You expect Meringue to have the King X more often in this spot, and Dave to have the flush. But just a call with the 7 deuce of spades. Probably thinking he was never getting called by worse. Obviously, with the 7 and the deuce of spades in our hand, there's not really too many combinations of flushes that are worse than ours. So only thing we can really target to get called by is a King X type hand. So probably that's the reason he just went for the flat there on the river.
I've got news.
You got news?
I've got news. I've got loads of news. Katie's cheap leader.
Is she?
Katie's cheap leader. Cherry Jordan's not in anymore.
Oh, okay.
Cherry Jordan's back in. Albert's not in anymore. Albert's back in. Albert's not in anymore. Albert's on final bullet of day.
Already?
Yep.
What, in level 1? He's had 2 bullets in level 1?
There's been 5 re-entries and 4 of them are them 2.
Wow. Wow. Happy birthday, Gully. Happy 30th, mate. Hope you have a good
30?
day. Yeah, he said he's...
No way. Send me a picture.
That's what he wants to do today for his
30?
birthday. Tunes into the live stream. That is commitment.
Yes. So Katie's cheap leader on her table and in the room.
7
So there you go. That's the news. That is news. They're busy out there.
Yeah, we just saw on the Pan Tower. Had a little look round the card room.
Busy out there already. Don't forget the Poker Live app as well, if you want to check all the details yourself while you're sat wherever you are watching the live stream and you want to check the direct numbers. Click on Coventry. No cash tables open at the moment. Click on Day 1B. Day 1A is still live. Not make a difference. 150. 152 already. 152. Not bad.
So I've only got 70 to go to surpass the line.
raised 2,700. Five four. Three bet 2,300. Five four. Shows the aces.
Bar's moving on here, so you should be able to still hear me.
raised to 300.
Well, you actually won the default, but you bluffed
5, 4. 6, call. 7, 8, fold. 9,
Oh, glad you checked me. On the flop, what did you do? On the flop. No, for him, did he flop the set?
3, check. 6, check. 3, check. 6, check. 3, check. 6, bet 100. 3, call. Queen high.
Jack high. Had a jack. Had a jack, that's why they come. Jack 3.
The British Open 2002 PLO, you won it for 25,000. It was the biggest win so far. PLO, was it and is it still your favourite game?
I think when I first started playing Hold'em, okay, like I say, we learnt by playing, and we would share, we'd talk to each other, and we would do things that didn't have names.
3, 4. 4 raised to 300. 5, 4.
We're back. Unfortunately, the whatever it was, it just froze. It's just gone back, and as you can see, the clock's on. So what we're going to do is literally just tell you what's happening. Not a lot we can guess about. We'll be back when the clock strikes. Around about 10 minutes to go.
Talk for 10.
Talk for 10. Get through everything. Go through all the 30-30s. Go through the league. Go through what's happening here in the club. We saw the massive hand earlier.
Yeah, it's good to have started the day.
Two hands in. We lost one. We've lost Terry Jordan once, and we've lost Albert Sapiano twice already. Katie Swift is on 45,000. She's one of the chip leaders in the room. Obviously, Steve on our treaty table, he got 40,000 as well, so he was in good shape. We will be back with you in about 15 minutes' time. When the clock strikes, it gets to about 10 minutes, we'll come back, we'll run through the 30-30 schedule, run through the rest of the GUKPT for this week. We'll have news regarding next legs in Edinburgh, in Leeds, and then Edinburgh. And then later on today, around about 6 p.m, Jim is going to come in and chat about Goliath 2022, because he has on him somewhere the dates for next year's 10th live anniversary.
Then you can get your hotels booked and everything and
Goliath,
get it already.
And that will be it. A lot of people will be thinking about booking the hotels, and it'll be something to look forward to after the 18 months we've just had of not a lot, to be fair. Chiesa, get yourself on the beach for the next 15 minutes. His last day in the islands. Enjoy the game. Take care. All the best, Chiesa, and I'm sure we'll see you when you are back home in Italy tomorrow. Everybody else, me and Jay will be back in 15 minutes' time when the clock strikes 10 minutes. We'll have a chat and then we'll get back to the live
See you then, guys.
See you then.
Did it. What's happened in Hold'em is it's kind of been solved. There's so many players that are far more dedicated, and I can still play okay. I think I do okay still, but players they've solved Hold'em with all their trackers and everything else, and all the game theory and players. Like Andy Hills and Richard Trigg, it's hard to compete. Whereas in Omaha, it's kind of like it used to be for me. People still make elementary mistakes. People still overvalue their hands. People still misplay from position. People don't understand. It hasn't been, yes, there's lots of learning aids, but there's lots of people that play that make mistakes that they shouldn't make. Whereas the overall field in Hold'em, the percentage of really good players in Hold'em is far greater than the percentage of really good players in Omaha. So when I sit in an Omaha tournament or a Hold'em tournament, I'm much more likely to win and to do better in the Omaha tournament. And it's something that I enjoy. I have various things that I do that worked 15, 20 years ago that still work today. It's hard to say that about Hold'em. So yeah, I kind of do prefer it. It's definitely my preferred cash variant for sure.
Mm-hmm. Moving on to the year after, I tell you what, 2003, you're talking about players that can't play Omaha. What about the guy that could play snooker, but unfortunately didn't win the world title? Probably the greatest player of all time never to win the world title, but had you heads up for a lot of money in the poker.
Yeah, I mean, people might remember the Poker Million. The original Poker Million took place on the Isle of Man in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
TV. It was actually, the final was actually done live. Barney Boatman was in the final, Tony Bloom was in the final, and it was won by a very good friend of ours, John Duffy. £1 million prize money. And then there was supposed to be a Poker Million in 2003 at the Hilton Metropole on the Edgware Road. But this is before the 2005 Gaming Act. And there were lots of rumours that the police were going to come in and they were going to bust it up. Things like tons, temporary use notices that they have now when they hold events in hotels in the UK didn't exist then. And the organisers of the Poker Million got a little bit of cold feet and they cancelled the event. Now that was, I think that might have been in 2001 or 2002. Now in 2003, they decided to bring the Poker Million back, but they called it Poker Million the Masters. And it was a slightly smaller buy-in and a slightly smaller prize money, but it was made for TV. And this is the event that you're talking about. So I played the event and I got heads up with Jimmy White. Now, I had a chip lead on him and he was an okay player, but I was pretty confident I was going to beat him. And we played and we played and we played. Anyway, I set him in and he folded, and I set him in again and he folded. And then I set him in, I think I had ace-10, and he called me with the 6-4 of spades. I had 2/3 of the chips, maybe a little bit less, and he had 1/3 of the chips. But the blinds were big, and he's either limped or made a small raise, and I've moved all in, and he's called me with the 6-4 of spades. And the board ran out, and he either rivered a 4 or rivered a 6 to beat me. And I said to him afterwards, when I was chatting to him, I said, Jimmy, why did you call all your chips off with the 6-4 of spades? He said, Joe, he said, you don't understand. He said, 3 hands earlier, you moved all in, and I had the 6-4 of spades. And it's one of my most favourite hands. I wasn't passing it twice. And that's why he called with the 6-4 of spades. But I remember the trophy, right? The trophy for this tournament was one of the nicest trophies I've ever seen. It was about this big, and it was metal, and it had the cards with the 4 suits, Poker Million the Masters. It was a really, really, really amazing trophy. Anyway, I'm stood at the back. I was still in the main studio. We're obviously all mic'd up. I think we're wearing heart monitors. And Jimmy is across the studio on the other side of the poker table. And he's doing an interview with Barry Hearn, and they're presenting Jimmy the trophy. And as they present him the trophy, my then girlfriend, who was now my wife, Claire, she walked in at the back of the studio. And she came to me and she said, oh, I'm lucky, Joe, I'm lucky. And as they presented Jimmy the trophy, I whispered in Claire's ear, I wanted that effing trophy. But I actually said the word instead of saying effing. I said, look at it. I said, look at that trophy. I wanted that effing trophy. What I didn't realise was my mic was still on. It was still broadcasting live on Sky. And if you go to YouTube and you find Jimmy being presented this trophy, there's a clip of him on YouTube being presented this Poker Million the Masters. And as he's being, as Barry Hearn hands in the trophy, you can hear this voice that says, I wanted that effing trophy. Anyway, that's me in the background.
But 2003 wasn't all bad, because you then went to Dublin, one of the finest places in the entire world to play poker. And you managed a first place in probably one of the great. Oh, it's just the Irish Open has to be on a poker player's calendar, and any serious poker player, it has to be a place where everybody wants to stop. And you've actually won it. That must feel still right now so good.
It is. You know, in my lounge right now, okay, I have one trophy out.
Mm-hmm.
One trophy. It's not the Poker Million trophy. It's. I remember Liam Flood presented it to me. It's a great big cut crystal decanter, really nice cut crystal decanter and 4 cut crystal glasses on a nice plinth. And that's the only trophy I have out in my lounge, and it's my Irish Open trophy. Like I was saying before, we would travel from one event to each event at different times of the year. Every Easter was always the Irish Open, and every October was always the Irish Winter Festival, both in Dublin. And I nearly won the Irish Open twice, Phil. In 2001, there were 3 of us left. And I was playing with Paul, I can't remember his second name, and an Irish lady, another lady called Jennifer Hegarty. And Jennifer and I had over half the chips, 3-handed, in the 2001 Irish Open final. I got a bit unlucky. I won't bore you with the stories, but I got a bit unlucky. I remember Mickey Finn was watching, and he came up to me afterwards. He said, "Joe," he said, you were so unlucky not to win this tournament." And Jennifer Hegarty went on to win it. Jenny Hegarty, was an Irish grandmother. And for the next 20 years, well, not quite 20 years, for the next 10 years or so, Liam Flood, every time he saw me, would come up to me and remind me that I got beaten by an Irish grandmother. 2 years later, back on the Irish Open final table. Marty Smith was on the final table. What's his name? The guy that I was heads up with?
Frank Callahan.
Frank Callahan. I was heads up with Frank Callahan. And I can remember, I used to run so much better in those days. I can remember having kings heads up and flopping a king. And that was my winning hand. I never used to play the nuts. And yeah, that's kind of, I think that was, if I could choose to win one tournament, I think it would have been the Irish Open. And something else about that Irish Open actually is we actually did live coverage of the 2003 Irish Open on the Hendon Mob website. And the live coverage was a webcam stuck to the wall with sellotape. That was the first tournament that we ever did live coverage on.
If you look down here, it's still the same.
A little bit different now with card room, with Andy's card room direct.
Technology has made the game so much better. Back with more of Tower, an hour with the Tower very shortly. So back with an hour with the Tower, and the legend is still sat in his chair. Joe, the poker boom. What do you remember of it, and was it as crazy as it actually seemed?
I remember a lot. It was pretty crazy. I mean, the whole thing about the poker boom was that we were very, very lucky. We were in the right place at the right time, doing something that we loved before it became popular. You know, when we travelled to the World Series to play, we knew everybody. There'd be the Irish crew, the Birmingham crew. It was always the same players. Everybody would mix. Would all stay together. Everyone would have their own bar in Billions, and it was, we were doing something that we loved doing, and at the time, you know, we were doing something pretty well, and we were the first to get a proper sponsorship deal. We set the Hendon Mob website up in 2000. We were the first to get media attention. And obviously the internet poker was taking off, and we were just in the right place at the right time. You know, if I tried to do that today, it would be impossible, and it could have been 4 other guys doing it. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah.
Well, the boom took off more or less the year after. The buy-ins certainly went up. The $25,000 Bellagio Classic which again was another decent memory. We got the final table. We finished 7th. Did the 25k buying? What does that mean? Buying in for $25,000.
It was. Do you know? I mean, obviously, it's a huge amount of money. Okay, it is a huge amount of money. We were very lucky. We were sponsored, and what I remember more than anything else is the 50,000 starting stack. It was unheard of, completely unheard of. Suited me. I could wait. You know, I could wait and wait and wait. And I remember being on the final table.
You still got some chips left.
I'm still passing and waiting for aces. I had Paul Maxwell sat on my left. It was a pretty good final table. Rob Hollick was on the table. Chris Ferguson, Jesus was on the table.
Yeah.
Maxwell was on my left. Two British guys sat together, and it was obviously the World Poker Tour Bellagio Classic. It was their championship event. You had to get to the top 6 to make the TV final table. Okay.
Yeah.
They were filming and stuff, but the actual where they film every hand, you had to get to the top 6. So Paul and I are sat next to each other, and there's 7 of us left, and we've got similar chip stacks, and we're probably in 5th and 6th place, perhaps on the table, maybe even 6th and 7th for a while. We were the shortest stacks. I remember he played a hand. He limped under the gun. It passed round. Chris Ferguson raised. It got back to him, and he moved all in. Maxwell moved all in. And Chris Ferguson thought for ages and called. And Chris Ferguson had pocket 10s. So everything's about pocket 10s, but we had pocket 10s. And he had limped under the gun and moved all in with ace king offsuit, Paul Maxwell. And he said to me, as he hit an ace or a king, and as the chips were being pushed to him, he said to me, but he said it loud enough so anybody could hear it, nobody else would play ace king like that. He said, that's how you play ace king. He said. Because obviously if it had raised with it, it would have been much more tricky. This is what the point he was getting. Anyway, I finished 7th. Rob Hollick knocked me out. And Paul went on to finish 2nd. I think I cashed $160,000. I know you've got it in front of you. $188,000. Paul went on to finish 2nd for $2.1 million. If the two tens hold up for Chris, that might have been my 2.1 million. It would have been a TV final table, World Poker Tour final TV table.
Absolutely, and the names in that field were just unbelievable. But you're looking at the Ivies, the Mizrakis, the Dave Williams, they're just Gavin Smith, absolutely amazing.
That's pretty good players there.
Yeah,
all pretty awesome players.
Yeah, but then we changed, and I think.
6 raised to 300, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 call.
The basic sort of action early on, this is why I don't sit down early on anymore.
This is early on, you're in level 2. You're on level 2.
No, but I mean, I avoided the first one. I mean, to me, that's early
So
on.
you've avoided the 100 ante.
No, it wasn't 100 ante, it's number of players.
There was only three and more.
Yeah, exactly. So when I joined, there were 7 players.
100 in.
Alright.
6 raised to 800. 9 call.
See on the left hand side, there you can see on the left hand side we have the Ewan McNicholas League, because he didn't make it through, did he?
No, he's literally just, I saw him about 2 seconds ago, he's at the cash desk buying in for today.
Buying in for day 2. Ewan McNicholas, top of the leaderboard, that is bang up to date right now. It's not up to date on the website at this moment in time, but it will be later today. We've sent the message over. It's act. As we speak, you press a refresh, Boom, done. So all done and dusted. So if you want to check out all the top full leaderboard, every single person there, even if you're in the top 100, don't forget you will be in the playoffs. Scroll right down to 100, and last in the 100th place by 0.21 is Jack Iverme. Jack Iverme is 100th, and he's in the playoff places at this moment in time.
God, it's really close around the 100 mark, ain't it? Yeah, it's like separating 10 points, 20 places around there.
Yeah.
It's,
You've got in the 250s, you've got John Hughes, Ben Jenkins, Sebastian Darby, Stu Kirby, Alpa Gokare, Carl Hogg just hovering outside, and then all the 100 inwards, if your name's in there. Brian Clark Weebrick, 2008 champion in Blackpool. Michael Clements, Gareth G, Ryan Dodd. Then the top 77, Danny Knight, Dean Stafford. All these players looking down. It's all up to date on there if you want to check it out. The full leaderboard, and then the top 5, as you can see there on the left hand side. The Andy Back, who's playing today.
Yep.
Guy Taylor, I saw earlier this week.
He's playing today.
He's playing today,
100%, yep.
So he's on today. Chris Johnson, Macapaki, he'll be in. Ben Teague, we saw yesterday. I don't know if he made it through.
I don't think he'll be in bed. He'll be in bed still, Ben. He'll wake
check the
up.
chip counts very shortly, because there are 38 players that made it through. If we if we just go to the that's the wrong button.
Yeah, I don't think Ben's in yet. I don't think he's in yet.
No, we'll get the chip counts on there from last night, the 38 players, and then we'll check out the 207,000, I think it was chip leader. 5 eliminations we knew of before the interruption in play. 3 of them was Albert and Terry. Katie Swift had 45,000 chips, so she was doing all right.
I saw Terry at the cash desk while he was on that little 15-minute break, so I'm guessing he's now on his last bullet as well.
And then instantly we get the chip counts from last night. All 38 players. I've just spoke to Jason Shellham, who's on 37,400, and he just said, tough day. He said, but I made it through. One of them days that couldn't really get anything going, but has made it through with 30 bigs. So he's quite happy. Spoke to Seattle Scott, who
played the satellite last night, didn't he?
7 off the money both
7
days.
off the money. Oh, both days.
Both days. Wednesday and Thursday, 7 off the money. So it's one of those. He's now going to be playing today. Come all the way from Seattle to play the GUKPT in Coventry. First trip over to the UK for a while. He's been in Vegas, and he actually said Vegas in the last 6 to 9 months has been the toughest he's ever played Vegas.
Really?
Because Vegas is the only place open to play live poker.
Yeah.
So all the Californians are coming over, all the people in Los Angeles can't play anywhere else. So it's all the proper good players are having to play in Vegas.
Isn't LA still open, isn't it? I'm sure it is.
I don't know whether it was at the time when he was playing in Vegas, I'm not too sure. He says there's still so many places that are closed that all the good players are having to play in Vegas. It's the toughest it's been.
And all the bad players having to play there as well.
All the bad players can't get in the country.
All
All the bad players are Europeans and British.
I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
No, but
players I've played against.
he just said it's been the toughest 9 months. He says because you know he says you know somebody at the table that's good.
Yeah.
Like whereas you can have a rec field all day. He says, but some days you just
Scott, sounds like an excuse.
Yeah.
literally. I actually said that. Is it just because you're not very good? Is what
What
I
did they say? If you don't see the spot at the table after
Yeah,
the
if you don't
first,
see the fish at the table, you're it. Yeah, 175 in the mix at this moment in time. We've lost 15 players. So if we do get the eliminated players, then we'll give them to you. But 15 players have been eliminated in the first 2 levels.
Well, we do know 4 of them are 2 bullets for both
Yeah.
Terry and Albert. So
If you look there, Cody Wagner down at 18,000. I don't know if he lost a big hand towards the end of the night. At 18,000 is what, 15 bigs? That's
he was on
basically less than a buy-in for day 2.
he was on our featured, wasn't he? Last session of the day.
Oh,
Cody,
yes, he
and,
was. Yeah.
Yeah, lost a few little pots, didn't lose no big ones, but just bleed his stack down a little bit. Not much he could do.
David
from what I
Weiss from
remember.
Edinburgh made it through. Matt Davenport made it through. Second, the last time we played at GUKPT here in Coventry. Gary Miller and a few guys watching in the chat boxes for that one. Joe Newby, 101,000. Adam Bromley.
Is that Natalie's
It
other half?
is.
Oh, okay.
It is.
Both of them making it through, I think.
So,
did they?
Natalie,
Oh no, Natalie, she'll be back
didn't
today,
make it
I
through,
think. Yeah,
did she got eliminated on the feature
3 bet 600.
yesterday. Was it something like she the last 6,000 was like ace 7 or something?
Oh, yep, I remember. It's a good memory, Tower. Oh, yeah, A7 of hearts, I remember the hand.
Tell you what.
That's, I forgot about that one.
Thanks for the text, Nat. Phone's not on. It's not on. Jamie Nixon making it through as well. First time he's made day 2 for a while. Well done, Jamie. Had a bit of a rough time. Live players as well. Get loads of caches online. Does a lot of streaming. We're on Twitch. But made it through for day 2. 57,700. Well done to him. Any questions before we start the live stream? Fire them into the chat boxes. Good luck to everybody who's going to be playing and you're going to be rooting for your fellow friends who are going to be playing on the live stream. Martin Frey made it through. 158,000. Paul Trotter's having a good start to 2021.
Yeah. There's a fixture on the Manchester feature table, Paul, and bagged up another great stack for Saturday. Well, we've got just under 4 minutes, guys, and then we will get back to the featured table.
We just spotted the buttons.
No, I know
We
what
just spotted the chocolate buttons. Oh no, they've gone. Where did they go to? You get treats, you get treats, you snooze.
James
You
McCauley
lose.
says keep an eye out for Billy Henderson, lads. New up and coming poker pro will be there for level 4.
Nice one. Nice one. We shall keep our eye out for Billy. New one come poker pro. I like it. Loz Abraham.
Good afternoon, Loz.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are just about to start live again in 3 minutes. As you can see, top right hand corner, 3 minutes and counting with the Hat and Roy Walker in the in the mix and ready to rock and roll.
The replica, yeah.
He's in
The
Amsterdam.
original I lost in Amsterdam, yeah. My mate Dave Clarkson, he actually had the exact same hat. I was like, you got that hat still? And he was like, yeah. He was like, why? I went, can I have it? He went, yeah.
He was peering through a window in Amsterdam.
You know, the funny thing about that though, when I lost it, I put it on Twitter. I went, because it was at Shipnell Airport. I had my hat here. I left it, I took it off, left it on the chair, and it's gone missing. And then the general manager of Shipnell Airport got in touch with me through Twitter and put a tweet out for me, seeing if anyone could find the hat.
Oh, wow.
yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's quite funny actually.
Surprised
But we never got it back. But
they weren't a ransom for the hat.
yeah, God, that was 2017. That would have been 4 years ago in September.
Wow.
4 years ago.
Sambo,
then, Sam.
How are we doing, pal?
Cashed in the Mini this week.
Yes, we've got news about Goliath 2022
Coming
coming
up.
at 6 p.m. If you stay tuned, we have the dates being set by Jim McShane. He's going to come down and sit down and chat with us for 5 minutes and tell us about Goliath 2022 at 6 p.m. So keep your ears wide open for that one. We're looking forward to it. We've already been told that Coventry is back on the GUKPT circuit again next year. And leg 2. We've been told it's leg 2, so it'll be Coventry straight after London.
Yeah, that's
London's
the new
always-
one. That's the new
yeah.
one. It's always London, Manchester.
Yeah, London leg 1, Coventry leg 2. Cheers to Coventry.
Been a really good week though here. It'd be silly not to come back here next year. The amount of runners we've had, the
Yeah.
staff have been amazing as
Yeah.
well. It's
Loz says
really
about
good
joining the table late. What is the latest you can join?
day 2 if you want.
Yeah, you can buy in all the way through every level of the day. And if you bust out or you want to just play on Saturday, You can buy into day 2, which is about 17 big blinds at the start of day at 12 o'clock. And then you get yourself into the seat draw and fire away. Scott says I might just try that.
Scott actually,
that's my comfort zone.
He bought in a day 2 for the Mini, and he was on my table and he just span it up. It was 8 big blinds. But it's funny for the Mini main, we had to go 10-handed because there was so many buy-ins for day 2.
Yeah.
And all the people that bought in for day 2 for some reason were in seat 10. And the button was drawn in seat 8, and all you heard across the card room: seat open, table thing, seat 10, seat open, table in seat 10, seat open, table in seat 10.
Just gambling because the
literally all you could hear, yeah. Just coming from every dealer across the room: seat open, seat 10.
Any chance you know what the blind level will be at 5 p.m. today? Yeah, we can tell you exactly because the structure will tell us that 5 hours in.
Should we get our faces off here, Tower?
Absolutely.
No one wants to see that. There we are.
200, 300 will be level number 5. 200, 300 big blind ante is level number 5 of the day.
And we've got some players now. Look, we're 8-handed. 8-handed.
That's why we did it. Give the team.
Yeah.
Is that Walter White in seat 2?
Walter White. That's not a good comparison. Oh, no way.
That's not bad. It looks like Walter White without his hat. Oh, your profile, it's not too bad. So yes, the blinds are now 1-1. We're back with the feature.
7-fold. Four check, 5 check.
More Steve Jobs than Walter White. Oh, more Sir Hale's back. More Steve Jobs. Yeah, I get the Steve Jobs one. Yeah, I must admit. But I do if he had the hat on. Any idea who the oldest aged player entered the tournament? Well, you'd struggle to beat Albert, to be fair. Albert's 75.
Yeah, Albert's one of the oldies in the tournament.
Albert's 75 years old.
How old's Fred? Fred Mayer?
Fred Mayer, yeah. Looks 103. It's tough paper around in Liverpool.
Yeah, he's obviously been playing poker a long time.
Yeah.
Stress
Yeah,
levels.
Fred's must be late 60s. Always bobs around as old Fred is a great lad.
9-fold.
But this is level 2 of
Only
the
Steve's
day.
still chip leader in seat 4.
Yeah, he still looks like he's got a fair amount.
If you missed it before we actually stopped for the intermittent, we had a massive hand on hand number 2 of the day.
Yeah.
Which we were only 3-handed, but we ended up with nut flush over with a full house on the river. And yes, we now realise that we got a bit giddy with the nut flush, but it ended up as an all-in.
Yeah.
X is in. Seat 2's not turned up yet, though. Alyssa's not in the building at this moment in time.
So Mirang with the kings and Mo with ace queen in the cut-off. So 2 legitimate hands going to be colliding here. Mo just opting to flat here though, not coming in for the free bet, which is fine. That brings David in. And Stuart not defending. The old Motown in the big freeway action.
Ten, 6 deuce. No ace on the river. No ace on the flop for the kings.
Here's a deuce so Dave has caught a little piece, just ace high for Mo, but Mirang wants to be firing this freeway 10-6 deuce rainbow. Want to start trying to extract some value from our pocket kings. Bet 600. And Dave, if there was one club on the board, he may be more inclined to call. He's getting 4-1 in his money here though. Might peel one off out of position. See if we can potentially snag an ace or 2 on turns.
As we can see. And David can't see that all the aces are folded.
Yeah, so the kings from Mirang here wants to be coming in for another street of action. Against small blind range, the only real hand that we should be worried about that we weren't were ahead of on the flop, but not now. It's like the Queen 10 suited, maybe Queen 10 off at this stage he'd peel. So as Meringue, he'll want to keep trying to get some value from some potential 10x that's out there, some pocket pairs that are going to be peeling in the small blind. It's a bet of 1.2 and gets the job done. Not getting an action from a deuce, but versus range fine. Want to keep barreling in that spot. Afternoon, Ricky. And
Ricky!
JYNDC. How many day ones is there for this? There are 3 day ones. We had day 1A yesterday, day 1B, which is obviously now, and at 9 o'clock tonight there is a turbo, day 1C. It's a 20-minute clock, 10 levels as well. It should finish up the same sort of time as day 1B, and then everyone's back tomorrow who has bagged up their chips for day 2.
9 ways, 1,700.
Yeah, just 2 events today in the club. Day 1A, day 1B, and day 1C. But turbo is it turbo 8 p.m? I think it is.
9 p.m.
9 is it?
Yep, 9 p.m. Because I think it was 8 in Manchester, but remember they moved it back.
London and Manchester.
Yeah, they moved it
put them
back.
back.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
because the table space, everyone was still buying in for the 1B.
Yeah, it's on the app as 9 p.m. So that's that is good. 179 in the mix so far today. Later edge all day long. People coming in and out. People just turning up after work on Friday and just buying in. Expect another 100 runners plus today on them numbers.
A really strange play here from Meringue. Been an open under the gun. He just clicks it with the 7-4 suited +2, which doesn't really achieve too much. Doesn't really have much fold equity against the original opener. They're going to be getting a really good price to peel against us. But obviously will have his reasons for doing it. But if we are going to choose to free bet that hand, we do need to opt for a bit of a larger size. As we actually turn a flush draw here now, and this is actually a very good double barrel candidate for us here as Meringue. As the free better, we are going to have the ace king, ace queen, ace jack in there as well. Pocket nines could be a hand that we'd free bet for value as well. And thinking about Stuart's range in the small, like there are obviously some ace x in there, diamond draws. But very small bet on the turn from Meringue there, and this is probably a river that less inclined to bluff. 9x of clubs is a thing. As well, ace-x is now, the bad ace-x are now chopping with all ace-x except ace-king and ace-queen. So on this particular river, I don't think we want to be unloading the clip. There are some good rivers, the offsuit 4s, 5s, 6s, that we can potentially try and get a one-pair hand that Stuart has to fold. But in this scenario, I just think it's one of them spots where we're just going to get looked up too often by an ace-x hand, especially with the jack on there and where they're chopping with all ace-x except ace-king and ace-queen. And he did go for the bluff, and Stuart snaps him off. And as I always say, guys, important when you are running these bluffs, you've got to think about what hands you're representing, what hands your opponent can have, what hands they're going to be calling you with, and what part of their range. And in that scenario, I just think on that particular river, it's a card where you just need to wave the white flag. You don't always have to try and win every pot. It's fine to give up. But credit for Meringue for trying it. A very unorthodox line, but as I say, probably had reason for doing it.
If I knew you allowed marks, I'd put my marker. Anyway, how come we're not allowed to use it and you are? Because you've got an electronic device.
Just saying there, was it a weak bet as well, says Ricky?
The turn bet, yeah, needs to size up more. The 800 into, I think it was 3.3. It's like giving nearly over 5 to 1 for David to make a call. It's like when you are coming in with that double barrel there, try and give them the worst price. I don't mind the double barrel, the 7-4 of clubs. I love it once we turn the backdoor flush draw and we got 7 high coming in for that double barrel. But once the river pairs that 9x of clubs is a plausible hand our opponent can have to make trips. And then, as I mentioned, ace-x probably not going to fold now on that run out because we credibly can't have 9x there the way we played that hand. we're not going to go bet with a 9. Just got to try and make sure your story checks out. I guess we can have ace king and ace queen for value, but I still think we're going to get looked up by ace x hands. But back to this hand, because is it XC tower? Are we going with XC?
We hope so. It's probably not.
Yeah.
We apologise if it is not, but we are pretty frenetic when it comes to naming, so exit. Maybe we need to find out, because it's the second event that we've seen the name.
6,900. 7,000 is up.
So Meringue has called with the king 9 suited here, facing 3-bet from XC in the big. And Stuart here closing the action. I was about to say, like to see him call. Oh, he has called 40 folded, but he has called. This deep can potentially win a big pot when we do make our set.
3 ace 8. Well, she didn't check. That's 2,000.
So just continuing here with our top pair. We are the 3-better. This is a flop. We're going to have plenty of bets on here as XE, whether we have the ace or not. And in this scenario, just gets 2 quick folds. How are we doing, Gary? Good to see you in the chat, mate.
The hat is back. Well, it's not. It's in Amsterdam. Yes. Yes, we enjoyed Manchester that much. We let him have a few days on his holidays, and then we brought him back again. He's a good lad. Oh yeah. Perfect. Number's good. 170 in the mix as it stands already. Turbo's on at 9 o'clock. Key. I think X is pronounced key. Now that would be interesting. I hope it is. Right, key.
I think I'm folding kings in that spot to you,
That tight?
Yeah, I really put you on the nuts, the premiums. Because while I do these. Five raised to 300.
Wow.
So opener here was Stuart with the 10-8 in the cut-off. And get some resistance from Ryan in the big blind. Bet check bet call. And check on the turn. King, pretty good double barrel candidate, especially with just 10 high against the big blind range as well. Going to have a whole host of hands on that flop that he can peel with. It's gut shots up and down, 4x, 7x, and especially with equity to the nuts with a 9 rolling off. Well, sorry, it wouldn't be the nuts, second nuts with Queen 10 getting there, but that king is definitely a very, very good double barrel card for us as Stuart. But now choosing to bluff river. And it gets the fold from Ryan. It's a nice little pick up from Stuart. Got the job done nonetheless. And the same sort of thing we spoke about on the turn. Just going to have a whole host of hands in the big. King shouldn't ever hit him really, unless it's King X of diamonds or a 2-pair type hand once he calls flop. But nice pick up from the man in seat 3.
Coventry numbers good. Good to have you on board early Friday afternoon. Live stream finishing between 12:15 and 12:30 in the morning, dependent on last number of hands that we had, and everything running on time.
If you do shove lightly, yeah, just shove it to me, yeah? 6 raised to 300.
Paul McNeil on Facebook says Alyssa is working and can't get away until after the break. Cut that she's missing the feature table. Well, you never know. There might be a chance to get back on it. Work comes first, and that's just the way it is. Safe travels to Coventry, and I'm sure we'll see it around the room. And that's why Alyssa is missing. Not playing the first 2 levels. Work comes first.
What a lovely turn this is for Ryan here. I'd like to see a lead in the small. We've got 2 pair, obviously a straight flush draw as well, and after flops check through, don't expect too much 7x to be out there. So we're going to have the best hand a lot of the time. We want to come in for a bet. We want to deny equity to potential overcards of our opponents. Don't want to let them have a free one off and actually realise that equity. So good to see him lead in here. And going to get 2 folds, we can see from the hold-ins, but nice pick up.
Yeah, when you come back, go to table 22. Leave the chips, we're going to swap. 100 queen high.
Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch, prominent social media platforms for the team. A lot of guys do watch, a lot of people do watch it on Facebook, and Twitch is predominantly on the social streaming. So Paul Robbo doing his streaming this morning. He was watching last night on Twitch.
Yeah, Pete Robbo came in with a little
Pete
raid
Robbo.
for us, didn't he? We had numbers just went mad.
Yeah, a lot of people watching him this morning as well. Playing in some $20 event he was Pete. I think he's from Liverpool, or around there. $855 flop, great flop for Stuart.
Yeah, lovely trips, top kicker. Going to struggle to get any sort of action though with these holdings. King of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, come back to you left on the clock.
1.4 and a quick fold from Stephen. Floated with the 2 overs, backdoor flush draw. In position, getting that price perfectly fine on the flop, but facing that double barrel just gets out of the way.
$15 eliminations so far in the first 2 levels. It'll increase, and we'll give you the number. And hopefully a few prominent chip counts at the starter level, number 3 for us, which will be at 245. Don't forget, if you are in the National Poker League as well, the updated league table is on the website. We'll keep flicking on during the day as well. Ewan McNicholas is top of the table. We did see that the White Lion was watching again this morning, and Chris Maguire not able to get away from his pot washing job.
We still need to get there for that pint tower. We still need to.
We do.
We need to find our way there. Where is it again? Warrington, is it?
White, Whitefield, White, somewhere, somewhere near Wigan.
Yeah.
I know that much.
So Ryan River in the nuts here with the bare ace of clubs. Check from David, and can't see this going any other way but bet fold on the 4 liner to a flush.
Paul Fletcher was watching earlier on from the White Lion. We've had everywhere watching so far.
Yeah, we
in the
all.
last couple of days.
It's strange how we get so many viewers from different countries and stuff.
Kiesa was
Obviously,
watching from Cyprus, wasn't
we had Chingyu watching from South Korea,
he? Yeah. We even had Coventry watching.
going global.
Early stages, day 1B, GUKPT Coventry. Good to be back in Cov for the GUKPT, first time since 2012. Then Goliath took over for Coventry, a 2-week stint, or 10 days in Coventry for Goliath. And then the GUKPT went elsewhere. It was really weird, got 2012 as well, because I'm sure Coventry and Thanet and Plymouth were like the last times we went there, all in the same year.
I'd love to do one in Plymouth that sort of way. West Coast is where I know it's hard because of the numbers. You probably wouldn't get the numbers we get out of the locations, but just be nice to have one on the West Coast maybe one time. Cornwall, is there a Grosvenor in Cornwall?
Torquay.
Torquay.
There's one in Torquay, in Devon. I think there is. Oh, there used to be one in Devon. But yeah, Plymouth is. Obviously, Portsmouth is getting quite prominent now. With they have 30-30s on a regular basis and 25-25s when they come back. Watching in Kos, mojito in hand, says Ricky Kebabs, and Stephen Smith is watching in Malta. How we would have loved the Battle of Malta to have been on this year. Unfortunately, it's not on. We were there for the last 3 years for the Battle of Malta. Really enjoyed going over. Fantastic event. But not on this year, unfortunately. Talking already about it being on earlier in the year next year, but nothing sanctioned off just yet. Yeah, we've had GUKPTs in Portsmouth in previous years. In fact, we were talking about Ryan Spittles, weren't we?
Yeah.
But I think I'm not sure if that was Reading, wasn't it?
Yeah, Reading 2016.
Was the last winner in Portsmouth Ali Malou? I need to find out.
Ali Malou.
Portsmouth GUKPT.
6 is for Ryan, +2. Makes it 300. Jack 10 at 9 at 2 diamonds. Bottom pair gut shot for Stuart. Ryan 3 overcards to his 6s. Still choosing to come in for continue. Half pot gives Stuart 3-1. He'll make the call. Bottom pair gut shot. And 10 of spades on the turn. Quick check, check. Queen of diamonds on the river, so the King 9 will get the check mark. And Stuart does take that one down. Ryan comes in for a small bet as a bluff.
Well, we found it. The last GUKPT in Portsmouth was 2013.
Wow.
2013, it was leg 4 and nobody would guess the winner, unfortunately, and I don't think we've seen him since. Mr. Nicholas Humphreys. Don Mahoney came second. Oh, Mr. Mahoney. Simon Skinner was third and Khalik Moanji was fourth.
You wouldn't think 2013 was 8 years ago, would you? It's mad.
No. Season 7 of GUKPT. That was the last time the team were at Portsmouth for the GUKP. Yeah, Nick Humphreys, there you go. Sam coming up with a name. Nice one, Sam.
So we've got Exie opening the freeze and gets called in 5 spots. So we've got 6-way action first time today. Ten, 6, deuce, 2 spades. So we got a top pair for Stuart. He's going to jump out into the lead. Not much else for anyone else, especially when you go 6-way. Need to be very cautious about hands that can be out there. It's a completely different scenario to a heads up or 3-way pot. But 3 on the turn for Exie, so she has turned a set, and it's Stuart leading into her with top pair. Looks like Exie's just going to continue playing this slow, just the call, not coming in for the raise here.
Lovely turn card.
Yeah, beautiful. Lovely when you turn a set. It's a great feeling. Oh, the 8 of spades on the river. It's quite lucky it's a spade for Stuart. If it wasn't a spade, he might have lost a few more chips, but probably still going to have to pay this one off, especially because it's Exie coming in for the bet here on the river. If Stuart thinks about the hand, she was the pre-flop opener here, so a lot of the time she's going to be continuing her flush draws on 10, 6, deuce, 2 spades, so she can still have a flush. She may incorporate a check in some of the time, but more often than not she's not going to have a flush in this spot, so Stuart pays it off with the top 2 as expected, and Exie takes a nice little one.
I see for bigging up the Malta Festival, the Battle of Malta. The one after as well, the Malta Poker Festival, that was cancelled as well. They're still playing 500 tables in Malta, and Stephen says, I know Battle of Malta's been cancelled with it being 500, but he's booked to come back for Stanley Bet Week in October. Do you know if this is still going ahead? I very much doubt it, because the Battle of Malta was October as well. So I'm guessing not. You'd have to double check with somebody who officially knows, but if it's around about the same time, it will have been cancelled, because the week after's Malta Poker Festival, after the Battle of Malta, was also being cancelled. So, but yeah, if you ever get a chance to go, I know Grosvenor took loads and loads of qualifiers a couple of years ago when we were there. Hugo Burger's on the same street as the casino. If you've had a Five Guys and you like Five Guys, well, Hugo Burger's is better.
And the worst thing about it, you walk out of the hotel and it's just there on your right, so it's just so convenient.
What do you have for breakfast? Hugo's.
It's it lunch, dinner, burger. It's just the most convenient burger place in the world.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed it's all on next year and everything's coming back. I know Ireland is coming back as well. There are a couple of events in Dublin that's been announced for October and February.
So interesting to see if Exie's going to come in for double barrel here, understanding that on 5-5-8, obviously out of the big blind, she's going to have a lot more 5x than the opponent in this particular spot. On the turn, we are called though, after our lead, and Stuart opening button can plausibly have some Queen X hands that would call turn, like all the King, Queen, Ace, Queen, Queen, Jack, Queen 9 suited, all going to open on the button. But thinking about hands that Stuart is calling turn, diamond draws you expect him to continue, high frequency, so maybe we can exclude those from his range, but Exie still choosing to go for it on this 10 river, and Stuart's going to take it down. I don't mind it from her. Just under half pot on the end, making it look like we have a value hand.
Steve's just going to make us jealous. He's just after Hugo's burger for his lunch. He's watching in Malta. Delicious.
I want one now.
Yeah, I'm sure when the Battle of Malta and the Malta Poker Festival do get announced, then Grosvenor will get on board again. And there was plenty of qualifiers going via the client. there's plenty going on within Grosvenor for the rest of the week as well. And then on Monday, when we all get back and calm down, we've got the £50,000 closer. Do they do Uber Eats? Might be a bit cold when by the time we get it back here. So David H is not David Hay because he's boxing this weekend.
Is he?
Yeah, out of retirement.
Who's he fighting?
It's some friend. It's like an exhibition, one-off beating apparently.
Oh.
He's in training. And it's either this weekend or next weekend that he's fighting. But he will be playing Goliath. And I know he played online Goliath.
So we've got 10 minutes left, just over, of this session, and then we will take that first 15-minute break of the day. When we return, got a nice little feature table for you guys, I'm not going to lie, some nice names on here. Coming back after the break. There's a King Jack 7 flop is put out there. Bottom pair for Stephen, nut low for Exy. I'd like to see Stephen bet this now on this king turn. And does come in for a bet and takes it down. Not getting any action from the nut low.
Yeah, David A is fighting Joe Fournier. If anybody knows who Joe Fournier is.
Who's fighting that night? I'm guessing there's a card.
Yeah, it's on the
main event.
undercard.
Is that the main event? David Hayes.
No,
fight?
but it's on the undercard of Oscar De La Hoya's comeback fight at the age of nearly 50.
Okay.
What's that all about? Just retire gracefully.
It's to do with.
Of course, it's to do with one good. Oscar De La Hoya is like one of the best promoters. Is it Golden Boy Boxing or whatever he's got?
So Stephen Ace 8 in the hijack makes it 300. And Exy wants to get involved in the cut-off with the 8-7 off, and Mo choosing not to defend the Queen 10 there, getting 3-1 on his money. Surprised to see that. Nice hand to defend in the big. Jack 10 6, 2 clubs here. Stephen pre-flop opener not choosing to continue. Exy gonna take advantage of that with position. Bit of weakness, comes in for a bet herself with bottom end gut shot and just 8 high.
So 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. Try and get you some round the room chip counts at the start of level number 3. And who is doing what. $179 playing the main event. 179. Meaning 348.
It's going to be close between me and Kev. It's going to be very close.
Till about 5 p.m.
370.
370.
I saw a score on the floor, just picked it up. Put it in my pocket. Lovely flop for Meringue here with the 5 deuce of diamonds up against the middle pair of David. Ace of clubs on the turn here. This card shouldn't really hit the big blind too much. Ace X of diamonds obviously in there, and the 2 pairs, Ace 6 and Ace 3, but other than that, there shouldn't really be a card that's ever going to hit David's range. So if we're Meringue here, we've just got 5 higher, we've got lots of equity. Like to see another bet, and he has come in for a bet, but once again he's chose a small size. We saw this with a 7-4 of clubs about half hour ago. Just a quarter pot here. Want to be sizing up on these turns, make it less attractive for your opponent to make the call. But in this spot here, David is actually coming for the raise here, so making a little bit of a move with his 6, trying to turn it into a bluff. Maybe the same sort of thought process as well. Meringue wasn't the pre-flop, there's an early position open. He might be thinking Meringue, best he can have here is like a Queen X type hand, an Ace Queen may have 3 bets, and maybe just attacking that. But this King of Hearts on the river, and see if David's actually going to fire again here, and he is. He's got the best of it. He's not to know that, but he's got the best hand, and looks like he's going to try and attack like a sort of Queen X hand that Meringue could potentially have here, calling on the button versus early position open, and obviously the diamonds do brick as well. However, we're not going to be getting any action from them.
The Mad Cab is in the building. Paul Bennett, how are we doing, Paul? Are you still in Liverpool, in the pub? How's it going if you are? How's it going if you are? Let us know. Good to see you. It'd be good to see you again, Paul, when things start to get back to normal. I like Sam. All about the gyros kebabs in the Mediterranean destinations. Remember stumbling out of nightclubs on many a times. Sightseeing tours. That was the first time we had a kebab with chips in. The gyros. They put chips around it and all that. It was weird. We're good to have you on board, Paul. Watching on Facebook.
So Ryan with a pocket pair, 6s, makes it 300 in the hijack.
Flop time. We do have a flop. Don't know what's happened to the Ace King Queen is the flop.
So all overs, but David flopping the top pair, going to call, continue. And this king on the turn is really good for us at David. A couple of reasons. Reason being, you expect Ryan to check back most of his King X on this flop. Ace King Queen, like the King Jacks, the King Tens, they're going to be really good check candidates. So it's good for us because shouldn't really have too many kings, and against other Ace X now we are dropping, even against Ace Queen. But Ryan doesn't choose to continue barreling, especially on that board as well. Ace King Queen, range of hands David's supposed to call with on that board. There's not really too much that we're going to fold out with a double barrel other than Queen X. Doubt he's going to be peeling with a gut shot out of position, so just gives up.
He's in Lancaster now. Lancaster's got one of the nicest golf courses in the country.
Which course is that?
Lancaster.
Oh, is it called Lancaster?
Lancaster Golf Course. It's got the best clubhouse. It's a castle.
It's a castle?
It's the nicest clubhouse you'll ever go into. And it's got one of the nicest golf courses you'll ever play if you get to Lancaster. Paul Bennett is in Lancaster. Well, he'll be back in Blackpool for the GUKPT. Good lad.
When we got Luton, you come and play my course if you want. Really nice course.
If we get down early enough.
Get down a day early, have a round. I'm sure Mum will put you up for the night, and
well, there you go. So how can we resist?
round the golf, place to stay.
Oh, Gary Wilson on Facebook had his Vegas trip to September 20th cancelled. Oh dear. That's going to have implications for everybody who wants to play the World Series.
little bit of a mistake
That's
here.
it, we only need one more for a 4-ball. Sam's playing.
There we go. There we go. Sam's in. One more. Get a 4-ball going.
So anybody who's got plans for, we'll just come back to that straight after this call.
Yeah, it's
Manang's calling.
No, he's not, Tao. It's too many. It's 70 big blinds here. We got pocket 9s. It's too many bigs, and this is why I think David should be just 4
not
betting.
the mentality of 70 big blinds. It's I've got 7,000. Telling you, when he calls, that'll be the thing.
It's just I would have much preferred to see a 4-bet to like 1.4k here or around that sort of figure rather than just ripping it in. The problem is here we're just going to get. Is it called? Yes,
Of course he has.
Yes, called.
So,
Okay.
look,
Okay,
and,
that's
and
fine.
I understand the reasoning, but sometimes you just have to think of the mentality of, I've only got 7,000. Everything you say is 100% correct, but sometimes it's just one of them things that I've only got. It's only 7,000, and it's not a big blind status, and that's the thing.
And obviously the rebuy can factor in as well.
Absolutely.
So Queen's on their way to a double. Just fading 9s.
There's only one of them left.
And it's 3 of hearts, so the double up for David.
Yeah, it's definitely Stableford, Sam.
Stapleford.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stableford.
Me on the par 3s, little 2 for 5. Hole out on the par 4, 2 for 6.
I'm there for none, I'm there for none. 2 minutes to go until the end of this session. A 20-minute break, because there's a lot of players in. They have to give the dealers 20 minutes. So a 20-minute break is the first break of the day. But we'll be back in 15-ish. And we'll be... So the last couple of hands before a 20-minute break, you see the clock. It changes colour, you know. It helps us that. It's on the other camera.
Yeah.
It changes to yellow writing and not white.
And then when it's red, when it's under a minute, it changes.
Well,
to
it's
red,
actually
doesn't
red in the house, isn't it? But that's coming through as
Yeah.
yellow on the stream. Yes, less than 2 minutes to go until the end of this session. Might be the last hand if we get to the river.
So a minute left on the clock, so this will be the last hand of the session.
Seat 8 open feature.
Last. Oh, you've got it right now, have you?
Yeah, there we
because
are.
you've
We're
seen
good.
the clock in the
Yeah,
background.
yeah,
You got it
yeah,
right.
there
This
we
is
are.
definitely the last hand of the session. Good numbers yet again. We always knew it was going to
Yeah,
be.
it's going to get bigger and bigger as the day goes on. So I think we're going to get the most entries probably after the dinner break. I
Yeah.
think more people are going to be coming through the door that sort of time. It's going to be a huge one. I think could push the $500,000 again prize pool without even being a 12.50 buy, and it's definitely something that's possible.
Yeah. I know we've got big news coming up at 6 o'clock regarding Goliath. We already know that Coventry's back on the list again next year regarding a leg for GUKPT, which is going to be leg 2 if nothing changes. I don't think it'll change because Jim came on yesterday and got an announcement, Tower. I mean, what is it? Oh, we're coming back in February. What? Okay.
No need for it to change when it's all gone so smoothly this time
Absolutely.
around. It's just keep it the same. And that is... Oh, no, it's not going to be it. We're going to call the free bet
We are.
with the King Jack.
As you can see, everybody's going on their 20-minute break, so we'll be back at 10-2 for level 3 and 4. 10-eye flop.
Yeah, 10-6 deuce, check.
10 on the turn. So Ryan's got the tick already, as he's got the Jack 10, but that should be it.
Yeah.
And
Just not going to get involved.
He's not calling.
Oh, he is calling.
He is calling. Wow, well, that's a weird one.
Puts it in some chips, drawing dead. Won't want to see a king or a jack on the river. It's a queen, so not going to do any more money in this pot. Should just go bet and fold, and then we will head out. Yep. Oh, check. Got a bit trappy, Ryan, but that is that. He's going to take the pot, and we're off on a 20-minute break, guys. We're back at 10-2. We will see you then.
See you then, guys.
Because season 1 of the GUKPT starts in Bolton.
Walsall.
Bolton.
Okay.
First ever because it's Bolton. The GUKPT, as you know, as we know, we are government sponsored. But you've travelled around the world for at least 10 years. We then go to Bolton in February to play a £1,000 tournament, and it basically changes tournament poker in Britain. Did you play the first season?
I played Walsall. That's why what I thought you were talking about.
You don't like North. You don't like going to North. Is that which is?
The first ever GUKPT tournament I ever played was season 1 Walsall.
Yeah. Because you finished 7th.
And it was won by Jerome Bradpiece.
That's correct. Yeah. And obviously
televised for TV.
Televised. Yeah. Televised. And obviously it's still going strong. The GUKPT. It did change live poker. I think the tournaments, the players travelling around the country, just become a mainstay. But also in 2007, a couple more tournaments have started. One of them was the World Series of Poker in Europe for the first ever time. What did you think of this idea?
Do you know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm not a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I played the tournaments. We were sponsored players to play the World Series of Poker Europe events. We were very lucky still.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I'm an old romantic, Phil. And for me, the World Series of Poker is downtown Vegas in Billions horseshit. Even at the Rio, it's not the same.
Yes.
It's too big. It's too. I can remember walking from Billions across to the Golden Nugget because we always stayed at the Golden Nugget. And as you walk through, you go past 2 or 3 bars at the sportsbook at the entrance of Billions, and then you walk past 2 bars before in the Nugget before you get to the elevator. And in the early Billions days of the World Series, you'd have to stop at every bar because someone was buying you a drink. And now at the World Series in Vegas, it's not the same. And World Series of Poker Europe, it's not the World Series of Poker for me. It's a good tournament. It's a good fun festival. We had a few good years in Leicester Square in London playing it. But for me, it's not the World Series.
Yeah. First winner, did you remember? Just off chance?
It wasn't a net, was it?
It was indeed. For the straight million, it was. Beating John Tabata by heads up. There you go, 2007. And then obviously, because the poker boom started, we'd had the GUKPT, we got the WSOP in London. We then had the Great British Poker Tour.
That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. We played it in Cardiff, but in the casino. Gala Casino, I think it was. And it was
I think it was Bristol.
It was in Bristol. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why I said Cardiff. I said Cardiff because it was filmed by Presentable, the same TV company, production company, like Poker. And I always remember the final table. It was filmed and it went out on Channel 4. This show, it was filmed for Channel 4. It was a big production, and on the final table was Roland de Wolf, Barney Boatman, Rob Akery, and I got a little bit lucky. I beat Rob Akery heads up. Yeah. 150 grand, 140 grand. And
Was that
you know who presented me with the trophy and did my interview afterwards?
Who was it?
Alex Jones from the One Show.
Oh, of course it was. Yes, it was.
Before she
It was because believe it.
now. I mean, now she's got like 1 million
Yeah.
followers and that. But yeah, she was from Wales and she was friendly with the people at the Welsh production company, Presentable, and
Yeah.
she did my my interview after I won it, and that was a pretty nice tournament to win. 1,500 buy-in, 100 and something prize money. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I remember that was one of the first times that we got involved because the likes of Jennifer Tilly was over and Phil Lark and the likes of Robert Williamson III.
Oh, I love those three guys. I love those three guys. I once sat at the Nugget Bar with Robert Williamson for 12 hours drinking. Just the two of us, talking about everything. And then at 10 o'clock in the morning, when we finished drinking, we went and made a TV show. Yeah, it was just unbelievable. But yeah, and Phil and Jennifer, great people, great guys.
Yeah, great memories. Back with Joe Beavers and more were from the Tower very shortly. Back for an hour with the Tower, and the legend is still sat in his chair, Mr. Joe Beavers. We will carry on with the stories because there are some, and either winning the poker million has to be a great highlight in the career of Joe Beavers.
Listen, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, it's my biggest cash. It's a huge amount of money. And it made a big difference. You know, it made a big difference to me personally. You know, winning that kind of money is every poker player's dream. But you know, I got lucky in the poker. I got lucky for a number of reasons. I got lucky in the semi-final against Andy Black. I turned 2 pair, and he turned the nut straight, and we got it in. Yeah, that was in the semi-final. In the final, I got it all in with deuces against Liam Flood's 4s, I think, and flop to deuce. And I got I got it all in with Marty Smith, heads up, with King 4 against Queens and hit a king. You know, there are so many players, so many great players that have come so close to winning tournaments, but you've got to win the key things. And you never, ever, ever get to the long run in big tournaments. It's impossible to play enough of them. And I've had plenty of luck in the tournaments that I've played. If I never win a tournament again, it's not going to average out. You know, I was lucky, and I did a lot of things right, but I still got very lucky in the key moments. And that was a long tournament. I think it went on till like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning on TV. Live on TV.
I would say that would be the time that they were all closing, weren't they? The casinos and stuff like that. Yeah. The Poker Nations Cup. I'm going to ask you to quickly name your team.
I played 3 times for Great Britain.
Oh, you'll remember it then.
We won it twice. Roland Wolf.
Yeah.
Dave Elliott. Julian Gardner. There was an online qualifier.
I think was that Francis Turner?
Ian Fraser.
Yeah, Ian Fraser. Oh, the Razor himself. Surinder Suna.
Oh, Surinder.
Neil Channing.
How can I forget Mr. Channing?
How does Neil Channing get into a Nations Cup?
And he just won the Irish Open. I think he just won the Irish Open.
That's right, yeah. He was on form.
Yeah.
He was on form. I'll tell you what, the Nations
Cup was a lot of fun. It was kind of late night poker, but for countries. Everybody was watching every heat. It was a lot of fun. I remember the American team had Robert Williamson in it and Clody Gowan in it. They were fun times, real fun time.
Did you try and defend the Poker Million?
I did. You know who won it the next year?
Who won it the next year?
Marty Smith.
Marty Smith. I
Beat him
think that
next
was.
up, and I got lucky against him, and he won it the following year.
Wasn't that the time where he had 1.5 big blinds and he decided just to and came back from such?
Yeah, he lost a massive pot to Liam Flood.
Yeah.
He was 100 to 1 on Betfair to win it, and he went on to win it. Yeah. 1.5 big blinds again.
Yeah, it was. I remember. I actually.
Six-handed, he had 1.5 big blinds.
Yes, yeah, I remember watching and thinking, well, that's it, game over. And then all of a sudden, we win a hand, we chuckle away. Then he wins another hand, then he chuckles away again. It's
very good friend of mine, lovely fella. You know the name? He's got a little boy. Do you know what he's called?
Surely not Joe.
No, he's called David James.
Is he really?
Yeah, after the West Ham goalkeeper, obviously.
Obviously, not the Liverpool goalkeeper. TV poker appearances over the next few years. Did it change? Did the TV change from it being, like you said, sat in the green room with pizzas and vodka and cokes and whatever it was? Did it all change? Did it become more professional?
It's not so much more professional. It became more sterile. It became more clinical.
Yeah.
Or it became. There were many more shows, and there were lots of spin-offs and stuff, and so the originality wasn't there anymore, and it lost. I mean, there were still people watching poker, but it wasn't a new thing anymore. And I mean, I suppose things like the EPT and GUKPT filming stuff and that kind of stuff was. But it was very different, Phil. It was very, very different from the early 2000s.
And what I think one of the major things about obviously filming in areas like that was the smoking, no smoking or anything like that. That completely changed, and drinking at the table seemed to be a bit prohibited.
Some of my favourite stops on the old poker tour was the ACF, the Aviation Club in Paris, used to have. They used to have the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, and they'd have 4 festivals a year. They used to have a great restaurant. You used to pay £15 or €15 for a really nice meal in their restaurant, really, really good meal with wine and everything.
Yeah.
And it was almost compulsory for the Frenchman on the table next to you to have a great big cigar blowing his cigar bloke in between bites of his steak. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was like. And so smoking was. It was everybody smoked, and it was kind of an accepted thing. Very, very different.
It was, and then we get a sponsorship deal with Grosvenor, and we've still got a sponsorship deal with Grosvenor, which shows that Joe Beavers is still standing the test of time. Did it change the way your outlook on poker, having a sponsorship deal with such a company like Grosvenor?
The nice thing about being sponsored by Grosvenor is I've kind of come full circle. The first tournament I ever played was in an old Grosvenor casino when I made my first mistake, trying to give the guy that won the pot chips. Chips for my next buy-in, and I played in that Grosvenor casino 5 or 6 days a week for quite a few years. I've played more cash poker in the Victoria Casino on the Edgware Road, Grosvenor's UK flagship, if you like, than any other casino in the world. And before the coronavirus lockdown, I was a regular there in the PLO game, anything from between 2 and 5 days a week. Playing in the qualifying for the rate race every 6 weeks, and I would be classed as a regular there. So I like playing there. I like the players. I like the staff. It's an exceptionally well-run card room. So to be a Grosvenor sponsored player, we have a great team. I love the guys that I work with. You media guys are okay as well, I suppose. But it's fun. And do you know what, Phil? What I love is, for instance, my favourite stop on the Grosvenor Tour is Blackpool, and Blackpool is as close to the World Series of Poker in the early 2000s as it could ever be. It's the same players, it's the same fun, it's the same feeling almost. You go to that stop and it's what Vegas was 20 years ago.
It certainly was, and obviously, so going back to lockdown, Goliath is the greatest tournament in Britain. I've got a little. I always like the little story that you keep telling me that back in 2018, I think it was, you played 96 levels, was it 96 or 95 levels, and still never made day 2 in the same Goliath.
True. I really grinded. In order to get to day 2 at the Goliath, you have to navigate 16 levels. Day 2 starts on level 17. I played every day, and every day I bust either on level 15 or level 16. Now, I didn't make day 2, and I played my heart out. Every big confrontation on one of the last 2 levels, every day, I got beat. You know, whether I was 80% or 50-50, I got beat. And the guy that won the tournament, Mika Tika Toika, I played more levels than him, and he won the tournament.
It's brilliant. And just obviously, there's no Goliath 2020, which is a shame. But for anybody that's going to be watching this, quick word on what it means and why they should actually play Goliath.
It's just the best fun tournament for a small buy-in with a massive field and a massive payday. It's a really good fun week. Lots of people, they set it up as their World Series event, their one event a year that they want to play, and £100 buy-in. What's not? What's not?
And obviously talking of Vegas, the road to Vegas with Team Grosvenor. You've been there a couple of times.
No, this has become one of my favourite weeks of the year. Sadly, this year it's been postponed, but we'll be back next year, bigger and better. Twice the beer is what they say, right? Twice the beer. And we had 30 qualifiers last year. And I've become 20 qualifiers the year before. It might have even been 40 last year. It was quite a lot, and I've become friends with a lot of those qualifiers. Friends that I chat to, week in, week out, and we talk about stuff, and we socialise together. We still have Vegas WhatsApp groups from 2 years ago, where Jeff, Katie, me, Andy, and Trig, we all chat together with the Vegas qualifiers, set up predominantly for the Vegas trip to help everybody. But we have so much fun on that WhatsApp group; it still exists. And Team Grosvenor really look after their qualifiers on the road to Vegas. We have some great nights out. We obviously get to play a World Series event on that week, and I'm really looking forward to 2021. So.
Yeah. You touched on Blackpool being your favourite GUKPT stop. Any more that you really can't wait to play?
Yeah, my second favourite GUKPT stop is Blackpool. And my third.
They should have an event in May and an event in the winter. I'm totally with you on Blackpool, and obviously poker has changed a little bit, but people still put Blackpool on the map every single year. And one person we saw in Blackpool last year was Mr. David Hay. He went up. He got the David versus Goliath. This was a big promotion, and it was incredible, and it was a fantastic story. Obviously, you were involved with the documentary. 40th out of 9,300 and being involved. You have got to be pretty proud of yourself, Joe.
David definitely did better than most people thought he would do. I mean, yes, he could have said he had a few rebuys, sure he did. But it doesn't matter how many rebuys you have. I mean, as I've proved how hard it is to get through to day 2. But by the way, I have got through to day 2 on other years. But it's a real slog. It's a real tough thing to do. And not only did he get through to day 2, he made the money and he went very deep. And his exit hand would have bust any of us. He was particularly unlucky in his exit hand, flush over flush. So yeah, it was fun making the documentary. You have to remember.
I pressed the button.
We're back, guys. Second session of the day.
All right, Neil. Yeah, we're obviously a minute late to when we started, so the 20-minute break is just about to be over with. The deal is in place. We're in place. Neil Jilks is ready. Everybody else is ready.
Just need some
Where's
players.
the players?
Just need some players.
Who will we have coming to the table? Tell us.
New
tell
featured
us.
table. In 1's going to be Richard Williams. In 2, Katie Swift. In 3, Greg Murphy. In 4, Sim Mellin. In 5, Stephen Hawes. In 6, Tim Chung. In 7, Vikram Digpal. In 8, James Clark. And in 9 is Alan Vinicum.
Alan Vinicum.
All in Vin.
All in Vin. From years and years ago. He went to America to solve crimes. He was on TV. Did a TV program. Do you know that? You don't know that? He was like a real crime detective.
Like private investigator.
No.
Private Dick.
He was like a real crime detective on a TV program.
Like Magnum.
And Alan Vinicum and his son started playing as well, didn't he? Yeah, Alan Vinicum. Good old Alan. Good to see him at the tables, actually. Go Horsey, says Ian Davis.
Yes.
Horsey.
Stephen's going to be in seat 5.
Katie Swift doubled up within the first 10 minutes of the day, due to Terry Jordan deciding that 200 bigs is never enough.
I was speaking to Paul Fisher on the break. You know he's got chunks through today too.
Cheerleader.
Listen to this hand last night, last hand of the day. He looks down, he's got aces obviously because it's Paul. Someone opens, he 3 bets, cool. Comes Jack 3-3, mate, he just goes all in for 90k. Cool, he's got ace Jack, 2 outs. Just rip 90k into like a 10k pot or something and just calls and yeah.
No matter what the buying is, no matter how many chips you've got, there's always somebody that's going to do something a little bit silly.
Last hand of the day as well.
Unbelievable.
To know how the chip leader got his stack from yesterday. But players are taking their seats now. We'll get our faces off the screen. Concentrate on the featured table. There's Katie taking her seat. See Tim on this table as well. Very, very good player.
See Katie Swift on her Instagram malarkey that she's dropped down 2 dress sizes since the last event. Jogging up and down the beach every day. Well done, Katie. Keep it going. Yes, has dropped down. New wardrobe needed, I think was the words.
We got Raggy.
Raggy. Here he is. Final table, Manchester. Have we seen Trig? Or is he not available?
Trig is golfing in Wales this weekend.
He plays golf as well.
Yeah, must do. Well, we've got.
Well, you don't have to play golf to go golfing in Wales. You can just pretend.
Actually, I think I saw him tweet where he was playing as well. You might know the club tower. Let's have a look.
Is he playing Celtic Manor?
No, it was some Welsh name. Yeah. Club Golf Nefwyn.
Oh yeah, I remember that place. One thing you can't do is try and pronounce Welsh names if you don't know it, because it ain't phonetic.
Do you know what the Welsh is for a cappuccino?
No.
It's called frothy coffee. That's the Welsh for a cappuccino.
Uh-oh. What's Andy doing? Andy's doing something right now. Just done
What would
something.
we call LL Cool J? Cool J.
Afternoon, Nixon. Jamie Nix in the chat.
Oh, what are you doing? Oh, he's playing me all sorts. If we get blank screens and funny screens, I'm blaming the man to the right because he's found knobs. Oh.
Well on Jamie yesterday, bagging up. Day off today for him.
There's Alan Vinicum in seat 9.
So Rich starting off proceedings on this featured table with a little limp. Limps for 200. Sin's going to follow suit. Over limp from her with a Jack 9 suited.
They're all in Vin.
complete from Vic, whose cards are just outside the box. That's why they're not picking up. Yeah, we see them. There they are. There they are.
Oh,
There
what
they
we're
are.
doing now, we've got split screens going on and all sorts here for no reason whatsoever. Movie, what you doing?
See where I didn't eat any with the flop card.
Yeah, have words. It's the 10, Queen, Deuce, 9, 7. Sin says I've got a 9. Rich says I've got a 10. So all in Vin, seat number 9. Cast a few times in his heyday. Biggest cash was 12,000. Used to always play down in Bristol and the south. You know, Alan. Good to see him back at the poker table. His last cash on a GUKPT though was 2007.
2007.
God,
I was 13. Couldn't even play poker.
you were still playing marbles and soldiers.
Soldiers.
What?
Rich limping once again here with a 7-8 suited. Much prefer an open, but obviously he's devised his own strat how he wants to proceed, and that's going to cause some over limping. Greg calls with a Jack 10, and Raggy here got an easy squeeze with the Ace King in the small blind, makes it 1,000. Nice sizing, and gets called in at both spots. Freeway action.
Off to the flop.
King, Jack, 5. And Raggy mixing in a check, and the flush on the turn completes for Richard, so Raggy could potentially go broke this hand. Bet of 2k, Richard with the call, and action on Greg with just a jack. Expect him to fold, and he does. If this is a brick river, there isn't a spade, it's going to be good night Raggy, I think. Can't see him get away from this one, especially after we check flop. I'd be very surprised if somehow...
Yeah, it's in. And a call.
Oh, he's not asking.
Really? Are you asking for 4,000? Really? Rich Williams.
Oh.
No way. This is... Oh, please.
This is a neck break tower.
Rich.
This is cool.
Oh, Rich.
This is beating him into the
no
pot.
way. He's announced call.
Raggy, look, he thinks he's got the best hand. Oh, and now he's just seen the flush. He didn't even look at Rich's hand. He slammed the Ace King down, looked away, waiting for the chips to be pushed to him, and then saw Rich had a flush. That's just the snappiest of snap calls in the world. Raggy probably thought he had the best hand there. Once Rich goes into the tank and Raggy fades the snap, he's just going to think, oh, I want the call now, I want to get my double.
Yeah. Lee Ham says, what time is the dinner break today? About 4:30 to 5:30. Yes, that's live. Don't forget we work on that 30-minute delay, so our dinner break will be 4:50 on the live stream. So 4:50 on the live stream, 4:30 live, correct? If you either want to buy in or come down for the dinner break, it will be 4:30 in the club. The old spamming emojis. Don't forget, if you want to do the emojis, it's only 3. Chef Brad is used to getting warnings for doing his spamming emojis. You're only allowed to do 3 at a time.
I wonder what happens if I'm going to test it actually.
What's that?
If I do it as a moderator, if I get told off.
What's lull? How did you do lull like that?
I don't get told off to how I look.
Ah. I thought it was LOL.
Yeah, it is laugh out loud, but on Twitch for some reason it's LOL as in LUL.
Oh, right, okay. Pete Whitehouse in the building. Afternoon, one-eye Pete. You want to see him the other day trying to shake my hand? He had no idea where my arm was.
Do you know what? He didn't know me the other day. We stood
Really?
outside and he didn't recognise me, old Pete.
No
Yeah.
way. He must have had his good eye shut. How you doing, Peter? You'll be pleased to know that at 6 p.m. we will be announcing dates for Goliath 2022. No, it's not the knit roll. It's the amount. It's the amount of tanks that you posted. You're not allowed to post 9 tanks on the trot. It's not allowed.
Under the gun open from Greg raises to 500. Stephen UTG +2 calls the Queen 9 of Hearts and it's heads up to the flop. Jack 9-7 2 diamonds. So Greg 2 overcards, gut shot to the nuts. Stephen shouldn't be going anywhere here with middle pair, backdoor hearts. Wants to be calling here in position. Turn is the King of Diamonds, so the King Queen of Greg now does make the best hand, and definitely a spot where we can come in for a check, but wants to start trying to get some value from some worse hands here. Bet of 1.1, giving Stephen 3 to 1 on his money with gut shot and third pair. And Stephen gets out of the way correctly. Good fold from him. Didn't put any money in when he was behind, put the money in when he was in front.
Cats freaked me out. Said, what's the next stop after Coventry? Leeds.
What a name that is. Me out.
Yeah. Leeds. 2 weeks today will be the 30-30. 3 weeks today will be the main event.
Yeah, Mitch, I was just testing as a moderator if I could get away with it, so abusing the power, as Gully said. So we got raised from Sin to 500. Vikram just opting to flat the jacks and the hijack. Can go either way, can incorporate 3 bets in it as well. Obviously, if strong hand jacks, but we are fairly deep. Sin has opened under the gun, so representing fairly strong range. And heads up to the flop.
8-7.
8-7-4 rainbow. And action on Vic here after facing the continue from Sin. He's going to call with his overpair. 6 of clubs on the turn here. And Sin, just ace high, looks like she's coming in for another bet here. 5x shouldn't really be part of either of these players' ranges other than pocket 5s and maybe some ace 5 suited in there. But the 4-liner is pretty irrelevant because of that fact, and 6 of hearts on the end, and goes check check, and the jacks of Vikram are good. And nice pick up for him. You can find us, guys, on Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and for all your live stream coverage, /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. We've got 4 days of coverage. This is day 1B. We will be here all the way through until Sunday, when we do crown the first Coventry champion in 8 years. And then next leg, we're off to Leeds.
We are. There is 5 seats guaranteed on Wednesday, the 15th of September. Starts at 7, not only the start of the festival, and then the 30-30 on the Thursday the 16th of September. Start of the 30-30 in Leeds. All details on the Poker Live app and also the GUKPT website itself, gukpt.com. Thanks for the links put in there, Ricky.
Really surprised to see Katie check this ace high board back after opening button with the king 9, but comes in for delay continue instead. Once in, checks her twice and gonna pick up a small one.
So we've got some big news from head of online poker, Mr. Tom Hudson. Huge news for all you guys that like to get in for a fraction of the price. Sunday, there will be 5 £1,500 packages guaranteed for Leeds and Edinburgh.
That's good.
That is amazing.
Is that on the client, I'm assuming, yeah?
Yeah, that's on the £225 buy-in for 5 £1,500 packages. Obviously, Edinburgh is only the main event, so £750 of it will be expenses. You'll be able to get a limousine up there with your own personal driver.
That's it. We got a hand brewing here, guys. There was a limp in the hijack. Katie coming for the ISO raise with a king-queen suit in, and Greg with the kings here on a direct left. Doesn't really want to be going anywhere here. It's cut-off versus button dynamic. I know we can see she's in a crush spot, but want to be peeling this particular hand for that price as Katie. Take a flop out of position. Play accordingly. It's ace, jack, 9, rainbow. So want to size down here as Greg a lot of the time. As I say, in a 3-bet pot, don't need to go too large, and looks like he's opted for very small there. Giving Katie 6-7 to 1 on her money.
Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, it's a good card from the king's perspective. Makes it less likely Katie does have an ace here, and Greg should be checking this one back now. Yeah, he may come in for a really small bet actually, Tao, and try and get a free showdown. That might be what he's thinking here in this particular case. If we go fairly small, Katie's going to be playing in flow, and we can dictate the action on the river and come in for a snap check behind. But with her gut shot, as we can see, not going to be continuing. Out of position there, gets out of the way. Little pick up for Greg.
Nice one. So the big news regarding Edinburgh and Leeds for the GUKPT online packages. This Sunday, there will be 5 £1,500 packages guaranteed. £225 buy-in. Edinburgh is just the main event and expenses, which is incredible. And then Leeds for the same buy-in is well done because there's no mini obviously in Edinburgh, but Leeds will be for the main, the mini and expenses. Edinburgh is just the main event and expenses. So fantastic. Nice one, Tom. £1,500 packages, 5 guaranteed seats on Sunday.
Lovely. Ship it, baby. Yes, that is Alan Vinicum.
It is.
C9.
All in Vin.
So basically, sort of, I mean, a similar argument to what I'm saying. I mean, if there were a few steps like that, I think we should do a start.
Well, now he's made a day 2 and he's come to gloat. He's kicked me out of my chair.
Yeah.
the only reason I'm here.
Go have a
ladies and
little
gentlemen,
wander, have a little break, Tower.
ladies and gentlemen, for the next hour, you've got Mr. Jamie Nixon and the man they call Jay Harwood, and they're going to entertain you for the foreseeable. Well done, Jamie, on making day 2.
Cheers, mate.
And we will see you during the week. But for the next hour, Jamie's going to be sat here, so I'm off for a quick nap, and I will see you back for. Well, I don't know. I might return. Ladies and gentlemen,
if you do
Jamie
return,
Nixon and Jay Harwood.
If you do return, Tower, don't forget the teas. That's all I'm going to say. When you do return.
T-boy already. Jamie, it's over to you.
Cheers, Tower.
Top man. Oh, you got picture in picture. You have to smile to the camera.
Yeah, well.
Oh, there's a camera.
The camera's
Oh,
there.
Jesus
You've
Christ.
got your shirt on.
I'd have,
You got your shirt
I'd
on.
have been breathing in if I did. Right. Stand behind you, Tower.
You can hear the table if you want to hear the table, and then there's picture in picture. Andy will sort it all out. The cameraman
You
over
must
there.
know what one of these are as well. I'm sure you do.
It's been a while, mate. Oh, how are we doing?
Yeah, good, mate. Good.
Who have we got?
It's an okay table. It's a few names there. 1, Rich Williams. Katie's in 2. Greg Murphy 3. Sim Mellon 4. Steve Hawes 5. Tim Chung's on the table in 6. Vikram Digpal 7. James Clark 8. And Alan Vinicum in 9.
Wave to the
They
camera.
are. So Jamie's going to be
good
joining
table,
me.
this.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, Swifty. Greg took me out in London. Not that I'm bitter or anything.
Not that you remember.
No. Sin I've played with a loss. Tim, obviously a very, very good player
Yeah.
as well. Raggy.
Yeah,
How's
Raggy.
Raggy
Oh,
gone?
Raggy's gone. Yeah, of course, Raggy busted. Got a bit nit rolled / slow rolled. It was pretty. It wasn't nice, to be fair. It come King Jack 4 2 spades. He check flop with Ace King, and he checked back with 8 7 of spades. Turn brought the flush in. Raggy bet, matey, and seat 1 called, and then the river was a brick, and Raggy shoved all in, and he was like tanking with a flush, getting for like 4k for about 20 seconds.
Wow. So Raggy just snapshots and thinks he's
Yeah,
won,
he thought he was good. He turned around like to get his streak, like he was good, waiting for the chips coming. He turned back around and mate, he had a flush, and he was like, "Oh, nice hand." But
Don't you just love GUKPT?
I know.
Yeah, congrats to you, man, for your win.
Oh yeah,
the other day.
yeah. It's
Well,
I feel, to be honest, I feel a lot better about it now. At the time, it took a couple of days to. You shouldn't, as a poker player, you're only happy. You're only happy with the trophy, but it takes a few days for it to settle in. But yeah, happy with the score.
You
Really nice.
took it at the start, I bet.
Yeah, of
But-
course. I would have taken it when I had 2 bigs as well. It would have been.
Yeah, I'm going to do a trig.
Yeah. I was watching Trig. That's what got me through. I saw how Trig done it in Manchester and went with it like that.
Impressive, that, man. Impressive. Have we got like a table captain at the minute? Has anybody?
No, it's just the start of the session. Really, not too much has been happening. Rich in seat 1's come in with a couple of limps, but other than that, it's not too much. But what happened with you yesterday on your day? Was it plain sailing or?
It was weird. So like early on in day 1, I bust, so I came back in, and then it was playing like second bullet. I sat down and was sandwiched between Midi and Steve Warburton, and I was like, oh, for God's sake, here we go, get this third bullet ready. But no, chipped up to 40k. Then the guy decided to 4-bet jam when I had Ace King and he had King Jack for stacks, so I got up to 80 and then just whittled a bit, but happy with 57k. So
Yeah, that's fine. It's more
plenty,
than
it's nearly
enough.
50 bigs, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
So I'm more than happy with that, and hopefully tomorrow goes well. Like, but there's a few big stacks already.
Yeah, I know. There was a gift at the end of yesterday. It was like someone ripped like 9x pot on Jack 3-3 with Ace Jack into aces, and it was like good night. Last hand of the day as well. The last hand of the day, but yeah, there are a few big stacks out there. But it's because of entries as well. How many players were getting in it? The re-entries. It's just crazy, the numbers.
It's strange here as well because like the numbers are on par with Manchester, and but it seems quiet. It's because the casino's so spread out.
Yes, yeah.
It's crazy, but yeah, numbers are amazing again, which is
Seat 5
really good to
open
see.
feature.
Yeah, because we've got the cash rooms full as well with the tournament, because obviously we're out of tables in this area, so there's plenty of tables going on for the tournament in the cash room as well at the moment for today.
Yeah.
You said to me yesterday you're going to have a day off. I didn't realise day off meant coming out have a little commentary stint.
I didn't until PK messaged me. No, it's good. It gets me out of the room. I was all ready to watch Married at First Sight UK, mate, and here instead, eh? Oh, boy effect in the chat. The one and only Jam Mix, he says. The one and only 18 bullets in the Goliath, mate.
Is that how many you had?
No, not me.
Oh.
Andy did.
Oh, Andy did. I was good.
It didn't make day 2.
Greg under the gun. Already seen him have kings, jacks this time. Makes it 500, and Steve with the ace queen. Going to be continuing, and looks like in the form of a free bet.
Could be some action there. No 9s as well.
Yeah, what I've seen from Rich. Well, I was about to say, I think he's going to call, but oh no, he has still got cards. Yeah, he is going to come in with a cold call. Alan's in with a cold call as well, and action back on Greg here.
Let's see an action flop.
Yeah, one like a what are we looking for? Jack
Queen
9
Jack.
ace.
Yeah,
Jack
yeah.
9 ace.
Go on, dealer.
But still a bit of action,
Oh,
nines and jacks.
Yeah. Is the guy with 9s the one that had the flush earlier?
Yes,
Richard,
yeah,
yeah.
Richard is the one that had the flush earlier. So Steve just going to continue here on a paired board with his ace queen, 2 overcards. Rich makes the call, and Greg going to be overcalling in this spot here.
No spade on the 10.
The ace 10 would have jumped out into the lead, but that's in the muck.
Richard can't expect to see too many 10s in his opponent's ranges either.
Yeah, it's only really like ace 10 of spades out there, king 10 of spades maybe.
Yeah.
5 on the river, so jacks will get the check mark here, and if with Greg here, we might come in for a potential small bet here, try and get some value from 6s through 9s. It's just there shouldn't be 5x out here almost ever, and oh, Stephen gonna fire.
He's going to get called in 2 spots.
It's gonna be awkward for I don't know, 4.1. Okay, he's not gone too large, so if Rich calls, I still expect Greg to probably overcall this spot.
Yeah.
Especially after how he's seen Rich play the last half hour or so.
His decision's made easier by the fact that Rich is tanking with his 9s as well. So he knows he's never really that strong. So with jacks, it's just going to be a
He's
easy
made a good
call.
fold. Made a good fold, Rich. And yeah, Greg getting just under 4 to 1 in his money. Just not going to be able to fold this spot. Obviously, competent players will sometimes check like aces and kings on this turn, but it's maybe 10s is in there that we're worried about, but that's about it. And there we go, has to call. And wins a nice size pot there, 20k at this stage.
Very nice. He's had a couple of deep runs, Greg, as well, in the last 2
Has he?
GUKPTs. He went, I don't know if he made day 3 or he got very close to day 3 in London, because we had a flip just toward 20 minutes before the end of day 2 there, so he's had a deep run. Hopefully see him go on and do it again.
Alright, let's have a look. What's going on?
Maybe you would.
Gully Math in the chat says, after that I'm making day 2, it's about time. I was about to say happy birthday for the other day, mate, but maybe not now. back to the table. I haven't seen Sin in a while. It's nice to see her play.
Yeah, it's good to see her.
So she said she came up with Debs,
Yeah.
but I haven't heard it yet, so I didn't believe her.
No, she's just out there.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, she's just sitting out there, the table next to the comms room.
Oh, wow, I'm surprised we can't hear it. To be fair.
To be honest, yesterday she come in and first thing she said hello to everyone, Sin and Deb, and that she went. It's not going to say the word, but something quiet in here, and someone put in the chat. Did she just say yeah? Because it was too quiet in here apparently.
She'll just get louder and louder throughout the day, no doubt.
Tan in middle position, opening King Jack. Rich can appeal the 7-6 suited in the cut-off, and Sin defending the big blind with the Queen 8. 5-3 deuce, 2 hearts is the flop. Next one checks through. The 7 on the turn gives Richard the best hand. Turning top pair, and once checked him now, definitely want to be betting here, and should be job done. Can't see Tan getting too sticky in this spot, and going to let that one go.
Has Tan been on the beach table much in the past?
No, I don't recognise him. I don't recognise him too much.
Yeah, me neither. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays. It'll be good.
What's the plan for the rest of the year, Jamie? Is it just a few live, bit of online, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've played online full time for the last 18 months, really, and now that all the live stuff's back, I mean, GUKPT's every 3 or 4
I know,
weeks,
that's the
isn't it,
thing.
at the
It's
minute?
we got 3 main events this month, well, including this one. We got 3 main events, so it's a jam-packed schedule.
It really is. So, going to be playing those. I am booked for Vegas for the main event.
Are you?
But it's probably not going to happen because we can't get there, can we? So, if that happens, great. And if not, I mean, you've got the best GUKPT instead, which is Blackpool, haven't you? So yeah, just keep playing these, and then if I can go to Vegas, great. If I can't, I'll always be there next year.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's what a lot of people are looking to do, get out there next year. If they can't get out there this year, hopefully all restrictions are lifted.
Yeah. What about yourself? Are you playing cash?
Just the usual, just the usual. It's just been cash and golf. That's it. Cash, golf, and that's it. And then obviously these have been nice last couple of weeks to sort of break everything up. But it's just been, that's it really. It's been the same the whole pandemic for me. At the start of the pandemic, it was online, mainly online cash. But since obviously restrictions over here have been lifted, I've been back playing my normal games.
Nice. Been going well?
It's been flew out the traps of the year. I had a really bad July, to be fair, but had 6 out of 6 winning months, Jan to June. But then July hit us in the face. But it's still been a good year, and it was nice to get a little bink, obviously, in the mini the other night. The only thing is, OJ, it's not Hold'em I'm playing on, but it's all been PLO. So got thrown in the deep end. We had to come back and do comms on Hold'em. forgot what.
I mean, you're doing all right. First tournament back, you get 17k, right? You can't complain too much. Ricky Kebabs in the chat says, ask Nixon about Newcastle start of the season. I'd rather have 1 point from 3 games in the Premier League than a few points in League One, mate. That's what I'd say.
Sin getting the bluff route with the 5 height.
It's not like Sin to be bluffing, is it? Ryder says, afternoon, gents, see you in the bar tomorrow. Oh, it's Danny Ryder. Here is he. Didn't know he was about. Katie been quiet for the first few minutes.
She played one hand. She opened King Queen suited in the cut off. Greg had King was on her left. He 3-bet. And she called, and then it was Ace Jack 9, like quarter pot continue. She called once with backdoor clubs, and then just folded to a turn bet. It was an ace on the turn, and he went really small. I think it was when you just came in actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a hand. But other than that, not much. She hasn't had any hands really, other than the King Queen.
She knocked Terry out earlier, she said.
Yeah.
Which is nice. Told she should have said, tell him Katie sent you. Steelers line. Did Sin limp button?
Sin, yes, she's called for 200 with the A6. 4-3, and Tim's got the A6 in the big, checked his option. And now going to be check calling here is Tim. Oh. Actually raises.
He's very good, Tim. Very, very good player. I remember I was playing with him in Luton GUKPT, and he was deep on day 2. He was adopting 100% limp strategy.
Yeah.
So he does that quite often. Late on day 2. So I don't know if he does it early on in comps. I doubt it, but I know he does it later on.
That's the thing. Like the best players, they literally have all different strategies that they can play at any time, depending on their table and the opponent they're up against in the pot. And like it's good always to have a good theory fundamental in poker, but you need to have that, be able to veer away from that when you're against certain opponents to come in for some exploitative lines.
Yeah.
And that's what the best players do. Like sometimes on stream you see like the superstars that do something that's like well out of the box, but in their head they'll know exactly why they're doing it against certain players.
Yeah.
There we go, Katie getting involved. Ace-9 suited.
You're on Swifty.
I saw you slow roll her on your Twitter with aces. That was funny. That was.
Yeah, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Yeah.
You went, I'll show you one. And,
it's funny because we hadn't used that format before where my cards are covered.
Yeah.
So yeah, I thought I'd take advantage of it.
The Jack of Clubs on the turn. Coming in for delay, continue here, KT. Stephen with ace high, just thinks better of it. I'm going to let this one go.
Look like Katie. We'll have to get this on the Insta story, mate. That we're in comms.
Yeah, I'm not.
Not that there's any signal, like. But there we go.
You can't tag me. I'm not on social, mate. I'm not on social media.
Oh, you know.
You're
off grid.
Oh yeah, I'm off grid. I have my reasons. I won't get into it, but I'm on Twitter for the tour really and the Spurs. But that's it. Other than that, I'm not on any other form of social.
Dodgy, eh?
I like the privacy. I like it.
No, don't blame me, mate.
With you, it's different. Like you do your streams and stuff every night and interacting with everyone.
No, I agree. Nathan Porton says afternoon all. You alright, Nathan?
How there, Nathan?
Hope you're enjoying these regular GUKPT streams now. Every few weeks or so, it's really good. Gilly says, was 80k the peak yesterday, Jamie? No, 92k was the peak. But I lost a couple of 20 big flips. Well, I say a flip, one was a 70-30, one was a flip. So I finished the day on 57k, which I'm happy with. Oh, Danny says, not been down yet, coming tomorrow. Had to skip the main with work. Crashing with Span tomorrow, doing the bounty on Sunday. Oh, nice, mate. Best of luck. We've got a 4-way pot going on at the minute.
Yeah, complete whiff for everyone but Tanny. Flops middle pair here with a 4-3 in the big. Expecting just to play and flow still, check it to the aggressor, who is Richard. Looks like he is going to be coming in for a continue with the ace-7. Tim's got out of the way, and action going to be on Tan, who has flop middle pair here, backdoor straight draw, so going to call once here. Heads up to the turn. So Rich turn in the best hand, make second pair here. Going to check it back. And it's an ace on the end. So ace is up for Richard. Wants to be coming in for a value bet here.
What size would you go, Jay?
I'd probably choose around half pot, especially against a big blind range. Tan, obviously 8x in there, 3x, deuce x. But saying that, there will be some wheel draws as well that snag top pair on the end.
Yeah. I think he's gone big though.
Yeah, he's got 2.6. I just think it's too big a size here.
Can look pretty polar to Tan though.
Yeah. Yeah, it just gets out of the way. thinking them spots. I always think against the big blind range, like I could be wrong, but when they're like so wide and they're going to be peeling like a lot of gut shots, just one pair of hands on the flop. When the river favours your range, I do like choosing a smaller size for that specific reason.
Yeah.
But Rich went for the overbet and didn't get the call. Afternoon, Mick the Mod.
Oh, what a legend Mick the Mod is on the Twitch streets.
He is. He's known in the Twitch poker chats.
He normally has more streams open than I have tables.
I remember when we first went on Twitch, 2019, first leg of London, before the pandemic hit, and me and Tara had no idea what was going on Twitch, and Mick, before he changed his name to Mick the Mod, he was telling us what to do every single day. Do this, do that, you meant to do this.
He knows his
Yeah,
stuff.
he's been helpful throughout it all. So, Richard with the ace-10. Thinks it's 600, and Katie with ace-queen here. Looks like 3-bet and chips, looks like 15. And you see some players, well, quite a lot, just fold here with the ace-10 under the gun versus under the gun +1, but I've seen Rich get involved a lot so far this session, and I think he's going to follow suit with that strategy. He's been involved in a lot of pots. It's just in this spot here. I'm not sure Katie's, unless she's 3-bet bluffing, she's never 3-betting ace-9 here. A lot of the time as Rich, we are going to be in a dominated spot. Reverse implied odds there can be bad for us, but we are going to take a flop nonetheless. King, Jack, Jack, Rainbow.
Interesting to see Alan come in the big blind as well.
Yeah, the old cold call with the 6s. And Katie giving her a right stare down. Look at that glare!
Oh!
Set of 6s on the turn, gives him a boat for Alan.
Glaring at the wrong guy here, Katie.
At 1.5. And Katie getting 4-1. Her money does have a Broadway draw, but unbeknown to her, she is actually drawing dead in this situation. Got to think about hands that Alan is going to cold call here in the big blind. Obviously, there's some like ace jack suited, maybe ace jack off, jack queen, jack 10 suited. Oh,
She might pay this off.
yeah, but the thing is, dependent on size, like now we're Alan, I'm definitely going fairly large on this river because it is good for Katie's range.
Yeah.
But there we go, 5.1. I think she will tank and think about this one. But what hands like this? When this happens, this ace is supposed to hit us. It's meant to be very good for us, this ace. So when someone continues betting into you, when the card comes, it's meant to be better for your range. It can look very suspect, and like they can have a big hand in this spot. And obviously, from Katie's perspective here, even against, like, she's chopping against whoever, ace X, even with ace queen. And what bluffs do we really beat? Diamond draws maybe, but not too many of them, as we've got the ace of diamonds and it's a cold call with a 3-bet, so not too many combos of that. Like, a lot of the diamond draws are going to have king of diamonds in them as well, which are probably going to check for showdown. So I think she might actually hero fold this spot, Jamie.
I'd be very impressed if she does.
It's literally a stone cold bluff catcher, isn't it, for her from facing a lead. Obviously 6s are in there, but that's probably not what's going to be going through her head. It's more to do with the king jack suited, one combo with that, and then queen jack suited, jack 10 suited. I mean, maybe queen 10 that's just got there, but we do have a queen in our hand for removal. But it's a tough spot. I think her smaller size, she would have paid it off by now, but it's a very tough spot for her.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you feel like you know you haven't got the best hand to call with,
But you're like, yeah.
Your hand's improved so much from where you were. If we call the turn and we hit kind of gin on the river, it's really, really tough to get away from.
And she has flicked it in, can't blame her for that,
No,
and
you
she's going to
can't.
see the bad news.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because, I mean, you wouldn't expect 6s to always be in there as well, so it's tough to get away from, I think so.
And the other thing that always a factor, the player you're up against. I've never played with Alan before, but if Katie's seen something in the last couple of hours that he can be capable of having just a random airball there, then maybe we've got to be more inclined to call.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's It's one that.
Yeah, if we know he's got like random bluffs in there, then yes, we have to call. Like,
yeah, definitely.
but if he hasn't, then maybe we can find the hero.
Yeah. I don't mind the call on the river.
It's just a tough spot. It's just one of them. It happened in poker. Then once it's call or fold. Some people get out the coin and flip heads or tails, make their decision.
And then when it lands on heads, do it again.
Do you know
So you
what?
get tails.
There's a guy I play with in a cash game. He does it all the time, and it's just such a sweat when you're running the bluff and he's flipping a coin. It's like, hey,
it's just staring at you while it's in the
just
air.
be tails in your head.
Joseph Smith says, love playing the home game on a Thursday. Good to hear, mate. Thank you for getting involved in it. The numbers weren't as big last night with no stream and stuff like that, but I appreciate everyone getting involved. Katie's game's doing very well as well at the moment. Kaiser says, if she had folded, then the call on the turn would have seemed weird to me. It's a weird one because we don't always know what size our opponent's going to go on the river. And it's one of those where a lot of people will say, oh well, if you call the turn you have to call the river. It's not always the case, is it, Jay?
No, not in that particular situation, because sometimes we'll get 1.5 into 6, we're getting 4 to 1 on our money on the turn. We've got a Broadway draw, we've got an overcard, and the thing is, Alan could do that with a King X type hand, and so he's going to check a lot of them on the rivers. It's when sometimes we call to hope to get the check from our opponent on the river and be able to just check behind, but once he comes in for the double barrel, his range just becomes so condensed in that particular spot. It was a really tough spot for Katie. Just can't blame her for calling. Could have gone either way.
Tang coming out betting the nuts on the river here. Going to be tough to get called, I think, but making a hero call on stream is always a pull. Gets it through. Tan back up over starting stack now. What are the numbers looking like today?
Great, yeah, 180 already, I think, for today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we had, I think it was 158 yesterday. It was 40 up on Manchester's day 1A, so we could smash Manchester entry wise.
Crazy.
Yeah, like for a £750 buy-in, I reckon it £500,000 prize pool again. Very plausible, yeah. Because we still got the turbo later as well. That's the thing. Turbo at 9 p.m. At the moment, I think it's like 360, 370 entries already. Yeah. And a lot of players like to buy in after the dinner break as well.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of players don't like the first. Well, not that they don't like the first 2 levels, but 12 o'clock for a lot of poker players is virtually.
It's like 6 a.m., ain't it? It's like 6 a.m. in the real world. It's probably different for you with little ones, but poker players without children, they're just used to laying in and getting up when they're ready to get up.
You say that, I missed the first 2 levels yesterday. 5-way.
Imagine clubs on the flop. I know, ace, 9, 2 diamonds. So Vic flopping trips.
Rich with the 9, so he might put a little bit into the flop.
It looks like Sin is going to continue here, continuing into the 4 players.
See you later.
Oh wow, is Rich going to overcall here?
Looks that way.
Yeah. I don't know, it's obviously he may think he has the best hand here, but once Sim bets into the whole field and she gets called, it's like we're basically hoping that both players have a flush draw. We're never good in this situation with the 9-8, and a lot of the time we're drawing dead against an ace-X hand. But Rich would have had his reasons to make the call, but Sin correctly now, I like that she's shut down here after she's been called in 2 spots. We're not going to get an ace to fold to a second barrel, so just got to wave the white flag. And now Vic's turn to come in for a bet with his trip aces. Well, a boat, I should say, not trip aces. Ace 4 on the turn. And now Rich just has to fold here. Got Simba. Okay. I'll let him carry on. Might think he's got the best hand. Might just put Vic on a random flush draw.
Flush draw bricks. Be interesting to see what size Vic goes now. He could,
Well,
I mean, I wouldn't be a.
You wouldn't ever, if you're in Vic's spot now, Jamie, put Rich on a 9, would you? You'd
No.
think his 2 hands are diamond draws or ace X. So for that fact, I'd like to go big because we want to try and get called by the ace X, and obviously the diamond draws aren't going to call us anyway. So I like choosing a bigger size in 3/4 pot, something like that.
I mean, he had 11k. What? He had 11k back with 7. I wouldn't even mind an overbet jam in that spot. Is good. Our opponent's going to find it really difficult to fold any ace X. So I wouldn't actually mind even jamming. But yeah, 3/4 pot makes sense as well. Although saying that, maybe he's gone smaller because he saw the hand before where he didn't snap with the flush on the river. So
maybe thinks he's going to be overfolding some hands. Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point. So we've got about 7 minutes left of this level, and then we're going to go into level 4 of the day. That will be the last level before the hour dinner break. Stephen going to open the King Queen.
Where's Tower off to then? Has he gone for a nap?
I don't know. He likes a wander, don't he? He likes to see what's going on. Everyone knows him, so he has little chats with people, little catch-ups. I thought we'd gone to get the teach first, to be honest with you.
That's never going to happen, is it? Never going to happen.
So Stephen opted to limp the King Queen here, early position. Would much prefer a raise, but she comes in with the limp, and going to be a bit of action. So Stephen betting 1.2, so comes in with the over bet here, 1.2 into 900, and that's going to be music to Tan's ears, and that raises to 2.7.
Stephen with the Queen of Hearts as well, so I mean, if we look at the SPR now, it's 1.5 for Stephen, so he's going to do well to get away from this hand now. I mean, that might slow things down a little.
I think with stack sizes though here, I think Tan should just be going bet jam.
Yeah.
Or just jam. Forget bet jam.
Yeah.
Just gone 1.5x and might be able to make the hero here. Well, the thing is, if we, as we always talk about, thinking about range of hands that people have on this flop, Queen 8 deuce, from Stephen's perspective, once we get raised here, the main bluffs are flush draws, so that's completed on the turn, and the value hands, obviously set of 8, set of deuces, maybe Queen 8 suited in there. That's about it. He's got for value on the flop, and then maybe he might have like some Jack 9, Jack 10 of spades with backdoor spades, which would probably just give up on the turn and never be shoving for 1.5. But Stephen thinks, you know what, I've got a flush draw just in case I'm not good. Sometimes we can get there.
Feel it might, Jay. Feel it might come.
You feel it might come?
Feel it might come, yeah. Stephen looking resigned to it already. He's almost out of seats. That'll give him an extra 5%.
Ooh.
Looked like it.
It was red. Not good enough, and we're going to lose Stephen Hawes from the tournament. A nice pot for Tan there, up over 34k now.
Good game, Stephen. Wonder who comes in next. How's Albert doing? Is he in today?
Yeah, Albert was on his final bullet before the end of level 1. Yeah, I'm not sure how he's getting on with his final bullet, but he had 2 in level 1 and then had another one. Same as Terry actually as well. He was on his final bullet at the end of before the first break. So both of them May have to wait till the turbo if they do bust out.
Turbo's 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah,
right?
9 o'clock, 9 p.m. Chiesa says, bit of a loose call there, Jay. Surely, almost never ahead. Yeah, it's as mentioned, we don't really beat much. It might just be, you know what, I've got 9k, I've got the Queen of Hearts and top pair. I'm just going to put it in, but always important to just think about the hands that we're ahead of. Especially the big factor as well, that I should mention, the pot. He went 1.2 into 900 on the flop and still got raised. So Tan raising, what, a 1.25 pot bet. That just looks super strong in itself.
It was a limp pre then.
Yeah, it was a limp. Yeah, it was a limp over bet flop, and then you get raised. So yeah, actually Queen 8 suited would have been in there if it was a limp pot pre. But if just looking at the hand from Stephen's perspective, the raises on the flop, the bluffs pretty much should get there on the turn. The flush draws, unless it's like we mentioned, a gut shot with backdoor spades. But other than that, we're either behind to a set or two pair, or he's made his flush on his turn. And sometimes you just need to take a little bit of time and think about the hand and what's occurred before to try and come to the right decision. But unfortunately for Stephen there, just got it in with the worst of it. Didn't get lucky. I'm sure he'll be having another entry though.
Yeah, best of luck on the next one to him.
Where'd you go, Walsall, to get that cup of tea?
See you, man.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
All right. You're not as loud as him.
Oh, right,
Oh.
okay.
Every watching.
Can't get rid of them, can we?
Cheers, Sour.
Cheers, mate. Another thing to remember as well is when you're actually in this situation, you're under the lights and everything. You don't always think in the most logical way at times, and it can be off-putting as well, knowing that everyone's watching. You could be afraid of making a mistake, which can make people take slightly more passive lines and this stuff as well. So it's always important to remember that. Having a bit of experience on a feature table is a big advantage at times. Katie will have a lot, Sin will have a lot, Tim will have a lot of experience. I'm not too sure about the other people at the table.
Alan, I'm sure Alan will have a bit from back in the day.
Yeah, old school reg.
Yeah, I think it was 2008. Let's have a look.
Oh, when you put Alan in, Alan Shearer's the first one that comes up, obviously. A legend. All in Vin.
Yeah, all in Vin.
Excellent nickname.
Yeah, it was like GUKPT regulars 2008, that sort of time.
Oh, cool.
Went on like an 8-year break from 2008 to 2016. Yeah, Alan Vinicum, all in Vin. Like the nickname.
Yeah, it is a very good nickname. When I glanced at your sheet there where you wrote it down, I thought it said Anne Widdicombe at first.
Imagine her on a feature, we get some numbers.
Who needs
Numbers
David
viewing.
here when you've got Anne Widdicombe?
You playing the 30-30 Newcastle, Jamie, says Ricky.
I don't know yet. I'm not too sure. It's still an hour and a half drive for me up to Newcastle. I've got season tickets, so I make the trek every time there's a game on. But undecided so far, mate. I'll let you know if so, though. It's Newcastle, Manchester, and where else?
Birmingham and Vic.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's 4 on, is there?
I'll be in Birmingham playing the
Oh, will
Birmingham
you?
one. Yep.
Nice. I've not played in Birmingham before.
Neither have I. It's going to
Oh.
be first time next week.
Your Brum virginity, eh?
Yeah,
Best of luck with it, mate.
thank you, you too, wherever you do play.
Yeah.
Nice flop here, or action flop here, not just nice flop. Vikram with pair, flush draw, and Richard after opening ace-7 off early position has flopped top and bottom. Twice he's had a 2-pair with the ace-7. Bet of 1.6, so gone exactly 3/4 pot. And now Vic obviously not going anywhere. Big hand for him, pair, flush draw. And there it is.
It's there.
playing in flow once more, checks it over to Richard, who checks behind, aware that the big blind's going to have the most combinations of flushes. He's going to call so many suited hands in the big. And, now, once it's checked to Vic, going to come in for a lead straight away. Is he going to get tricky? He's just going to come in for a lead. Just going to try and target ace-X, choose a size in that sort of size. Hard to put our opponent on 2-pair here. And it gets snapped off, and Richard going to see the bad news. Oh no, he hasn't got snapped off. Got 3.7.
Likes to take his time on these decisions.
Yeah, I've already got my chips in the pot with 2-pair here in this spot.
Yeah. Got my chips in with 1-pair. He called. Okay. Nice pick up for Vic. We have a new player at the table. Do you know this?
I'm not sure. I recognise the face, but I'm not sure who it is at the moment.
I recognise his face as well. Played with him a fair bit.
I'll show you guys what's going on next week. There we are, Jamie.
Oh, nice.
So, Poker Room, Newcastle, Birmingham, Manchester, Bury New Road, 360 plus 40. It's 50k guarantee. That will get smashed at all 4 of those locations. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
And hopefully, if you are coming down, if you are in Birmingham, come say hello. I'll be playing day 1A, probably day 1B and C as well. We'll see how we get on. But
And day 2.
Yeah, and day 2, and day 2. But that's where the 30-30s are at next week.
I'll do the same in Newcastle most likely. So, doing our bit for the cause, eh?
Gully.
Yeah, but we can see Richard's face, so he's not quite fooled, I think. Got to say, Tim Chung's always been ahead of the curve. He was wearing a mask in Luton GUKPT back in 2019, so he must have known what was coming. He knew.
Very smart man, Tim.
He's one of the most forward-thinking players I've played with. He's very good. Very good at adapting to different
that's
player
massive.
types.
Yeah, that is what you've got to do in these fields. They are like minefields. They're going to be all different types of players, and just taking in everything from each player, how they're playing, and knowing in your head, coming up with the best way to exploit that, and that will get you far.
Certainly will. Aaron UK, nice to see you as well, mate. Hope you're doing well. Best of luck on your online grind if you are playing. Speaking of online and being in Coventry, the Goliath got big numbers last week. What was it, 2,700? Something like that?
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was a lot, yeah. Really good to see. Heard there might be a little announcement later today.
Yeah, we've got some big news coming actually after the dinner break. You won't want to miss that. Around 6 o'clock, Jim's going to be coming in. A little chat for 15 minutes or so, just telling you what's happening with next year's Goliath. Little change up this year.
Yeah? Does that mean we're going to get some dates?
Yeah, the dates are going to be coming out, but obviously I can't say anything. We'll let Jim do it all after the dinner break, but we will want to be tuned in for that, guys. Dates being released.
Unless someone sends us a few quid, then
we'll take that. What is it? £400 for me buying next week for the 30-30. If anyone wants to ship me that, I'll send you the details already. Get in a hotel already.
I'll do it for $3.99.
For both players, turning the backdoor flush draw here. Tan also with a pair. But really like Sean's decision to double barrel here, and this is actually a really good free barrel spot. Wow. Both players rivering the backdoor flush. And now we got Tan coming in for a lead.
Looks big.
Yeah, 5.1 it looks like. And if we're Sean here, I feel pretty comfortable about our hand.
It's one of those things as well, mindset-wise. Will he want to put it all in right now when he's just sat down again? Or will he want to just call?
I'm just one of them players. I'm not scared of monsters under the bed, Jamie. I just want to get maximum here, especially as I say against, it's Tan. I thought he's in the big one, he's in the small actually. But not really, I like the raise here. I just think it's too tight. It's too tight to just call here as Sean. Yeah, the king high and ace high flush are out there.
Wow.
3-bet shove and a snap call. Wow, how's Tan shoved here? I like the raise from Sean, but I'm not the biggest fan of the shove from Tan. We're literally only ever getting called by a better hand in that spot, and snapped off from Sean. It weren't actually too much more to call, but Tan could have potentially preserved a little bit of his chip stack there. He's down to 14k now, and Sean's just sat down, and he's off up to 40k, doubled up nearly. What was that, second hand?
First or second, yeah. What a dream, he played it well.
Yeah, just buys in, sits down, doubles up.
You can see the grin on his face as well, he's loving life. Straight up to second and chips on the table. What life. Tan's laughing about it though, he seems pretty happy and relaxed.
Yeah, it's good to see, smiles all round.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for everyone watching at home, like, yes, we have a flush on the river there as Tan, but like a 3-bet on the river is just basically need to have near the nuts to be 3-betting rivers, unless you're some sicko that likes 3-bet bluffing rivers with some blocker effects or whatnot then. But regarding your value hands that you want to be 3-betting river with, it needs to be near the top end of your range, and 5-high flush just needs to be a call there from Tan. Maybe just full. Oh, I've got a backdoor flush here, so my opponent can't have one. But yeah, I like the way he played the hand as well there. Would have liked to see a brick though on the river, JC. If he did actually go for the 3-barrel there, which it was really perfect spot to do it with the backdoor hearts and the ace high board.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see. Yeah, interesting to see what size he would have went as well. I haven't really seen many big river bluffs up until this point. Well, since I came in, I don't know if you did earlier on.
Yeah, no, it's usually this stage of the day, it's rare. It is quite rare to see people running it.
Yeah. And sorry, go on.
I'll tell you what, I haven't seen Tim play a hand yet. He's not been involved once, I don't think.
Yeah, he'll just sit and wait. He knows that he doesn't need to get too busy. He doesn't need to force things, so he'll just wait for people to make mistakes, I think.
The thing. It's all about understanding structure and clock as well, how much time you actually have. Like a 60-minute clock with this stack, it's just so much time.
Yeah.
You could fold a whole session and still be fine and just be card dead, not get any good spots, just having to keep folding. Just got to keep your head, keep patient, and Tim knows the opportunity will come.
Yeah. Andrew Bridges says, is Chris Maguire playing? Chris is in Spain at the moment. He's travelling around Spain. I think last time I saw he was in Valencia. So he's not going to be playing GUKPT this week.
Good news for everyone in the top 10 in the National League.
It is.
Yeah, so Chris is right up there. He's not in the top 5, but I think he's 7th or 8th.
Yeah, he's right up there. I think the battle at the moment is between
Ben and Ewan are at the top, ain't they?
Ben and Ewan, yeah. I think the guys just below I'll have to have a really big result to catch those two, because they've had an insanely good year. Loz says, is Jamie out? No, shockingly I made day 2 yesterday. So I'll be back tomorrow for day 2. Andrew says, what about Ryan Mandara? I haven't seen Ryan.
I haven't seen Ryan. I was speaking to one of his close pals the other day. I asked where he was. I think they said he was coming down on Friday, but he's been busy this week. He's been doing something. I can't remember what, certain conversations, but it was. I think he might be coming to play today. He's getting back from somewhere and might late reg. I could be wrong, but Coventry is Ryan's local as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Although saying that, I was on his right in the turbo in Manchester, and he ran quite well, and he was like, I'm just going to play the turbo every single time. Day
Yeah,
one's
that
a
might be
pointless.
it. Yeah,
This
that
is
might
just
be
too easy because he was getting a big stack. So guarantee he'll be in the turbo tonight. Actually, oh God, what's going on here? All right.
You never see this because
Yeah,
you won't
right.
ever walk through this way because this is where it all lands. This is where it all lands on an old GUKPT. This is where it books. Goliath is coming back 2022. You won't enter this way. You won't wear one.
Tower is loving it. He's loving it. Yeah, doing a little. You would have heard that background noise. Yeah, guys, they're doing a little walk around the Coventry arena just to show you where the Goliath's held and everything going on throughout the card room. I'm assuming we'll probably plug that into the stream later on. I'm sure.
He's very excited.
Yeah,
His
he
tower,
is, he
isn't
is.
he?
The,
Loving
be- the best one is Goliath bubble because we stop the clock like five off the bubble or something like that, and then when there's an all-in call yacht tower running around the room with his mic one table to the other,
Just thudding around. I can't wait for Goliath next year. I still haven't played a live Goliath, Jay, if you can believe that.
Have you not?
No.
No, I can't believe that actually.
I've only been back in poker for, what, 3 and a bit years?
Oh, that's one of the best ever pictures from the Goliath. Just Patrick Antonius getting interviewed by the Joker, aka Tower. He must have
Bloody
thought,
hell.
what the hell
Is-
is going on?
Patrick's taller than Tower, is he?
Yeah, he's tall. Yeah, he's very tall. Yeah.
I've played with him once, but he sat down, so wasn't sure, but...
I'd like to throw it out there. I've done some commentary with him.
Yeah? Yeah. Well, now I just feel inadequate, mate. Cheers.
But the funniest thing about that story, the Goliath that year done commentary with Patrick for like an hour or so. He then went, and then the Battle of Malta, I saw him and he was on my table in I think it was a high roller or something. And I was like, "You alright, Patrick? How you doing?" Like, it was nice doing it. He was like, "I don't remember you." I'm like, "Oh,
Oh, no way.
I'm like, "No, you don't even remember
That's
me."
the worst. Oh.
Yeah.
Did you explain where it was from?
Yeah, and then he did remember, and
Ah,
then it was funny actually. He was sweating with me, one of my hands, so it was like I knew it was.
Yeah.
Just remember watching him growing up and like.
It must have been because you had
proper fanboy.
must have been because you had such a glow up, Jay. That's why.
Yeah,
I just
hopefully
didn't
that's probably
recognise
why.
you.
That's what we're hoping was the reason.
Brilliant.
Yes, Skids. Macca Pack is in the building today. Chris Johnson is on one of our outer tables.
He had a really good run in London, didn't he?
Yes,
Pack.
good. And in the mini, he come fifth in the mini. Fourth
Oh,
in the
wow.
mini. Sorry, he come
Oh,
fourth
bloody
in the
hell.
mini for 10k.
Yeah, that's why he's moved so far up the league, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Nice.
Should we have a little look at the league? Bear with me, guys. I might get the wrong one here. I can't remember which one it is. I think. Is it that one?
Is it?
It's this one. No, it's
No,
not that one.
that's not it.
I'll go with this.
Oh, it's technology, eh?
I don't know. I don't know. We'll get the league up at some point.
Basically, the main thing you need to know is Ewan McNicholas is first,
Yeah.
and Ben Teague is second. Ben's been up there since the start. He had an insane January, didn't he? And he was just miles ahead. I think he was over 100 points ahead in the first month. But Ewan's clawed him back, helped no end by the first place in GUKPT London. Which is good. Hog King says it's a good job you're not a radio DJ.
Yeah, I know. There's so many buttons. I don't know which everyone does. Which do you use one of these for your?
Yeah, I've
screens,
got one of those, but it's just like it's pretty basic. It's just table 1, table 2,
Oh,
table
okay,
3.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not fancy. Ooh, this could get
Interesting.
yeah.
Greg, 2 overs, nut flush draw, gut shot. Katie up and down, and Richard backdoor flush draw and gut shot 2 overs.
What up and pre?
Yeah, I'm just about to ask the same question, Jamie.
So what are the blinds?
Blinds are now we're at 200, 300. I really want to see the action here. What's occurred pre-flop? How's Katie in the mix here with 10-6 off? unless you just went for a random free bet maybe against Cut Off Open and they both peeled. That's probably, I'm going to say, what has happened.
Greg with the goods. Oh, Katie called for 900.
Oh, okay.
She does have the 6 of clubs. Up and down straight flush draw. Imagine if that comes in. Well, the 9 of clubs is dead.
4 of clubs is what we're drawing to, yeah. Should have a quick look at stack of Greg.
Quite a big chunk, 4.5k as well. Around about just over half pot, just under half pot. Makes the call.
I won't want to see a 4-9. 4 or a 9. Very bad cards for Katie. That doesn't change anything.
I think we're just going to see a bet fold now.
Yeah.
Katie must have some kind of read on the cut-off or wants to play hands against the cut-off to be calling the 900.
It's the only thing.
Yeah. She'll have her reasons, no doubt.
Yeah, it's just going to snap fold here.
All in glasses go on. He's a funny guy, is Greg. He's got his all in glasses, yeah. Greg, have you not seen his all in glasses? He's got these yellow glasses and on one it says all and the other says it. Funny guy.
Hope he's balanced in the glasses putting on.
Yeah. Only puts them on when he's got the nuts.
Got it.
So basically, if he cut his ears off, he couldn't gamble properly.
Yeah, exactly. He'd be screwed. You get contacts. Sin's been pretty quiet.
Yeah.
She's normally quite active when I've played with her. But it is early levels. We're very deep.
Not only that, as well, Jay. It's been like last I saw Sim play was probably at least 2 years ago. You don't know. She could have gone away, changed her game, and
yeah,
people can do that whenever they want if they want to.
Yeah,
exactly. A bit of studying, a bit of working, you can go away, change your game, change the way that you play.
That's happened in a couple of spots actually. When I won't name names, but you've got people maybe tagged as not so good in your mind, and then you come back to GUKPT and they're playing perfectly, and you think, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's available to everyone. The tools are out there. If you want to get better at something, whether it be poker or anything, it's all the tools this day and age are just out there to improve.
I think a lot of people have improved a lot because they've had to start playing online and they've been watching training videos, whatever it may be, and yeah, it's a lot of players have got a lot better, which is good to see.
Well, not for you. It's not for the pros.
No,
it's not.
No, it's not. Not everyone though. So.
A middle set here after opening for Tan, but very difficult to get any sort of action here. But he does check it, mixes it up. I know we can see it looks like a really good check here because no one's got nothing. But if I'm Tan, I'm almost always betting this board. It's ace high. We don't block the top pair. Just want to start building a pot with such a big hand. But may actually get one street from Greg, but no, Greg's too good for that. He understands that there may even be some ace-x that check back flop.
Good fold.
And Tan going to pick that one up with the eights.
It's good to see the closer, the GUKPT close has moved to Monday now, which is nice. Means that everybody that's been travelling for the week can get back and play it, which is really nice to see. As I say, there's a free roll on Sunday there as well.
Live stream free roll every Sunday. We do a live stream. There's always a live stream free roll.
Nice.
Password given out for that around 4 PM on Sunday. A couple of hours before. It's usually after the first session of day 3. And, don't forget for day 3 as well. If you do fancy a little flutter on the Grosvenor client, when there is a book running for the players that remain. You can have a little bet on your mates or your friends, family, whoever's still left in. Jamie, if he makes day 3.
Hopefully. Well, saying that, the last two, so London and Manchester, I've bet on the winner.
Can you let me know you're back in
Yeah.
come Sunday, please?
Myself, hopefully.
Yourself, yeah.
But yeah, had Ewan in London, had Trig in Manchester, so it was nice. I have to admit, I had a couple in London and a couple in Manchester, but still, pretty happy. I forgot to say to Trig as well if he wanted to swap a percentage at the start of the tournament. So
look, Tim has not played a hand all session, then suddenly this is just free bet with a king 7, and it's like time is perfection.
Yeah,
Look at these hands. Look at these hands. It's like just knows. Makes it 3.5. Love the sizing as well.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
is Katie gonna call and play a pot in position?
she's got Tim's number.
Yeah, Richard's not in the hand. Little graphic error there. It's actually Katie's made the call. Get that corrected very quickly, I'm sure. Flop a 9-8-3 rainbow. And with Tim here, don't need to go too big and go like 2k here, between 2 and 2.5k. Don't need to go huge in these spots. And he's gone half pot, 4k. He gets the job done. Katie can't do anything with the 6 high, and there we go. That's a little pick up for Tim Chunk.
Just sits snug,
Yeah, and
picks
then,
his spot,
yeah.
moves on to the next.
And that's exactly it.
Gilly says that final table from Trig in Manchester was a masterclass. It really was. Like, his timing was unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's just every time like he free bet with a trash, he just seemed to pick the right spot when he ran his bluffs.
You need a bit of that to win a big tournament, but Trig is, like you say, he's a master at that. He's been there so many times before, whether it be live or online. He's just always going to be a favourite in that spot.
There's a train station outside.
Alan with the hand, all in Vin.
That one. Danny said there was a train station outside. How you doing? Just around. Good stuff. On the waiting list. Aye, we're all in a... So like, I haven't got a hotel. Well, what alternate are you? Game 62.
Sure, I'm going to have a look.
Yeah, not going to be going anywhere with a pair on the button. And Vic got an easy defend with his hand in the big.
You were 28.
Freeway to the flop.
He was 28 and he's been sitting for a while. So you're just watching.
The 4s of Sean. Flop's the best of it. Going to be betting here, yeah. Once he's checked us, it's here, Sean. Just for, as I always say, these equity denial purposes. Don't want our opponents realising their equity with their overcards. Just don't need to go too large. Just come in with a bet. Happy to take the pot down here. Alan with ace high is going to call once. Can be the best hand. 6 of clubs on the turn.
Got the gutter to go with his pair now. I think we see a check now.
I think he's probably going to lean more towards check or go really small J and try and get a free showdown if that makes sense.
Yep. Like it.
So, betting 2.2, just under third pot. And all this is, guys, assuming our opponent's going to be playing float, we can get the free showdown, check it back, and after Alan check flop as well, we do feel fairly confident our 2 pairs the best hand.
Sean steamrolling since he came in. Close to the chip lead on the table.
And Katie back down to starting stack. She flew out of the traps, busting Terry. Had a bit of a rough last half hour or so.
Sometimes happens, you just try to make a couple of moves, maybe get a little bit creative, and it doesn't always work. And we all do it.
Yep.
When it works, we look great.
When it don't.
As Gilly says, that final sale from Trig in Manchester was a masterclass. He was doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
He was raised calling with 5-6 suited, stuff like that, but he was on the right end of it. So it's unfortunate for Katie that she hasn't had the luck to go with it just up to now. But she's good enough to get away from it and not go broke. So Hopefully she spins it back up. Alan with kings.
So this should be going in the market, especially against this open size.
Very big open size.
Yeah. On for the older 5x.
Oh.
Tan with ace queen suited.
They're having a laugh together.
Yeah, I like Tan's decision, just call here. After Alan opens under the gun 5x, I'm not going to feel too comfortable free betting that spot. So with nice hand ace queen suited, just going to call, take a flop.
I mean, with that opening size, you don't even feel confident just
Yeah,
flat.
yeah, I
You
know,
have to
yeah,
flat.
yeah.
You're like, I've got to do this, but I don't want to. Yeah, he's got the 2 overs. Oh wow, has he just got 13k?
It looks like it. It does look like it. He has low frequency play.
2 overs. Backdoor flush draw. He's definitely been calling a normal C bet. I don't think he's going to call this one though.
King's good for Alan.
47k. Stephen Moss says, are there satellites for the closer? So the closer's 110 buy-in.
So yeah, there will be. Because we have £5 and £30. Well, the £5 feeder into the 30, and then you have the £30 into the 110 as well, which you can use for the closer. But satellites pretty much for everything now, going on the client mini mains, main events, 30-30s. And like I say, fraction of the buy-in, £5 gets you £30, gets you 110. And we've actually got Leeds main event satellite on Sunday as well for a £1,500 package for both either Edinburgh or Leeds, wherever you want to use it for.
Yep, looking forward to Leeds. Can't wait for that. It's my local. It'd be nice to not have to stay in a hotel for a week. I'm looking forward to it. Although this hotel here is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is nice. It is nice, other than the walk.
It's good for you, mate. Get your steps in.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You sat down for 12 hours a day. You can do your 20,000 steps.
We can't all walk in the hotel pretending we've got a bad knee. I think they'll figure something out.
What's that?
Can't all walk in the hotel pretending we got a bad knee.
Shill.
These scouts are there.
He does it every year as well. That's the funniest thing. They're not got the same staff or remember you each year. This
Now it's blown.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think they'll be tuned into the live stream, but
Just thinking now we're getting next live. We're gonna get how many?
yeah, all walking in with a limp.
All just limp. So Tan's ahead here, but don't know if he's going to be continuing. He doesn't. Alan taking another.
don't forget, guys, as well, follow us on social, Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and YouTube and Twitch is /GUKPT. We've got half hour left of the session, guys, and we'll be on an hour dinner break. When we do return, the dates are going to be released for the Goliath live on stream. Going to get Jim in here, and he's going to be talking you through what's happening next year for Goliath 2022. 10th ever Goliath. It's going to be a big one.
It is. Can't wait for it. I mean, not that we want to wish a year away, but can't wait for that to be back. What do you think the numbers will be like?
Well, if the pandemic never happened, I think we would have hit 10k in 2019. But I'm not sure because of that whether they will be that high.
Yeah.
Hopefully they are. Hopefully they are. And with the numbers we're getting for the GUKPTs, it still could be the case.
Yeah. I would bet on over 10k, I think. Definitely. Alan on Facebook says, what's the dates on Goliath? They are going to be announced after
the dinner break, yeah, after the dinner break. going with the jacks with the best of it here. Didn't choose to 3-bet Tim's open with the ace-5, and Tim going to continue here. Paired board rainbow. Doesn't need to go too big. 600 into 3.5.
Hey, remember 2011 when they had this vision of having this thing called the Goliath? And they thought, you know what we're going to do is we're going to come to Coventry and everybody's going to turn up. We'll have a 5-day comp and we'll just turn it into the biggest and best comp in the United Kingdom. Well, 10 years later, we've now got this amazing trophy. Lee Rawson won the first ever Goliath back in 2011. His name is now on the feature. We've now got this amazing trophy. Lee Rawson.
Sorry about that, guys. Tower, bit cropped out there. We're going to have a little tour of around the CBS arena very shortly, but we're just going to re-edit that video, get Tower cropped in there so you can see him, but he's going to talk you through Goliath and what's happening, and he's going to run around the casino. You get to see what's happening here in Coventry, but we're going to replay that clip once it's been edited. Just needs to get a bit of cropping going and it should be ready to go. You only see half of the tower. And Tim here flops a bottom boat.
It's about 500 here, yeah. So they're pretty small.
Yeah.
Less than 20%. I like it.
Richard going to come in for the float with the ace-8 of diamonds. Drawing near dead. Won't want to see a diamond, ace, or 8 on the turn.
Oh.
There is the 7 of diamonds, and if I'm Tim here, we want to continue betting. Richard can probably have a lot of 10x at call here, and want to just keep building the pot.
Got 500 again?
Yeah, it looks like he did. Well, I guess he thinks the 10's going to raise him anyway. And, Jack of hearts on the end. And Tim going to fly up. Now he goes large, trying to get called by a 10, but not getting any action. Right, let's try again, guys. Let's go over to the tower, see what he's up to.
Of having this thing called the Goliath. And they thought, you know what we're going to do is we're going to come to Coventry and everybody's going to turn up. We'll have a 5-day comp and we'll just turn it into the biggest and best comp in the United Kingdom. Well, 10 years later, we've now got this amazing trophy. Lee Rawson won the first ever Goliath back in 2011. His name is now on the inscribed onto this massive trophy, but Lee Reynolds was the last one to win it in 2019 before, obviously, we then shut down and a couple of winners online. But we're giving you a little bit of a taster because this trophy will be coming out again in 2022. We're going to be coming live from Coventry in next year. We just cannot wait. But this trophy is coming out of the case. So we're going to have a wander through. We're going to show you what you do for wandering into Goliath, and it's just a little bit of a taster and a little bit of a this is what we used to do for Goliath. The winners that are inscribed on the massive trophy: Les Fenton, Jake Skidmore, Ryan Foster, Mika Toika. That's when Katie managed to come second. Van Sheet, Van Danderpoel, all these guys are now regulars on the GUKPT circuit, and we see them on a regular basis. Elliot Moraes, who also plays a lot online. Florian Duter, who also plays the massive GUKPTs and is in the building as we currently speak. And then Lee Reynolds, as we saw, for the last big trophy winner of Goliath. And then obviously we decided to shut down. But this is a little bit of a taster for Goliath 2022 when we do go live again. And we will be...
Right guys, we are working on that clip. We want to let you all see Tower up having a little wander at the casino, talking about the Goliath, as we are releasing the dates after the dinner break, but we're just going to work on it so it's not out of sync and everything runs smooth, and then we will play the clip for you all.
Mr. Mod says, imagine admitting being to a Britney concert. Les Fenton, are you guys going to organise the Goliath sit and go for previous winners to kick off the festival next year? I'd be well up for that.
Yeah.
That's a thin brag, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, something we talk about.
The thing is, it's hard to get everyone. That's the thing. It'll be very difficult. I know it works perfectly. 9 previous winners, 9 handed table, but everyone's got to be free on that day and get it all going and up and running. A bit of news coming from the card room, though, guys. We've just surpassed 400 entries.
Wow.
So 400 entries in the field, which probably means, what's that, 261k prize pool at the moment.
Quick maths. That's why I'm so good at poker. That's crazy, though. And then we still have the turbo tonight, right?
Yeah, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
We're going to hit 500 then, right? Surely. Wow.
You'd expect that. I'd be very surprised if we didn't. Definitely hit 500 entries. I'm not sure about 500,000 prize pool.
Yeah. I'd say between the 500 and 550 probably in the end entries. We've got to realise it's not even dinner break yet as well. A lot of people won't enter till after the dinner break in this flight, so yeah, Razor Kev saying 400 entries, amazing. Kev says, Jay, I'm charity.
Yeah, I know, he gave me a line of 370 and I had the overs.
Oh, it's free money.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. There was a score on the floor. I just picked it up, put it in my pocket, said thanks, Kev. Thanks for coming. KT, Ace King suited here. And Alan choosing to just limp the Jack 10 suited. Bit of action. Sean with Ace Queen in the small here.
Getting the stare down from Swifty.
Yeah, I know we can see Katie's got Ace Queen here, but I wouldn't mind Sean just making this like 4.2 around that sort of size versus Katie. I prefer it much more than a flat. Reason being as well, we got this limp, and if we call, we're then going to get them in as well, and then we're splitting equity 3 ways rather than heads up. And yeah, I like this from Sean. I know we can see it's bad timing, but it's not. It's only because we can see the whole cards, but from a long-term perspective, I like this. And now Sean's just going to probably let this one go. Yeah, and that's perfect from Sean there. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
And Katie's going to take a nice little one, but Sean knew what he was doing when he 3-bet. He said to himself, if I get 4-bet, I'm just going to let this one go.
He's playing well so far.
Yeah, he is, Joe.
We haven't seen a lot of hands, but everything he's done's been spot on, so very well played so far. When I've played against him before, I've not been sure on his game because you can't see his hands, but I'll be a lot more wary of him now after seeing these few.
Cheers, Warren. Hi, guys. Great coverage and analysis. Maybe playing Birmingham J, so I'll say hi if you're there.
He'll be there on every day one, so
I'll be there. I'll probably have 18 bullets in the satellite as well on the Wednesday night. Be down there Wednesday. Be creating some seats for everyone. Don't worry about that.
Someone's got to do it.
Under the gun, Tan opening A7 suited.
Tan's getting a lot of playable hands, isn't he, in this session? Katie going to come along with Queen 10 suited?
I expect her to. I don't know, maybe not. I was going to say I expect her to at least call, but obviously wary of the UCG Open.
Yeah, you don't have to take every marginal spot, I guess, on the hour clock, so it's cool. He's going to be a raise and take as well. $158 big blinds at the top. I mean, those with star stacks still go, what, like 70 bigs? Something like that.
I still can't get over Terry yesterday. That was amazing. That was.
Was he on feature?
Well, yeah, we had a little technical difficulty, but he had 500 bigs at the start of the session and didn't make the end of it.
Brilliant.
It's.
That's Terry.
It was a shame really because we had a couple of technical difficulties and missed a bit of the feature table. Would have been nice to see how it all went down, but
Yeah.
never know. Terry might surprise us on the featured again some point this weekend.
He does play a strange game, but you've got to hand it to him. He's been getting the results, hasn't he?
Results of it. That's the thing. He plays his own strategy. He does what he wants to do. He loves being involved in almost every pot, and it's just. The thing about Terry as well that I notice is once he does run a bit deeper, he does seem to tighten up a bit more and not be as loose as the comp goes on.
He knows how to play.
Yeah, I know he does. Yeah,
he just decides not to.
Yeah.
It's great. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, it's good for everyone watching at home, especially when sometimes we have a table where it's just raise, call big blind, c-bet fold, and not much going on, like heads up pots. But it's really nice when we have sort of them unorthodox players who get involved and really put on a show for us.
Yeah. But yeah, he final table London, right? He won the high roller. Sorry. He won the high roller in London.
Yeah, he won the high roller. And he was chip leader for day 3 in Manchester.
Right, yeah. And I'm sure he final tabled the mini in London as well. I might be wrong.
The midi.
Oh, the midi, yeah.
It was the midi when Zhang won it.
Yeah. And Alex got second, didn't he? Gambello.
Zhang, day 2 buying for 8 big blinds and went on to win it.
What an absolute boss. I remember I put in our group with the pros on day 1. I knocked Michael Zhang out in a hand where I hero called him, and I put I put something in and I was like, I'll get in the bin, Zhang. And then a couple of days later when he won at PK, just replied to that message on WhatsApp, just with loads of laughing faces. How was your min cash, Jamie? No, he's such a good player. I messaged him during the mini main actually, when the mini main was on here, and he was playing the 100k super high roller. So I messaged him saying, "What are you doing playing that ball when the mini main's on in Coventry?" He needs to get his priorities right, I think.
So Vic coming in with the free bet gets that one through. We have got 15 minutes. And then we will head off on that hour dinner break. Don't forget when we get back, Goliath dates being released.
There was scampi and chips on the dinner break yesterday. It's good. Andrew Stanley now says, "Are you out, Jamie?" The third person to ask if I'm out. No, I made day 2 yesterday. I know it's a massive surprise to most, but yeah, I have made day 2. But thanks for the confidence, Andrew. I appreciate it. Got a swap on there. Greg coming in for the open A7 suited, like it.
Just flatten the 9s. It looks like Vikram got a decision here in the cut-off. Looks like 3 betting chips, no, just the call. With the pocket 8s. And Rich going to flick in. Getting 6-1 in his money with the Queen 6.
7, 8, 9, 2 diamonds. Come on. Boring.
Deuce, deuce, 3, a rainbow. Still a bit of action. 2 over pairs for both Vic and Sean.
Greg's.
Yeah, I'd like to continue here on these type of really monotone pair boards. I know we can see it's not going to get through, but want to be having a fair amount of bets, even 4-way here.
Yeah, it's going to work a lot. It's gone quite small third pot as well, which is fine. It's just going to be successful so often, and when you call, there's a lot of good turn cards for you to continue on. So, yeah, I like Greg's best.
So 10 of spades on the turn, and now I think we need to come in for a check here, as Greg been caught in 2 spots. So there it is, out of position.
Yeah, when you bet this board and you get called twice, you've got in mind what cards you're going to barrel on, and the 10 of spades definitely isn't one of them. So yeah, I like to see his check. Vic going to come in for a bet. Sure, Sean will continue though.
Yeah, Greg will just get out of the way now, and then it's going to be back to Sean with the pocket 9s. This 10 shouldn't really hit Vikram. Shouldn't have any 10x that overcall flop.
It's only really something like ace 10 of hearts that floats.
Yeah.
And,
Even I think after continue and a call though, people are less inclined to float them spots.
oh, Greg,
Wow.
this might work as well.
Yeah, it does work. Does work.
It's not afraid of getting busy.
Yeah.
It's Greg. And that's going to put him chip leader on the table up to
Not a
50k.
standard line, but worked to perfection. Nice pick up from Greg.
The only sad thing about Greg being chip leader is
You're not going to see the all-in glasses.
Exactly, yeah. The glasses have gone, which is a shame. So a lot going on after the break. Tower will be returning in place of myself. There's a massive Goliath announcement. We're going to be getting deeper into day 1 as well, so we're going to see a lot more action, a lot more all-ins. So make sure you come back after the dinner break. I'm off to Nando's, but I'll still be watching on my phone, Jay.
I might join you.
Yeah. I'm going a bit later, because Ellie's coming down tonight, so I'm treating her to a Nando's.
Oh.
Lucky girl.
Well, it's just
I know.
what a life she gets.
I know. Spoiled.
I bet it's only the chicken with one small side as well.
Quarter chicken with one small side, yeah. And I'm using my orange reward for it. Saved them up.
So open from Vic in the hijack, Tang calls the same hand in the cut-off.
I know a lot of people think, oh, they've got the same hand, this is going to be boring, but it's nice to see these hands because you can see how people can outplay each other based on the skill level, based on the position, whatever it may be. It's nice to see how the hand plays out. Having said that, this is just going to check down. It's going to prove me wrong, but it'd be nice to see somebody come in for value.
It's only going to check down though because both of them played their hand how you pretty much should with this hand. Middle pair on the flop, you expect them to check it back, and once his king rolls off, once again another really good check candidate on the turn. And once we get to the river, we can't really get called by worse, so we just want to take our showdown. So in that particular spot, it's going to be like that. But if it come like 7 high or something like that, favourite would have probably been Vic because he had the betting lead.
Yeah.
And it just shows you, being the opener, how effective it can be. You're the one that gets the C-bet.
Yeah. See Vic's on the Tan's on the Guinnesses. So he's no wonder he was laughing when he lost that pot. He's having a great time. I can't do Guinness, Jay. Too heavy for me.
I can't do Guinness either.
Too delicate.
Ben Teague, every single time I see him, he's got a pint of Guinness in his hand, no matter what time of day. Always got a pint of Guinness in his hand.
Yeah, he final tabled the PLO in London, and he said he'd had at least 15 or 16 Guinnesses. I was like, each one is a meal. How do you do that? But he's a good guy, is Ben. He's doing very, very well this year. So good luck to him.
Tan's got the kings, makes it 1.2.
He's always got a hand. So pair versus pair.
Ooh, the Mickey Blacks set of sixes.
All in Vin. Might be facing an all in before this river.
Well, remember, was it Tan that went? Oh no, it was Vin that went 13k into 3k. It weren't Tan, so.
Oh wow, he's a bit big. Are they yellows?
I think it's 3.2.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it
so
is.
he's gone over pot sized.
Great, great eyesight here.
And if I'm Alan here, I'm just gonna flat. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we've got ace king, ace queen, ace jack, all them hands, but drawing dead to a chop.
Yeah.
So just want to keep them in there.
I think this goes in.
Yeah. Now is where you expect money to go in, all in, and there's the snap. Kings, sixes, and Tan. Jamie said was getting the hands, but it's been out flopped here. Gonna need to find a 2-outer on the river.
Ooh, close.
Queen of spades. So we are going to lose Tan from the tournament. He will have the option to rebuy. Re-entry is available all the way up until the start of day 2.
Good game. He just had a few spots which were difficult. He had the flush over flush. He then had kings against sixes. There was another one as well where he had a big hand and didn't win. Can't remember which, but unfortunate. Best of luck to him if he does have another bullet. Another big one for Alan though. He's gonna take over the table chip lead. You know it's your day when you're flopping top set against kings. Tim with A6 suited is going to be opening. What size has he got? He's got an 800. Richard just folds the Ace10, interestingly. I don't know if Sin's going to defend. Oh, I think we've got a slight issue with the graphics. I think Ace10 has called. No, it has. A6 suited, so big flop for Tim.
Yeah, huge flop.
I think this might just get through from what we're seeing from Richard. I was thinking about it.
We did see him float with the ace-8 in position earlier. And this time with not much at all, just gets out of the way. We started off this session really well, Rich. Not doubled up, but busted Raggy with the flush. Had a nice little stack, but bled some chips towards the back end of it. And there is 5 minutes left on the clock before we head out on that hour break.
So Alan on 64.2k before the dinner break. Great spot to be in.
Tell me back.
We will be back at 10 to 6 when we return, guys.
Ricius 1976 says, what is the starting stack? No, the starting stack is 20k in GUKPT. The blinds start at 100, 100, so you start with 200 bigs, and it's on a 1 hour clock. So blinds are 100, 300 at the moment. So still plenty of big blinds if you come in now. No worries. As Jay said, re-entries are open up until the start of day 2 when the blinds are 600, 1200. So you can come in with about 16 bigs. And you'd be surprised how many people have final tabled GUKPTs from that day 2 buy-in. Myself included, Jay. The only one I finaled was on a day 2 buy-in.
There you go.
Yeah.
Where was that? Was that
Leeds.
Leeds?
Yeah.
I think I remember it.
Yeah, I bust out. I was second to bust out on the final.
Because
table.
you weren't sponsored pro then, was you?
No.
No, yeah, I
No.
remember. Yeah, I do remember.
Yeah. It was before I blagged my way in.
I've done the same thing with the comms, Jay, to be honest with you.
Just keep bugging them till they give you it, yeah. That's the advice I give anyway. Just bug them. Just as Jim walks over. You right, Jim?
Okay.
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad. Everyone's hanging on for this Goliath announcement. Who knows? Tim hasn't folded King Queen, has he?
No, doubt it. Doubt it.
He has. Maybe there's some action we didn't see.
Had to be a free bet in front of there. I think it might have went open from the ace set. I think ace like 7 off or whatever it was. Then the free bet from the ace king, not the ace king opening, and then that's why Tim's probably just folded the king queen in the big bet.
Yep. Big Soft Dog on Twitch says, "How do you play poker? What are the rules?" I'll let you take that one, Jay.
How long we got? We haven't got long enough. We've got 2 minutes before we go on break. It's it's one of them games here. It can take a couple of like really easy to learn, but take a long time to master it if you like, and you still will never master it. You always need to be learning new things.
Tim on Facebook says, "Nah, 5.5x'd it." Alright, okay, Tim.
Okay.
We didn't get that memo. But yeah, no, it's fair, mate.
Tim's tuned in, having a little watch back.
Oh, we better stop dissing Tim now.
Yeah,
Tim's great.
No, yeah,
Tim's great. Oh, we got another one of those where same hands. King, queen, king, queen. He opened to 1.7k with ace king. I missed that one.
Yeah, I thought it might have been a 6k open and a free bet, 600 open and a free bet.
Yeah.
But just 1.7k. Katie here with the king queen suited. Rich opening to 900, and Katie coming in for the free bet herself, and Greg here in the hijack with pocket tens.
From what I've seen of Greg in London when I played with him, I wouldn't be surprised to see the 4-bet here. He was very, very active pre-flop down in London, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him come in for it. And then he folds, so that shuts me up.
I don't, Jay. I have it about 20 times a day, more than that, to be honest with you.
He's locked up for day 2 already, I think.
The amount of times I've gone to tower, if he doesn't call here, like I'll do something, and he'll just fold or something like that. It's how it goes sometimes.
It might be because he's seen Kate. He perceives Katie to be quite snug so far. She hasn't played a lot of hands. That's just because she hasn't had the hands. So maybe that's the reason why. If Richard checks now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Katie come in for a delayed c-bet, and she does. Try to get him to fold out his ace-10 type hands, stuff like that. Aaron says, Greg is a good Edinburgh player, he used to work for Groveland. Yeah, he was a dealer. That was Greg. He's a good guy. Very funny guy as well.
And if my timing is correct, we've got about, I think, 50 seconds left on the clock, so this should be the last hand of the session. I'll throw me and Jamie on, just so you can say your goodbyes, Jamie. Unless you're coming back after, you're more than welcome to join. I know you said you've got to go Nando's
I might,
after you have some chicken.
Yeah,
come and
yeah.
join us for the latter levels.
Yeah, Ellie's coming down, so that's my missus, for those that don't know. So we're going to go out for a meal, not a posh meal, but a meal, and then she might be playing the turbo tonight. So
okay.
if she does, I'll pop back in. I might even suggest she just jumps into this one, and then we could maybe I could commentate on it. Yeah,
on the feature table.
That would be interesting. I'd have to watch what I'm saying, but it would be funny. But yeah, she might be playing that tonight, so I'll be around.
So Richard, off of his 32 bigs, makes it 800 with the ace jack.
Oh, Tim. Won't be folding this one.
Oh, sorry, we've got 4 minutes left on the clock. Oh, we were on a 20-minute break, weren't we, before? It weren't a 15, so we've actually got 4 minutes left on the clock, see in the background there. Oh, we'll keep us on for 4 minutes. Free bet to 2.2.
Very quick call as well from Rich.
Rich hasn't been a big fan of folding to free bets this session. And ace jack getting involved here. Tim with the goods. Oh, and this could be good night for Richard on ace, on jack 8-5 with ace jack, top pair, top kicker, and Tim with the over pair. And Richard here going to be well, I'd say he's going to be playing in flow. Yeah, there's a check. And Tim wants to be continuing here.
This is probably why Tim's tuned in. Oh wow, it all goes in.
All in, cool. And Richard sees the bad news with the ace jack. Going to need to find an ace or a jack to save his tournament. No runners with this particular hand, so as you can see from the graphic, there's only 2 aces left.
Nice on Tim.
So Tim knocks out Richard Williams. Will have the option to re-enter.
And this is what we were saying before. Tim hasn't played a lot of hands, but he knows when to pick his spots. He's a very good player. He's going to exploit players. And he's waited for a hand and he's got the knockout. So up to 42k. The rest of the table won't be too happy about that, I'm sure. But
just got Ant coming over there, letting everyone know after the dinner break they will be moving back to an outer table, featured table after the break. We've got Spand on it.
I wish I was commentating on Spand.
Yeah, we've got Spand coming to the featured table. Deborah Worley-Roberts as well, going to be joining us. So.
We got Chris De Silva as well.
Yep.
Deborah next to Chris. That'll be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, and that will be when we return. It will be about 10 to 5 to 6, and at 6 o'clock as well. As mentioned, Goliath dates are going to be getting released, so you won't want to miss that, everyone. If you are planning coming to play the Goliath next year in 2022 here in Coventry, we've got GUKPT here next year as well. You heard about that?
No.
Leg 2 next year is Coventry for the GUKPT. Yeah.
I'm really happy about that actually, because this is obviously the first GUKPT I've played here, and it's great. Like the setup's really, really good. I mean, even the food, we got scampi and chips on dinner break. That's better than what we got elsewhere. So I might pop out and see if we've got any scampi as a starter before Nando's. But yeah, GUKPT Coventry. Has the rest been announced? Or?
No, not yet. Jim just come in earlier and let us know that we're going to do this leg again next year, because it's been such a success so far this week.
Yeah. It's good that it's not just the set locations. If things go well, we can move them elsewhere, so that's really good. It's a good location, Coventry, as well. Pretty much everyone I've spoken to is 2 hours away. So it's like...
I'm 2 hours away.
Yeah, everyone I've spoken to is 2 hours away. It's like 2 hours from London, it's 2 hours from Leeds, Manchester. It's just perfect, really.
Right, now there should be a minute left on the clock, guys, so this... I'm going to say it again, could be wrong again. This should be the last hand. And then we will head out on that hour dinner break, and we will be back about 10 to 5-2.
Is there going to be any fireworks in the last hand?
I hope so.
I do. Not from Sin, there's not going to be with a Jack Deuce. Shipper Baby says 3 hours from Devon. You'll have to put your foot down. You're only allowed to come in if you're 2 hours away. PK, how long does it take you to get here?
2.5.
Oh, proving me wrong. They're saying everyone's about 2 hours away from Coventry.
So raise and take, and the players are getting up. That's it, guys. We will be back at 10 to 6. Don't forget, announcement for the Goliath and new featured table. Cheers to Jamie for joining us this session. Good luck tomorrow as well, mate.
Cheers, mate. I'll need it.
We'll see you in an hour's time.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
But it should bring a lot of new players in, and we'll look forward to Goliath next year when hopefully David will be taking his seat again, and it will be bigger and better than ever before.
Totally agree. We are going to be back. Oh, we're going to be back very shortly. We're going to be back with more from Hour with the Tower and the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. We are back, an hour with the Tower and the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. If you could summarise how poker's changed in 25 years plus, what would the main couple of things you could say?
I think, well, there's lots of things that's changed, right? You have to remember that the first time, well, when I first started playing major tournaments, there was only one tournament in the whole world that had a 10,000 chip starting stack.
Yeah.
That was the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah.
The weekly tournaments that I used to play at Sergeant York started with 500 points, 25 blinds. I mean, but I tell people that story, they just don't believe me. But 10,000 starting stack was the only tournament in the whole world, and that was the championship event at the World Series of Poker. These days, if you start with 10,000 chips, people are saying it's not enough. So the whole dynamic of the chip stack and the leverage in that stack has changed, and tactics have changed. The education that you can get your own personal poker coaches now. You can analyze your hands from online and live, and you can do it using all kinds of different software. You know, all the different game theory and exploitative different strategies and stuff. You know, there were things that didn't even exist. I remember, chatting to Barney one day, and Barney and Ram, and they were saying, listen, Joe, he said, if someone raises on the button and the small blind calls, don't look at your hand cards on the big blind, just 3-bet. I thought this was the craziest thing ever, right? But I started doing it, and it started working, and I started picking up chips without looking at my hand, right? And now, if someone does that these days, everyone calls it a squeeze play. They know what's going on. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, no one knew what was going on. They just think, oh, he's raising for the big blind, he must have a big hand. The small blind is kind of, it shouldn't really be there at all, and the button's raised because he had position. So all the tactics have changed. The fields have changed. They're so much bigger. The tournaments are so much longer. There's a lot more stamina involved. So, there's many more talented players. A much larger percentage of the players at the big tournament know what they're doing, and it's tougher.
Does that make a difference to what you play now? Do you play more cash than you do tournaments? Do you play more Omaha than you do Holden?
Predominantly, when I first started out, I used to play nearly all cash, and I used to use that to finance the tournaments. Obviously, things are very different for me these days. I like playing tournaments. I like playing Holden tournaments and pot limit Omaha tournaments. Playing cash, I definitely favour pot limit Omaha cash. But if it's not available, I don't mind some Holden stuff. It's just, if I can get into a good game, I don't mind what we're playing, really.
Obviously, with the Hendon Mob, and also on the Hendon Mob, do you know where you are on the England's all-time money list?
I know it's a lot lower than it used to be.
Right, we're going to quickly run through the Hendon Mob and where they are on the Hendon Mob. Where are you?
35th.
You're 39th.
Oh, okay.
That's not bad. Barney.
29th.
Oh, I get a bit better than that. 22nd. Ram.
31st.
I'm actually amazed he's 24th, because I've not seen Ram Vaswani in a tournament table round playing poker in Britain for years, and he's still 24th. Shows how good he was, by the way. And Ross.
41st.
56th. You're giving him far too much credit. Far too much credit. for the Hendon Mob, but it doesn't mean you're not all super players. I'm going to run through a quick fire section.
Can't guarantee quick fire answers.
Right, here we go. The best player you've ever played against?
Okay, without a shadow of a doubt. Well, there's 2 or 3, but I think it's got to be Phil Ivey. He just has an awareness at the table that people don't have. It's like he sees through you and he sees through your cards, and he does things that it's like he's a magician. He's just very talented player.
The most fun you've ever had at Spoke Table?
Joker's wild at Goliath.
The biggest loser?
I don't understand the question, Phil.
The biggest loser? The biggest loser? No. Wrong. The most underrated poker player? I know exactly what you're going to say. The most underrated poker player?
I don't know.
I thought he was going to say Barney.
Yeah, but he's not anymore. He used to be a very underrated. Barney had lots of situations, like I was talking about previously, where he could have quite easily won massive tournaments. He lost a huge chip leader pot in the 25,000 WPT championship event against David Levy. They were like the 2 chip leaders. Barney had kings and he had ace king, and he hit an ace. And that pot would have given Barney average chips 4-handed or something like, and they were like 30 players left, 25 players left. He had so many situations like that. But now, he's had some great success. So yeah, he would have been underrated, but not anymore.
The most over
question.
The most over there. Oh, come on, quickly. Are we not allowed to say?
The most overrated, Daniel Negreanu.
Well, there you go. There you go. Your favourite tournaments?
It's a dead heat between GUKPT Blackpool and the Irish Open.
And your favourite hand?
Pocket nines.
Fantastic. Is there anything at all you would have done differently?
No. I got lucky, Phil. I got very lucky, and I'm still getting lucky.
Joe Beavers, it has been an immense pleasure to spend an hour with the Tower into the insights of just 25 to 30 years of playing this game that we absolutely love. Joe Beavers, thanks ever so much.
Thanks, Phil. Cheers, pal.
Welcome to an hour with the Tower. We are going to be joined by quite a few different celebrities in the poker industry, chatting basically about the life story. First up is the legend. He is the man that has been around the block for over 30 years. He's going to tell me a little bit different, to be even longer than that, I am sure. But welcome on board, Mr. Joe Beavers. How are we doing, Joe?
I'm doing pretty good, Phil. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be on an hour with the Tower. You know what? If we start talking and getting a couple of pints in, it might go on for a bit more than an hour, though.
We could sit in a pub and talk for days. Starting at the beginning, hopefully, we'll run through from start to finish with some interesting stories. I'm looking forward to this because I know there's a good few stories in there. Over $2.5 million in live earnings. Where did it all start?
I guess I started playing poker when I was at university. When I graduated from uni, I was 20. I went back as a mature student. I did finance. And I think I was like 23, something like that. The year after I graduated, I went to Vegas for the very first time, but not to play poker. I was just traveling around, taking some time out. But I had started playing poker whilst I was at university. And I was up in what was Sergeant York's casino. which is now which was Grosvenor, which has now moved in Luton from the Dunstable Road to where it is now. And they used to have tournaments every evening, £10 rebuy tournaments. Like every Tuesday was a 7-card stud tournament. Every Thursday was the pot limit hold'em. Every Friday was the no limit hold'em. And I was actually up there playing blackjack with some friends. And I was playing with a couple of guys, and they got up to leave in the middle of a shoe. And I said, "Where are you going?" They said, "We're going to play a poker tournament." I said, "How does that work?" I mean, I played with friends, I played some brag and stuff.
Yeah.
They said, "Well, you pay a tenner to enter." So I said, "What? I can only lose a tenner?" They said, "Well, you can re-enter if you want, but you can't lose more than £10 in one go." And I was winning £300 or £400 playing blackjack. So I thought, this sounds a bit of fun. So I went over and I paid my tenner, and it was 7-card stud. This is the first tournament I ever played. So I kind of, I thought I knew what I was doing. So they gave me 500 in chips, and I passed 3 or 4 hands, and then I found a pair of queens. And somebody raised and somebody else raised, and the bet was now 500. And you used to start with 500 chips in these tournaments, right?
Yeah.
And I only had 350 points left from the 4 or 5 hands I'd played. So I didn't know what to do. So I said, "Well, I've only got 350 points. What should I do?" And the guy sat beside me was a big bookmaker, Brian Stanovich. And he said, "Just put it in, John." So I put the 350 in, and all the cards got dealt out, and someone turned over aces and someone turned over kings, and my queens didn't improve, and I lost the pot. So now I didn't have any chips and I didn't know what to do. I said, "What do I do now?" The whole table shouted, "Rebuy!" So I got a tenner out, and Carmel Price handed me a £10. She handed me a 500-point chip. So I threw the chip to the guy that just won the pot and said, "I think I owe you 150."
Imagine a rebuy these days starting with 500 chips.
Imagine thinking you owe somebody after you lost the pot.
That's brilliant. But obviously, going to the tables when you first sit down and going to everybody knows you're a newbie. Nobody really knows Joe Beavers at the time. Even then, they'd still help you out, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, when I started playing, the casinos weren't allowed to charge for poker tournaments.
Yeah.
They weren't allowed to rake pots. They had a 48-hour rule. Things were very, very different. And the majority of casinos ran poker tournaments for, to get people in the door. They used to say they'd run it as a loss leader. But staff is one of the most expensive costs for a casino. So all the games were self-deal. So you would shuffle on the left, cut behind, and then the person would deal, and then the deal would move around the table. And that's what would happen. Sometimes you'd have someone that said, I'm not very good at dealing, will you deal for me? But most people could deal.
Yeah.
I could handle a deck of cards even then, but I didn't know the processes. I didn't know how everything worked. But yeah, all the games were self-deal. If we were lucky, we would get a dealer for the final table.
Yeah. Is that when you met the guys that became the Hendon Mob, Ross?
Well,
and Ram?
Yes, kind of. I mean, that first time in Luton, I didn't do very well. Okay, obviously, I didn't really know what I was doing, but I kind of liked it, and I became a regular up there. This would have been in the mid-90s, I guess. Mm-hmm. So I was playing up there 5-6 nights a week, and one of the things I noticed, people say to me, "How did I learn?" Because when I learned, there was no internet, there were no. I'm making us sound really old here, Phil, because I know you're the same age as me. There was no internet, there were no training guides, there were no coaches. I think there was one book. I think Mason Melmoth had a book and perhaps Doyle Brunson had a book, but that was it. So you learnt by playing. And I noticed that the same players made the money and made the final tables every week. So I started at 2:00. They would have a breakfast, a cheap breakfast in the restaurant. I think it was like £3 for a full fryer. And whenever I saw one of the guys that had made the final table having breakfast, I went over and bought them breakfast. And I sat and chatted to them and asked them questions. And that's how I learned playing poker. That's where I met. Ram. Well, no, I didn't meet Ram there. I mean, I got a funny story about how I met Ram, and I'll tell you that in a minute. But over time, Barney, Ross, and Ram and me, Luton became our regular.
Yeah.
Our regular venue, and the Vic, obviously. Barney and Ross, living in Archway, near Hendon, would play at the Vic all the time, but we'd all go to Luton, especially for the festivals. I remember around one back-to-back tournaments in one festival there. And yeah, that was our local, and then we started doing quite well.
Yeah, and then obviously you started to travel around a little bit, and then you've just been talking about the mid-90s. Can you remember your first ever entry into your Hendon Mob database?
Yes, I can. I like I said, the first time I went to Vegas, see my Las Vegas Raiders top?
I love it. Unbelievable. I can't believe you
go to one of their games in their first season this season. Shipped over especially from California. All our Las Vegas Raiders stuff. So I went to Vegas the first time ever in '94, but the first time I went to Vegas to play poker was in '96, and I was doing very well in the cash games. So I bought myself into a $3,000 pot limit hold'em tournament. First World Series of Poker event I ever played.
Yeah.
And we got down to 2 tables. It was all very, very different then. The tables, it was like 2 tables being in the middle of, just a normal card room. People milling around, people walking up to the table. Nothing was roped off. First prize was, I don't know, what was first prize in that tournament?
$180,000.
$180,000. Anyway, we're down to 2 tables, and I'm in the money, and I got into a pot with Jennifer Harmon, and she raised, and I moved all in with Ace Queen, and she called me with pocket. After a long, long dwell, she called me with pocket 10s, and the flop came 10-10-2. And that was the end of my first World Series. But I cashed in that tournament. I think I cashed $4,500, and it was won by Barbara Enright.
It was indeed.
Yeah, Barbara Enright. That was my first ever World Series of Poker tournament, and my first ever proper big cash. Obviously I've had cashes at Luton before, but this was my first World Series cash.
Going back to Barbara winning, obviously we still talk about how there aren't as many women in poker as I would like. Your first event, when you finished 14th, was won by a woman. What was the percentage of women in Vegas at that time?
Do you know what? It was probably a similar kind of percentage than it is now. It's
really?
Probably
not increased?
Well, I don't. It's hard to say, Phil. I mean, I can remember Jennifer and Annie Duke playing in the big limit cash games at the Binions Horseshoe. I remember Barbara was there, and there were a handful. I would say there's more female players now. Thinking back, I would definitely say the percentage is bigger now. It's definitely opened up.
Yeah. Quick quiz question. How many entries were there in that tournament?
186.
Oh, it's close. It's 180. That's not a bad guess from nearly 25. That's nearly 25 years ago, Joe.
It is 25 years ago next year. Yeah, 25 years next year.
Yeah, 1996. And also on that final table, British lady, Lucy Rocash.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, finished third.
She was doing things that people at the time thought were incredibly unorthodox, and they used to say Lucy getting lucky again. But she was like the queen of the first. She was always re-raising. I always remember it comes to she'd go, "We raise," and off she'd go with her ace-7 offsuit, and she'd win a big pot, and someone would say, "How can you re-raise with ace-7 offsuit?" But she always had mountains and mountains of chips, and she was a talent before her time.
Unbelievable! I tell you what, the stories that because I was speaking about the ladies, first, third, and Jenny Harmon on that final table as well. You don't get that nowadays, and that was 1996. So it just shows you the amount of women in that field. It looks like most of them made the final table.
Yeah, I mean, all those women players that we mentioned are all very, very good poker players.
Yeah. Joe, we're just going to leave it there for part 1, but we'll be back very, very shortly with part 2. So back for part 2 of an hour with the tower with the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. We touched on you starting to travel around a little bit, Joe. Your next venture, which seems like an amazing place to play, and there has to be 100 stories. Amsterdam. Please tell me there's some stories we can't hear as well as some that we can.
You're just freezing up a little bit there, Phil. I hope you're all right, pal. I kind of got the gist of the question.
Yeah, all good.
Okay. You have to remember, in the mid to late 90s, there was like a tour.
Yeah.
It's not like it is now, where on any given day you could go to one of 20 different festivals and there's lots of clashes and lots of competition. It was the same places. So every Easter would be the Irish Open. Every November would be the Master Classics in Amsterdam. Every May to June, July would be the World Series, and every literally each month we would go somewhere else, and I would travel around with Barney, Ross, and Ram. And the biggest festival of all, out in Europe, the biggest festival outside of America, outside of the World Series, was the MCOP, the Master Classics of Poker in Amsterdam. And it started, I think, in the early 90s, and we went 10 years in a row, 12 years in a row to the Master Classics, the four of us.
Nice.
Amazing place to play. The first year I ever went was 97.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sharing a flat in Hendon with a couple of friends of mine from university. And I won my first major tournament at the Master Classics of Poker in 1997. And I can remember, I must have borrowed I don't know if I had a mobile phone there or not, but I remember making a phone call to my flatmate at 3 o'clock in the morning, singing "We Are the Champions" down the phone, and I was very drunk. I remember doing that. But it was, it was the festival that everybody went to. I mean, now there's so much competition. It's still a great festival, but I haven't been for a few years.
Yeah. Well, same as Las Vegas, you had 190 runners in that event. 190 in that event. 190 in this one. So you beat 10 more people.
Brilliant. I can't tell you if they were women or not, though. Oh, do you know what? Do you know the amazing thing? I beat a woman heads up.
You did.
I did.
And I've got that. I look at the stats. And it's not that I've remembered it all. I've got my stats in front of me. I'm doing my homework.
Brenda Nelson.
Correct. Brenda Nelson.
Beat her heads up. An American lady. Yeah.
It's
taller than me.
And talking about stories, you say you were travelling about, and obviously stories that we can hear. How did you get to meet Ram as well as Ross?
I met Ram. I was driving around North London. I was actually in Stanmore with a friend of mine, Jeff. Mm-hmm. And this is pre-mobile phones. So we're driving along and he says, "Oh, Joe, we've got to back a dog." So I said, "Is it going to win?" He said, "Yes, Joe, it's going to win." He said, "Listen," he said, there's an AR Dennis betting shop up here on the left. He said, "And there's a phone box outside, one of the old red big metal phone boxes."
Yeah.
Now, what I want you to do, he said, he pulls up next to the phone box, which is immediately outside the betting shop. He says, "I want you to go and stand in that phone box." I said, "Okay." He said, "Here's £100." He said, he said, "Just stand in the phone box." He said, "It will ring. When it rings, you'll be given the name of a dog to back at this meeting at this time." He said, "Take the £100, go in and take the price, and then collect the money afterwards, and I'll pick you up afterwards."
Yeah.
So I said, "Okay." So I stood in the phone box and the phone rings and I pick it up and he says, 12:45 Monmore, trap 3, and puts the phone down. So I go in the shop and I look up and trap 3, it's opened even money.
Yeah.
It's gone 10 to 11, 4 to 5, 8 to 11, 4 to 6, it's now 8 to 13.
The money's on it.
It's now 8 to 13. So now I don't know what to do. I've missed the even money, but I've gone straight into the shop. So I think, well, I've got to put the bet on, otherwise I'll have to pay it myself. So anyway, I've put the £100 on for Jeff, and I put something on for me as well. And I've stood and watched the race, and it got beat. And I've walked out the shop, and Jeff's picked me up, and he said, "Got beat." I said, "Yeah, I know." He said, "Did you back it?" I said, "Yeah, I backed it." He said, "Well, okay, never mind." Anyway, so off we went. Anyway, the following week, I'm playing in a private game in Mill Hill. Like pre-internet, casinos closing at 4 o'clock. There were lots more private games going on. Yeah. So in this private game on a like full-size poker table with professional dealer and everything, I'm playing in this game, 7-card stud private game, and there's a ring at the doorbell. And someone goes to answer the door, and I can hear the voices in the hallway. And I think, I recognise that voice. And in walks this person, he goes, "Hello, everybody." And I looked at him and I said, "Trap 3, Monmore." And it was Ram Vaswani. He was the guy on the end of the phone. That's familiar. Ram and I became friends. We became friends in this game. We finished up running a game in Hendon. Like every Monday night. The game ran for 10 years. And Ross was a regular in the game. Ross would come all the time to the game. He came along one day with a friend, and Ross was a regular in the game. And then one day Ross bought Barney, and that's how the four of us collectively became the Hendon Mob, playing in that game in my flat in Hendon. We were four of the hardcore in the game, travelling around together, and that's how I met Ram Vaswani in a telephone box. He's still tipping losers today.
Oh, that is so old school. Absolutely. Do you actually consider yourself as old school?
Yes, I think I'm very old school. I mean, look at the grey hairs, right? I even got a matching.
They're all in as well.
I'll tell you how old school I am. Right? I mean, obviously, a lot of the stories will involve the boys, but I can remember going to the first ever poker tournament in Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo had never ever had a poker tournament before, and I think it was the Monte Carlo Millions, and we were staying at the Hotel de Paris. It's an amazing hotel, like on the main square. Very, very exclusive, very, very expensive. We were very lucky. We were all our expenses and everything were picked up, and we were playing in this tournament. Anyway, we've gone to check in this hotel, and I've got my laptop with me. I think we'd already set up the Hendon Mob website was already running. It was more like a blog at that point. The database hadn't even been thought of yet. And we had but there was a bit of online poker going on, and I had my laptop with me, and I went to the check-in, and I said, "Do you have internet here?" "Oh, I can't do a French accent," but she says, "Yes, Mr. Beavers, Monsieur Beavers, yes, we have internet." I said, "How do I connect?" She said, "Hang on a second." She said, "I don't know if there's any left," she said. So she went off and she came back, and she had a 56k modem in her hand. And I said to her, "The 56k modem, is that the best you got?" She said, yeah, this is good connection, she said. So she hands me the connection, and she says, "You need to plug this into your phone in your room for the dial-up." I said, "Okay." Now Ram is behind me at reception, checking in with somebody else, and he can overhear the conversation. And he says to the guy checking him in, he says, "I'd like the internet as well." And the guy says to him, "Oh, I'm sorry, Monsieur Vaswani, I'm very sorry. We only have 2, and they're both out now. Mr. Beavers took the last one." So for the whole hotel, they've got 2 56k modems. Ram comes running after me. He says, "How much for the modem, Joe? How much for the modem?"
People don't realise these days. You just click buttons and just expect it to turn on. And back in the day, what would have happened if the modem ran to work?
Probably one of the most exclusive hotels in the whole world. Definitely one of the most expensive. They had 2 56k modems for everybody, for the whole hotel. Yeah.
You obviously, when you go to Amsterdam and you go to places like Austria and Slovenia, did you see devilfish? Was that the time where devilfish was around?
Dave was a very, very good friend of mine. I first met Dave in Paris. I first met him in Paris. And my first experience of him was him asking me if he could borrow £1,000. That was my first experience. But he didn't ask me directly. We were all playing in Paris, and he was friendly with Ross. And he said, it was one of those things where one of us always had some money and the rest of us was always skim. And we were in Paris playing lots of cash games. The cash games there were pretty good. And Ross came up to me and he said, listen, he said, Dave's asked me if he can borrow £1,000. I said, well, why don't you going to lend it to him? He said, no, Joe. He said, I haven't got it. He said, can he borrow it from you? I said, well, there's two rules. I said, first of all, you've got to guarantee it, Ross. And secondly, he's got to ask me himself. So that was my first experience. I lent it to him and I got it back. And Dave and I became very, very good friends. And it was very sad when he died 5 years ago now.
And that's
April 5 years ago, I think it was. I went up to help his funeral. It was pretty amazing. It was a pretty amazing funeral. Everybody was there.
A proper legend in the game. Well, as well as yourself, you know, you've got the stories. That is just about it for part 2. We will be back very shortly with part 3. So back with part 3 of An Hour with the Tower and Mr. Joe Beavers. Joe, we're going to start with late night poker. And what a TV programme. Do you consider that this was the change in poker?
There's two massive things that happened in poker. One of them was TV and the other one was online.
Yeah.
And TV started back in 1999 with the first ever poker show, Late Night Poker. I've heard Americans saying, oh yeah, Late Night Poker copied WPT. Well, it didn't. Late Night WPT came in the early 2000s. Late Night Poker was the first ever poker show. And I always remember we were on our travels and we were in Vienna. We were at the Concord Card Casino. And I was with the guys, I was with Barney, Ross and Ram, and we were all in the bar and we were chatting with Nick Cerametta. And Nick Cerametta had a glass of red wine in his hand, like he normally does. And he's a lovely little fella and a good friend. And he was talking about, he'd just put forward to Channel 4 the idea for poker on TV. And the idea was that they would field the game, but they would have glass bits in front of each player where the cards would sit on, and they would have cameras underneath the table. I mean, these days they would have lipstick cameras. This was the old-fashioned late night poker with the cameras underneath the table. So the camera would get the cards, the chips, and the player's face, and they sold this to Channel 4. Okay, Channel 4 have agreed to buy this. But Nick was telling us he was having trouble to get players. He was asking players, do you want to play on this poker show? And people were saying, no, we don't want to play. Why would we play? Then people can see what we do. People can see the moves we make. And we'll never be able to win playing poker again. At this point, Ram walks up. He says, what's going on, guys? So we told him. Ram says, I'll play. And we all said, yeah, we'll play. We said, what's the buy-in? He said, £1,500. It's 40 players or 50 players. So we said, yeah, we'll play. And we all said that we'd play, and we played. And we went off to a small production company in Cardiff called Presentable. Sadly, it's not there anymore. And we would all turn up, and we would all, this was pre-internet, pre-online poker, and there were no sponsors, no branding, no advertising, nothing. It was just Channel 4 buying a TV show. Anyway, we made the show. It became, Late Night Poker became like a family. Everybody would watch everybody else's eat. Everybody would stay for the whole week. Jesse May would bet on every match. He was the original commentator with Nick. Jesse May would always lose his money. It was just, and when the show went out, obviously Devilfish was the first ever winner, the first winner of Late Night Poker. And weirdly, he knocked me out with quad 10s in the final. The same hand that Jennifer Harman knocked me out in that we were talking about earlier. So anyway, he knocked me out in the final and he went on to win it. Yeah. And the show became a cult success. Everybody was talking about it. Anyway, the final in the first series got 2 million viewers on Channel 4 going out at midnight on a Friday night.
You do want to get that there.
Well, at the time, Brookside was the #1 show on Channel 4. Andy Booth will know Brookside because it's filmed in a certain part of the UK. And Brookside would get they would get the figures, but they used to have an omnibus on the Saturday, and Brookside figures for that week, including the omnibus, were behind late night poker figures for the final. 2 million viewers. So it became a cult success. And what happened, Phil, was now all of a sudden everybody wanted to be on the show. Everybody wanted to be on the show. But there were only 40 or 50 players on the show. And because we had supported the show from the start, we were kind of grandfathered in, and we were the first ones to be invited back. So we got to be, I mean, originally there were 6 series of late night poker. They had later adaptations that they called different things, but there were 6 series of late night poker originally. I made 3 finals, and Dave Colclough and I are tied for the record number of late night poker shows that we've been on.
Like it. Was it a 6-handed final, the first one?
No, it was 8-handed.
8-handed.
Yeah.
I'm going to run you through the first ever final table.
Sorry, say that again, Phil?
I'm going to run you through the first ever 8 players.
Go on then.
On the final. Dave Elliott, the Devilfish. Pete Evans.
Brian McNally.
No. Dave Welsh.
Yes.
Surinder Sunar.
Yes.
Liam Flood. Mr. Beavers. Joe Fernandez. And Malcolm Harwood. Malcolm Harwood. Now, tell you what,
there's a few old school players in that lot.
if we're touching on old school, they are old school. Unbelievable. That is a fantastic final. I tell you what, that is a quality. And you all became friends, and probably still friends with everybody that's still playing as well.
I'll tell you what happened. There was a big change that happened, was when, as time went on, the first 6 series were the original 6 series. But as time went on, they started to get branding. It was sponsored by different online poker sites. And they also started filming at the Welsh filming ITV offices because they needed bigger things. They needed a bigger studio and more people and stuff. And they increased the buy-ins and they messed around with it a bit. But what would happen was the late night poker family changed. Because, like I say, in the first series and the second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth series, we'd turn up on the Monday. We'd only play 1 heat, and the semi and the final. But everybody would watch everybody else's heat in the green room. We'd order pizza, we'd drink wine and beer. It would be a fun thing. We'd all go out for dinner together. But what happened in the later late night poker is when the Americans got involved, they would fly in, turn up, play their heat, disappear. So the whole family became very disjointed, and the fun part of late night poker disappeared. And then it wasn't getting 2 million viewers anymore, and there were sponsors involved. And then Channel 4 didn't want to pay for the production, and the sponsors started to disappear in poker as the poker economy evolved. And the show died.
Moving on, I think most people just watching the late night poker, and if it was repeated, people would still watch it. I'm convinced that people would love to see the early technology and you guys sitting there with a fire. You're just smoking away and you're having a drink at the table.
It was almost compulsory. It was almost compulsory. They made Vicky and I made sure that we had cigarettes when we played. I remember, Phil, just a very quick anecdote. We were playing at the Commerce. We'd been to the Commerce. This is a few years later. And I don't know if you've ever been to the Commerce. Huge poker room in LA. Now, on the wall, there's 4 TV screens, and each TV screen is roughly the size of a football pitch. They are the biggest TV screens I've ever seen. And they would have like 4 different games, baseball, basketball, on the American football on these screens. Now, as I walked into the room one day, they had one thing on the 4 screens. They'd joined the 4 screens together to make one image. And it was Ram Vanzwani again on the screen. And as I sat down to play, I looked up and it was Fox Sports had bought Late Night Poker, and they were showing one of the shows that Ram was in, and he was on all 4 screens. And the American guy, as I sat down, he turned to his friend And he went, those Brits, they copy everything that we do. We had the WPT, and look at them now. They've got their own poker show. This is what I was saying before. But late night poker was first. It was the first ever poker show.
Yeah, and it was an absolute classic. And like I say, if it was on TV right now, we would still be watching it. This is fabulous. I'm absolutely loving with this. Back with part 4 very soon. And now with the tower, part 4. The legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers is right over there.
Legend, yeah.
The British Open 2002 PLO, you won it for 25,000. It was the biggest win so far. PLO, was it and is it still your favourite game?
I think when I first started playing Hold'em, okay, like I say, we learnt by playing, and we would share, we'd talk to each other, and we would do things that didn't have names. We would play squeeze plays, but it wasn't called a squeeze play. It was just something that Ram worked out once and told us, and it worked, and we did it. What's happened in Hold'em is it's kind of been solved. There's so many players that are far more dedicated, and far better than I'll ever be now. And you know, I can still play okay. I think I think I do okay still, but players they've solved Hold'em with all their trackers and everything else, and you know, all the game theory and players like Andy Hills and Richard Trigg. You know, it's hard to compete. Whereas in Omaha, it's kind of like it used to be for me. People still make elementary mistakes. People still overvalue their hands. People still misplay from position. People don't understand. It hasn't been, I mean, yes, there's lots of learning aids, but people don't, there's lots of people that play that make mistakes that they shouldn't make. Whereas the overall field in Hold'em, there's the percentage of really good players in Hold'em is far greater than the percentage of really good players in Omaha. So when I sit in an Omaha tournament or a Hold'em tournament, I'm much more likely to win and to do better in the Omaha tournament. And it's something that I enjoy. I have various things that I do that worked 15, 20 years ago that still work today. It's hard to say that about Hold'em. So yeah, I kind of do prefer it. It's definitely my preferred cash variant for sure.
Moving on to the year after. I tell you what, 2003. You're talking about players that can't play Omaha. What about the guy that could play snooker, but unfortunately didn't win the world title? Probably the greatest player of all time never to win the world title. But had you heads up for a lot of money in the poker?
Yeah, I mean, people might remember the Poker Million. The original Poker Million took place on the Isle of Man in 2000. TV. It was actually, the final was actually done live. Barney Boatman was in the final. Tony Bloom was in the final, and it was won by a very good friend of ours, John Duffy. £1 million prize money. And then there was supposed to be a Poker Million in 2003 at the Hilton Metropole on the Edgware Road. But this is before the 2005 Gaming Act. And there were lots of rumours that the police were going to come in and they were going to bust it up. Things like tons, temporary use notices that they have now when they hold events in hotels in the UK didn't exist then. And the organisers of the Poker Million got a little bit of cold feet and they cancelled the event. Now that was, I think that might have been in 2001 or 2002. Now in 2003, they decided to bring the Poker Million back, but they called it Poker Million the Masters. And it was a slightly smaller buy-in and a slightly smaller prize money, but it was made for TV. And this is the event that you're talking about. So I played the event and I got heads up with Jimmy White. Now, I had a chip lead on him and he was an okay player, but I was pretty confident I was going to beat him. And we played and we played and we played. Anyway, I set him in and he folded, and I set him in again and he folded. And then I set him in, I think I had ace-10, and he called me with the 6-4 of spades. I had 2/3 of the chips, maybe a little bit less, and he had 1/3 of the chips. But the blinds were big. And he's either limped or made a small raise, and I've moved all in, and he's called me with the 6-4 of spades. And the board ran out, and he either rivered a 4 or rivered a 6 to beat me. And I said to him afterwards, when I was chatting to him, I said, Jimmy, why did you call all your chips off with the 6-4 of spades? He said, Joe, he said, you don't understand. He said, 3 hands earlier, you moved all in, and I had the 6-4 of spades. And it's one of my most favourite hands. I wasn't passing it twice. And that's why he called with the 6-4 of spades. But I remember the trophy, right? The trophy for this tournament was one of the nicest trophies I've ever seen. It was about this big, and it was metal, and it had the cards with the 4 suits, Poker Million, the Masters. It was a really, really, really amazing trophy. Anyway, I'm stood at the back. I was still in the main studio. We're obviously all mic'd up. I think we're wearing heart monitors. And Jimmy is across the studio on the other side of the poker table. And he's doing an interview with Barry Hearn, and they're presenting Jimmy the trophy. And as they present him the trophy, my then girlfriend, who was now my wife, Claire, she walked in at the back of the studio. And she came to me and she said, oh, I'm lucky, Joe, I'm lucky. And as they presented Jimmy the trophy, I whispered in Claire's ear, I wanted that effing trophy, but I actually said the word instead of saying effing. I said, look at it. I said, look at that trophy. I wanted that effing trophy. What I didn't realise was my mic was still on.
Oh.
We were still broadcasting live on Sky. And if you go to YouTube and you find Jimmy being presented this trophy, there's a clip of him on YouTube being presented this Poker Million, the Masters trophy. And as Barry Hearn hands in the trophy, you can hear this voice that says, I wanted that effing trophy. Anyway, that's me in the background.
But 2003 wasn't all bad, because you then went to Dublin, one of the finest places in the entire world to play poker. And you managed a first place in probably one of the great, it's just, the Irish Open has to be on a poker player's calendar, and any serious poker player, it has to be a place where everybody wants to stop, and you've actually won it. That must feel still right now so good.
It is, you know, in my lounge right now, okay, I have one trophy out.
Mm-hmm.
One trophy. It's not the Poker Million trophy. I remember Liam Flood presented it to me. It's a great big cut crystal decanter, really nice cut crystal decanter and 4 cut crystal glasses on a nice plinth. And that's the only trophy I have out in my lounge, and it's my Irish Open trophy. Like I was saying before, we would travel from one event to each event at different times of the year. Every Easter was always the Irish Open, and every October was always the Irish Winter Festival, both in Dublin. And I nearly won the Irish Open twice, Phil. In 2001, there were 3 of us left. And I was playing with Paul, I can't remember his second name, and an Irish lady, another lady called Jennifer Hegarty. And Jennifer and I had over half the chips, 3-handed, in the 2001 Irish Open final. I got a bit unlucky. I won't bore you with the stories, but I got a bit unlucky. I remember Mickey Finn was watching, and he came up to me afterwards. He said, Joe, he said, you were so unlucky not to win this tournament. And Jennifer Hegarty went on to win it. Jenny Hegarty, was an Irish grandmother. And for the next 20 years, well, not quite 20 years, for the next 10 years or so, Liam Flood, every time he saw me, would come up to me and remind me that I got beaten by an Irish grandmother. 2 years later, back on the Irish Open final table. Marty Smith was on the final table. Mm-hmm. What's his name? The guy that I was heads up with?
Frank Callahan.
Frank Callahan. I was heads up with Frank Callahan. And I can remember, I used to run so much better in those days. I can remember having kings heads up and flopping a king. And that was my winning hand. I never used to play the nuts. And yeah, that's kind of, I think that was, if I could choose to win one tournament, I think it would have been the Irish Open. And something else about that Irish Open actually is we actually did live coverage of the 2003 Irish Open on the Hendon Mob website, and the live coverage was a webcam stuck to the wall with sellotape. That was the first tournament that we ever did live coverage on.
If you look down here, it's still the same.
A little bit different now with card room, with Andy's card room direct.
Technology has made the game so much better. Back with more of Tower, an hour with the Tower very shortly. So back with an hour with the Tower, and the legend is still sat in his chair. Joe, the poker boom. What do you remember of it, and was it as crazy as it actually seemed?
I remember a lot. It was pretty crazy. I mean, the whole thing about the poker boom was that we were very, very lucky.
Mm-hmm.
We were in the right place at the right time, doing something that we loved before it became popular. You know, when we travelled to the World Series to play, we knew everybody. There'd be the Irish crew, the Birmingham crew. It was always the same players. Everybody would mix. Would all stay together. Everyone would have their own bar in Billions, and it was, we were doing something that we loved doing, and at the time, you know, we were doing something pretty well, and we were the first to get a proper sponsorship deal. We set the Hendon Mob website up in 2000. We were the first to get media attention. And obviously the internet poker was taking off, and we were just in the right place at the right time. You know, if I tried to do that today, it would be impossible, and it could have been 4 other guys doing it. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah.
Well, the boom took off more or less the year after. The buy-ins certainly went up. The $25,000 Bellagio Classic, which again was another decent memory. We got the final table. We finished 7th. Did the 25k buy-in? What does that mean? Buying in for $25,000.
It was. Do you know? I mean, obviously, it's a huge amount of money. Okay, it is a huge amount of money. We were very lucky. We were sponsored, and what I remember more than anything else is the 50,000 starting stack. It was unheard of, completely unheard of. Suited me. I could wait. You know, I could wait and wait and wait. And I remember being on the final table.
You still got some chips left.
I'm still passing and waiting for aces. I had Paul Maxwell sat on my left. It was a pretty good final table. Rob Hollick was on the table. Chris Ferguson, Jesus, was on the table.
Yeah.
Maxwell was on my left. 2 British guys sat together, and it was obviously the World Poker Tour Bellagio Classic. It was their championship event. You had to get to the top 6 to make the TV final table. Okay.
Yeah.
They were filming and stuff, but the actual where they film every hand, you had to get to the top 6. So Paul and I are sat next to each other, and there's 7 of us left, and we've got similar chip stacks, and we're probably in 5th and 6th place, perhaps on the table, maybe even 6th and 7th for a while. We were the shortest stacks. I remember he played a hand. He limped under the gun. It passed round. Chris Ferguson raised. It got back to him, and he moved all in. Maxwell moved all in. And Chris Ferguson thought for ages and called. And Chris Ferguson had pocket 10s. So everything's about pocket 10s, but we had pocket 10s. And he had limped under the gun and moved all in with ace king offsuit, Paul Maxwell. And he said to me, as he hit an ace or a king, and as the chips were being pushed to him, he said to me, but he said it loud enough so anybody could hear it, nobody else would play ace king like that. He said, that's how you play ace king. He said. Because obviously if it had raised with it, it would have been much more tricky. This is what the point he was getting. Anyway, I finished 7th. Rob Hollick knocked me out. And Paul went on to finish 2nd. I think I cashed 160 $60,000. I know you've got it all in front of you.
188.
$188,000. Paul went on to finish second for 2.1 million. If the two tens hold up for Chris, that might have been my 2.1 million. It would have been a TV final table, World Poker Tour final TV table.
Absolutely, and the names in that field were just unbelievable. But you're looking at the Ivies, the Mizrakis, the Dave Williams, just Gavin Smith, absolutely amazing.
That's pretty good players there.
Yes.
All pretty awesome players.
Yeah, but then we change, and I think British poker changes forever in 2007, because season 1 of the GUKPT starts in Bolton.
Walsall.
Bolton.
Okay.
Don't take away Praz Banzi's first ever victory because it was Bolton. The GUKPT, as we know, we are Grosvenor sponsored, but you've travelled around the world for at least 10 years. We then go to Bolton in February to play a £1,000 tournament, and it basically changes tournament poker in Britain. Did you play the first season?
I played Walsall. That's why what I thought you were talking about.
You don't like North. You don't like going to North. Is that which is?
The first ever GUKPT tournament I ever played was season 1 Walsall.
Yeah, because you finished 7th.
Back. Tower's back. Refreshed. Been for a swim. I've had a sauna. We've been for a jacuzzi. We've laid down. We've chilled out. Amazing. What did you do?
I was here with Jamie Nicks. I did go grab some nice food though on the break.
I was listening. I was at the. I was listening in the thing. Then we did a little promo for a run around for Goliath, and now we're back for level number 5 of the day. Numbers getting close to 300,000.
Yep.
Have you cashed in yet?
Yeah. Well, I kept wanting to set a new line, I think. So we might have another little bet going.
He's desperate. Isn't he? He's desperate. What's the line for the bounty? That's the question.
When's the bounty?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. You mean turbo?
Yeah,
The
same
turbo.
thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. Bounty's tomorrow. The turbo is tonight.
So everyone just taking their seats, coming back from our dinner break. I'll run you through who we've got shortly, but we're going to be off and underway for this session in a couple of minutes' time. And we've got some news coming this session as well, so stay tuned for that.
We have indeed.
I'm sure Jim will be with us very shortly, letting us know what's going on.
Yeah. Or is it? So who have we got, Jay? What have we got? Who have we got? Who's chip leader? I can see somebody I recognise.
In 1 is Alex Wooten. In 2, Andrew Back. 3 is Daryl Williamson. 4, Sebastian Skalinski. 5, Deborah Worley-Roberts. 6, Chris De Silva. 7,
Yes.
Paul McNeil. 8 is Shafiam Rahman. And in 9 is Dalibor Nadeki.
We are ready. Chris De Silva. Chris De Silva is come down with Kelly Saxby and Ali Zini. Spand is 5th in the NPL.
He's right up there in the mix of things, looking for a diamond package.
Indeedy, indeedy. So we're just about set for another session. Thanks to Jamie Nixon. He's going to rail Ellie, who's going to play the turbo. She's turned up, going to play the turbo. The prize pool's getting close to £300,000. I think you do need to. Yeah, Joe Beavers tells some good stories, doesn't he? He does tell us some good stories. So we are just about set. As you can see, Another good session. Chris De Silva sat in seat 6. Last time I saw Chris was in Malta
I think
when he won the side event, the last event of the festival. And then we were still commentating on the final table. I think there were 5 left, and he walked over with 10 pints of lager. And he went, "That's for the team." And there were me and Jason sat together, and nobody else. We were like,
you're
"What are you
loving
for?" He went, "Well, just enjoy it." So the blinds are now 2-4. Span's in the building. He doesn't mind having the name Span on the chat as well. So that's all right. Andrew back.
Oh, lucky.
It's good to watch Chris play because he's a great player. In seat number 6.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, flop a king 8 deuce here, 2 diamonds. Expect Span to be continuing this board with the queen jack here fairly often. Backdoor second nut diamonds as well. And does continue. And see 2 quick folds. Nice pick up there from Span with just the queen high. Gets things underway.
I did see him at the break actually. He did say, "I've got some betting discs." So he got some back apparently. I don't know. What did he start the session with? 61.
61.
61. He did say he was down and then he got it all back plus more.
Right, 800. Fold. 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 Fold.
Mick the Mod, Chris De Silva took you out in Malta with a soul read. Yeah, he's an excellent player.
We're going to be back-to-back opens for Span, this time the pocket pair in the low jack. Chris queen jack off in the small hip. Potentially against Span, who can open a fair amount of hands here, can come in for free bet here some of the time, but opts for just the call. Happy to take a flop out of position, and that's going to bring Paul in, getting this price in the big blind, so he's going to defend as well for 400 more. 3-way action.
9-6-4, 2 diamonds.
So Paul flopping the best of it here with middle pair, 2 overs to the pocket 5s of Span. Not much for Chris with the queen jack. And look like Paul's going to come in for a donk here. It does, donks for 800. Span getting 4.5 to 1 in his money here with the 5s. Facing this donk, but makes a very good laydown. And Chris, you expect to do the same here with just queen high.
Indeed, he does. Kev Lowe in the building. Evening, Kev. Friday evening, he'll have finished for the weekend. Thai curry will be on the stove and a bottle of red to be opened shortly. Not that we know what Kev Lowe does on a Friday evening, but we won't be far wrong. Oh, that was Manchester a couple of years ago, wasn't it? When he paused YouTube for some reason to cook his tea or something like that. And then he's reading all the chat box and he's like, "Everybody's spoiling it for me. Why am I only just watching this hand right now?" Says, "Kev, we're finished." And we'd literally finished. He was sat in the back. And he went, "How is everybody not being told off about spoilers?" I says, "Kev, did you pause it for your tea?" He went, "Might have done." Ryder, no, we've not announced it yet.
Coming soon, very soon.
He's on his way.
We're waiting for the main man to come in, let us know about it all,
Yeah.
and then we will be releasing it. It will be this session.
To be fair, it is only 4 seconds after 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. So Sebastian opening the Queen 10, and Deborah going to free bet the Kings on his direct left.
Ace 10, deuce, 2 clubs.
Wow, and Sebastian just coming in for a donk here and a free bet pot for a quarter pot, and Deborah with 12.3k getting 5 to 1, just under on our money. Got to call once here, as I always say, just because there's an ace on the board, can't instantly give our opponent credit for the ace. So there is the call. Turn is the 3 of hearts. And looks like Sebastian's firing up another barrel here, and things are going to get a bit tough for Deborah. She shows the kings.
Oh, don't tilt her.
Yeah. And, Sebastian gets the best hand to fold with the Queen 10. Very unorthodox line there, donking into the 3-better on an ace-high board. You won't see that very often. But,
None of that. Oh, Kev says, yeah, that was so funny. Late on after the second bottle. Oh, dear. Never happens that Chiesa, only always. Jay will run you through the maths, but
it's about 1 and 3.5 times.
It is 100%.
Or Towers 1 and 3.5 times is 100%. Whatever you prefer. The figures about poker players, they have very selective memories. They won't remember the times where they got kings and 8 times on the trot. It was like they had an overpair to the board. You only remember the ace-high boards. And Deborah straight back into it with the Queen Jack suited, raise and take.
Oh, that's good. I like that one. So don't forget, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch, and running across the bottom are some chip counts from around the room during the break. Nice to see Goliath champion in the building.
Yeah, Florian Dewar, back where it all happened. The only man to be chip leader day 1, day 2 and then eventually win it on day 3 at the Goliath. Kellett in the mix, Fletcher as well, 50k for him. Carl Short back for another shot at the GUKPT. We saw him in Manchester.
Katie said to me at the break she showed every great lesson how to dust off chips.
No, she just had a couple of tough spots really, Tower. Can't remember.
I saw the sixes.
Yeah,
that was a tough one. And obviously she hit the ace on the river as well.
It's hard. It is very hard to fold in that spot. It's just not much you can do. Very marginal spots. You could have gone either way, call or fold, and you can't always make the correct decision in this game, no matter how good you are. It's all about looking in a vacuum and how it's going to look over the long term for you, what decisions you are making. And we see Chris, after opening the ace-5 in the hijack, continuing on the Queen 7-3, and that's going to be a pick-up for him.
Got any more chip counts? We will get you some of the breaks whenever we can. If you've got friends that you know are playing around the room and when they're not on the feature table and you want to stick their chip count into the chat, you can do. Numbers impressive yet again. Getting closer and closer to the £300,000 prize pool, which is just incredible. The actual number, if you want to know, 263 today.
Might even surpass the 370 today with the turbo, the line that was set.
Well, I went to pound over. I'm not a pound over per person. I don't know if he actually accepted the bet.
I don't think he did.
At the moment, there are 435 entries and a prize pool of £291,450.
Paul going to have to get out of the way here. Queen Jack off, out of position. Okay, it looks like he wants to play. Or 4-bet maybe? No, just a call. maybe a non-believer. Shafian 3-betted him on his direct left. Hijack versus cut-off dynamic. And does actually flop the best of it, so it's worked out well for Paul in this scenario. So hopefully he'll be playing in flow, checking it over to the 3-better. Got to understand that even though we have flopped top pair, Shafian's still got the Queens, Kings, Aces all in his range. Strong value 3-betting hands. Ace Jack probably in there as well. King Jack suited as well, the candidate. But flop backdoor diamonds, 2 overcards here. Don't need to come in for a big C-bet. Go anywhere around like the 2k mark, even smaller than that sometimes. The share looks fairly hefty, 3.5 into 5.4, around 2/3. Now Paul, after flopping the top pair, he's going to make the call. And then you see SPR 1.1 territory.
King of diamonds on the turn.
It's a great card for Shafian, turning top pair, top kicker, nut, flush draw. Yeah, I'm Shafian here. We want to be thinking how we can potentially get all our chips in by the river. There's not really any bad rivers for us, maybe a jack from our perspective. So he's gone for the deceptive check behind. And I'm hoping if this is a brick on river, he's checked behind deceptively to choose a larger size on the river. Maybe like an 8k, 9k bet. But it looks like Paul, who's got probably a clear as day check spot, is going to come in for a bet, which looks like a 2k. No, it's 6k. So Shafian now, we're checking back turn for this reason. Got the ace of diamonds in our hand, top pair, top kicker. Like it's a 3-bet pot with a king and jack of diamonds out there. Flushes are pretty irrelevant. Maybe there's only a couple of combos. Queen 10 of diamonds, 10 9 of diamonds, 9 8 of diamonds. That's about it. Maybe they should be peeling out of position. So if we're Shafian here, we just can't do much more than just call.
Absolutely.
There's the call. And,
very nicely.
He's going to see that he's got the best hand with the ace king.
Shaft takes a few more, up to 31,000.
Yeah, Paul says nice hand, but this all stems from what I spoke about pre-flop, the peel out of position to a 3-bet with queen jack off. Most of the time, unless we've got some specific read or think we're going to be up against an opponent who's going to make a lot of mistakes post-flop, but from just a population perspective, we want to be tossing that one into the muck.
Kyle Almerton says Shaft busted him in the satellite last night. Here's ace king against king 7. I'm guessing he used his chips and got himself a seat. Now he's sat in seat number 8 of Shaft. Shaft Rahman.
Raise 900. Fold. Fold. What's your first name? Sorry? Lawrence. Yeah. Cool.
Nice from Darryl here with the ace 3. Understanding button opening range going to be very wide. We've got the old ace for removal in the big blinds that just comes in with the 3-bet and gets the job done.
As you can see, plenty going on online over the weekend. We have a live stream free roll at 6 o'clock. The close is now on Mondays and not Sunday. Monday at 7. Buying is £110. Satellite's running every single night on Grosvenor Poker. We've got a sports book running as well. On day 3 for the players that remain. There will be a book marked up overnight. 8 AM until just before midday. You'll be able to have a little bit of a flutter on the person you think is going to win it. And the 30-30 events that are coming. Aye aye. We have the big chief in the building. Blinds 2-4 with a 4.
So ace-8 suited. I'd like to see Dalibor open this in the low jack. Makes it 800.
Don't go too far.
Darryl. Little loose pill on the button. Queen 9 wants to get involved. Does have position, but Sebastian's in with the King Queen suited, and Deborah getting an attractive price will make the call with the King 7.
I'll raise that 2-5-7.
Well, it's a good flop for Deborah, flopping top pair, decent kicker, and Sebastian coming in for a donk for 800. We saw him donk in a 3-pair pot against Deborah earlier on.
Here's the call.
Dalibor here, Tal, he's actually got a nice hand. Yeah, I was just about to say, to float within position, getting this price, 800 to potentially win 52.
That'll get out of the way. 6 of spades on the turn.
So Deborah's still with top pair, and Sebastian now comes in for a check, and Deborah gonna bet her top pair. Bit of equity denial to the overcards. She believes she's got the best hand. Do need to still be wary of Dalibor's range of hands that he's going to call flop with, though, as being the pre-flop aggressor. And the fact that he's called on the turn here, unless the river's a king or a 7 tower, I think we've got to have pretty much a check all the time here as Deborah.
Oh, the ace-8 just manages to get there. And she's going to lead again. Unfortunately, she's going to get the bad news when the race comes in.
So a bet of 4k from her. And Dalibor, Deborah's got 5k behind, sets her all in. And she's just going to have to fold.
It was good on the telly until the river debit. Unlucky Deborah. Ricky D, the dates have not yet been released. We're just waiting for Jim to wander back in and for Mr. Bull just to give us the okay.
It's an important announcement. We've got to make sure everything's set and ready.
We have, absolutely. Chain him to the chair. Make sure nothing's released.
Here we
aye,
go.
aye.
Here we go.
Or they calling each other together. Guard one door in another. So straight after this, and we'll. In fact, we've just got. We've got something to show you, ladies and gentle people. Hey, remember 2011 when they had this vision of having this thing called the Goliath, and they thought, you know what we're going to do is we're going to come to Coventry and everybody's going to turn up, we'll have a 5-day comp and we'll just turn it into the biggest and best comp in the United Kingdom. Well, 10 years later, we've now got this amazing trophy. Lee Rawson won the first ever Goliath back in 2011. His name is now on the inscribed onto this massive trophy, but Lee Reynolds was the last one to win it in 2019 before obviously we then shut down and a couple of winners online, but we're giving you a little bit of a taster because this trophy will be coming out again in 2022, and we're going to be coming live from Coventry in next year. We just cannot wait. But this trophy is coming out of the case, so we're going to have a wander through. We're going to show you what you do for wandering into Goliath, and it's just a little bit of a taster and a little bit of a this is what we used to do for Goliath. The winners that are inscribed on the massive trophy: Les Fenton, Jake Skidmore, Ryan Foster, Mika Toika. That's when Katie managed to come second. Vamshit, Van Danderpoel, all these guys are now regulars on the GUKPT circuit, and we see them on a regular basis. Elliot Moraes, who also plays a lot online. Florian Duter, who also plays the massive GUKPTs and is in the building as we currently speak. And then Lee Reynolds, as we saw, for the last big trophy winner of Goliath. And then obviously we decided to shut down. But this is a little bit of a taster for Goliath 2022, when we do go live again. And we will be walking down these steps and coming down the escalator to start and enter the amazing arena. But what we are going to show you is, because we are 12 months in advance, what we are going to show you is the back end. We're going to wander through. We're going to show you the back end of Goliath, and actually what it actually looks like right now when nobody's there and nothing's set up and there's nobody in the building, before anybody tells us what to do and where to put tables and how to get in, and this is what you got to do, and you got to put your table there and you got to put your table here. Before all of that, before any of that, what we're going to do is show you the actual room and how it actually looks, because Goliath is coming back. Come on, follow me. Follow me. This is the back way. There's nothing like getting in the back entrance. Come on. Here we go. This is the back way all the way. Well, you never see this ever. You never ever see this. Afternoon, boys. You never see this, because you won't ever walk through this way, because this is where it all happens. This is where it all happens on a normal GUKPT. This is where it. But Goliath is coming back 2022. You won't enter this way. No way will you come through, because everything's coming through. But we are going to show you what it looks like now. And these are the holes. Remember when David Hay came through the doors? This is where he was stood. That was the entrance that he walked straight through and all the way down. But this is how it looks right now. And this is 12 months prior to what anything is going to happen in Goliath. Remember Joker's Wild? Remember Joker's Wild? Remember some silly man over there stood there dressed as the Joker? This is the empty room of what Goliath is going to be part of. It's all been redeveloped. The CBS Arena, as it is now, is the place where it's going to be. I'm guessing Joker's Wild will take preference. But look at this. This is how it stands, and this is what it is before anybody comes in the building, and before anybody shouts. You're putting your feature table over there, and you're putting your tables over there, and the comms box is over there. None of that at this moment in time. But the CBS Arena is where we are going to be for Goliath 2022. Don't expect it to look like this when you turn up for the 10th anniversary live of Goliath, because it won't look anything like this. The lights will be on, the balloons will be on, the tables will be in the building. There'll be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people stood waiting. The gong will be there, ready to get bashed and ready to get in. We can't wait. Everybody thinks it's a long time to wait and to plan. But plans are in, ready for 2022, and Jim McShane will be telling us exactly when the dates are set for Goliath in 2022. It is, you might not think it right now, but when you're coming down them escalators for the start of Goliath next year, you'll be thinking all the planning is absolutely worth it. And this is the exit as we're ending up towards another part of the CBS Arena. We will be going to Jim McShane to give us an update on the dates, and he's going to let us know exactly what's going to happen regarding the room that is Goliath 2022. We built you up. You better have some news for us.
How was that? How was that video, huh?
How was that?
Yep, good to see the old place.
Oh my days.
Still standing.
Oh my days, let me tell you. That was amazing.
They've done a good job on the arena.
Yes.
It's a bit strange not being the Rico, but now being there.
Yep. It was amazing. It was a great walkthrough. Andy surprised me. I wasn't expecting to do that, but we managed to get through. It does look a bit different, a lick of paint, and they making it brighter. And there was an area where we used to use the as a meeting room and basically staff room.
Yep.
How different does that look? Now it's all done up and painted.
You wouldn't notice the same place. But yeah, so the arena's they've done a lot of work. They got us prepped.
Yeah.
Ready to get all their bits and pieces, but obviously we're now booked in. We've got a 3-year deal signed for the next 3 years for Goliath, all locked in.
3 years.
Obviously we'll be looking to extend beyond that, but we've got 3 years for now.
Yep.
So those dates are all set. So I guess we're ready for the big reveal. I guess everybody wants to know what the dates are going to be.
We are on the big reveal. We are looking at the big reveal. You told us you got some news.
I do. We have good news. So just to let everybody know, normally a Goliath obviously runs July into August.
Yeah.
Next year in Birmingham we've got the Commonwealth Games, which part of it's being hosted in the arena. I believe they have the karate and the rugby sevens. So it means we've been pushed back a little bit, but we'll have Goliath live 2022, and it's going to be starting the 25th of August, running through to the 5th of September. So the event will be back, all the events that everybody loves. We'll have, we can confirm Joker's Wild will be back.
There's none of that dressing up malarkey anymore.
Certainly happy with that.
Them days have gone.
Obviously the main event that everybody loves to play and come and play. There'll be lots of sides, lots of bits and pieces going on. Red Tooth will be joining us, so we'll have lots of fan favourites coming back as well. But it's just great to have the dates locked in.
Yeah.
We can release it now. Everyone knows where it's going to be, when it's going to be. Qualifying will be starting online imminently, so people can start. We'll have seats getting rolled over from what would have been last year.
Yeah.
We've obviously missed 2 years with it being online due to lockdown.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy, but it's only a year away, and for our side it takes a lot of prep, a lot of time, a lot of organisation. We've already had our first big Goliath meeting, so we're set to see what we need to do. It's Goliath 10, Goliath X, so we'll make it
Goliath X, I like that.
bigger and better than ever before.
Can I put a tune in the diary for next year?
You can, 25th of August.
25th of August, so are we setting up on the Wednesday?
Yep, we'll do all the setup.
We'll
all
do the
prep,
Wednesday,
get
then we'll
everything
start
ready.
on the Wednesday.
Everybody in for the Thursday.
Wow.
And then we'll have the day one starting that weekend, all the way through.
Yeah.
Following weekend, day two, day three on the Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
We'll be expecting record-breaking numbers. See if we can hit the £1 million mark this time for the
yeah,
first
because
time.
obviously we were building up to 10 live anyway, and now we've had 2 online. It's going to be obviously builders. Is it still going to be a Goliath 10 in brackets live?
Yep. Still our 10th year here in Coventry, 10th year at the Rico. So it'll still be Goliath X, Goliath 10 for us.
Yeah.
And you know, people will be coming from far and wide. We had an email from Canada this week about questions about when it was going to be and how could they book it and when can they get over. So it is international.
Obviously we get a lot of questions regarding the dates and regarding that and how can we book. We were getting it at Goliath when we went live when we were live in 2019.
Yeah.
Can you give us the dates? And obviously, by the end of the week, we give the dates out, and people obviously we're then booking their hotels. And we've always said it. It's a lot of people's Las Vegas for the year.
Absolutely.
If you can't, a lot of people can't go to Vegas. They can't do that, and they class Coventry and all the events and all the side events and all the fun and all the things that go with it as their Las Vegas trip. And the dates are now set, as Jim Marlowe has put in the books, 25th of August till the 5th of September. That is correct.
Yep, locked in.
Locked in.
Yep, good to go.
So we're very excited about it. A 3-year contract has been signed.
It has.
Which is great news.
We'll be there 2022, 2023, 2024. I'm looking to build beyond.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Obviously, for you guys out there, there's no schedule just yet, but the dates are set.
Yeah.
It is such good news. Nice one.
Yeah,
thanks for that.
Early prep with the schedule. You know where you stand with the main event.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the days will be there. Same sort of levels with number of flights.
Yeah.
So as soon as we can get it confirmed, we'll get it out.
Yeah.
We'll have a tower exclusive.
Well, you dropped 2 bombshells on us the other day, saying that Coventry was already back in for GUKPT next year, and then you told us that the dates are going to be announced for Goliath. So we're buzzing.
Well, as you've seen, I mean, the numbers are still piling into the main at the minute.
Yeah.
You know, the numbers are still looking good. We've got the turbo at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So this could well be the biggest ever mini GUKPT main event size.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Coventry's been served well. The people have come. The people have supported it.
Yeah.
Club's done a fantastic job. So,
and everybody said so as well, which is really good to hear. Obviously, we take negativity on board as well as being patted on the back as well. So it's good to hear. It's good for the staff here in Coventry that they've already been praised and rewarded, and I think they're excited as well to be back as a GUKPT and then to be back as a Goliath in the same year. They must be buzzing as well.
It is, and it gives it a kind of position where they've got early on in the year they've got the leg 2 to prepare for.
Yeah.
Get that done, and then it becomes real Goliath work. Get set, everything we need to do. We'll be ready for Goliath.
Excellent. Well, thanks for that. We will be scrolling the dates along the bottom of the bottom of the screen very, very shortly. But the dates are set: 25th of August, 2022, until the 5th of September. Goliath X, as it's just been revealed, might change. You never know. Could be Goliath 10. Fantastic news. Thank you very much, Mr. Jim.
No worries, Phil.
Back to the floor. Are you needed as a dealer today? Are you all hands on deck?
I've had some time on the table. Good to get in the middle of it, listen to what people are saying, get some feedback.
Excellent.
Always good to be involved.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, it has been announced, Goliath, and we know it's 12 months away, but it is now set and a 3-year contract is done. Jim McShane, thank you very much. Top man.
Cheers,
we will go back to the table because incoming is Jay yet again. I better tell him some news.
What's happened?
Goliath dates are set, young man. So Goliath dates have been set. Did you miss it?
I missed it. I actually did miss it. I was having a little wander, seeing what was going on the floor. I come back in, I caught the end of it, but yeah, all sounds good.
Yeah, with the Commonwealth Games being in Birmingham and the surroundings next year, we're a little bit later than normal, but actually, it's more or less the same week as when it first started, because I think the first one was over the bank holiday weekend, wasn't it? Back in the day, back in 2011, I'm sure it was. 25th of August until the 5th of September. Lock it in, get yourself ready, and we have some exciting news for Goliath dates. Yes, there is no schedule, but in coming times and coming months, Jim will inform us about absolutely everything. So there we go, back to the table after the news. It'll get drilled away and everybody will start talking about it, and thanks to Jim McShane for coming in and telling us the good news.
Yeah, we've got 3-bet pot here. Chris 3-betting the jacks on the button versus hijack open, and it looks like he is going to continue this board. Board that's fine to check as well. An overcard to us, it's probably a board that's going to favour the caller's range of our 3-bet, but Darryl with up and down here, not going to be going anywhere with the 10-7. Well, he's actually coming for a raise here, Darryl. It's actually nice to see. We're going to have the 8s, we're going to have the 9s. Jack 10 suited definitely in there as well that we're going to peel versus Chris's 3-bet. But back on Chris here now, and we're getting 2.6k to call. So getting over 5-1, so we're not going to be folding here with our gut shot and position. But only option for us here as Chris is to just call and take a turn, and there is the call. It's the 8 of spades. It's a good card for us as Chris. Makes pocket 8s less likely. Only one combo of that now. Obviously Jack 10 still in there, but we got a great hand that blocks that. We half the combos, having 2 jacks in our hand makes it less likely as well. And Darryl now going to give up, just checking it over to Chris. Still 12k behind here for Darryl, less than the pot size bet. If I'm Chris here, I'm probably going to still be checking this one back. And there is the check. And the ace of clubs on the river. And this card's a lot better for us as Chris is the 3-better, so it's not a good card for us to bluff here as Darryl. I think we're just going to have to preserve our 12k here and wave the white flag. Yes, we are sitting here with 10 high, but this ace is going to smash Chris a lot more than it does us, as Chris being the 3-better. He's going to go for it. A little glance at his chips. Yeah, I like the check tail. I know we can see it probably would have worked if Chris did choose to, if Darryl did choose to bluff that spot, it would have worked, but just in terms of range there, we just got to wave the white flag. What? Okay. Just a muck from Darryl. Didn't even, he went check, and he just insta-mucked his hand. Didn't want to see what Chris had. We'll find out on stream in half hour's time.
So the silver up to 65,000. We knew he was a good player. He's chip leader on the table, Spandel 63. So Ricky D, Guttery can't be playing the Goliath. He's getting married on the 3rd of September 2022. Well, just play every other event and just miss the main, or just change the dates. There's going to be plenty of talk about Goliath, and there'll be plenty of guys ringing up the hotels around and making sure they get in for their week in Coventry 2022. But they have been set. The dates are on.
So 3 opens. Well, it was a 3-bet the first hand, but Chris involved again. Jack's aces now 7-8 suited. Makes it 700. 300k prize pool tower.
It's hit it, has it?
Yep.
Boom.
Unbelievable turnout.
£300,000 prize pool. And we have a turbo at 9.
Chris flopping middle pair flush draw here. Big flop for his hand after opening the 8-7 suited in the hijack. Alex with bottom pair though, not going to be going anywhere. Nine of spades on the turn. Give both players a gutter to go with their pair. And we now have Alex coming in for a lead with his bottom pair and gut shot. Chris not going to be going anywhere here. As with Chris though, just want to be flattening this spot. It's a pot size bet in the big blind here. We are up against nutted hands from Alex. Alex can have the 8-6, he can have the Jack-8. He's got all the 2-pair combos in there as well. So from Chris's perspective here, we're definitely not folding, but we just want to call and see a river in position. No need to raise. We don't want to raise and get ripped on. So like the decision to call and the Queen of Hearts on the end. And now it looks like Alex is going to go for it, and it's going to work. We have 6.3. So let's look at this from Chris's perspective, as he's got the decision here on the river. So the fact that Alex is led turn, he can represent a whole lot of hands. Regarding bluffs is what we got to come up with here as Chris. Don't really expect too many people to lead this and then bet again on the end, and I agree with Chris there with fold. I know Alex had the worst of it, but it's just so hard for us to call there with fourth pair after the action that's occurred, and we've got 2 clubs in our hand. We prefer Chris to have clubs for the mish flush draw. It's just not a good hand to call with there from Chris's perspective. We want Alex to have the clubs, and gets out of the way incorrectly, but correctly over the long run, I'd say.
Brian Bloomfield on Twitch says, have I missed Goliath dates and the Meet Mod posting? It is a 3-year deal that's locked in, 22, 23, 24. Those are the dates for 2022, the 25th of August to the 5th of September. They won't be the same dates, obviously, for the year after, but next year, the 25th of August, no schedule to be released for a while, but the dates are set. While we were talking to Jim, we did lose Deborah with a short stack, and Lawrence Houghton came in to the table.
So Chris playing 4 out of 4 hands. This time he's in with a 9-8 suited. Jack 10-8, rainbow, and Darryl continuing here with the overpair. Chris with bottom pair up and down, not going to be going anywhere here, tower. We'll make the call in position. And that is a set on the turn for Darryl here. Going to be loving that card. Got about 1.8 SPR here is Darryl, so got to be thinking about hands that Chris calls flop with that we're still trying to extract value from here. Obviously hands like Jack X, the Jack Queen, Ace Jack's in there as well. Hands like Queen 10 suited are going to call once more against this sort of size with their pair and double gutter. In this scenario, Chris getting about 3.5 to 1 on a call here. He's got bottom pair. He should be aware that his 8's not going to be too good here, but the problem is now are up and down one end. The queen rolls off. We've actually got the dummy end of the straight, so he'll be aware of that. And as well, Darryl's stack size here. The only real good rivers for us here, Chris, are 7s and 8s from our mind. But this price and position, get to see what Darryl does first on the river. He is going to make the call in his head, probably thinking an 8 is good as well as a 7. Queen's a bit of a dicey one. But it is the deuce of clubs, and we've got an easy shove here now. As Darryl, oh wow, he's coming with a check and shows the kings. We've got basically what you expect to be the effective nuts there as Darryl, with stack sizes there. If Chris has a hand like Queen 9 suited or Ace Queen on the turn, you expect him just to move in versus us. So really surprised Darryl didn't go for value there, probably because he knows he has 2 kings in his hand. It's less likely Chris has a king, so trying to maybe induce a bluff from our opponent. But Chris wasn't having any of it. Snap check back.
Bugshark says, is it the Rico Arena? Well, it's now the CBS Arena, which is Coventry Building Society Arena. They are the new sponsors of the ground itself. But yeah, the Rico Arena, as it used to be, is now the CBS Arena. Aaron, oh yeah. Dennis says, 3rd choice hotel booked for next year. Wowzers. 3rd choice.
So Chris involved again, 5 of 5 every time. He's had a hand to open though. This time it's King Queen. And Dalibor going to come in with the suited gapper. Alex is in with the 6 tray suited on the button. And action on Darryl here in the big with pocket jacks and playing 38 big blinds here. 3 bets to 3.5. Very small size considering there's been an open and 2 calls. Would have preferred nearer the 4.55k mark here from us as Darryl. But it does look very, very strong going this size as well. Looks like we're trying to get a call and get action off of our stack size. Action on Chris with King Queen. Lets it go. Dalibor does the same, and Alex 6-3 suited here on the button. Be very surprised if it, oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
Maybe if we're 100 odd big blinds deep, but Darryl here only playing 35 bigs effective behind now. But wow, look at this flop, and this is going to go in. He must have known. He must have known he was getting pair flush draw. And there's the all in, and there's the call, and this is a race tower, pair flush draw versus overpair. And Darryl's thinking, oh, you got 6-3 in this spot. So fading 6-3 and hearts, and it's a 7, so we'll double up the jacks of Darryl. And Alex wanted to get involved with the 6-3, and it's cost him a bit of his stack, but obviously on that flop we're not going anywhere once we hit the pair and flush draw.
Oh, yeah, got all sorts going on here. Morgan Hayward, yes, you have the dates have been announced, 25th of August next year until the 5th of September. And no schedule until early next year, but the dates have been set. There'll be plenty of side events. Last year they had one of them 25-50s, was it? Or a deep stack, or a 25-25.
So ace king for Lawrence in 5, and Darryl with ace king in the small blind here, and just choosing to flat. And that brings Sebastian along in the big blind. And it's funny, Sebastian actually favourite equity-wise here, especially after that flop. Jack 10-9, 2 diamonds. And Sebastian has been a serial donk leader this session. He obviously has a strategy devised around it. It's a lead of 1.1, and Darryl Ace King will make the call. Ten of diamonds on the turn. No player with a diamond in their hand, and Sebastian once more comes in for a bet, and that works. So Shafian with the ace queen, going to open here, makes it 800 to go. Dalibor, King Jack off versus an early position open, bit of a dicey one. I'm more of an advocate for free betting these hands in these spots, but looks like he is counting out the calling chips. And Alex now has an easy free bet with the ace king. Makes it 3.9. And action back on Shaf here. In a bit of a spot now with the ace queen. Expect him to continue here still though. I think ace jack off, probably see him muck, but I think ace queen just a bit too near the top of our range to be letting go. If we start folding hands like this, the free bets all the time, and people become aware of that, they can just have a field day against us. But Alex's stack might have something to do with it.
Fold,
he does just let it go.
Yeah, good fold.
Maybe come to the conclusion that Alex, off of that stack size, just wasn't going to have any free bet bluffs in there. Flipping at best from his perspective. A very disciplined laydown. And as well, as always mentioned, you've got to know your opponents and pay attention all throughout the day, because that can help you make decisions like that. If he's aware that Alex just never free bet him worse than ace queen, you can make a exploitable fold. Just let it go, get on to the next hand.
Razor Fazeli, how are you doing, Razor? Getting his hotel books, but there's a random question. His friends want to know if he can park his camper van in the Rico Arena car park. I don't actually know, but I might go and ask Igor, who is pit boss here in the, he's the GM here in Coventry. I'll go and ask that question. I'm not sure. I know when we come to play here at Grosvenor, it's the fee for the car park is waived. There is a fee if you're just in the hotel as a guest in the hotel, and obviously on match days there's a fee as well. I think it's £6 for match day, but I'm not sure about the camper van. I shall go and ask the question if Igor is still in the building. And Nick Woods asked a genuine question for Jay. Thoughts on what to do when you're caught dead with average stack for 60 minutes plus? Patience or trying to make things happen with Jack 3, etc.
Just patience, and the thing is, I hear a lot of people ask about average stack and looking it on the screen. Just try to, I know it's hard not to look up there, see how you're getting on and whatnot, but try to take that away from the situation. Think about your stack in terms of how many big blinds we have and what clock we're on as well. But in a GUKPT, you could be card dead for 2-3 hours and just have to fold and fold and fold, and you'd still be absolutely fine if you did have what was average stack at the time. It all comes down to, it will happen. It will happen. As long as you've got that patience, you will find a hand, or you will find your spot some point throughout the day. And it's all about just being mentally capable of not spewing off your chips, just waiting a little bit, and eventually that spot will arise. I'm not saying when that spot does arise you're going to double up or you're going to get it in good. You might get cooled, you might get sucked out on. All these things are factors of poker, but never ever just, if you've been card dead for an hour, think, oh, that's it, I'm done, whatever I get dealt next, I'm just going with it. You've just got to be capable of having that patience at the table. It makes a difference as well, because you'll get some tournaments where you have to fold for a session for 2 hours. You'll just be sat there folding, defend the big blind, check, fold, 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 defend the big blind, check, fold. Before you know it, it's the next break. But you'll get other times where you just get hit in the face by the deck and you're involved in lots of pots and whatnot. It just will all even out. Just be patient and your time will come. Well, Chris obviously thinking about a free bet here, guys, because we can never be calling in this spot. He must have picked up on something from Sebastian, and if he has, this is really good. Hand selection wise, it is a bit of a trash hand. As I usually say, talking about free bet bluff hands, try and incorporate some hands in that have some removal effects with Ace X and King X. Makes it less likely for your opponent to have a hand they can peel with, as well as hands with good playability, suited hands, things that can flop a little bit more equity, a bit more playability on streets. But in this scenario, Chris must have just picked up on something from Sebastian and thought, you know what, I'm going to go for it. I think he's light here, and a good read from the man in seat 6. Nice little pickup with a hand that probably everyone else on this table might have just tossed into the muck, but picking his spots carefully. So Span getting involved with the Queen 8 suited, raises to 800, and Chris once again thinking about it. This time looks like he just wants to play the Queen 9 in position on the button. Actually has Span in a dominated spot, and Shaf here getting 6.5 to 1 on his money. Looks like he's I was about to say he's going to fold, but no, he is going to call. Getting that prize, closing the action. Happy to see him flick that one in. Does actually have the best of it as well, as we see the ace 7-4 all club flop. So complete whiff for everyone here, but Span, who's probably got one of the worst hands he's going to have in this spot, opening early position. I'd like to see him come in for a bet once here and then just wave the white flag. There is the continuation bet from Span. Bet for 1.3. And Chris with just queen high. We do have the 9 of clubs. Still have big blind to worry about behind us. And there are some hands that Span can have that have us pretty much drawing dead. Hands like ace queen, ace jack, ace king with a club in it. So would be a bit of an optimistic call from Chris, but looks like he's got a plan in mind, and he is going to call. Comes in with the old float. And this is why position is so powerful, because we get to see if Span does check it over to us on the turn, and if he does, then I'm assuming we're going to see some barrels from Chris in this spot. But Span says nope. Oh, I thought he was going to come in for a bet there. But if we're floating the ace 7-4 flop with queen 9, we have to have a plan in mind for future streets. But no, not. Coming in for the bet. Checks it behind. This is interesting now from Span. Gonna picked up showdown with the 8, and it just goes snap, check, check. So Chris, really surprised to see that from him. Would have been intrigued to know the thought process of it. Yes, we got the 9 of clubs, but the Queen 9 off call on the flop without barreling once checked to us on turn or river. Could have been the thought process that he's been involved in so many pots in the last half hour, maybe be given a bit less credit for a bluff. But if that's the case, I think we need to just fold flop anyway.
Well, people are starting to get excited about Goliath and book their hotels and accommodation for next year. Wooty wooty.
20, 6, 7.
So Darrell, A7 suited, raised to 900. Lawrence with a pocket pair. They're going to make the call. Fine to do so, playing 43 big blinds effective. We make our set, potential to win decent sized pot. Tango, the turbo is at 9, but it's only 10 levels. 10 levels, not 12.
Is
Same. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 10, ain't it?
Is it?
10, 20-minute levels.
Why would it be only 10 levels? Would you not play the same amount of levels? Oh yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
We play 10 levels
Yeah,
live.
yeah.
You donuts. Yeah. It has to be because it'd be the same structure.
Yeah, exactly.
10 levels.
And so it coincides with the finish of this tournament as well.
Yes.
200 minutes with a couple of breaks. Starts at 9, it'll finish up the same sort of time as the day 1B.
Yeah, because if you play 12 levels, you'd end up winding the blinds back for those that played on the turbo.
Never give you a free one all day. Never a free one all day with you on all day. It's good, man. You've got to make people pay it, yeah.
So Lawrence betting small here to get a free showdown on the river, you expect. Just going to snap check this one back, and the nut flush of Darrell is going to take it.
Tango fan was going to come at 12 today, but didn't want to be on a waiting list. What waiting list would that be? There definitely wasn't a waiting list at 12. You could have sat in any chair. Could have sat on the feature the first 20 minutes. Alyssa, who was on our first feature table, who didn't turn up,
Yep.
is the wife of Paul in seat number 7. And she was gutted, devastated that she saw her name on the feature and didn't get a chance to play it. Because I said at the break, I'm on afterwards. She'll be laughing at me.
So Lawrence with the ace queen and the low jack going to come in for an open. Looks like 800. And our shaft here, jack 7 suited on the button. I just think if we want to continue with this, I know we're on the button, but I'll talk about it a lot against Lawrence's stack here. But he's still got over 30 bigs actually, but I'm going to continue there. I do prefer the free betting with these hands rather than the flat. Is it a free bet tower? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is indeed.
Yeah, this. I just think it's so many better things can happen for us free betting these type of hands rather than flatting. Obviously, we've got position. We gain the betting lead. We can take it down pre-flop with our free bet bluff. The times we don't, we can continue. It's a suited hand. We can have plenty of playability on flops and turns. But as I always say as well, there's just nothing you can do, and you can't account for someone waking up with a hand behind you.
Absolutely not.
And that's exactly what's happened here. And Alex with the jacks has moved all in, and Shaf just going to save some face. He doesn't want Lawrence to know that he's free betting him light, so he's going to tank for about 10-15 seconds and then let this go.
Let it go, let it go. Tango fan said he got told there was a table cap and a good chance he'll be waiting. I think the table cap was it 15, 16 tables? But yeah, it did fill up pretty quickly, but it was probably 3 o'clock by the time there was the list. But if you're going for the turbo, then good luck. So the numbers have been incredible. Razor Kev's nearly 100 players out so far, and there's a turbo to come.
We'll see how you are one then.
Yeah, well, it's pound a man, so pound a man. I'm sure he took the bet. He normally does, and my offer was there instantly. So. It was a bit of an error from our Kev. It was normally nearly Bob on the button, but we are heading towards 500 runners in the main event. Plenty going on over the weekend, as you saw. Closer on the Monday, £110 in. Turbo starting in just under 2 hours' time. Tomorrow's side event is a bounty. Starts at 6 PM. £170 in.
So Chris suited ace here. Expect him to open this. And it does makes it 800. And Shaf with the ace king. Like to see him come in for a free bet here, around the 2.5k remit. Sizing. Like to see him go around there. And free bet to 2.5 from Shaf. Action back on Chris here with the a6 suited. So can sometimes 4-bet here, dependent on our read on our opponent. Is Shaf someone that's capable of 3-betting a lot of different hands, and we've already seen it with the Jack 7 suited. But our last option here versus Chris, I think probably is going to be calling. I think he's going to opt to fold most of the time and then 4-bet at a small frequency, and there is the fold from Chris.
Razor Kev bought a new fridge freezer, a dishwasher and goalkeeper gloves for the boy. Bit young to be using a fridge freezer and a dishwasher, isn't it? What's that all about? What's that all about? Poor lad's got a dishwasher for his what was it, birthday present? Right?
I think that just the goalkeeper gloves for the boy tower. Oh, that's going up on the chat there. We are. Look at that. What your boy do with the dishwasher and fridge freezer? Use them as the post while he's in the nets.
Kev's having a mare.
Oh god.
Oh, Kev, we'll see you in Leeds. Oh dear. Yeah, Penny Smith, you're absolutely correct. Just opened a tube of Pringles. Apparently, once you pop, you can't stop. So why do they have a resealable lid? Why do they make resealable packets for chocolate? What's the point in that? Yeah, we just used to use jumpers as posts.
Bikes were the best ones. You turn the bikes upside down and put them on the seat. They were the best goal posts.
Yeah, but when you dived into them, you'd hurt your head. You can dive over. You can dive over jumpers.
When you're kids, you're not fussed, are you? When you're a kid.
So we're close to halfway through the day.
Oh, we're past halfway through. This is level 6 tower. We've actually only got...
Numbers amazing.
We've got 40 minutes until we head out on the next break. And new featured as well.
I bought a PS5 yesterday anyway, so like, I was trying to support.
Well, no, you won it, right? Is that what you want?
No, I didn't win my power one. Just
What
retail.
was it you coming to take the other day?
That, the PS.
Not for you, for him.
Yeah, no, I was collecting it off him.
I'll take it off him, sorry.
I couldn't support
So,
it's just my luck, man.
not picking up the graphics for this hand, guys.
Yeah, he said he had a disconnection, David.
Misdeal.
Misdeal. Misdeal, which means Dave cocked up. Is that what it stands for? A misdeal. Geez, Jamie Nixon made it through today too, yeah. In fact, we've all got no graphics. Have we got
The chip counts up from yesterday, shall we?
Where were they?
This one, was it? There we are.
There we go.
There we are. While this hand's sorting itself out on the graphics, we'll be back next time. Have a little look up there. Anyone you recognise?
38 players making it through from the 168 entries. That's when we knew Kev was done. Yeah. 168 turned up for day 1A.
Paul Fisher, the chip leader, had an absolute gift at the end of the day. He gift wrapped the lot. Absolute gift to give him the chip lead.
What was it?
Someone just ripped 90k into him on a Jack 3-3 board with Ace Jack, and he had aces, and he called and mate, he said Merry Christmas and was off to the rail. Last hand of the day as well.
90 bigs.
Yeah, because I was talking to Paul about the hand and he said he just wanted to bag up. He had 110k, he was ready to bag up. He looked down last hand, he thought, oh no, I've got aces, here we go.
Yeah.
He free bet, there was a call. And then it come Jack 3-3, and next thing you know, he's faced with like a 9x pot shove or something. And I got aces, call. And mate, he was drawing to 2 outs, and that's why he's up there at the top. You've got Jamie Nixon there as well, our sponsored pro, 57k. Cody Wagner at the bottom of the pile, 18,000. I think Jessica, the only lady making it through yesterday. However, there are, I think, at least 10
I think Deborah's
still,
back in.
Still left in the field today.
Tim Mellon's playing. You've got Kelly Sachs,
Katie
Swift.
Yeah, quite a few. So
I think
Natalie's
Jamie
back in as well.
Nixon's Ellie is playing the turbo later, so there's plenty going to be playing in.
Yeah.
Adam Wilkinson making it through. Cody Wagner short stack. Simon Baker making it through. So there's plenty, mate, but it looks like we're back at the table with the
we
graphics.
are.
So,
Oh, aces.
and we'll look down at Span, and he's got the boots. Is Paul on mute? Is Paul on freeze? That cup of coffee's not moved in 30 seconds. He's fixated.
Look at him.
Please take a drink.
Look at Paul.
Somebody take a drink, please.
He's just there.
Hey!
There you go. And this is Span opening. The aces. Chris made the call. And what we have here is Span check calling flop here. I think. Oh no. Must have been a lead from Chris. Bet for 6.5. Yeah, this is quite strange. The graphics here that we're seeing. I'm not sure how Chris is going to call donk on Queen Deuce Deuce with Jack Nine of Hearts, unless he raised Tower. But I'm sure it would say that with the graphics. So I'm a bit confused at this hand at the moment, guys.
Yeah,
if you could help me in the chat.
We
what's
can only
going
blame
on.
Dave for this, and nobody else.
It's a bit of
I like how he sends us a message saying this hand was a misdeal.
But if I had to guess, I guess it's just gone open, call, and I'm guessing Span might have essentially checked back flop here. There might not have been a bet on the flop, but I'm guessing he didn't, considering he's coming in for a second barrel here. But I just can't see how Chris can call the 6 point, or lead 6.5 either. There's 3k in the middle on the flop. Why would Chris come in for a 2x pot bet? So both of these players, very good poker players. I'm just gonna ignore the graphics. They're obviously wrong for this hand, and we'll just move on to the next one. Span takes it with the aces. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, and hopefully all the chip counts do get sorted out.
So Paul, King 10, under the gun, full ring. Some players may elect to fold this one, especially off his stack actually, Tower. I think off of our 8.8k, we've got to get away from this even more, and there is the fold. Dalibor not calling. Darryl got an easy open. King Jack in the cutoff. And makes it 1.2, and Chris got an easy defend here with a 10-9 in the big. Even though Darryl has opted for the 3x size in here, still expect Chris to call here, getting just under 3-1. Flop of 4, 5, 7, 2 hearts. So this board should be a lot better for us here, as Chris, as the defender in the big blind, should have a lot more nutted hands here. All the 2 pairs, 7-4, 4-5, 5-7, and then 6-3 and 6-8 will also be in our range here. And this from Chris here, I actually quite like this, because what he's doing, he's calling from a range perspective to try and take this away from his opponent on a later streak, understanding how much board this is supposed to be better for us. So he's floated out of position, hoping to get a check back on the turn to come in for a lead on the river. But once this occurs, just can't do anything else here but fold. If we had like 10-9 at clubs here and picked up backdoor clubs, could potentially be a raise spot. But even though we should have the more nutted hands here, I think with our particular hand in this spot, we're now just going to have to give up, and there is the fold from Chris. But I think if we saw the check back on the turn there, Chris would have most certainly led river there.
Flop of king 6-9. Delibor in seat number 9. Flopping top. Decent kicker. I think that should be the end of the hand. Coventry GUKPT, first event here since 2012 as a GUKPT. Both players who finished first and second in that event have both made it through to day 2, which is great news. But still on the scene, still fit and healthy, and still playing poker.
Paul, ace 5 here, blind on blind. We've got a bit less than 18 big blinds.
Yeah, standard.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world at this table just to move in here with an ace blind on blind.
Yeah, if you're going to raise to 17, you might as well just rip the lot. A very strange fold if you get 3-bet. King 9 is going to see a flop. Shafters, let me see a flop. There is a flop and there's paint on there. 8, 10, Jack. So Coventry's had a decent week.
Yeah, it's
They've
been.
put on a good show and they've got 2 dates set for next year.
Yeah, yeah. I like it here. I actually really like this casino. It's one of my favourite, more favourite.
So many people
gigs,
like the fact that you can book upstairs and you don't have to leave anywhere. They've now got a fantastic bar, restaurant, stroke.
You literally roll out of bed and walk into the casino. That's the best thing
You've got
about
a gastro bar outside, which is really nice.
Yeah,
The anecdotes got so many good words said about it. The burger's that big that even Jay couldn't finish it.
Yeah, I couldn't yesterday. I left. God, the amount of food I left was obscene. It was. The portions come out and they're just massive.
Once you get tinned off, you've got to start fucking getting your reserve somehow. Because it ain't fun then, is it? Watch a stream like that. Have a laugh with me.
Rider! The Doubletree website opened and dates sold out before dates were announced. Defo inside info getting spread about. Well, it certainly wasn't to us. I don't know what happened. I've absolutely no idea what happened with the Doubletree, but
Maybe you just can't book it yet because it's too far.
too far in advance.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe specific. Maybe it's just one of those.
And don't forget as well all the staff, how heavily staffed the Goliath is. Obviously, a lot of the staff get put up in the hotel as well.
Yeah,
Gotta be.
I suppose securing the securing the staff is important to the Goliath and GUKPT.
So ace-5 suited for Sebastian.
Benny Smith. I started a whiskey diet last week. So far, I've lost 3 days. Oh, love it. Did you know whiskey with an E is Irish whiskey? And whiskey without an E is Scottish whiskey? Did you not know that?
No.
Well, now you do.
Now I do. I'll probably forget, but I remember.
Whiskey with an E is an Irish whiskey.
I can't drink it, Tower. It's not a fan. Not a fan.
There's some decent ones out there and there's some bad ones out there.
So Alex Sloppin, top pair here, going to be continuing after Sebastian Siebet's Queen of Diamonds on the turn. So Sebastian looking for double barrel here. Strange. I thought he'd check this one back. I thought he might even check flop here. Important to be thinking, as I say, about hands that our opponent's supposed to have in this spot here. And not the most attractive double barrel spot from our perspective as Sebastian. Wow, look at that. He reached right in front of Alex there and basically threw his bet in front of him. And if there's ever a tell, if there's ever a tell, that is a tell. Oh, God. I've seen some live tells in my time, but that is just...
And he's going to fold.
Wow.
He's going to fold.
Wow.
Well, you got it. You'd have called.
It's just like when he's just smashed his chips down in front of him, looking really strong, really powerful, and that was that was something I don't think I've ever seen that on the street before. Nearly threw it into his stack across the table. Yeah, Ryan, I can't play the mains because obviously I'm here to do the comms.
Absolutely.
Every main event, if
we'd miss him.
You may see me in some sides for the GUKPTs. I do flick in the side from time to time. I'm going to go play the 30-30 in Birmingham next week.
In where?
Birmingham.
Okay. Now then, is that somewhere near Coventry? It is. Yeah, it's the. In fact, we've got the 30-30 somewhere, haven't we, on the. Right up.
So we're having a little fiddle with the buttons.
Yes.
If we cut off suddenly, guys.
Absolutely. If we go off for an hour, that'd be my fault.
What do you want, 30-30? 30-30.
Okay,
there we go.
I can't believe it. How do you remember all these things? Yeah, next week it is the Poker Room in London, Newcastle, Birmingham and Berry New Road in Manchester. But quickly back to the table because we've got Ace-9 against King-Queen. Both flopped a juicy bit of it and spanned with 70,000. And Chris De Silva with second pair. And Dalibor's in hand with the white. The old twos.
Yep, really like Span's decision to check this twice here with the Ace-9 out the big blind. Just going to turn our hand into call mode unless it runs out a jack or a queen on the end. Our decision is going to be a bit more difficult, but if we see a brick river, I think Span's just going to check call. But as we can see, Chris never going to be betting the river with King Queen here. Once Span calls turn, it will just go check if it is a brick. And Chris shows the king. And it did go check. So it must have been a brick river. And Span going to take that one. 10 on the end.
10 and down.
Yeah, and Chris knows that. Even though, let's say Chris did have a bit of an air ball, like a 7-8 suited, he wouldn't have bluffed that river once all other ace-X are chopping. But with King Queen there, we've got a fair amount of showdown. No need to bluff. No PLO about Nala at the 30-30s. It's just the Hold'em event. There is a satellite on the Wednesday before for the 30-30s.
Yeah, the PLO normally is just during a GUKPT festival week. when you get to Edinburgh, it's just the main event this year because of the restrictions and the date changes for Edinburgh itself. It's good to have Edinburgh on, even though it was a change and we ended up in Cov. So this should get a call. Darrell in seat number 3 shows his 7s, and Paul is dominated. We've got the 6s. I need a spike. Lucky. Well, Paul McNeil will be heading. Any 4s about?
Yeah, good flop for the 7s here. We've got the 7 of hearts. So just fading a 6.
Yeah, more than been folded.
Jack of spades on the ends. The 7s will bust the 6s, and we are going to lose another one. Paul McNeil heads to the rail.
Suited 7.
We've got 30 minutes left of this session. It will take us up to around 8 o'clock. Going to be a bit later day today as well, guys. Probably should mention with the 20-minute breaks in between instead of the 15, just because the amount of players breaks are extended by an extra 5. So probably going to be here with you around till 1:30, 1:45 in the morning.
It's worth sticking with us, to be fair.
Yeah,
Lots going on.
Of course it is.
We'll always keep you updated on the turbo.
And we keep getting random news thrown at us as well.
We
You
do.
know, you
Every time Jim walks in, he says, "Do you want an exclusive?"
Might have a GUKPT in Penzance next year. You never know. Alex cut off open with Ace Jack.
Because also with the news that he came through saying Coventry was going to be leg 2 each year, it's not. It's an added leg. It's not taking away a leg from somewhere else.
Yeah.
So it's an added leg to the tour. But
So does that mean
who's to say there isn't going to be another one added somewhere?
Does that mean Manchester's not going to be Feb?
No, Manchester will be later in the year at some point. I'm guessing the rest of the schedule will be announced at a later date. But Coventry, he said, was definitely leg 2.
I think we should do the northern legs summertime because it's always cold up there in the winter. I think that's how it should work.
The price of the beer totally erases the weather.
Yeah, that is true. That's a quick deck change.
Yeah, apparently the 10 of diamonds was acting naughty. Apparently. So around about half an hour to go until the end of this session, and then a table change and levels 7 and 8. Hiya Warren 1010 on Twitch. Evening gents, great to have the live stream back. Great work guys, thank you very much Warren. Hope you're enjoying the live stream from Coventry. First GUKPT since 2012 here in Cov. Yeah, Liz is on one of the outer tables. She was gutted that she was drawn on the feature table in the first 2 levels and was unable to get away from work.
So we got half hour left of the session, guys.
Oh, I don't know, no.
550? With the turbo should be around that.
What are we on the side? I don't think we're going to get 6.
485. We can hope.
I've only got seat 3 from carrying.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. You can have for seat 4. Just look at the tables, keep around them.
We've got a hand brewing.
Yeah, we
3
do.
bet 2.5 from Shaft with the ladies. Dalibor calls with ace queen. Scott in 7 sits back down. Is that Scott who eliminated the first hand today?
Yes, I think it was Tower, and
It looks like he's got 19.2, so it could be an extra bullet.
yeah,
again.
this is he's literally just sat down. This is his bullet. He just
Yeah.
sat down with 20k open to 800. Been free bet and got a fold here now though. Scott, we've opened early position. There's that free bet on our direct left, and then a cold call. So this is just such strength from both players, and light decision to get out of the way there.
Up a 9-5 deuce, all red. Shaft's going to come in for a bet. Well, he's going to check 2. Dalibor, no he's not, he's going to lead. Let's see, 2.5.
Dalibor here with ace queen, not much going for us here. We do have position, just under 4-1 my money as well, but obviously Shaft representing a strong hand. We'll have 10s plus here. May call once because he's getting an attractive price just to see how the turn's going to play, but gets out of the way.
Straight back to the table,
Yeah,
and look at this.
Alex mixing it up, incorporating a flat in with the boots, and Span going to fall right into this one with the pocket 10s. Shaft's been fairly active, so like Span's decision here, 2-3 bet the pocket 10s with a call and a flat. Unfortunately, Alex, this has worked a treat for him. Shaft with the pocket 8s here, once comes back round to him, be very surprised to see him fold here, Tower.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we're playing 65 big blinds effective, a bit more actually, and the times, as I always say, the implied odds when we do flop that set, when our opponent does have one of the monsters they're representing, we can potentially win a very nice pot.
How strong will it look when Alex raises?
Well, that's why I'm quite intrigued to see what Alex is going to do, whether he's going to continue the trap or whether he's going to go for it now. There is 7k dead money in the middle now, a bit more including the blinds. But now, sitting here with aces, the thing is, we've got to be aware as Alex, if we do come in for the back raise here, how strong it is actually going to look. So it comes down to risk versus reward. We can either just not get risky and just flat here and play really trappy and deceptive and potentially win a big pot, or we can go for the smaller reward and just put it in now and take down the 9k that's already in the pot. But in these situations, I like playing them very dicey. I know it can work out quite bad for us sometimes, but
yeah, he's announced a triangle.
He's moved all in, but it just looks so strong. And Span going to ask for a count, and it's ripped in what is 46 big blinds here. So Span 46 big blinds with pocket 10s. His 9s in there, his 8s in there. That's what he's got to ask himself first, is that it's a hand like 7s, 8s or 9s in there. If Span can exclude those from Alex's range, if he thinks Alex is never going to come in for the back raise jam with them, Span will decipher his range down to hands like queens, kings, aces that have played deceptively, and ace king as well. And then in a vacuum, all them hands basically comes down to we're calling to hope for a flip with the pocket 10s. But if Span does make the call here, Tower, it means Span believes that Alex can have the 7s, the 8s, the 9s in there as well. But for 46 big blinds, I just think it's a bit too optimistic to think them hands are going to be in there. And Span a very good player. I think he'll figure this one out.
Good fold. Good fold from Span, and Chef will get out of the way as well.
Yeah. And Alex takes it with the aces.
Because what happens is people when they burn the first card, sometimes they can skim that. And see if you skim it and it captures it, right? And then when you put the free
So guys, just to let you all know, we have got just over 15 minutes left on the clock for the end of the session. And then we will get a little switcheroo of the feature table, get some new faces on there. As Alex free bets the ace king versus the gun open from Shaff with the sixes. And Shaff getting 2.5 to 1 of call here, playing 60 odd bigs, closing the action. We're heads up as well, and we'll be calling here. Haven't got anyone to worry about behind us like with Alex before. Just wants to call, see if we can potentially flop a set and win decent sized pot.
Ace 3-4, 2 clubs.
So top pair, top kicker for Alex. Aces and then ace king. Going to be coming in for value bet here. We'll just continue. Top pair, top kicker. No reason not to believe that we don't have the best hand in this spot. Chef not eats the fold in the sixes here. Size that Alex has opted to go as well. He's gone 5.6 into 7k, so over 3/4 pot is fairly sizable, and for that reason as well, I just can't see how we are going to be able to continue in this spot out of position as Chef, but not insta folding. Unless he's got some sort of read, which would be incorrect, but he has made the raise here, so maybe he's just picked up on something from Alex, and Alex just moves all in with the ace king, and it'll be a snap fold from Shaff with a sixes. Bit of a misstep from him. I've been pretty impressed with him this session, really. Played very good poker, seems to be making right decisions, free betting good hands as bluffs, and mixing it up a lot, but I just think on this particular board in a free bet pot, this is a pretty big misstep with the sixes. But it could have come down to, as I mentioned, how he might have had something which he thought was a read on Alex, maybe a little live tell, but an incorrect one at that. Now all we can do here with the sixes is let them go. He's just saving a bit of face. He'll tank probably. We've seen him do it before, 10-15 seconds and let them go. But definitely, I think once he watches this back, he himself will admit it, a little bit of a misstep here. And Alex will take that one down, but raising the free better on the board, that's going to be very good for him. Definitely a little bit optimistic, but like I say, never know what's going through their heads. They'll have their reason for making their plays without anyone's just going to be coming in for a raise with no reason, just clicking buttons.
Yeah, Sean Hurley on Facebook says, can someone tell me if the dates for Goliath have been announced? Yes, they have. The 25th of August until the 5th of September 2022 is when the dates are for Goliath. No schedule until early next year, but that is the date set. They've signed a 3-year contract with the CBS Arena for the next 3 Goliaths. So everybody is looking forward to having it concrete and set in their diary. That's me hot water bottle. It just fell off me. Fell off the back of my chair. Getting old. Yeah, set 3-year deal has been announced. Jim came in and had a chat with us. It's a good effort, but definitely no schedule till the start of next year, 2022, when they'll be running through all the plans and what to do. There might be an additional day one, but we will certainly find out in due course. Plenty of time to get in. Somebody said that the DoubleTree upstairs is already fully booked. So, but if you do fancy it, there's plenty of hotels around. There's Airbnbs to get involved in if you want to share 5 and 6 people at a time. That's always a good shout for the Airbnb.
Cheaper?
Absolutely cheaper. Yeah. Obviously, at this time, no idea if there's any football in the arena. There will be at some point, I'm guessing, for those 2 weekends that we have. There might even be a midweek game. Well, that's obviously the fixtures for next season. We don't come out until the beginning of July next year, so that's something to worry about at a later date. Yeah, we play with Coventry City against. No, I think it was Goliath week, hasn't it? It can't be in 2012, can it? That's a long time ago. We sat in the stands. Yeah, drew 1 apiece, I think they did. League One it was at the time. They're in the Championship now. Mark Robbins in charge.
We're going to jump back into the action because I've got a little hand brewing here. Scott playing what is 36 big blinds with the 10s here on the button. Thinking how to proceed here. 2 options. We've got flat or 3-bet. There's raise from Alex under the gun and a flat early position as well. So obviously representing fairly strong ranges from early position. But Scott undeterred by that, and he's going to come in for the 3-bet nonetheless with the 10s, which is perfectly fine. Unfortunately for us, we've run in to the very top of it of Alex, who just, hang on a minute, didn't he just have aces 2 hands ago?
He did indeed.
And didn't he have ace king in between?
He has. These are the kind of levels you need in an event like this.
This is what I was talking about earlier. You can fold for
Patience.
2 hours and then sometimes the deck just hits you in the face. And Alex, who we saw flat aces earlier at this time, comes in for the 4-bet to 8k. And now Scott, 9s and 8s are not going to 4-bet to this size. Like, if they want to go with it, they might just set Scott in. Well, actually, probably not. I've just seen Darryl was there behind us with the 4s. But still, 8s or 9s probably not ever going to 4-bet this spot. So it comes down to the same sort of situation we spoke about with Span. We saw Span, very good player, make the fold in this spot. And let's see if Scott can do the same here with the pocket 10s and leave himself still with 30 odd bigs. Because Scott here, he's not going to call what is another 4.5 and leave himself about 0.6 SPR. Well, he shouldn't be doing that, so it's going to be all in or fold. And okay, he is going to just see a flop. Busted second hand of the day, did Scott. We saw him flush over boat.
Oh,
but he's not busting here. He gets the 2 outer.
The 10 of diamonds has registered this time.
2 outer on the flop, and Alex mixing it up, comes in with a check, and Scott with a set here. Just going to move all in here, tower.
Yeah.
May get trappy and shove turns. Not really too many bad turns for us, but with this stack size, I just think our only option is if we are calling.
It was minute 3, I think. Was it 3,000? 3,500 in minute.
And now Alex just setting in.
He's just going to say all in.
Has to. If you don't, I've made an absolute mess of this hand, but I'd be very surprised if it didn't just get all in.
The lot's in, I call. Show the aces and his flop's a set.
But Scott found the 2 outer and going to be well on his way to a double up. Only 1 ace left in the deck, however, do need to fade some ladies now as well. We ain't seen no bad ones today, Tara. No suck outs.
No suck outs and redraws.
But nice hand there for Scott. Obviously, it's a bit of a strange call with the 4-bet, leaving ourselves that much behind. What's our play on like queen high, king high boards with just 1 over cards, or 8 high boards? Are we just trying to flop an over pair and go with it, or flop a set and go with it? It's a strange one. I'm sure he had his reasons to just flat there, but personally, would have just preferred to see the rip or the fold. But nice hand from him nonetheless. Picks up a nice part and he's right back in the mix of things now.
I'm not sure that they're counting actually.
And as I always say, these players will have their own strats, ways they want to play each particular hand in each particular spot. I'm just here to try and give you all an insight of different ways to play different hands in different spots. You never know what's going on inside their heads.
Yeah. So Roy Cyphers has shared the Goliath dates for 2022 on the Poker Diary, and he's got the dates wrong. The Goliath will not finish on a Saturday, ever. Not ever. It's the 25th of August until the 5th of September.
It will finish on a Saturday for 9,800 players probably.
Yeah.
There'll be 30 odd coming back for day
Sunday
3.
night is the 4th of September, obviously. We always put the 5th because it's the Monday. So... well, we got told the 5th, but the 5th's a Monday.
Raise 1,000, please. Raise 1,000, raise 2.5.
No, 5th of September is not a Wednesday. We're going to have to get... well, I know we've announced the dates, but the 5th is the Monday of the 5th of September. I think the actual dates for Goliath are the 25th of August until the 4th of September. Yeah, that's what it is. And I think the idea is that if it finishes after midnight, then it's classed as a Monday.
What a move. What a move from Alex.
What a move.
56 big blinds in with the 8-7 suited. And it actually works on that occasion, but 4-bet rip with the 8-7 suited there from Alex might have had something to do with that aces hand, and maybe just a rush of blood, still a bit annoyed of getting his aces cracked. And I talk about it a lot. Mentality in this game is huge. You've just got to keep your head. I know that's just got through there, but ripping the 56 bigs as a cold 4-bet bluff. If you want a 4-bet, we can opt for a smaller size. We don't have to move all in, but it's just a bit of rush of blood to the head there. I think got to keep your head in this game. It's a long, long day at the table. Mentality is key.
Buongiorno Chiesa. Has just had his last little time exploring the island before heading home tomorrow. Safe trip home tomorrow, and I'm sure you'll tune in late on Saturday or even on Sunday to capture the final day. If Chiesa is thinking about coming over to Goliath next year, the 25th of August is when it starts, the 4th of September is when it finishes. We'll be taking down all the kit on the 5th of September, which is the Monday.
Going to be heading out on break in 5 minutes. Everyone will be back at 8:10 for the penultimate session of the day. There'll be a new featured table as well, just to let you know. But we'll be heading out on break very shortly. Probably going to have 3 or 4 more hands left of the session.
Yeah. Yeah, 5th is definitely a Monday. I'm guessing that Jim has decided that Monday is when everybody leaves Goliath regarding taking down tables, getting rid of all the rubbish in the room, getting all the tables down, getting the chairs away. We're instantly thinking, Roy, that Sunday night would be the last day. I'll confirm during the break. Don't want you booking a hotel room for the Monday night, the 5th of the night time, and nobody being in Coventry. So we'll sort that out for you, Roy. But I'm guessing the Sunday will be the final day. That's what we're guessing, which will be the 4th of September. And Jim's just said the 5th because that's the day he'll be leaving Coventry. So we'll let you know. But it is 25th of August, definitely starting day, which is a Thursday. So heading towards the break.
Yeah, Sebastian flopped the set here.
Flopping bottom set, always very easily disguised, these bottom sets. But you don't want Dalibor to hit the old gutter ball 10 on the 10 of diamonds again.
Yeah, I think he's going to come in for the raise here though, Tower. Just because when you've got bottom set, obviously no king or queen blockerage, and obviously it's a fairly wet board, straight and flush drawers out there. Want to start trying to get value from King X as well. And what we also do, we get the betting lead for ourselves. We've then got the betting lead. If we get called, we can continue barreling on turns, whereas if we just flat out of position and we're playing in flow, it can get checked through on turns and we miss a street of value. But not getting any action from these two hands in this case. But Sebastian, nice little pickup for him.
Yeah. So span top of the tree, 74,000. Made a good fall with 10s earlier after the old limp jam. The clock says 1 minute and so many seconds. So this could be the final hand of the session. Are you putting the camera on in anticipation?
Shall we? Shall we get our mitts on there for the last?
I'm leaning back, ladies and gentlemen, so I've got a hot water bottle on my shoulder blade. I look relaxed, but I have got a hot water bottle on my shoulder. Behind my shoulder blade. So yes, Goliath dates have been announced. We're thinking the Sunday the 4th is the last day of Goliath. We'll definitely confirm that with Jim, as he got excited earlier, saying it was the 5th. 5th is the Monday.
We'll be back at 10 past.
We should be back at 10 past if it's a 15-minute break. And I might have moved. If not, the hot water bottle will still be in the same position.
If you want, we can just leave the picture of Tower sitting there on the screen for you guys if you want.
In 15 minutes' time, the eyes will be shut and the mouth will be open. Be like that.
So last hand, Dalibor opening the ace-10 in the low jack, makes it 1.2. Span just opting to call the ace-4 suited. Can't always free bet these will hands, need to incorporate some flats in as well. And the sixes come along as well on the button and one of the blinds. And Sebastian actually flopping the best of it here with jack-4. And once again, we see him coming for a donk. Done quite a lot of leading into the aggressor this session. 1.1k the bet. Dalibor with his gut shot and overcard going to make the call, and both Span and Daryl get out of the way. Let's take a turn.
Jack of diamonds pairing the board.
So this is a great card for us as Sebastian turning trip jacks here and
I'd like to check.
Firing once more, and it's going to be a quick fold from Dalibor, and the players are on their feet in the background. And that's going to be that, guys, for the session. We will see you in 15 minutes.
Absolutely. See you then. I might still be here.
See you then.
See you in 15.
The legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers is right over there. The British Open 2002 PLO, you won it for 25,000. It was the biggest win so far. PLO, was it? And is it still your favourite game?
I think when I first started playing Hold'em, okay, like I say, we learnt by playing, and we would share, we'd talk to each other, and we would do things that didn't have names. We would play squeeze plays, but it wasn't called a squeeze play. It was just something that Ram worked out once and told us, and it worked, and we did it. what's happened in Hold'em is it's kind of been solved. There's so many players that are far more dedicated, far better than I'll ever be now. And you know, I can still play okay. I think I think I do okay still. But players they've solved Hold'em with all their trackers and everything else, and you know, all the game theory and players like Andy Hills and Richard Trigg. You know, it's hard to compete. Whereas in Omaha, it's kind of like it used to be for me. People still make elementary mistakes. People still overvalue their hands. People still misplay from position. People don't understand. It hasn't been, I mean, yes, there's lots of learning aids, but people don't, there's lots of people that play that make mistakes that they shouldn't make. Whereas the overall field in Hold'em, there's the percentage of really good players in Hold'em is far greater than the percentage of really good players in Omaha. So when I sit in an Omaha tournament or a Hold'em tournament, I'm much more likely to win and to do better in the Omaha tournament. And it's something that I enjoy. I have various things that I do that worked 15, 20 years ago that still work today. And it's hard to say that about Hold'em. So yeah, I kind of do prefer it. It's definitely my preferred cash variant for sure.
Moving on to the year after, I tell you what, 2003, you're talking about players that can't play Omaha. What about the guy that could play snooker, but unfortunately didn't win the world title? Probably the greatest player of all time never to win the world title, but had you heads up for a lot of money in the poker.
Yeah, I mean, people might remember the Poker Million. The original Poker Million took place on the Isle of Man in 2000. TV. It was actually, the final was actually done live. Barney Boatman was in the final. Tony Bloom was in the final, and it was won by a very good friend of ours, John Duffy. Million pound prize money. And then there was supposed to be a Poker Million in 2003 at the Hilton Metropole on the Edgware Road. But this is before the 2005 Gaming Act. And there were lots of rumours that the police were going to come in and they were going to bust it up. Things like tons, temporary use notices that they have now when they hold events in hotels in the UK didn't exist then. And the organisers of the Poker Million got a little bit of cold feet and they cancelled the event. Now that was, I think that might have been in 2001 or 2002. Now in 2003, they decided to bring the Poker Million back, but they called it Poker Million the Masters. And it was a slightly smaller buy-in and a slightly smaller prize money, but it was made for TV. And this is the event that you're talking about. So I played the event and I got heads up with Jimmy White. Now, I had a chip lead on him and he was an okay player, but I was pretty confident I was going to beat him. And we played and we played and we played. Anyway, I set him in and he folded, and I set him in again and he folded. And then I set him in, I think I had ace 10, and he called me with the 6-4 of spades. I had 2/3 of the chips, maybe a little bit less, and he had 1/3 of the chips. But the blinds were big, and he's either limped or made a small raise, and I've moved all in, and he's called me with the 6-4 of spades. And the board ran out, and he either rivered a 4 or rivered a 6 to beat me. And I said to him afterwards, when I was chatting to him, I said, Jimmy, why did you call all your chips off with the 6-4 of spades? He said, Joe, he said, you don't understand. He said, 3 hands earlier, you moved all in, and I had the 6-4 of spades. And it's one of my most favourite hands. I wasn't passing it twice. And that's why he called with the 6-4 of spades. But I remember the trophy, right? The trophy for this tournament was one of the nicest trophies I've ever seen. It was about this big, and it was metal, and it had the cards with the 4 suits, Poker Million the Masters. It was a really, really, really amazing trophy. Anyway, I'm stood at the back. I was still in the main studio. We're obviously all mic'd up. I think we're wearing heart monitors. And Jimmy is across the studio on the other side of the poker table. And he's doing an interview with Barry Hearn, and they're presenting Jimmy the trophy. And as they present him the trophy, my then girlfriend, who was now my wife, Claire, she walked in at the back of the studio. And she came to me and she said, "Oh, unlucky, Joe, unlucky." And as they presented Jimmy the trophy, I whispered in Claire's ear, "I wanted that effing trophy." But I actually said the word instead of saying effing. I said, "Look at it." I said, "Look at that trophy. I wanted that effing trophy." What I didn't realise was my mic was still on.
Oh.
We were still broadcasting live on Sky. And if you go to YouTube and you find Jimmy being presented this trophy, there's a clip of him on YouTube being presented this Poker Million the Masters trophy. And as he's being, as Barry Hearn hands in the trophy, you can hear this voice that says, "I wanted that effing trophy." Anyway, that's me in the background.
But 2003 wasn't all bad, because you then went to Dublin, one of the finest places in the entire world to play poker, and you managed the first place in probably one of the great. Oh, it's just the Irish Open has to be on a poker player's calendar, and any serious poker player, it has to be a place where everybody wants to stop. And you've actually won it. That must feel still right now so good.
It is. You know, in my lounge right now, okay, I have one trophy out.
Mm-hmm.
One trophy. It's not the Poker Million trophy. I remember Liam Flood presented it to me. It's a great big cut crystal decanter, really nice cut crystal decanter and 4 cut crystal glasses on a nice plinth. And that's the only trophy I have out in my lounge, and it's my Irish Open trophy. Like I was saying before, we would travel from one event to each event at different times of the year. Every Easter was always the Irish Open, and every October was always the Irish Winter Festival, both in Dublin. And I nearly won the Irish Open twice, Phil. In 2001, there were 3 of us left. And I was playing with Paul, I can't remember his second name, and an Irish lady, another lady called Jennifer Hegarty. And Jennifer and I had over half the chips at 3-handed in the 2001 Irish Open final. I got a bit unlucky. I won't bore you with the stories, but I got a bit unlucky. I remember Mickey Finn was watching, and he came up to me afterwards. He said, "Joe," he said, you were so unlucky not to win this tournament." And Jennifer Hegarty went on to win it. Jenny Hegarty was an Irish grandmother. And for the next 20 years, well, not quite 20 years, for the next 10 years or so, Liam Flood, every time he saw me, would come up to me and remind me that I got beaten by an Irish grandmother. 2 years later, I was back on the Irish Open final table. Marty Smith was on the final table. And what's his name? The guy that I was heads up with?
Frank Callahan.
Frank Callahan. I was heads up with Frank Callahan. And I can remember, I used to run so much better in those days. I can remember having kings heads up and flopping a king. And that was my winning hand. I never used to play the nuts. And yeah, that's kind of, I think that was, if I could choose to win one tournament, I think it would have been the Irish Open. And something else about that Irish Open actually is we actually did live coverage of the 2003 Irish Open on the Hendon Mob website. And the live coverage was a webcam stuck to the wall with sellotape. That was the first tournament that we ever did live coverage on.
If you look around here, it's still the same.
A little bit different now with Card Room, with Andy's Card Room Direct.
Technology has made the game so much better. Back with more of Tower, an hour with the Tower very shortly. So back with an hour with the Tower, and the legend is still sat in his chair. Joe, the poker boom. What do you remember of it, and was it as crazy as it actually seemed?
I remember a lot. It was pretty crazy. I mean, the whole thing about the poker boom was that we were very, very lucky. We were in the right place at the right time, doing something that we loved before it became popular. You know, when we travelled to the World Series to play, we knew everybody. There'd be the Irish crew, the Birmingham crew. It was always the same players. Everybody would mix. Would all stay together. Everyone would have their own bar in Billions, and it was, we were doing something that we loved doing, and at the time, we were doing something pretty well, and we were the first to get a proper sponsorship deal. We set the Hendon Mob website up in 2000. We were the first to get media attention. And obviously the internet poker was taking off, and we were just in the right place at the right time. If I tried to do that today, it would be impossible, and it could have been 4 other guys doing it. But yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Well, the boom took off more or less the year after. The buy-ins certainly went up. The $25,000 Bellagio Classic, which again was another decent memory. We got the final table. We finished 7th. Did the 25k buy-in? What does that mean? Buying in for $25,000.
It was. Do you know? I mean, obviously, it's a huge amount of money. Okay, it is a huge amount of money. We were very lucky. We were sponsored, and what I remember more than anything else is the 50,000 starting stack. It was unheard of, completely unheard of. Suited me. I could wait. I could wait and wait and wait. And I remember being on the final table.
You still got some chips left.
I'm still passing and waiting for aces. I had Paul Maxwell sat on my left. It was a pretty good final table. Rob Hollick was on the table. Chris Ferguson, Jesus, was on the table.
Yeah.
Maxwell was on my left. 2 British guys sat together, and it was obviously the World Poker Tour Bellagio Classic. It was their championship event. You had to get to the top 6 to make the TV final table. Okay.
Yeah.
They were filming and stuff, but the actual where they film every hand, you had to get to the top 6. So Paul and I are sat next to each other, and there's 7 of us left, and we've got similar chip stacks, and we're probably in 5th and 6th place, perhaps on the table, maybe even 6th and 7th for a while. We were the shortest stacks. I remember he played a hand. He limped under the gun. It passed round. Chris Ferguson raised. It got back to him, and he moved all in. Paul Maxwell moved all in. And Chris Ferguson thought for ages and called. And Chris Ferguson had pocket 10s. So everything's about pocket 10s, but we had pocket 10s. And he had limped under the gun and moved all in with ace king offsuit, Paul Maxwell. And he said to me, as he hit an ace or a king, and as the chips were being pushed to him, he said to me, but he said it loud enough so anybody could hear it, nobody else would play ace king like that. He said, that's how you play ace king. He said. Because obviously if it had raised with it, it would have been much more tricky. This is what the point he was getting. Anyway, I finished 7th. Rob Hollick knocked me out. And Paul went on to finish 2nd. I think I cashed $160,000. I know you've got it in front of you. $188,000. Paul went on to finish 2nd for $2.1 million. If the two tens hold up for Chris, that might have been my 2.1 million. It would have been a TV final table, World Poker Tour final TV table.
Absolutely, and the names in that field were just unbelievable. But you're looking at the Ivies, the Mizrakis, the Dave Williams, just Gavin Smith, absolutely amazing.
That's pretty good players there.
Yeah,
all pretty awesome players.
Yeah, but then we change, and I think British poker changes forever in 2007 because season 1 of the GUKPT starts in Bolton.
Walsall.
Bolton.
Okay.
Don't take away Praz Banzi's first ever victory because it was Bolton. The GUKPT, as we know, we are government sponsored. But you've travelled around the world for at least 10 years. We then go to Bolton in February to play a £1,000 tournament, and it basically changes tournament poker in Britain. Did you play the first season?
I played Walsall. That's why what I thought you were talking about.
You don't like North. You don't like going to North, is that which is?
The first ever GUKPT tournament I ever played was season 1 Walsall.
Yeah, because you finished 7th.
And it was won by Jerome Bradpiece.
That's correct. Yeah, and obviously
televised for TV.
Televised. Yeah. Televised. And obviously it's still going strong. The GUKPT. It did change live poker. I think the tournaments, the players travelling around the country, just become a mainstay. But also in 2007, a couple more tournaments have started. One of them was the World Series of Poker in Europe for the first ever time. What did you think of this idea?
Do you know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm not a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I played the tournaments. We were sponsored players to play the World Series of Poker Europe events. We were very lucky still.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I'm an old romantic, Phil. And for me, the World Series of Poker is downtown Vegas in billions horseshit. Even at the Rio, it's not the same.
Yes.
It's too big. It's too. I can remember walking from Binions across to the Golden Nugget, because we always stayed at the Golden Nugget. And as you walk through, you go past 2 or 3 bars at the sportsbook at the entrance of Binions, and then you walk past 2 bars in the Nugget before you get to the elevator. And in the early Binions days of the World Series, you'd have to stop at every bar because someone was buying you a drink. And now at the World Series in Vegas, it's not the same. And World Series of Poker Europe, it's not the World Series of Poker for me. It's a good tournament. It's a good fun festival. We had a few good years in Leicester Square in London playing it. But for me, it's not the World Series.
Yeah. First winner, can you remember? Just off chance?
It wasn't a net, was it?
It was indeed. For the straight million, it was. Beating John Tabata by heads up. There you go, 2007. And then obviously, because the poker boom started, we'd had the GUKPT, we got the WSOP in London. We then had the Great British Poker Tour.
That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. We played it in Cardiff, but in the casino. Gala Casino, I think it was. And it was.
I think it was. I think it was Bristol.
It was in Bristol. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why I said Cardiff. I said Cardiff because it was filmed by Presentable, the same TV company, production company, like Poker. And I always remember the final table. It was filmed and it went out on Channel 4. This show. It was filmed for Channel 4. It was a big production, and on the final table was Roland de Wolf, Barney Boatman, Rob Akery. And I got a little bit lucky. I beat Rob Akery heads up.
Yeah.
150 grand, 140 grand. And you know who presented me with the trophy and did my interview afterwards?
Who was it?
Alex Jones from The One Show.
Oh, of course it was. Yes, it was.
Before she
because Billy Richard.
Now, I mean, now she's got like 1 million followers and that. But yeah, she was from Wales, and she was friendly with the people at the Welsh production company, Presentable, and she did my my interview after I won it, and that was a pretty.
We'll get back to Mr. Beavers very shortly. It's great to have the insight of Joe. Love watching Joe chatting away. That was during lockdown last year, 2020. What year is it? It's just a blip, it's a number. So yeah, it's great to chat to him. We did an hour with the tower with quite a few people, and Joe was one of them. He has some great stories. If you ever get a chance to sit and have a drink with Joe, especially in Vegas as well, he has so many memories of Las Vegas. good for Joe to get to give us an insight, a load of stories. Amazing how I play with Stu Unger. You know, the one of the best players that's ever played the game. Oh, the man that cost me a fortune every time I gamble on him. Liam Candy's on his way. Every time he gets to a final day, has to come and have a bet on him. But never mind. It'll happen one day when I don't back him. He'll be in the money.
Good player, Liam.
He is, very good player.
Right,
Always
right,
seems to make a day too. So we are back 5 minutes later than advertised, because it was actually a 20-minute break and not 15. So apologies about that. Was that Harvey Norris? No?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Seat 5.
Aye.
Looking very dapper today.
He is. It'll be nice chairs. They're a bit wide though, I think. Do you not find them chairs
I haven't sat in them, Tower.
They seem a bit wide. I know it's only a 9-handed table, but so in seat number 1 we have Aline Kanji. In seat 2, Dave Griffiths. Luke McVeigh in seat number 3. Steve Warburton in 4. Harvey Norris in 5. John Bousfield, ship leader at the table, in seat number 6. 7 is Richard Hayes. 8, Luke Turner. And 9 is Ovadas Sarudas. Not sitting for the wine factory. I saw him talking on the telephone the other day, and he fist pumped me. Good to see you back, Tower. That's cheers, Vidas. He's a top lad. Played a lot of GUKPTs as Vidas in his day. Plays down in Reading a lot. But we're back underway with the blinds and the antes, level number 7 of the day. Blinds are 2-5 with a 5. A quick word with Sin Mellin in the one of the outer tables. She doubled up to 30,000 about 20 minutes ago. So how's the day gone? She went pouring. Okay, you're still in.
So there was an open with the ace jack from Rich, and snap folded to the free bet on his direct left. UTG versus UTG +1. Ace jack off, just into the muck, correctly so. And pick up for Luke in seat 3.
Bouncy chip leader at the table. Richard Hayes on 66. Down at the bottom, Luke is on 10.
Always there. I say it every single time. It's just always there, Bouncy.
Yeah.
In amongst it.
Turbo will be starting in 40 minutes time live.
Oh, Warm's at the table. I've just actually just realised.
Yesterday he said it was his first day in Coventry in 6 years.
I'll tell you, I did just see, and he didn't even know where to go. He was outside. Andrew Christophorou's turned up.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't even know where he was going. He was like, he goes
shop.
to me, is it down here? I was like, yeah, mate, in there. Andy Chip Shop.
Andy Christoforou.
Awesome. I can't say a single word, can I?
Bounty.
Just shows you, doesn't it? Put a good comp on.
Yep.
And players will turn up. So he's going to get a call. This could be the shortest feature table venture for Steve Warburton. Does he survive, or is he out the door and Bousey gets up to nigh on 100?
Well, chop outs.
Yeah, we have the old choppertunity.
So Steve needing a queen, jack or 4 to survive. Otherwise we are going to lose one first hand of the session, and it's the 5 of hearts. So
in play either.
Steve will head to the route. Might see him flick back in the turbo.
Yeah, unlucky Steve. Gone. Bousey up to 92,000. Got the hand at the right time. Got jammed on from Steve Warburton, and out the door goes the Warbs, hopefully, to the turbo. And play again.
$500 entries we've just surpassed.
Wowzers,
so I make that a 335k prize pool. And still the turbo.
Well done, Kev. Great guessing. I don't think we're going to forget that ever. And then try to justify it by counting the numbers and saying, yeah, that's definitely going to be the number. Guessing on the 670 plus 80, it's bound to be the number. Okay. Price pool currently stands at £332,990. Amazing. Average stack is only 37,000. Seems pretty low for level 7 of the day.
So Harvey with pocket pair here. Deuces raising it up in the hijack, and Bousey in the cut-off here. Ace-9. Prefer to see him free bet this if he is going to continue. It looks like it is free betting chips. Makes it 2.8. Nice sizing as well around the 3x mark. But once again, we talked about this last session. Someone woke up with it behind him, and Luke here, who is playing 44 bigs with the ace king, looking for a cold 4 here. Probably make it somewhere around the 8k mark. May just take that out. Yeah, I was just about to say, may just take that out of contention actually, and just think, you know what, I'm just going to move all in here. 44 big blinds. There's been a free bet in front of us, and it's going to be 2 quick folds. John's just going to take his time with this one. He doesn't want Harvey to let him know that he's free betting him light. So just a quick peel back at his cards, and we'll see that going to the muck. But nothing wrong with that hand at all. Bousey just making a play, and it would have worked if there wasn't a hand behind him in the big blind.
So if you're thinking of getting involved in a GUKPT but you can't play the main, the side events for Saturday and the Sunday. The bounty tomorrow, starting at 6 PM. £170 in, £50 every time you knock somebody out. And then on Sunday it's the seniors, starting at 2. That's for over 50s. And then the last event is the £200 no limit. It starts at 4, 20,000 stack on a 30-minute clock. Any ways to get involved if you're not playing the main event.
Lee shows the aces, no action in the big blind.
Shows the boots.
Folded you in the big, there's a complete in the small. You look down at aces, you raise it up, no action.
But at the same time, I like that. I think, and then the next day.
So Harvey pocket 10s makes it 1,000. Action on David in the big blind here. Pocket 6s won't be going anywhere.
and I didn't realise it was congestion charge on the Sunday. So I've got another 80 quid fine.
Aleem passing the ice creams to everyone, doing his bit for the table. As we see the Jack 7-5 flop, 2 hots, just 1 overcard to the 10s of Harvey. So all coming for a bet, especially versus the big blind as well. We can start getting called by some gut shots, some 5x, some 7x. 6 of spades on the turn here, and the Mickey Blacks doing what they do, finding a set on the turn.
The Mickeys.
And a Jack on the river. And now we expect David to leave here, and I can't see how Harvey's going to get away from this one, especially if David goes small. If he goes big here, Harvey might be able to find a hero in some cases. But this Jack on the river is actually a really good card for us as Harvey here, and getting this price, and we're going to have to call here, sir. You can't fold, you just can't. You're going to have to pay this one off on this run out versus big blind. Like this size as well, David might even come in for a little blocker bet here with a 7. We might even beat some value from Harvey's perspective. It's just a call, my friend, and not much we can do, but pay him, pay the man. And it's just unlucky, 2 out on the turn. They have to make the call there.
A few chip counts from around the room. Don't forget, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch as well. Justin Devonport's in the building from Manchester, played and cashed a couple of times in Manchester. Rennie Shea, 75,000, going along nicely. Oh, Vic Metter's in the building. And Mark Evans as well. Chris is in the main room. Chris Cunliffe down to 14. Mad Turk's only on 8. Not seen Jack Hardcastle. Final table list. Jack Hardcastle. 45,000. And Ben got out of bed to play the afternoon session. He's down to 12,000 chips. A few chip counts from around the room. We'll stick more on during the evening. Good evening, one and all, wherever you're watching, wherever you may be. Hope everybody is good. There's been another crazy day in Coventry, and we've hit 500 runners. 500.
That's a lot of runners for a main event.
That is a lot of runners. And we said, regardless of the buying, there'll be more runners here than there would be in Manchester. And it's proved the case. And we thought Manchester was mad.
London was mad. Every leg's going to be mad, I take it, here on out to the end of the year.
Yeah.
The only one that I say may not get this type of numbers may be Edinburgh, because it's a bit of a trek for some people.
Yeah, and it's only a main event, it's not a festival because of the reschedule and the restrictions. And also there's a 30-30 on in Blackpool on that weekend as well. So there are a few options to play. And if what we were talking about and the thoughts might have been over the weekend is, would they think about sticking an online leg on for Edinburgh for the main event? So if you do manage and do want to go up just to play day 2, you might have an online leg and play day 2 as an option up in Edinburgh. Stick an online leg up because it's not the normal festival, it's just a normal main event and nothing else because of the restrictions that were in place at the time of changing it to Coventry. An online leg just might work.
Not out of the realms of possibility, it could be something.
If the guys are thinking about an online flight, they need to tell us sharpish if they're thinking about it. I think it's a good idea. And then if you do think about going up and wanting to play Edinburgh's main event and you make day 2, then you forfeit the 30-30 somewhere.
So Riders continued there with the aces. Harvey just fold the pocket threes, and Luke opening king queen early position makes it 1.2. Balsi would be defending fairly wide, but not this wide. Raise and take. Dewey on Twitch says, does every table have a dealer? Yes, every table will have a dealer.
Yep. Indeedy. And all the dealers will be working their socks off shortly, because there's going to be a bounty, a turbo starting in 30 minutes, and that will end up with
probably another 100
runners. Jay Miles says, yes please, online leg for all GUKPTs. I think with Edinburgh being just in the main event, I think that makes more sense. One thing you won't be able to do though is, obviously if you make it through, if you do have an online leg and you make it through to day 2, you won't be able to play another one of the day 1s as an option, because you can't choose a stack.
Is that an option in the 30-30s then? No.
No, because that'd be everything to choose a stack comp, and they don't want to do that.
There used to be a tournament called the, God, this is going back about 5-6 years, the WPT Accumulator, and there was free flights, and you played the free flights, and your free stacks from the free flights accumulated and went
that
through.
That one knows about taking all your money off you,
that's basically
deepest
what that
pocket
was.
wins.
Yeah.
The chances of winning with only one bullet was slim.
Yeah, very slim. So Vidas here, Brace Pre +1 with the 10-9 off. Probably not recommended in almost all scenarios, but Vidas wins the pot, found a way.
So it is going to be at the earliest midnight tonight for the last hands to be dealt, with the extra additions to the breaks, and 5 minutes here and a 2 minute there.
What's happening there?
We got down to 38 yesterday. 38 from 168.
Just running exceptionally good today on squeezing
The chip will do we'll do some chip counts during the night, and then obviously the big stacks at the end of the night. That's a long way off yet. Another 4 hours of poker to be played.
Thank you very much.
So Liam opening ace king +1. John calls the king jack in position. Out flops a Liam. Luke's in here as well with the 8-6, and he's flopped up and down straight draw. And once checked to us here as John, after we've flopped top pair, want to be coming in for a bet with the king jack. Bet of 1.4. And backdoor flush draw to go over up and down here as Luke. Just going to be calling out of position, and Aline now will get out of the way with the ace king.
Come on, come in here. Here's our Seattle Scot. He's the longest traveller in the entire country. The only man that's come all the way from Seattle, which is somewhere near Washington, and there's 2 Washingtons, so you just got to guess where he comes from, really.
Pacific Northwest.
And he's a Patriots fan that might be a Niners fan. There's all sorts of things. Come on then, come and tell us what's happened.
Yeah, no, it was just a steady decline all day.
Oh.
Nothing coming together. Second bullet.
Yeah.
Right. I folded out my blinds. I went into the break. I went into the break with 1,700.
1,700?
1,700 chips. In
Okay.
the big blind. Folded my big. Folded my small. I had 5 blues. 500 on the button.
Yeah.
Ship jack 9 of hearts.
As you do.
Top pair, flush draw, turn the flush. Went 5x. I now have 22,000.
Oh, yeah, he's got over starting stack.
Little spin.
Oh,
Yeah.
son.
You got a lesson the other day how to do it, didn't you? Oh, yeah, you watched it the other day.
That's how you do it in these comps. You get down to a ball and then you spin.
I feel like I'm chipped.
Good lad. Back in his comfort zone.
Yeah.
Scott KTN from Seattle. Watches the live streams wherever he is in the world and plays a lot in London, and is now first event back overseas in Coventry.
Sorry guys, gonna pick up on the hand here. Missed the turn action and the river. Looks like
check.
Yeah, he river top two here, Bousey, but obviously a bit wary of the flush getting there against the big blind. He's going to have plenty of combinations of diamond draws, so just didn't want to bet and get raised, so just checked it back. Happy to take the pot.
Pete Whitehouse in the building, watching on YouTube. Good evening, Peter. Goliath dates have been set, Peter. He's going to ask for an update, I'm guessing. The update is we're on 500 runners in the main event. Over £300,000 in the prize pool. The turbo's not started yet, and Goliath dates have been set the 25th of August until the 4th of September 2022.
Can't wait.
No, there'll be some build-up. No schedule out until next year. But the dates are set.
So Luke raising with 7-5 suited, blind on blind here. Vidas with a suited gapper should be calling in position, and does make the call.
Yes, King Deuce, 2 hearts.
Yeah, so if we're raising here as Luke, we want to be continuing this board, and Vidas with a gut shot here. No, we only have 5 high, but blind on blind we have position. Luke's going to be continuing this board with almost all of his range, so the times that maybe he does slow down on turns and checks it over to us, we can sometimes take it away from him, especially on the ace king deuce. King X is a pretty clear check, or at least it should be most of the time. So once he checks the turn, I think as Vidas we can get the green light to start bluffing at it, but decided to come in for the bluff on the river instead, and a quick fold from a Luke.
Day 1B, Day 1C starts in 20 minutes, the turbo.
So Liam wants to be defending this one. 6-1. Full way to the flop. Vidas, I've just seen him with the old Doyle in the small. Not phased about the small blind position. Just wants to get involved, see a flop.
8-5-8.
Oh, and this is a little bit of action here. A lot of bit of action, and not a little bit of action, a lot of bit of action. We've got a flush draw and 2 players flopping trips here. Bousey, the original opener as well. It's going to be so hard for any opponent to ever put him on an 8 here. And he's checked it as well for some deception. And it's going to be over to Aleem, who looks like he's counting out raising chips here. And this is going to be the end of Aleem Tower.
Yeah.
We just can't be folding trips
Definitely
in this
not
spot.
Folding now. He's bet to 7.5 and only left himself 10.5 behind the line.
What's Bousey thinking here?
He's calling.
Yeah, I know, but what's he thinking after this action when he's flopped trip 8s? It's gone bet, call, raise, and we're sitting there.
Is this
with
bringing Vidas along?
ourself.
I think it does, doesn't it?
Well,
he has to bring Vidas along.
You've got to be wary, Tower, because there's obviously
Vidas is folded.
dominating flush draws.
Yeah.
That's the thing Vidas got to worry about. Aleem does have an 8x. John can sometimes have a flush draw in there that has Aleem dominated, and Aleem just going to move all in. John will have to call this off.
All in a call. The King's playing at this moment in time.
And we're going to lose Aleem unless the river's a queen, 5 or 4. This is just a cold cooler here. both players flopping trips, and John being the opener as well. So hard to give him credit for an 8x type hand, and very unfortunate for Aleem, but he can still find a queen. And then 9 of spades on the river, so we're going to lose Aleem Kanji. I'm sure he'll
John
be.
Bousey, look at that, 122.
Yeah, sure he'll be flicking it in the turbo. But Bousey had a good run this week in the side, flying here. Day 1 being Coventry.
Oh yeah, Jack. When is day 2? Day 2 is Saturday for the GUKPT. Tomorrow, starting at 12.
Is that the Jack Salter?
I hope so.
If it is.
Afternoon, Jack. If you're talking about the GUKPT that we are here now, day 2 is tomorrow at 12. If you want to buy directly in, you have to be in before 11:45 in the morning. You end up with 17 bigs. If you're going to play Jack, one of the best poker players in the entire world. Why is there no live feed on Facebook? I don't actually know.
Is there not? Let's have a look.
I think there's a certain amount of length of time, isn't there, to do a live stream, which I think PK might have to
need to
I think PK will have to reset Facebook. I will send him a message.
Yeah, we're not live on Facebook at the moment.
No, can we send him on? Send him a message.
I'm on the case.
On the case. Thank you. Oh, me back.
Oh, my neck.
Oh, me back. Oh. We're on the case.
Oh, Bouse failed 21's in the chat on Twitch.
Hello, Bousey. Bousey 21. Is that son of, daughter of, wife of? Jimbo? We've adjusted the dates for Goliath.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he is right. He is right. Yeah. Because we're guessing that it finishes on the Sunday the 4th. But we all leave on Monday the 5th. Is that correct? Yes. 25th of August until 4th. Aye, aye! Oh, you're getting no employee in the building. Here he comes. Oh! They are. Get me started.
No, Twitch is fine.
It's spinning around.
That's just my connection.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yep. Definitely on.
King 4-4. The son of Johnny B. Nice one, Bousey. Bousfield 21. One of the chip leaders. It's because Andy came back.
I fixed it.
It's the son of Johnny B.
It's just gone offline.
He's
now,
watching
PK.
Dad collect the chips. Chip leader at the table, John Bousfield. 125,000. There's 3 there.
Where?
I've got 3 of it.
Yeah, they're melted there.
I was watching this last night.
Did you?
Behind the scenes.
Awesome. That's what we like to see, the staff watching the live stream.
I was looking at how moody I was. I've been there a couple of times. I walk over, I'm like.
keep smiling. You never know where the cameras are.
I was trying to look for the ice cream bit where I was going, ice cream.
So the son of is watching. Hope you're enjoying your dad being chip leader at the table. He's doing well. Just knocked out Aleem Kanji ace. King 8 against Queen 8.
Yeah, good.
Knocked out Warbs ace King against ace Jack. It's all a skill game, you know. It's all a skill game. Pete Whitehouse says they're queuing out the door to get into the turbo. Okay.
Are they?
And it's been phenomenal. Do you think you'll come back here on the tour? Peter, we've got news for you, son. Open your other eye. Yes, we are coming back, son. Next year, Coventry is going to be leg 2 of the season. It has been announced by Jim. He announced it yesterday that Coventry has been that good, that well attended. It's been run perfectly. All the staff have been superb, and give them credit. We are coming back for leg 2 of 2022, and then we're back again for Goliath. Just think how many steak bakes we can eat.
A lot.
When you bring them in.
You've done better than me.
happened to Brad?
Brad?
What?
Cook Brad?
Oh, Cook Brad, yeah, he's not been on. He's busiest weekend he's ever had, apparently. Moaning and groaning at his £80 an hour. Pete Whitehouse on his way down for the seniors. We're going to play the Bounty tomorrow and then the seniors on Sunday. Are you old enough for the seniors, Pete?
How do you have to be to enter the seniors?
50 plus.
50 plus.
50 plus. There was an event in Vegas where you had to be 45 and I got in it. And I sat outside of TJ Cloutier for
Really?
8 hours, yeah. And Lon McCarran was on my table as well. Oh, the Gaffster's in the building. Evening, Ross. Hope you are well, young man. Which part of the world you in? Normally flying around somewhere.
Yeah, Luke gonna need to get lucky here.
Uh-oh. Vidus is calling.
He's ran right into it.
Vidus Seriunas in seat number 9.
So looking to find a 7, keep our tournament alive. Is that Kelly coming over? Is that Kelly I can see?
So we need a 7, a 4 and an 8 to make it interesting.
You've got backdoor spades as well.
Spades as well.
Whole catalogue of backdoors with this hand, but needing a 7 directly at the moment. But what a turn that is. That's as good as it gets. 9, 4, 7 spade all do the job now. 17 outs. And it's a complete brick, too many outs. I know it says 13 at the top, but from his perspective, 17 outs would have got him there.
Wow.
And
unlucky. Look.
What a turn.
What a turn card to make it interesting. And it is Kelly Saxby. Team Hippodrome in the building. We had Chris on before, now we've got Kelly.
That's not Charlie, is it?
No.
No, it's not. It looks like him, yeah. It looks like, I thought it was him for a split second from the side. That view right there, I thought it was. And Helena's here today as well. And I know he used to coach her, but no, yeah, that's not Charlie. I can tell now. But from that view, I honestly thought it was. I thought it was.
Have you heard him sing, by the way?
Who, Charlie? No.
Charlie Carroll?
No, I haven't.
Oh my days. One of his YouTube videos.
What, is he good?
He sings Elvis. Oh my days. He's singing Love Me Tender. It's got to be on YouTube somewhere. YouTube. Charlie Carroll singing Love Me Tender. It is unbelievable, Jeff. So Ross is in Edinburgh at the moment. He's had wrist surgery, so can't go anywhere. Hope to see you soon, pal.
Under the gun open from Vidas with the King 10. And hold it round all the way to the big blind. Then Luke going to defend the Jack 9 off, 500 more.
I'll just see the club. One higher. You got a 6 high, you're in trouble.
Can you see it? Let me know if you want some help finding out what's on there.
Okay, I can see it. I just can't see this shade. That's 1300.
Did you say I was a pretty lady? Is that what it says? I'm glad
Say
I can
hi
actually
to
read.
say hi to the lovely lady.
That is Kelly. Samantha. And no, that's not Charlie Carroll.
Yeah,
we were just talking about it because he's a little bit of a lucky like.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was the first
but it's not Charlie.
glimpse, but
and Paul Beasley says good luck to Kelly. But yeah, if you ever get a chance to YouTube or find his video of him singing Love Me Tender while he's meditating somewhere, it's amazing.
so we've got David with the Ace King making it 1.1. Vida's going to defend the 7-5 in the big blind. I'd love to put that on. 8-4 deuce, 2 clubs, the flop. Vidus with gut shot. David, just for 2 overcards, backdoor clubs, going to come in for continuation here. And Vidus with his gut shot getting this price and a call. He's going to make it.
10 of hearts on the turn.
Check, check. And river is the 3 of hearts. So Vidus just with 7 high here. Comes in with a bet of 2,000. David potentially thinking about heroing this one off with ace high. Don't really expect him to bet any 4x or deuce x, so maybe repping just an 8x type hand. Can have some missed straight draws, some missed flush draws. Can't really have too much 10x after calling flop other than 10x of clubs. But thinking about a potential hero call here with ace high, and looks like he's going to make the call. And Vidus just mucks his hand. And the pot over to David.
So we're over the 500 runner mark. We're nearly the £350,000 prize pool. The turbo starts in less than 10 minutes. There's all sorts going on.
Good hands, man. Very good hand. Ace. Very good. Then you don't see an ace with 2 off. Any ace looks good.
So Rich in the cut-off here. Jack 10 wants to be opening this one once folded to us. Insta call with Luke with the ace-9 suited. Wouldn't mind seeing a free bet here some of the time from Luke. Cut-off versus button, ace-9 suited. Fairly good candidate to come in with that free bet. But opts for the call on this occasion.
Queen 5 deuce rainbow.
A big blind involved as well. But the ace,
Try as you can get a flop.
The ace high of Luke out in front here, and this one's going to check through. And the 8 of clubs on the turn brings in a gut shot for Richard, and Thomas now turning a pair, so he's going to come in for a bet. After this flop checks through, he's going to feel fairly confident that neither player has a queen from his perspective. Luke will have to make the call here in position after turning flush draw. River, which is the Queen of Spades. A nice river here for us as Thomas. May even come in for a little bit of value here, may go really small. This Queen's a really good river card for us. From our perspective, we expect Luke to be betting once checked to him if he does have a Queen X hand on this board on the flop. So going to be fairly confident that our 8 is the best hand. So I actually really like this value bet from Thomas here. Bet of 3.6, just understanding how the hand's played out, that we're just going to have the best hand here more often than not. The only thing is we've got to think what hands we are trying to get called by. What are we trying to extract value from? Not too much out there. Maybe we can get some heroes from some ace highs, but maybe 6s, 7s, maybe a hand like ace 5 suited. But just feels like he has the best hand, which will be the case most of the time in this spot, the way the hand's played. And when that is the case, you do want to be betting for value. And wow, maybe getting paid off. Nope.
Oh, are you going a bit tea, son? Good lad. Can you just go and check how many cash tables are open for us?
Yeah, let's have a look.
I don't think there'll be that many because I'm guessing they'll all be ready for the turbo and space. We're going to have a little look for us, pal. We'll get an update on the cash. Thank you. I'm guessing there won't be many cash tables because of the space in the room, and also the turbo is about to start, and the turbo will take preference in the main room, and the cash tables might just suffer a little. That's what I'm thinking. Might be wrong. Usually am. But there's already 35 registered in the turbo. That'll just get busier and busier. As players get knocked out the main, they'll go jump in the turbo. We'll check out on the cash for you. 31 on the waiting list, says Joe Sheesby. There's only one game running of cash because there's just no space, room.
What's that?
Been sitting here for an hour and haven't won a hand yet.
I know, that's why I can't. That's why I
Fourth, isn't it?
call you.
Oh, go right, go. Kelly's definitely due a win, says Paul. Yeah, Kelly can play it. Kelly's had some good results in the past. And very competent, which is why she's part of Team Hippo. 31 on the waiting list. I'm guessing it's only because of staffing and amount of players still in the main event and still queuing up to play the turbo. It just is what it is. There's still 155 runners in the main event out of the 521 that have played it so far. 521 runners. Jim said in Manchester, Coventry will have more retrospect runners than Manchester would, and Manchester had 470. And he was right. And yes, we know it's a little bit of a cheaper buying. Doesn't matter the fact that there's still 521 runners playing the main event at this moment in time with a turbo just about to start. It is all about space. Coventry has turned out in unbelievable numbers. Pete wants to know what Towers treble is. Well, you're not finding out until tomorrow. No early clues on Towers treble. We'll keep you updated on the bounty and how it goes on. Anybody looking into playing Leeds for the next leg? The 15th until the 26th of September. All the schedule is on GUKPT.com. Events leg 4. It's on the app as well. All the information regarding Leeds is there, and that's our next stop in 3 weeks today. Will be day 1B of the main event. Yes, young man. Yes. Did you check the cash tables?
Oh yeah, they're booming. There's a lot going on, but the thing is, there's people sitting around there like sardines around there's an empty table all sitting around there. I think there's a lot of people waiting to get on. I think there's a bit of a big list set up.
Yeah.
So if you are coming down to Cov for some cash,
might be a little bit later.
Yeah, might be a bit of a wait. There's one big game though. There's a game that seemed like there's quite a lot of chips on the table. No, I didn't see him. He might have been. Oh,
Albert couldn't believe he had to wait until 9 o'clock to play the turbo after doing his 3 entries this afternoon. Razor Kev, I'm not being funny. I couldn't be further away in my Towers treble than you're guessing the numbers this week. You had 2 chances, you blew 2 chances, you underestimated everything regarding poker, and you thought there were only 3 people in the world going to play. It was awful. I'm very confident on Towers treble for tomorrow. Very confident indeed. In fact, I'm that confident I'll have £1.07 on it myself. Looking forward to it. It'll be out tomorrow morning. Live stream starting at 12:30 as always.
Bousey won another pot, or has he just had that wall in front of him before?
Bousey?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just keeps flicking him in and just keeps winning.
That's the way to do
Every
it.
hand he plays. He's not lost one yet.
So Vidas with the Jack 8 suited +1. And, Mr. Christopherou's come to the table.
And in a chip shop. Was it 18th in the World Series? 4 or 5 years ago?
I think it was Spartan Tower. It was definitely last 2 tables, I think. Whether it was 18th or 17th, it was still
nicknamed Andy Chip
great.
Shop by Norman Shad.
Yeah, great run. So Andy gets involved with the ace-9, and we got Harvey on the button, not choosing to 3-bet the 10s, but just about to say John in the small blind here, once all this dead money is in front of him, like the size he's chose as well, 6x here, really nice from him. It's been an open and 2 calls, so out of position, do want to size up.
Yeah, they're going in the middle.
You outplayed him.
Action on Andy, and I just can't see him doing anything here but letting this one go. Then it's going to be back on Harvey with the 10s, and interested to see how he proceeds with this. Last thing I think he will do is fold.
Wow, he's flicked it all in.
Oh. Looks like Harvey's going to fold now.
And John Bousfield is going to be completely dominated his opponent again. He's had ace-king against ace-jack. He's had king-8 against queen-8 on an 8-8 flop. And now he's got ace-queen against ace-9.
Everything's just going right for
Well,
Bousey.
it's your day. It's your day.
If he fades a 9 here, he's going to be up to over 150k tower, which is a huge stack. And no 9 there.
10s would still be winning.
All there. So just a 9 to fade. And we're going to lose Andy Christoforou. First hand he sat down. And nut flush for Bousey on the river. Going to lose Andy Christoforou. And Bousey up to over 150k now. 309 big blinds. It's a cash game stack.
Go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed.
Go to bed. Gary Fitzpatrick watching on Facebook. Greetings from Dublin Tower, Andy and crew. Hope you guys are keeping well. Great stream as always. Hopefully we'll get back to live tournaments soon. Yes. Dublin looks like it's getting ready to rock and roll again from October. So the new system says, and your new regime and restrictions are coming out. Gary Fitzpatrick, we hope to see you very soon for a pint of the old black stuff. It looks like the restrictions are being lifted in Dublin very soon, and good news might just be around the corner for the fair city. Andy Chip Shop fried. Andy Chip Shop just got battered.
Outrageous. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Sorry, we'll stop. It's not the place, is it?
Have you ever had place?
No, I've never had
No,
place.
there's a load of addicts.
Got 10 minutes left on the clock for level 7. That will put us into level 8 of the day.
David Edgerton says, well, hello from Galveston in Texas. There was a song about Galveston. Who sang that? Oh, Galveston, oh, Galveston.
It weren't you that sang it.
Who sang that, Andy? Was that?
It was Johnny Cash.
Was it Johnny? No, it wasn't Johnny Cash.
What is it song?
Galveston. It was, who sang Rhinestone Cowboy?
Oh, Glenn Campbell.
Glenn Campbell, I'm sure it was Glenn Campbell. But somebody confirmed that for me. Watching in Galveston in Texas. What a good evening. Glenn Campbell. Boom. We got it.
So Kelly opening 1.1. And Harvey with the ace king here in the hijack. Going to come in for 3-bet. Makes it 3.6 and folds all the way back round to Kelly with the queen jack of clubs. This particular hand, she is going to fold, but a lot of players you may see pull this. Great hand, lots of playability. Yes, we are out of position, but I don't know. I'm not one that likes to fold queen jack suited to a 3-bet.
So there's a bad hailstorm, so you're stuck inside watching poker and uploading new videos, but it's a great stream. I like that, but where are you? Just tell us where you are when there's a bad hailstorm.
The Royal Goat says, will there be need for Vax passports next year for the Goliath?
I don't think that'll come in. If it does get, if that's the way forward, then that's the way forward. But there's plenty of time to talk about that in the near future. Tea's nice. Half a cup, by the way, but
it's always half a cup. I told you that. It's how much the machine, you press the hot water button, and it's how much comes out.
Yeah. So Galveston in Texas is watching.
Oh, Kelly's run into it again.
Uh-oh.
It's the same two players this time.
Harvey's got it this time.
3-bet, same size again. Same open size from Kelly. Same 3-bet size from Harvey. And Kelly's probably just going to have to fold again this time. The queen jack suit is a lot better to pill than this particular hand. This one we're just going to be in dominated spots more often.
Yeah.
The ace 10 off, a bit less playability, and Kelly hopefully just makes the discipline fold.
Kelly thinks she's being picked on, but she knows she's not. Kelly will fold, and then she'll get the good news that she's folding the correct one. And so she does. Harvey shows her the ace king. Don't forget you can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Fast Nunes is playing Reading champion on 50,000. David Doherty.
Yeah, David won a WCOOP last week on
Did he?
Poker Stars, yeah, for a bit of a chunk. So,
did he really?
He's on a bit of form.
Like it. Like it. Riggy's back in 50,000. He says to me when I'm walking past, I bet you were talking about me on stream, weren't you, with that set?
Macapac still in the mix. Chris Johnson, 95k. Lovely stack at this stage of the day.
Steve Jelinek, we've not seen Steve Jelinek for 7 years, and all of a sudden he's everywhere. In fact, he even knocked on my house door the other day. Tower, coming out to play. Steve Jelinek's just turned up. He's played every leg since.
And then you got Paul Dunn on 80k and Ben Maraged's Manchester champion 2019 on 30k.
Yeah, Mark B says Glenn Campbell, sang Galveston, confirmed. Thank you very much, guys. I like that Galveston's actually watching. Well,
so
Texas.
Harvey opening ace-3 suited. Faced with the 3-bet from Vidas with the pocket queens here. We are out of position. Although we are getting 2.5 to 1 on a call, slightly over. The way Harvey plays, I think we'll just fold this tower out of position.
Yeah. See, if you're in Galveston, Texas, are you a Houston Oilers fan, or are you a Dallas Cowboys fan? Big question. Let us know.
What is it, that one? 2-4, whatever it is.
Folded, mate.
What?
I'm already folded to it, mate.
Hello, please seats available for Husby Alcazay, Jamie Duan, Gary Stevens-Smith, Eddie French, Elliot Alsey, Annie Zhao, Terry Jordan, and Silas Erbinon. Stay available on Monkey Hall.
Thanks for that. Good to see the outer tables.
Yeah, it's nice for everyone to see who's playing, some faces. They may not realise we're in the field, but there's plenty of tables going on out there. Still got tournament tables in the cash room.
Yeah, in the main room itself. One thing that's happened right now that hasn't happened all week is that Jim's walked in and we've not had an exclusive.
Yeah,
I feel a little bit upset.
He's
But for the first time he's walked into the office, there's no exclusive. Can't believe it. Well, there you go, the ice cream's excellent. Ice creams for the players at the tables. There was a little bit of sausage and mash this afternoon for the players as well. It was, yeah. Rakesh, good evening, sir. Depends what that. Probably at golf.
Give it a couple of years.
Yeah. The way I've heard you play. Yeah, it might be 10.
I'll tee off like this, Tower. I actually tee off like this to account.
I've been
for
invited.
the size.
I've been invited to the best course in London apparently today, Jim.
No, not Luton. It's
Where is
just
it?
a nice course. It's just a nice course. No, Hertfordshire. The Hertfordshire. It's my course where I play most days, and yeah, it's really just a really lovely course. Really nice area. And you'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
You have to pay your £600 green fee though.
Is that what it is?
My eyes was closed. I didn't realize.
Like an eyelid. No, like an eyelid at that one.
Nah, I'll get you on. I'll get you. I'll treat you to around
I
town.
wasn't thinking, I just realized that this land is still going on. There's another turn. Imagine if we come to the river.
Had a dodgy chicken this morning. Come back again.
I don't know why you made that. I don't know.
In Hereford, Hertfordshire and Hoff.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm starting to think it's out of reverse. You know, is he
Here he is. The Mad Turk just sat down with 20,000. Re-entry. Used to be able to play. Won a couple of comps with.
I don't know why you took that long to go all in, and I don't know why you took that long.
No.
So it both surprised me. Yeah. We'll see what
Ace of Hearts on the turn. So Vida's picking up flush draw and will draw. So going to fire at it after opening the 8-3 of Hearts early position. John not going to be going anywhere after turning top pair. The way John's been running, I'm not expecting a 4 or heart to hit the river, and it is an offsuit 6, so he'll get the check mark yet again in another pot, and Vidas fires once more, and John with the ace-10 here just can't see him letting this one go. We've got top pair, flops check through. Obviously ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-king, we are worried about those type of hands here, but we're getting just under 4 to 1 on our money. If it's sized up a bit more from Vidas, sometimes we can make the hero fold, but just can't be folding in this spot. It's just taking a bit of time with his decision. He'll make the call, and Vidas announces 8 high.
8 high. Does it win?
You're good.
There was 2 of them came last time. I think you might come 1 or 2.
Now we're going to please seats available for Kevin Dow, Jenny Bostock, Robert Byrne, Matthew Lloyd.
So the satellite, I keep calling it a satellite, it's a turbo. The turbo has started in the main room. Day 1C has officially started with 37 runners. 1 player's out. Are we having bets?
What, of the turbo?
1 player's out the turbo. Anybody want to hazard a guess?
Do you know who it is?
Nope.
Oh, I don't know. PK can
No,
find
do
out
not
for
know.
us.
Meet the Mod said it's got to be Terry. We all thought it'd be Albert. Whoa, something's happened. TJ and Albert are both still in. Something's happened to the game. They both nits them two. 30 events next week in London, Birmingham, Manchester and Newcastle. Where are you playing, Jay?
I'll be playing in Birmingham.
Woohoo! Playing in Birmingham. No, Birmingham's in Alabama.
Ace King 4.
Yes, good luck when you play the 30-30 next week, pal.
Cheers, thank you.
Good luck.
So Kelly on Ace King 4. I'm going to come in for a continue here. I think a lot of the time on these boards with second pair, top kicker, when no overcards can come out, a check just does a lot more, it achieves a lot more versus the big blind range, but Kelly happy to just take your pot down there. It's just understanding how our equity works in these spots against hands the big blind's meant to be defending. A lot of the time they're going to be nigh on drawing dead, or we need to find a 5-outer against an ace-x hand.
I don't know who's going to be in it. Who shall we say who's going to be in it? It's not Albert and it's not Terry. Let's go. Let's go. I don't think who's going to be playing it. Who's going to be playing it? Who's on the feature? Steve Warburton. No, damn. Here's King. Initials of Ace King.
Well, I like this game.
Initials of Ace King. Being knocked out the first in the turbo.
Aleem Kanji.
Aleem! Aleem's having a bad day. Aleem's having a bad day. He's the first out of the turbo. Kelly's got 7s. Cole's the 1.4. We've got a 3-bet by the Mad Turk with Ace 9, hence the name.
And guessing Thomas not playing with the Mad Turk that much because he's just snap folded the Ace Queen.
Yeah.
And Kelly with the 7s now in a spot herself. And I think Kelly's pretty snug. She will just let this go. And,
she thinks she's
doing the
getting
Mad
bullied,
Turk.
but she's not.
Yeah.
Stephen Hawes on Facebook says, is the seniors tomorrow over 50s? Yes, it is. 50 and a day, and you can play.
So blinds will be going up after this hand. That takes into level 8 of the day.
You're pretty confident with that, are you?
Yep.
Good lad.
And then don't forget as well, guys, probably going to be finishing up nearer the 1 o'clock mark today. Yeah, God, it's going to be a late one.
By heck. So yeah, if you want to play the seniors on Sunday, it is over 50s. There's a £200 no limit starting at 4 PM for the final event of the festival, as we crown a champion of the first GUKPT Coventry since 2012. Got to be the longest held title in GUKPT history, and he's still in.
Could retain it.
Yeah.
Not out of the realms of possibility. Warsaw, that was 2017, the last one. Gareth, oh I know this one because I bubbled it. Gareth something. Gareth Howard.
Yeah, Gaz Howard.
Gareth Gates.
You've gone from Johnny Cash
Gee,
to
I
Gareth
don't know.
Gates.
I don't know if you remember that one. You probably will as well, Tabble, because on day 2, the bubble went on for 3 or 4 levels, and we ended up finishing about 1:30 in the morning on the Saturday. And I remember driving home from Walsall, bubbling it like.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I mention that the seniors are on tomorrow, it's not. It's the Bounty tomorrow and the seniors on Sunday at 2 o'clock.
Okay, and who's the current champion of Thanet?
Julian Few.
No.
What year was that?
No, it's not Julian.
He won it.
It was 10.
No, same year.
Before my time, Thanet.
Same year. Sure, he was same year. No, I'm gonna check right now. I'm sure it's on the case. I'm sure it was same year. Season 7. Season 7. Coventry leg number whatever it was, and Thanet was the year before. Man.
John opening early position, Jack 9 suited. Mad Turks in the cut-off with the King 4 suited and at Vidas on the button. Going to make a loose peel with the Ace 5 off.
Right. I'll come back to that in a minute because I was right.
John should be continuing here. After flopping the flush draw, we just got Jack High. Not going to be too good at showdown. So want to bet here, try and take the pot down, and times we are called, obviously equity to make our flush. And there's the bet and take. Got in tower. Who won it?
Quiz question. There were 4 legs in 2012 that was the final legs ever. What are they?
Thanet?
Yep.
Coventry.
Yep.
Cardiff?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Plymouth.
Yep. One more.
Brighton?
Nope. Nope.
Aberdeen?
We've not been back to those 3 before.
Cardiff.
Nope. Not Bolton.
Stockton.
Nope.
Didsbury.
Nope. 4 legs in 2012 were the last legs ever of the GUKPT circuit.
Southampton? Is there one ever been there?
Not Newcastle, not Exeter. Exeter? Not Cardiff. We've never been to Southampton. Nope. Yes.
Where?
Blankenberg in Belgium. That was a GUKPT leg in 2012 and we never went back.
Blankenberg.
It was the last ever leg there. And Ellie Biasek came third. So there you go, you see.
That was a fun one.
4 legs curtailed in 2012. All gone. Never to be seen again.
Can we get Blankenberg back on the on the schedule next year?
No, it's been sold. It's not a Grosvenor Casino anymore, it's been sold. So there you go. If anybody heard of Blankenberg, it was done 1 season and 1 season only. And there were only 102 runners and never to be seen again on the circuit.
Give us some more questions, Sally. We're good now.
And the last winner of Thanet was Mr. Albert Sapiani.
Ah.
GUKPT season 6. It was actually a 6 match, wasn't it?
So it folds round to David on the button. He's got an ace, so he's going to be opening. Makes it 1.3. Blinds are now up, playing 300, 600. Level 8 of the day. Going to be on our last 15. Well, probably going to be a 20-minute break, I should say, at the end of this level. And then we'll have final featured to conclude the day. But Bousey bossing it at the moment. 166k at this stage of the tournament is chunks.
Now we can please last call for Andrew Walton, Daniel White, see available on 1-2-1.
Bet 6,000.
In what season of the GUKPT did London become number 1? Leg number 1?
Well, it's before 2016 because that's when I started playing in London. Was leg 1 then, and ever since it's been, so definitely before then.
That's great.
That's what I can help with.
Yeah.
Mad Turk.
It was, believe it or not, it was season 7, which was 2013, when everything changed. 2012, we all got rid of the 4 legs that we've never been back to, and 2012 first leg of the year was Manchester. And then it's been London ever since.
So Bousey gets there against the 7s, finds the 3 out and takes another one. 168k.
11,400.
Lights on in Blackpool tonight, Tower, says Pete McCormack. Is it really? Is it the switch on tonight, is it? 3rd of September, we'll be busy. Who's turning him on?
KSI.
Who? KSI? What was that? Your KSI is all that I
He's a YouTuber, singer, boxer, anything you want really. Anything,
He's a YouTuber.
Anything he can make money from.
KSI's turning the lights on in Blackpool
He
tonight.
started off as a YouTuber in about 2010 and then basically run up over 1 million subscribers, started doing like rap singles, then had a fight against Logan Paul worth like millions and millions of pounds, and now he's got a, what's it called, when you got a music record, when you get signed. Yeah, that's it. Something, yeah,
You've got a record label as well?
I think so, yeah. Something to do with digital.
Well, there you go. If you hurry up to Blackpool, in fact, they're on now.
He's massive. He's
turned
massive. To get him turning on, he's like huge over the world now. Like talking like 20 million followers.
Tower's here.
Yeah, that's it. Tower's here, so you don't turn the lights on. 9:30 they do get turned on, and it's 9:31.
Right, back to the action, because Vidus is up and down here, but Rich not continuing with just Jack Kite, just raise and take. Not been too many action hands on this table. It's been a fairly slow session. Mad Turk's in the building now. He might spice things up a little
Penny
bit.
Smith on YouTube has just been dropping the one-liners in all day long, and I've just been chuckling to myself. I love dry grapes. I'm just raising awareness. I like that. Oh, I like that. Hey, nobody likes a chop. Evening, Tower and Jay. Cottage chippy for tea. Tower knows the score. Best chippy in Blackpool by a mile. And now watching another quality stream. Keep up the good works. Nice one. Nobody likes a chop. I actually didn't realise it was the illumination switch on tonight, but there you go. It obviously is.
What's that for? Christmas?
No.
But I don't know. We're getting close, so I'm not sure. People turn on the lights at
the
Oxford
Blackpool
Street
illuminations
quite
are on for 6 weeks, and they literally line up 8 miles of traffic in Blackpool with illumination lights.
Okay.
And it's all along the prom, from right at the top to right at the bottom. Yeah. They're keeping them on this year though. So you'll see the illuminations when you go to Blackpool.
Okay, can't wait.
So when you turn up for Mark Ellie's on Monday, and then
Mark Ellie's
and whatever it is, yeah, they're not turning them off. They were going to keep them on last year, then obviously the pandemic went back down into lockdown.
Where's the place we always go where Boovie ends up on stage doing karaoke?
Yeah,
is that Mark Ellie's? Oh,
yeah.
that is Mark Ellie's.
Dewey says, you guys are in Blackpool at the end of the month, start of October. No, start of November. End of October, the start of November.
Yeah, back end of October.
Is Blackpool.
Luton back in
I think
October.
the last day in Blackpool is the 7th of November.
So obviously opening cut-off finds an ace, so going to open this late position. The Mad Turk peeling in the small with the Queen 9. Obviously should be going into the muck, but Mad Turk likes getting involved in lots of hands. He wants to be seeing lots of flops, and Vidus here. 8-4 suited.
I got you there in the stick, nice one.
Thank you very much for the game. Good luck. We still have 13 minutes.
Yeah, the last day in Blackpool is the 7th of November. Check your diary and check all the social media regarding what's happening in Blackpool for the GUKPT. It is normally a busy one. $528 runners for the main, which includes 37 in the turbo.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I thought when he came
Everybody said it. So T1 was Charlie. Bounce has got the GTOs. Is he coming in for a race?
Well, he was the original opener, and I hope he's not doing this for me. He knows this is my favourite hand, and I love to use this as a 4-bet bluff hand. But unfortunately for him, he has done it. He's run into Rich. He's actually perfectly fine, this from Bouncy. I really, really like it. I always say you can't just 4-bet your aces, your kings, your ace king. You need to incorporate some hands like this in, and ace 5 suited is the nut bluff hand to do it with. Reason being, guys, you've got an ace in your hand, basically only 3 combos left of aces, and this hand versus any other hand in the deck's going to have at least 30%, and that's why it's such a good 3-bet bluff hand, running it pre-flop where equities do run closest, or 4-bet bluff hand in this particular scenario. And Richard in a bit of a spot here with ace king himself, because I'm not sure if he thinks Balsi's got this in the arsenal or not, whether he's just doing it with ace king as well or better. But Balsi really applying the pressure here, pulling this one out for me, putting on a little show. Everything. And Rich in a spot with ace king because we don't like it. Like Balsi may not do this with ace queen, might just choose to call. And Rich here, counting his stack, can see that he's got 50k still, which is well over 70 bigs. I'm more than happy with his stack size. But John applying maximum pressure here. Rich really giving a long hard look at Balsi, and it looks like he's going to fold the ace king from that posturing. Oh wow, look at this.
Well done, John. What a player.
Look at this.
Wowzers.
4-bet bluff with the hand that I love to see it done with. Ace 5 suited. Gets the ace king to fold, and Balsi on fire this session. 4-bet bluff. Love to see it.
Yeah, Derek. Evening, Derek. Look at this, rubbing his eyes, poor lad. We've got to bless him.
Oh,
bless
God,
him.
I'm tired, Tal.
There are
You
the
can't just
30-30s.
put me on.
I know, I just had
warning.
the 30-30s on.
I was
Just do it. Derek says he thought he saw the 30-30s, and yes, the 30-30 is on in Blackpool on the weekend that we're in Edinburgh. So the 29th of September till the 3rd of October is the 30-30 in Blackpool, as you can see right there. Past him, just there, right over there, look, right there, right there. Blackpool is the 30-30 the weekend. You will be playing Birmingham next weekend for the 30-30 there. That's in London, Newcastle, Birmingham and Berry-New Road in Manchester. But the weekend that Dewey's on about is right there, 29th of September till the 3rd of October, and it is indeed Blackpool, Leicester or Reading South. So that's all the dates for the 30-30s for the rest of the year. Southampton, Berry-New Road and Glasgow in October, mid-October, and then just after Blackpool, GUKPT, Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. So there we go.
Good, jump straight back into action because I see a hand brewing here in the top right. Ace queen for Rich, and David in the big blinds finds the pocket kings, and Rich gonna get re-raised again. 3-bet from David out the big. Makes it 4.6k, and Rich going to make the call in position.
Eight ace is the flop. Always happens.
Yep, I was waiting for it. That was classic, always happens when it's ace high and someone's got kings, and David, undeterred from that ace, going to come in for a continuation bet. Don't need to go big on this board. Perhaps maybe even a pinch smaller than this, and Rich, after flopping the ace, will make the call.
Two of diamonds on the turn, with the king of diamonds in your hand.
Yeah, we've got to check now though, Tower, as David and Richard, looks like he's counting out chips. Don't want a 4th diamond to roll off. Potentially either kill his action or make him the worst hand. 9.3 and 3-1 on our money here. The problem is we are out of position, and the thing is we got to think of hands that Rich is going to call us on the flop with, and basically it should only really be ace X and flush draws. Not too many flush draws in there though, because we have the king of diamonds. There's queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, maybe 10-9 suited as well, but other than that there's just no hand that we beat now, David. We need Richard to specifically float flop with an air ball and then come in for a bet on the turn for our hand to be good in this situation. But on the flip side, we do have equity to the nut flush draw with 3-1 on our money. But the problem is on rivers, it's very hard for us to get paid as we are out of position. If we come in for a lead, Richard will just easily fold on a diamond. So because we don't get to dictate the action, and the problem is it is for a third of our stack as well. So in a bit of a situation here, David should be aware, first of all, that he's behind, that it's so difficult for him to have the best hand in this spot. So it comes down to whether he wants to pill, get him 3-1 on his money to see if he can potentially snag a diamond on the river and maybe not even get any more chips out of it, or whether he just wants to preserve his 30k and let it go now and just make a disciplined lay down.
Big decision for Dave. He's laying it down. Oh no, he's not. He's moving the ball in.
That is the last thing we want to do, Tower, but it might actually work.
If he's going to work against one player in the building, it could be this fella.
He's turned his kings into a bluff here. I guess that's what he's doing. He's turning his kings into a bluff, and I actually don't mind it. I think I like it. Against Rich here, we've got 2 kings in our hand. We block ace-king. Ace-king combos are reduced to 6 instead of 16 because of the ace on the board and the 2 kings in our hand. So, realistically, the best hand Richard can have in this spot, if it's not a flush because we got the king of diamonds in our hand, is ace-queen. And if David did come to that conclusion and he's running it for that reason, it's pretty genius, to be honest with you, against this specific opponent. Rich very capable of folding big hands here. What a bluff this is, Tower. You don't often see players turning kings into a bluff, but that's exactly what we're witnessing here.
And Richard just being 4-bet off a hand with ace-king. David now moves all in.
And if I'm sitting there as Rich, I hate it. I hate it I'm sitting there as Rich.
You just can't call.
It's so hard to see what we're supposed to be beating, to see what hands David's supposed to have as a bluff here. Like, David might check with ace-king with the king of diamonds, ace-queen with the queen of diamonds. Like, hands that have us either, like, free-rolling us or drawing pretty much dead. But this is some move. Real good move from David here. He chose his opponent perfectly as well. Rich, very solid and capable of folding big hands in big spots. And it looks like he's going to fold this one. Definitely worthy of a tank.
Well, I think we're finding a fold from Richard. Dangerous board.
We're not really too worried, I don't think, about the flush as Richard here, because there was a 3-bet out of the big blind and really king, queen of diamonds, king, jack of diamonds maybe in there. There's only a few combos in there, Tower, with the ace of diamonds out there as flushes, but from Richard's perspective, he might have just done this with ace-king, David. He might check shove ace-king. But you don't expect him to turn a hand like kings with king of diamonds or queens with the queen of diamonds into a bluff. And that's why this spot is so difficult here for Rich. Because technically we don't beat anything. He's not really, you don't expect him to shove ace-jack here. So we're only beating bluffs, and coming up with bluffs on this board is very hard to do. And these are the really good spots as a poker player to be finding your bluffs.
Oh,
but he has found the hero.
Call.
Where's he found that
Hero,
from?
baby!
But this is why it's actually a good bluff from David as well, because at times we do get called. We've got this king of diamonds in our hand. We've still got the equity to make our flush and potentially win the pot, but it's a proper sexy play. I really like that. With the kings, if you really think about it, it's... the
river's a brick.
And we are going to lose the pocket kings of David Griffiths, but I'm a bit of a fan of that play. If he's thinking what I was thinking there, and he's actually trying to get Richard off of an ace, it's... pretty nice.
Yeah.
I know it didn't work out on this occasion, but that was some hand. Enjoyed that one. Enjoyed that one, guys.
Griffiths, unfortunately, has been eliminated. And the ace-queen, a big call. Big call. From Richard. Wowzers. What a hand that was. Evening, Matt. Matt Davenport just watched one of the best hands of the night as he tuned in on Facebook.
Evening, Matt.
And Christine McCormack, so Rails' mum, says Shirley Ballas from Strictly Come Dancing has turned on the lights in Blackpool. She's a little bit my guilty pleasure as old Shirley Ballas. Don't know why, she just is. Shirley Ballas from Strictly Come Dancing has turned on the lights in Blackers. So there we go. Yeah, big move and a big call. He got 4-bet pre with ace-5 and folded ace-king, and that time made the call with ace-queen. Thanks for the information regarding the illuminations in Blackpool, Christine. Hope things are well.
Best hand we've seen all day, that tower. We waited a while, but I enjoyed that one. Such a difficult call to make still for Rich.
That's a big call from Richard. Big call.
We've got John here making it 1.4. With the King Jack +2 and Rich. I'm assuming that's a graphic error, and Rich doesn't have cards in front of him. We will find out in a second. I will be pretty shocked if he has pulled the 6 deuce. If he has, I'm guessing it's a bit of rush of blood after the last hand. He's feeling good. Going to play the rush. Yeah, I didn't think he'd call. So Richard isn't in here with the 6 deuce, guys. And if I know the Mad Turkey, he's not folding pocket 8s. He's not folding, he's going all in. Back raise alert. And Thomas makes the quick call and in great shape to get the double.
A big sigh from the Turk.
We've got National League leader at the moment joining us in seat 2 as this hand is occurring.
Second.
Second, sorry, yeah, second. That's not Ewan, that's Ben.
Right.
And that should be that, unless backdoor hearts is going to come into play. Oh, well, we've got chop out now.
Let's chop it up.
Just the one. There's 3 jacks in the muck. And it's a 4, so we're going to lose the Mad Turk. Thomas busting him.
Evening, Neil. Neil Wolfrey.
Evening, Neil.
How's things going with yourself? And yes, I've been golfing. Oh, you've not just got in. It'll be a bit dark. I bet he's played off. I bet he's played to 2 though today. I bet he has.
It's 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Scratch golfer is nice, ideal. Yeah, great to be back in Coventry. Going to be interesting to watch Ben T, even though it's going to be for like, what, 20 minutes?
Yes, not yet, well, 25 tower.
25 minutes. Ben T second in the MPL. Good session.
Seems to have massive spaces up through.
Good session.
Because of where the boxes are.
What's happening in the turbo? Hey up, Choke. How are you?
Okay.
You busy?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's good.
It's brick.
Good.
Oh, where's me hot water?
There. It's cold now.
I use the coffee machine. I was like, that's not boiling water.
I'm surprised he didn't moan it was only half a water bottle. He's been moaning about half a cup of tea all week.
Have you seen them cup of teas? Played a pro-am with Scott Drummond, one on the European Tour proper golfer. Yeah. Wow. Awesome. You're both coming up to Blackpool for the week for the GUKPT. That's good stuff. We're good to see you, Neil, for the week. If you bring your clubs, we'll play at Old Links.
Who's going to Blackpool next weekend?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I am. Seeing who else?
Who else is going to Blackpool? Because Cara's going to Blackpool.
Not Blackpool, Manchester 30-30.
Oh no, I'm playing in.
Oh, yeah, working the 30-30, are you?
Yeah.
Nice one.
Why don't you come Birmingham instead?
Why do you say it like that?
Because Tara's got me, because I go Birmingham. Like
Because he says Birmingham.
So I was like going Birmingham.
He actually,
That sounds like you're not any better. You still sound like a Wally.
he's like
Just say
singing.
it properly.
He's like singing the Muppet theme tune. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. So now he says Birmingham.
Oh gosh, spend too much time together. You
Dewey's in Fleetwood. Fleetwood's a nice course. You're on a game of golf down there by the lovely links course. Bit of a strange first hole because if you hook it left, you hit the houses. It's a bit tough.
It's like the 8th where I play Tower. If you hook it left on the 8th, it goes in the road. It does. It goes in the road. People driving past, you see your ball go over the hedge. You just listen. You're like, please don't hit a car.
If you hook it on the first, you end up on Fleetwood Road and the houses, and somebody throws it back from the garden. So, it's a tough hole, that first one, and it's only short as well. Nice course. Thank you. Yeah, we've always been advocates of like poker days and golf days and poker nights, but it's just hard to get going. It's something that should be so good on the tour because there are so many golfers that play poker, and there's all the poker players. If you had a golf day related to where you finish with your chip counts on a night time, you could have a right 30-man tournament playing golf and poker. It'd be awesome.
They do that. There's some chess/poker tournaments, isn't there, where you play chess, you get your stack through. How you do it, the chess, and you go to the poker. Sounds great, don't it, Cara? chess and poker, just what you love.
Oh my god! Give me a ticket.
Oh dear, there's some sarcasm coming from behind the camera. Imagine the banter at the end. Chess and poker. So around about 20 minutes to go until the end of this session.
I think we go on break at 17 past.
Is that what you think?
Right, yeah. I'm pretty sure we come back at 17 past a couple of hours ago.
Are you busy out there, Cara? Are you busy?
Yeah.
Good, good.
Lots of gentlemen and ladies wanting massages.
Excellent. How's the new recruit? Yeah.
Yeah, so is Mark. Mark's lovely.
Excellent. Good on you. Keep busy. Keep the aches and pains away.
It's strange to be at the Rico and it's not Goliath though.
Yes, that's true.
Keep trying to wander into the big room.
Have we got the date set for next year?
I missed it earlier. When was it?
25th of August until the 4th of September.
That means I'll be able to have a birthday party next year. Because it's usually my birthday at Goliath.
Ah, right, okay. You never told us.
You never asked.
Oh.
It's always you.
Well,
me. Is that not less dates than what it usually is?
No, it's just a little bit later in the year. So. About like nearly a month, about a month later.
Is it a special one next year? Because it should
10.
have been. Yeah.
Goliath X.
Have you heard any rumours of any special guests?
No, not at all. No, just the dates have been set so people can book their hotels and put it in the diary. Schedule won't be released till next year, and they'll be building up to it.
You know where I am if you need that shoulder seam too.
Thank you. Good evening, Karen. How are you? What have you been up to, and why are you not in Coventry? Not that far. Day trip for you and the mister. Hope you're well, Karen. Ah, Karen's detoured via Alton Towers. Awesome. Get yourself on the Alton Towers. It's been a long time since I've been there. About 10 years, I think, since I've been to Alton Towers. Nick the Mod, did you lose your sense of smell and taste when you were isolated?
One day, I'd say that was about it. There was one day I was smoking and I couldn't really taste it. It tastes like that much.
And then the next day he sent us a picture of him in his flip-flops watching the live stream with a
beer
in his hand.
Laptop, I had the online on the laptop. I remember I was playing Battle of Malt, I had the iPad with the live stream on. I had the beer on tap.
Oh yeah, you cashed in the Battle of Malta as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I had quite a deep run actually. I had a brutal one as well. One of the as they come, but it happens. Move on.
Yeah, good luck to Kelly Saxby, says Karen. Yeah, she's thought she was getting picked on, but every time she folded it was the right move. And now she's in it again. The Snowmen are in seat number 3 with Ace King suited, and Kelly calls with the Snowmen.
75, 77, 87, 90, 91, 2.
Flop time. Oh my days.
Any good?
Any good flops about?
That's 24.
And going to have to call once here as Kelly. Just one overcard to our pocket 8s and 8 of spades in there.
You don't want to see the 8 of diamonds.
You wouldn't mind it on the river.
I would not mind it on the river.
So Artan now wants to continue building this pot. Got to think about hands though that we can potentially put Kelly on here. What she's going to be calling our open with and calling flop with, especially when we've got the ace and king of spades in our hand. Like so, there's not going to be any like 2 overcards with the nut flush draw in there. So maybe we can start putting on some pocket pairs that are in there and some 10x as well. So opts for the 6k, giving Kelly 2.5 to 1.
So she's going to call. Three pair does not win.
That's a terrible run out for the ace king
It
suited.
is actually, it is, because if we do, no, I was going to say if we leave it and then just check, waiting.
I guess Artan's taking this line because he's thinking to himself, you know what, if Kelly sets us in, I'm not folding, so I want to get some value from some hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s that are going to check back in this spot. And exactly what Kelly actually has in this situation. And a bit of a tough one for her. The thing is as well, what we need to think about as Kelly from her perspective, once we call Artan twice, it does look like we do have like a 10x hand. So the fact that he's still going for it on this river, even though it's probably going to hit our range a lot more than it hits ours, is a bit of a worry for us.
So as you make it cool, was Kelly with the 8s. And Arton flopped it.
Yeah, it's
and
a hard one. It's a hard one for
Yeah,
her.
it got worse for Arton as well. But Kelly just looking there thinking if he had the bare ace of spades then that was the win. Kelly back down to 12,000 in chips.
Yeah, Artan, nearly $1 million in earnings. He's got a very good resume.
Artan the Dusha.
Yeah, he's got some results.
Yeah.
He obviously won the last GUKPT when post-pandemic, was it?
Yeah.
In London?
They did. That was the we did London and Manchester and then the World Shut.
But yeah,
great player. Great player. Artan the Dusha.
He's unorthodox. He's not like a standard, like one of the young pros you see, but he has some very unorthodox lines. He plays in ways that you wouldn't expect a lot of people to play, but it seems to get the job done for him. He seems to always be in the mix, always there. People adopt their own strategies and see how they work for them, and if they don't work, they change something until it starts working. But hard one for Kelly on that river. Can't fault her for calling there. Artan definitely capable of having a bluff. .985 all clubs the flop. Artan flopping straight flush draw after opening the A6. Tom with a top pair, flush draw himself. He's not going to fold, he'll have to make the call. So 2 of spades on the turn, and Artan pulling out the barrels, and he's fearless at the table, this man. He's not fussed about busting. He's trying to get a chip stack late on the day and running it here with the A6 and the 6 of clubs. And Thomas with top pair and a flush draw himself. Going to have to call once more here. Artan can have a catalogue of bluffs here. Hands like ace queen, ace jack, king 10, king queen, all the club in them that open early position. So from our perspective as Thomas, we're going to have to call again. And the spot's probably going to occur on the river. If it is a breaking, we are faced with a clip unloader from Artan.
And Jack of Diamonds hits the river. So Thomas checks. I think he calls most bets, doesn't he?
Well, this jack shouldn't really change too much unless like he's bluffing with a hand like queen 10 with the queen of clubs, or like ace jack with the ace of clubs, and Artan just gives up, and Thomas takes it with the 9.
So Thomas pulls in 12,000, moves up to 81,000 in good shape. Dealer change. Heading towards the break. Just over 10 minutes to go. 13 minutes until the end of this session.
Yeah, spot on. Spot on.
Just Christians just looked at the clock and then, you've got this dealer for 13 minutes.
Oh, did he?
So 18 minutes past 10, we go to the last break of 20 minutes. Which means the live stream will be finishing around about 12:45.
Yeah, bad mate.
There were many things that were folded.
No. Penny, penny, penny.
So R10 under the gun makes it 2k. So over 3x from him. Vidas in with the King 7 suited. Thomas with the pocket deuces here in the small is over a 3x open, but against R10 if we flop a set we can win a pretty big pot, potentially stack him, and Ben, quite easy to defend himself, actually has the best hand here in the big blind with the ace-10 of diamonds, so freeway to the flop.
Queen 6-3, 2 spades.
So complete whiff for everyone here. The deuce is actually the best hand at Thomas, but Artam just relentless every time. No matter how many people go to the flop, he's opening, he's always c-betting. Bet 4k here, and he's going to take that one. Since Artan's come to the table, he looks like he's come to play. Not much folding going on, lots of barreling.
Update on the turbo for Steve. 44 runners in the turbo, there's 35 players left. I'm guessing it's all about the space. But 44 in the turbo. The main event, 535 runners. That's £165 that Razor Kev owes me. That's £1 a man. $323 today. 323 runners today. Absolutely outstanding. 139 heading towards the break of how many players left. Yes, Goliath dates were released, Mr. Bradders, so you better get your cooking shoes on. (25th of August until the 4th of September next year.
Hope he brings us some food, Brad. It's the only reason I look forward to the Goliath sometimes.
Exactly.
No old cook Brad's coming in with the old banquet.
Neil Jilk says how much is in the prize pool today and in total. £359,000 and a bit of change in the prize fund. And if you want to work it out, there's 536 runners. 324 runners today, times by 670. Jail do about in 5 minutes. 324.
Yeah.
670s. Well, look at me like that. I'm asking you the question. That's a tough one. Shall I get my calculator out?
Too late in the day for me.
Yeah.
My brain is fried
No
today.
wrong with that.
My brain is absolutely fried.
217,080 pounds in the prize pool today. Ollie Nevin beat me to it. Paul Kamel, 4-bedroom house booked for the week of Goliath. Airbnb, whoop-de-whoop.
Ooh, that's nice.
That's a great idea. That is a great idea. We just flop a set. So Vidas, not been involved too much as Vidas. Won't be getting nothing out of Harvey, unfortunately. Yeah. Great prize pool just today. Never mind the rest of the week. Poker Mel. Is Mel on holiday when we get to Edinburgh, or is Mel going to be there? It's normally in Tenerife at that time of year. Boom. Poker Mel will be in Edinburgh. Looking forward to it. Aye, Stuart Instone on Facebook. There's only one John Barsfield. You're not wrong. Adam wrapped round a little finger earlier on in this session. Five minutes to go until the end of this sesh. 20-minute break and then back with the last session.
So R10 pocket fives been involved in definitely over 50% of pots since he sat down. Just saw him 3-bet the 9-4, and Kelly with the ace-9 here on the button, especially against Artan here. I just take this spot and move all in the cut-off, almost always. There's the all-in from Kelly.
Artan's got...
And snaps
Calls.
off with the fires, and we're going to the races.
We're off to the races, baby.
Kelly ran into it a bit this session. She's been a bit unlucky, had some unfortunate spots, so gets it in with the ace-9 and looking to double up. Not the best of flops for her.
Nope. He's an ace, a 9, running 2s. No clubs on board. Kelly needs an ace or a 9 to survive. It isn't. Unlucky Kelly. Unlucky. She taps the table, says good luck everybody, and off she departs, unfortunately for Kelly. She can either bang today 2 or flicking the turbo sharpish. Watch your feet. Unlucky Kel.
So I make it 2 and a bit minutes on the clock.
Right. Can't see the clock now because it's split in 2. You can only see it on the big screen when it's the big one.
Artan once again, he's involved.
Ace King 7. Is this the last hand? 9 of diamonds on the 2. Joe's check.
Yeah, and even against Artan here, even though we got top pair, I'm checking this over to him. We'll be over bluffing in some spots.
Yeah, we'll just get one more hand in.
And we will be back, guys. Is it a 20-minute? Yeah. 15?
Well, one more hand? Yeah. 20 minutes, I think.
Yeah, 20-minute breaks. We'll be back around 22, 25-2, somewhere in that remit.
20. We'll say 22.
You say 22, yeah.
We'll say 22. Last hand of the sesh. Blinds are in. Antes are in. Last hand.
Players starting to stand up in the background, so this will be the last hand.
Pokemel says, last question for Pokemel, she says, if she makes the MPL playoffs, when and where are these played? London, to be confirmed.
Okay.
But it's definitely London.
So Artan, Queen Deuce and the hijack, and the Harvey with the Ace King. 3-bet to 6k.
Harvey wins, and that is it.
We will be back, guys, in 20 minutes time. We'll see you at about 20 to 11.
Yeah, and I remember that was one of the first times that we got involved because the likes of Jennifer Tilly was over and Phil Lark and the likes of Robert Williamson III.
Oh, I love those three guys. I love those three guys. I once sat at the Nugget Bar with Robert Williamson for 12 hours drinking. Just the two of us, talking about everything. And then at 10 o'clock in the morning, when we finished drinking, we went and made a TV show. Yeah, it was just unbelievable. But yeah, and Phil and Jennifer, great people, great guys.
Yeah, great memories. Back with Joe Beavers and more were from the tower very shortly. Back for an hour with the tower, and the legend is still sat in his chair, Mr. Joe Beavers. We will carry on with the stories because there are some, and either winning the poker million has to be a great highlight in the career of Joe Beavers.
Listen, without a shadow of a doubt, it's my biggest cash. It's a huge amount of money. And it made a big difference. It made a big difference to me personally. Winning that kind of money is every poker player's dream. But I got lucky in the poker. I got lucky for a number of reasons. I got lucky in the semi-final against Andy Black. I turned 2 pair, and he turned the nut straight, and we got it in. Yeah, that was in the semi-final. In the final, I got it all in with deuces against Liam Flood's 4s, I think, and flop to deuce. And I got I got it all in with Marty Smith, heads up, with King 4 against Queens and hit a king. There are so many players, so many great players that have come so close to winning tournaments, but you've got to win the key things. And you never, ever, ever get to the long run in big tournaments. It's impossible to play enough of them. Yeah. And I've had plenty of luck in the tournaments that I've played. If I never win a tournament again, it's not going to average out. I was lucky. And yeah, I did a lot of things right, but I still got very lucky in the key moments. And yeah, that was a long tournament. I think it went on till like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning on TV, live on TV. Yeah.
I would say that during the time that they were all closing, weren't they? The casinos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Poker Nations Cup. I'm going to ask you to quickly name your team.
I played 3 times for Great Britain.
Oh, you'll remember it then.
We won it twice. Roland de Wolf.
Yeah.
Dave Elliott. Julian Gardner. There was an online qualifier.
I think was that Francis Turner?
Ian Fraser.
Yeah, Ian Fraser. Oh, the Razor himself. Surinder Sunar.
Oh, Surinder. Okay.
Neil Channing.
How can I forget Mr. Channing?
How does Neil Channing get into a Nations Cup? What's
And he just won the Irish Open. I think he just won the Irish Open.
That's right, yeah. He was on form.
Yeah.
He was on form. I tell you what, the Nations
Cup was a lot of fun. It was kind of late night poker, but for countries. Everybody was watching every heat. It was a lot of fun. I remember the American team had Robert Williamson in it and Clody Gowan in it.
Yeah.
They were fun times. Real fun time.
Mm. Did you try and defend the Poker Million?
I did. You know who won it the next year?
Who won it the next year?
Marty Smith.
Marty Smith. I think that was
I got lucky against him, and he won it the following year.
Wasn't that the time where he had 1.5 big blinds and he decided just to and came back from such?
Yeah, he lost a massive pot to Liam Flood.
Yeah.
He was 100 to 1 on Betfair to win it, and he went on to win it. Yeah. 1.5 big blinds again.
Yeah. It was. I remember. I actually
6-handed. He had 1.5 big blinds.
Mm. Yes. Yeah, I remember watching and thinking, well, that's it, game over. And then all of a sudden, we win a hand, we chuckle away. Then he wins another hand, then he chuckles away again. It's
very good friend of mine. Lovely fella.
Mm.
You know the name? He's got a little boy. Do you know what he's called?
Surely not Joe.
No, he's called David James.
Is he really?
Yeah. After the West Ham goalkeeper, obviously.
Obviously, not the Liverpool goalkeeper. TV poker appearances over the next few years. Did it change? Did the TV change from it being, like you said, sat in the green room with pizzas and vodka and cokes and whatever it was? Did it all change? Did it become more professional?
It's not so much more professional. It became more sterile. It became more clinical.
Yeah.
Or it became. There were many more shows, and there were lots of spin-offs and stuff, and so the originality wasn't there anymore, and it lost. I mean, there were still people watching poker, but it wasn't a new thing anymore. And I mean, I suppose things like the EPT and GUKPT filming stuff and that kind of stuff was. But it was very different, Phil. It was very, very different from the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of the major things about obviously filming in areas like that was the smoking, no smoking or anything like that. That completely changed, and drinking at the table seemed to be a bit prohibited.
Some of my favourite stops on the old poker tour was the ACF, the Aviation Club in Paris, used to have. They used to have the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter, and they'd have 4 festivals a year. Yeah. They used to have a great restaurant. You used to pay £15 or €15 for a really nice meal in their restaurant. Really, really good meal with wine and everything.
Yeah.
And it was almost compulsory for the Frenchman on the table next to you to have a great big cigar blowing his cigar bloke in between bites of his steak. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was like. And so smoking was. It was everybody smoked, and it was kind of an accepted thing. Very, very different.
It was, and then we get a sponsorship deal with Grosvenor, and we've still got a sponsorship deal with Grosvenor, which shows that Joe Beavers is still standing the test of time. Did it change the way your outlook on poker, having a sponsorship deal with such a company like Grosvenor?
the nice thing about being sponsored by Grosvenor is I've kind of come full circle. You know, the first tournament I ever played was in an old Grosvenor casino when I made my first mistake, trying to give the guy that won the pot chips, chips for my next buy-in, you know. And I played in that Grosvenor casino 5 or 6 days a week for quite a few years. I've played more cash poker in the Victoria Casino on the Edgware Road, Grosvenor's UK flagship, if you like, than any other casino in the world. And before the coronavirus lockdown, I was a regular there in the PLO game, anything from between 2 and 5 days a week. You know, playing in the qualifying for the rate race every 6 weeks, and you know, I would be classed as a regular there. So. You know, I like playing there. I like the players. I like the staff. It's an exceptionally well-run card room. So to be a Grosvenor sponsored player, you know, we have a great team. I love the guys that I work with. You media guys are okay as well, I suppose. But it's fun. It's fun. And do you know what, Phil? What I love is, for instance, my favourite stop on the Grosvenor Tour is Blackpool, and Blackpool is as close to the World Series of Poker in the early 2000s as it could ever be. It's the same players, it's the same fun, it's the same feeling almost. You know, you go to that stop and it's what Vegas was 20 years ago.
It certainly was, and obviously, so going back to lockdown, Goliath is the greatest tournament in Britain. I've got a little. I always like the little story that you keep telling me that back in 2018, I think it was, you played 96 levels, was it 96 or 95 levels, and still never made day 2 in the same Goliath.
I really grinded. In order to get to day 2 at the Goliath, you have to navigate 16 levels. Day 2 starts on level 17. I played every day, and every day I bust either on level 15 or level 16. Now, I didn't make day 2, and I played my heart out. Every big confrontation on one of the last 2 levels, every day, I got beat. You know, whether I was 80% or 50-50, I got beat. And the guy that won the tournament, Mika Tika Toika, I played more levels than him, and he won the tournament.
It's brilliant. And just obviously, there's no Goliath 2020, which is a shame. But for anybody that's going to be watching this, quick word on what it means and why they should actually play Goliath.
It's just the best fun tournament for a small buy-in with a massive field and a massive payday. It's a really good fun week. You know, lots of people, they set it up as their World Series event, their one event a year that they want to play, and you know, £100 buy-in. What's not? What's not?
And obviously talking of Vegas, the road to Vegas with Team Grosvenor. You've been there a couple of times.
No, this has become one of my favourite weeks of the year. Sadly, this year it's been postponed, but we'll be back next year, bigger and better. Twice the beer is what they say, right? Twice the beer. And like we had like 30 qualifiers last year. And I've become 20 qualifiers the year before. It might have even been 40 last year. It was quite a lot, and I've become friends with a lot of those qualifiers. Friends that I chat to, you know, week in, week out, and we talk about stuff, and we socialise together. We still have Vegas WhatsApp groups from 2 years ago, where Jeff, Katie, me, Andy, and Trig, we all chat together with the Vegas qualifiers, set up predominantly for the Vegas trip to help everybody. But we have so much fun on that WhatsApp group; it still exists. And Team Grosvenor really look after their qualifiers on the road to Vegas. We have some great nights out. We obviously get to play a World Series event on that week, and you know, I'm really looking forward to 2021. So.
Yeah. You touched on Blackpool being your favourite GUKPT stop. Any more that you really can't wait to play?
Yeah, my second favourite GUKPT stop is Blackpool. And my third.
They should have an event in May and an event in the winter. I'm totally with you on Blackpool, and obviously poker has changed a little bit, but people still put Blackpool on the map every single year. And one person we saw in Blackpool last year was Mr. David Hay. He went up. He got the David versus Goliath. This was a big promotion, and it was incredible, and it was a fantastic story. Obviously, you were involved with the documentary. 40th out of 9,300 and being involved, you have got to be pretty proud of yourself, Joe.
David definitely did better than most people thought he would do. I mean, yes, he could have said he had a few rebuys, sure he did. But it doesn't matter how many rebuys you have. I mean, as I've proved how hard it is to get through to day two. But by the way, I have got through to day two on other years. But it's a real slog. It's a real tough thing to do. And not only did he get through to day two, he made the money and he went very deep. And his exit hand would have bust any of us. He was particularly unlucky in his exit hand, flush over flush. So yeah, it was fun making the documentary. You have to remember that a lot of stuff is made for TV, but it's it should bring a lot of new players in, and we'll look forward to Goliath next year when hopefully David will be taking his seat again, and it will be bigger and better than ever before.
Totally agree. We're going to be back. We're going to be back very shortly. We're going to be back with more from Hour with the Tower and the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. We are back, an hour with the Tower and the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. If you could summarise how poker's changed.
Me back at the moment waiting for a tower to join me. You can see a table taking its seats in the top corner there. I'm hoping when tower is back we will have a list of the featured table for you guys. I think I've actually got it here. And yeah, we're on. I'm already on. I'm having a little chat by myself.
Unbelievable, Techers. Where's my chair gone?
I don't know. Where is your chair gone? Oh, they had to move it, didn't they? There was
and they never came through.
Yeah. Did they not?
They didn't tell us it was only 15 minutes, did they?
I know.
We got told it was 20.
No, I was sitting here. They called on me. I saw everyone joining the table.
Where are we?
We are back. The first hand's in the air. Let's get our faces off of here. Tower's out of breath.
I'm running back.
Oh, here we are. Right, so I'm going to run you through who we've got. In one is Nicholas. Is that Gallone?
Nick Filoni.
Oh, Filoni. Nick Filoni. In 2 is Dan Hodgson. In 3 is Danielle Taylor. In 4 is Florian Duter. 5 Richard Hunt. 6 is Paul Williams. 7 Gorinda Shagil. 8 is Robert Flood. And in 9 is Mick Fletcher.
The Fletch. He's got chips. Dangerous player with chips is Michael.
Yeah. Had a good run in the mini as well. Mick, I think he was still there last 2 tables. I think he got 12th.
Are we allowed to chew sweets on live stream?
I don't know, Tal.
I'm going to have a Moams.
Ask the audience.
I'm going to have a Moams if that's all right.
What? A Malwam, you mean?
What are they called?
A Malwam? A Moam?
I don't know, Moams. Why are they called Moams anyway?
I don't know.
It's a really funny name, isn't it? Mat-Oam.
Is that Jurgen Klopp in seat 5, the Royal Guard?
How do you say that? M-A-O-A-M?
It's definitely Malwam. My whole life I've been saying Malwam. If it's not Malwam, I've been saying it wrong my whole life.
Malwam. Don't like them. I prefer tea.
Is that a hint?
Oh, I was on my way to the tea shed, and then I saw the clock saying 30 minutes and 25 seconds. I thought,
have a little jog, get the jog on through the casino.
Unbelievable.
So, Rob, has Mick slightly outkicked here and has rivered a 9, so going to come in for value. Try and get called by a hand like 4s, 5s, 6s, maybe an ace deuce suited in there as well that Mick can have. What Mick's thinking here is Robert can have like some king queens, king 10s, queen 10 suited that is opening from the hijack, and we can sometimes be good with our ace high, but I just think as from Mick's perspective we're a bit too far down our range of hands we want to call with here on the river. Oh, he is going to call. He's non-believer. And Mick put the hero in with ace high. No good on this occasion.
You just open steak, salad and chips. Just have 2 minutes away from the table. That's what I'll be doing. Enjoy my steak, forget the hands, enjoy your steak and salad, and come back to the table in 5 minutes time when you're nice and full. That's what I'll be doing. So making the hijack here, 9-7 suited, the old suited gapper, fine to open once folded to us. And action on Florian in the big blind. Florian's got 800 chips. He must have lost one before. And,
well, we're not going to see him for very long.
Oh, unless he doubles tower.
He is all in. Ace 6, 9, 7. Mick Fletch just raises up. Florian calls. He's got the lot. He has a chance of winning 3.2, 4.4. Not anymore.
Yeah, needs to find an ace now. Got a lot of backdoors here though, with the A6.
Yeah, 4 of clubs would be nice.
Well, how about just instant service? Boom, ace on the turn.
Thanks
so
for coming.
Just fading 9s and 7s now, and Florian will more than double up.
That's how you win Goliath.
8 of spades on the end, and Florian gonna double and a little bit more, up to 4.4 now. 5 big blinds if he doubles again, and then he's amongst it. Yeah, look at this, Paul, Florian and Danielle, all with 7 big blinds or less.
What happened there?
I don't know.
Who got all the chips on the outer table then? So he doesn't disappear, does our Florian, he doubles up. And that's how you win Goliaths. You get lucky. You get unlucky to get lucky.
So Robert here, king 10, under the gun +2. Fine to let that one go. I think one position better, may have opened it. And got Nicholas now with the green light. Jacks folded to us in the hijack. Going to be opening this one. Fold from Danielle, and Florian does the same in action on the big blind. Richard Hunt with ace 5 of spades, and we'll make the call. And flopping top pair, top kicker, dicey board though, 3 clubs, and Nicholas with the jack of clubs and an overpair here. So, Richard though coming in for a donk. And just the call from Nicholas, aware that we don't need to be raising this spot. This is at the board that is going to favour Richard's range a lot more than it's going to favour ours. But if it is checked over to us on the turn, which it is, we've now got the green light to come in for some value with our overpair. Richard, expect him to be continuing all his 2-pair plus sets, flushes, straights, all those type of hands are going to come in for the second barrel on the turn. So when it is checked to us as Nicholas, it's a pretty easy bet from our perspective.
So the last session is upon us. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. If you've been with us all day, we've seen a cracker. Second down in, we lost one. Good session last session, and now we've got 3 stacks under 10k out this table that need a lot of help. If you want to join in but can't play the main event this weekend, tomorrow is the bounty. £170 in, 15,000 starting stack. And then Sunday, there is the seniors at 2 o'clock and the £200 at 4 o'clock if you want to play that. The seniors is over 50s. The no limit is open to all. The seniors is not part of the MPL. The rest are.
Jack 9 of clubs for Nicholas makes it 1.6. And Dan with the Jack 8 suited. Looks like it's free bet. It is. Like the hand selection. The old suited gapper. Obviously low Jack open. Just attacking that and just getting the initiative ourselves here as Dan. We've got position on the original opener. If he does call, we're going to have the betting lead post flop as well. As I say, a lot of good things can happen. And there's the call from Nicholas, though, not letting the Jack 9 of clubs go, even though he is out of position. Bousfield, Bousey won't be back on the feature table.
No, he's just moved from the last feature onto an outer table. We change every level, every break, and this is the last table we will see tonight. So if you want to see that Pops, he will be playing tomorrow if he makes day 2, which at this moment in time he has a very, very good chance of doing.
Yeah, nice pick up there for Dan, though, going back to the hand, continuing on the ace high board as the free better. And that's the great thing as well, when you are the free better there, when you have got the free bet bluffs like the suited Jack in that situation, when it does come ace high, king high, incredibly it's going to be a lot better for us than it is our opponent, and a lot of the time we will take it down with our continuation bet, rather than just flatting, leaving it to continue to our opponent on the flop, and then we would have had to fold on that ace high board.
Seeing as though I come sprinting down when the clock was striking 0, would you like a tea, my young friend?
I'll tell you what, Tat, a bottle of water will do me, that would be perfect. Do you know where you're getting from?
The bottle of water shop?
In the card room there's a fridge, you see it, it's a fridge near the bar, you just open it and you help yourself. There's loads in there, there's about 800 bottles of water.
Delicious. I like that idea. Back shortly.
So Danielle finding ace jack, she's moved all in for what is 8 big blinds exactly, and Govinda makes the call with the king queen. Ace jack for Danielle, king queen for Govinda. Danielle the player at risk. To the flop. Oh, that was a naughty one. Although there are 2 spades, but it comes 6-7 and the king was hiding behind. Danielle, still about a coin flip this here though, guys, with the nut flush draw for Danielle. Not anymore now, just drawing to a spade and only a spade, otherwise we will lose Danielle from the tournament. And it is the 6 of clubs, so boat on the end for Govinda, and Danielle going to be heading off to the Ralph. Did come into this feature table fairly short, but got it in with the best of it there, but a bit unlucky. Govinda takes the pot. But if you are just joining us late here, Friday evening on Coventry, this is the last session of the day, day 1B. We're going to be finishing up around 1:45, 1 in the morning today because of a couple of extended breaks, because of the volume of players that were here. But if you do still fancy coming down to play, you can buy in before day 2 and you'll get your 20k starting stack, which is around 16 bigs. You're coming back at 612 on day 2, so it's around 16 big blinds, a little bit more, plenty on an hour clock still. So if you couldn't make it for the day ones, there's still a possibility to come and get yourself a slice of the prize pool. We've had over 500 entries already. The turbo's still running. There's still people re-entering. We'll have entries at the start of day 2. This prize pool is going to be huge. So Nicholas just coming in with a limp. Ace deuce suited. I'd prefer a raise, but some people like to opt a limp strategy. But the thing is, you see it a lot. Some recreationals like to limp a lot of hands, but a good player will be able to exploit that in many a way. If you're only opening your strong hands and limping your weak hands, they can raise over your limps and overfold against your opens. But I'm sure Nicholas just wants to try and get in for a cheap. And he'll be happy he has, flopping the nut flush draw on King, Queen, 9, 2 spades. Top pair here for Robert with the King 8. And it is a limp pot. Would usually be a pretty good check candidate if we defended out of the big blind with the top pair. But in this limp pot, going to come in for a bet, try and get some value from some Queen X, 9X, and obviously charge the draws. Nicholas makes the call. See a turn, which is the 4 of spades, and if we are Robert here now, we've got a pretty clear check. Obviously, going to be plenty of flush draws that Nicholas can have, especially in a limp range as well, more than an open range. He's probably going to limp like 6, 7 suited, 7, 8 suited. He's limping the ace deuce suited as well. So like decision to check from Robert, but also like I must mention the check behind from Nicholas. A bit of deception in there, shows balance. Can't always just bet your nut flush. Sometimes balancing a check, but it's important to understand when's a good time to do that. And we're actually not going to get any action on this river. It's a bit of an action killer for us. And Robert may think, it's a bad river for me, but it's actually a really good river for Robert, because if it was a brick, he probably would have had to pay off 1 bet after the check back on the turn. But facing this river bet from Nicholas here, Robert makes the correct lay down and lost minimum there in that spot after flopping top pair. So ace-8 for Florian here. Actually, action's still on. Seat through's just come to the table. Florian with the ace-8, he's got an easy shove here. He's got 5 big blinds. This has to go in. There's no doubt about it. And there's the shove for 4k. And Mick gonna have to call this one off in the big. He is in a dominated spot, but it's 5 big blinds. We've already got 1 invested. Oh, he's just made the fold. He's made the fold. With 82k, I would have looked Florian up there. Florian shoving for 5 big. Florian's got a whole host of hands. He'll have all suited connectors, all ace-x, a lot of king-x in there, some suited queens, hands like 10 jack. But Mick just didn't want to get involved. Didn't want to double Florian, perhaps. Thought, not doubling you up, mate. Don't want you getting some chips. Probably one of the most decorated players in the field. There's a few others out there, but Florian's definitely up there. He's got over millions and millions of cashes. He's been around the circuit, had a huge score in the PSPC back at the start of 2020. And not only that, he's obviously a Goliath champion as well. Can't forget about that. This is where it all happened in Coventry for him. So Mick, blind on blind, going to raise the 8-6. And Nicholas suited queen in the big with position. It's a heads up pot, blind on blind, range is fairly wide. So wants to be calling here with the queen 3 and does make the call in position. Going heads up to the flop. Thank you.
No problemo.
Nice and cold, that's what we like.
Yes.
Jack 10, 8, 2 hearts. So Mick does flop the best of it with bottom pair. Nicholas,
usual case of Mick Fletcher,
with a gut shot. And Mick comes in with a continue. Hard to make a pair, especially blind on blind. How wide Nicholas should be peeling here, but with a gut shot and position and 3.5 to 1 on his money, not going to go anywhere. We'll make the call. Turns a double gutter here on the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I love that. That was my favourite programme on the telly. My all-time greatest programme ever, Richard Hunt has just shouted it out. Howdy, rat fiends. You will have no idea.
No, I have no idea, Tower.
You will have no idea. Howdy, rat fiends. Oh. I have chuckled forever. Richard, you've made my day.
So Mick firing once more with the bottom pair, and actually gets called by worse in this spot. And that looks like.
Is that a king?
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was. I thought Mick just got rivered. And I have to check here now. And Mick Tower, Jack X is a huge part of Nicholas's range once he calls twice, and even a hand like that's floated like an ace high type hand's not going to fold on this run out. As I say, blind on blind, people are going to call down a lot wider, simply because how wide ranges should be. And Mick there going to show the 8-6, which is the best hand, and Nicholas didn't elect to bluff. I like his decision not to bluff there as well, but good check from Mick on the end. I know it would have just got through, but looking at it from a different perspective, we couldn't see the whole cards.
What have we got here? Oh, look at them chip counts from yesterday. We'll just on a quick go. I thought I'd catch you unawares, but you've done your hair and everything.
Always do me hair, always do me hair. if I've not got a hat on.
At the end of the night tonight, we probably won't put every chip count on because there'll be over 100 chip counts tonight. But they are from last night with Paul Fisher at 207. If you're thinking how many chips do I need for coming back tomorrow, line start at 612. Yep. So we've got 17 bigs when we buy in.
Even Cody's stack's fine. 15 bigs is fine on an hour clock.
Yep. But yes, if you want to look at the chip counts, they are the guys that made it through yesterday, and we'll probably put the top 10 or top 20 on at the end of the day.
So fold it around quickly to Mick, who's got an easy open on the button for him here with the King Jack. Makes it 1.6. And I was about to say, surprised if Dan's folded the threes here in the big. Wants to be calling at the very least. And he does make the call, heads up. King 8-3, Rainbow. And this is going to spell trouble for Mick here, Tower. Fair amount of trouble, but checks it back. And it's probably going to save him some money, because he'll just go call now, facing a lead potentially from Dan. But as I always say, especially against the big blind, I can get behind Mick's check here. Checking back top pair, you think how wide big blind's going to defend his range. We check King Jack back for deception. There's no bad turn card for us other than an ace-x type hand, and a small proportion of the ace-x type hands are going to free bet.
Makes it, is that 55? Makes
Wow.
chose the wrong time to fire at this one.
Yeah, Dan just call in here.
And that's the handbrakes on for Mick Fletcher.
He might still go for Val on the river, Tower, because flop did go check. But this might be a little bit of an action killer. And Mick's going to see he's actually saved a hell of a lot of chips in this spot once he checks behind. We don't have the King of Diamonds. King X of Diamonds a thing. 8X of Diamonds a thing. Plenty of backdoor flush draws that potentially have got there on the river. And from Mick's perspective here, if we are going for value, like, are we going to get called by King 8, King 10, King 9, 2 pair hands? So really happy to see him check that one back.
Showing the bad news.
Literally lost minimum there. That could have been a bit of a cold deck.
So the last session finished round about 1:45.
Yeah, 1:45.
Yeah.
Probably a bit late, I'm going to say, because clock probably get paused about 22, and then we draw from the number of hands, and we know it's not going to be 4, it will be 5 or 6 as it always is.
Right, never 3. Great session, great numbers, getting close to well, record numbers for a minute for an event like this. It was just been absolutely outstanding. The cash games, there aren't many. There's only 3 cash games running because of the tournaments that are on, because the turbo is full with 72 runners. They're still buying in. And 569 entries in the main event. So that's 200 short. Razor Kev. Just 200.
He owes you a bottle now, and it's still going. Still going, Tower.
Just 200 runners short. Well, what can you say?
Might pay for your green fee.
Amazing.
That was a big one. Cape 10 Jack, Queen Jack, King Ace. What? Never beat. You Queen 3 out. No? Somebody just tell me that.
Is Katie still in? Yes, she is. She's on the outer table with Sin Mellin, and Sin Mellin's still in as well. They're both. I didn't see Katie stack, but Sin's on about 25,000-ish. Katie's still on the same table.
Was that? I had an ace as well.
Riggy's still in. Spand is still in. There's plenty of poker players everywhere. Kelly Saxby bought back into the turbo. So Kelly went from this table on our last session and re-entered into the turbo.
Paul just can't find a hand. Paul Williams in 6-6, he's just begging to see like a king or an ace to get his last 3 bigs in.
We lost one on our feature as well. Another short stack.
Yeah, Danielle's gone.
Unlucky Danielle. I've not seen Macapac today, but I'm guessing he's playing.
Yeah, he's chunks, I think. Last time I saw him, he had about 100k.
Oh, wow.
100k odd. That was last break when I was having a wander, actually. There it is, as I spoke it in for him. Ace 8, he finds an ace, and in it goes for just under 4 big blinds, and Florian has to call pretty wide here, but not that wide. This is close.
Wowzers. Wow. Short stack on short stack, and this could get through.
I think it's a fault tower.
Obviously,
Florian will know the spot better than me, but I think this is just going to have to be a fold, especially. I know it's only another 3 bigs, but no, he makes it call.
7-4.
He says, I'm in. He's obviously got his ante in there as well, his big blind and his big blind ante, but obviously never going to be good. He knows that. All he's praying for is that he's got 2 live cards and he's not up against a pair. And both of them things are true in this situation, so fairly live. It looks like a bullet, and it is. So Florian drawing to just runners now. Need some sort of backdoor 2 pair or straight, and that is dead on the turn, so the ace 8 is going to double up.
Florian back down to his 2k. He will be flicking it in to day 2, I'm guessing, tomorrow.
To be honest, he's got more. He's got more than he comes to the table with at the start of
That's
the session,
true.
Florian. So positives. It's all about the positives, but everyone will be happy to see him bust from the table if he eventually does. Thank you.
Final session of the day, another cracker. And Coventry not only delivered, it surpassed every expectation you could ever think. Nearly 600 runners. Amazing. Absolutely outstanding. And yes, people will say, well, there's no competition. Nobody's open anymore. Nobody's opened after the old Rona. Put on a show, and the poker players will turn up. And Coventry has delivered big style. Dates for Goliath have been announced for next year, 25th of August until the 4th of September. A little bit later in the year, what we're used to because of the Commonwealth Games that are in Birmingham and the surrounding Midlands next year. And I had already heard that the DoubleTree upstairs was already full. Whether it is or not on every single room, I'm not sure, but you can always check. Plenty of races around. Do what Poker Mel does. Coming down from Edinburgh, got an Airbnb and a 4-bedroom house. So we have ace 10 for Nick Filoni in seat number 1. He's ran into Paul's ace king, but Paul is at risk because he's just doubled up to 7. So the ace 10. So the ace 10. Fair to 10 and we survive. That's not 10 of hearts. We could have chopped. No. So we're double. Nick Filoni drops down to 14.5. I'm not advertising bed and breakfast in Blackpool. I'm saying one of the players who was watching the live stream, Mel from Edinburgh, has already booked an Airbnb for Goliath Week next year. That's what she's done, Pat. Patrick Murphy. Players are booking hotels and Airbnbs for next year's Goliath Week already to get in. I'm not advertising bed and breakfast in Blackpool. And Bazza said should make Coventry a stop every year now. Well, Bazza, the news is that leg 2 next year on the GUKPT circuit is Coventry.
Goliath date's been released then.
So we can't wait to get back to the CBS Arena next year. Twice, once for the GUKPT and then once for Goliath. Up and down straight draw for Paul, who is now on 13.8. Michael Leadham says it was a weird pump with a 7-4 off. It was indeed. And Florian with the 5-4 there, so he loses with 7-4 and now the 5-4 punting it off. Maybe he's going to jump in the turbo. If not, he'll be back for day 2 and I'm sure we'll see him buying in for day 2 tomorrow. So Bazza moves away from the Midlands and now we're in Coventry twice next year. And he's moved to Weymouth. Never been to Weymouth, it's supposed to be beautiful. Never been to Weymouth. What's in Weymouth? What's in Weymouth? Never been to Weymouth. Oi, oi. What's happening there? Nice. I'll tell you what, he's had his back shaved, his back of his hair, he's had a haircut for I'm getting out, let's get on telly. Oh, Dave comes across. So around about 90 minutes left of the live stream for day 1B. Getting close to 600 runners. Absolutely incredible for Coventry and for the GUKPT. Well, the short stack could be going in here again. They've already doubled up once, and we doubled up again. We're down to... It just calls the 1.6. Well, maybe I could have ripped it. Could have found bad news, but I could have ripped it. Though we do see a flop. Oh, it's definitely going in now. Or has the ace stopped Paul from calling? No. Does he just think, well, he must have an ace. He's raised it pre. Yep, gets out of the way. Out of the way with the 7s. Nick Filoni and Paul Williams under 15 bigs. We get himself a double up with a straight back in it. So Florian Duta, will we see him in the turbo or will he wait until tomorrow's day 2 binds? Time will tell. But we will see him again. For sure. He's back. Sevens again, this time in Richard's hands in seat number 5. And Gerv has got the snowman. Perhaps as is Jamie Nixon still in. Jamie Nixon made it through yesterday with 50,000-ish. So we'll be playing day 2 tomorrow. So about 2.6 on a flop of 10, 5 deuce from Will in seat number 3. Ace in smoke.
Yeah, Richard's raised here, tower. That's white.
Ah, indeed. Mr. Raise from Rich. Raised it up. So the last session of the night is upon us. Another great turnout for GUKPT, numbers to be hit in the history books.
Patrick Murphy is Jamie Nick still in. We've been having that all day. He bagged up yesterday. He'll be back for day 2. He's got 57k.
$579 runners with a prize pool of 381,000 and a bit of change.
Who was it? Someone said the line of 650 the other night. I can't remember.
Riggy.
Oh, Riggy, that's who it was. That was a great line. That could be within 10. Yeah, no, I wanted the overs. I wanted the overs on it. No, I didn't. No, because Riggy wanted the overs as well. Yeah, Riggy wanted the overs as well. Wouldn't be close.
Oh yeah, I've got a pint with Riggy on the unders. In for a pint in Blackpool. Flipping heck, I'm sweating here. Oh, me ticker. Oh, I've just realised. Oh, no wonder he says to me earlier, bit going to be close this bet tower. What are you on about? Just realised. Oh, my ticker. Carter, where are you?
Paramedic.
Aye. 650, yeah. I can't believe it.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's this coming to the table?
Oi, oi. Come to the table. Sit down with your stack of chips. Have we seen there's been a royal flush in Blackpool for 55 grand, says Pat Murphy. Nope. Not seen that. If it's gone...
Does that not mean 5-5 game, Tower?
No, the 5 game. No, it's 5-5 game royal flush.
What, is there a royal flush jackpot in Blackpool?
It's the national one, isn't it?
Oh, is it a national one? Okay.
If that's what it means.
So Paul opening high jack, raise and take. Nick, not opting to defend the 10-7.
Normally see it on the news feed. And PK normally gives it a bit of a shout out if something like that goes. Ah, well, there you go. 3-card poker guy in Blackpool hit a royal flush and won 55 large. Congratulations. Hope we bought the entire people in the building a drink.
So opening under the gun William with Queen Jack. Corin makes the call with the King 10 suited, pulls in with the Jack 10 suited, and Nick, is going to call with a 9-3.
Here's Queen Deuce.
So the Queen Jack actually the best hand here of William. Pretty good spot to check this four-way. We've been called in 2 spots after we've opened early position. There's going to be plenty of ace-X out there. This Queen Jack's just going to be a good check for us as William, but he has come in for a bet, and the size he's opted to choose is definitely way too large here. But it's actually going over pot.
Corinne.
Corinne's in with a gutter ball.
Go on, Corinne.
Love it.
This is folding all the way around.
Well, it should have about done so. As soon as William opts for this size, 10.5 into 9, it's should just go fold, fold, fold. But Corinne's got different ideas. She feels the jack coming, and if it's coming, she's going to get paid because it's going to give William 2 pair.
It's the King of Diamonds. The King of Diamonds. Corinne takes the lead. She must have known. They're all in. She's taking the lead.
It's still very hard to call for our
She was
tournament
calling
life,
for a gutter ball. She's hit the king, and now she's probably going to end up folding. No, it's folding.
Yeah, just gives William credit for the ace. Shows the Queen Jack.
Wowzers. Damn, she says. Oh, man.
Really, stop.
Pop
And then the call.
And the call.
And the call.
That confused everybody.
Confused me. I didn't know what William was up to.
Billy's on the table. Here he comes. Billy's your man. Nice one, James. You said he was a player to watch. Well, if that's the up-and-coming poker pro that bets a 10.5 on the flop and gets a little bit of a gift and a fold, we better watch out for Billy.
Actually, I like the turn shove. Turn shove's like fine once we think, but the pot size bet with second pair into 3 players, it's just never going to be good. But
Billy's texting all his mates now. Did you see the flare?
Found a way to win the pot. That's the main thing. He's got the chips in front of him.
Yeah.
Threw the theory out the window and just went for it. So Karim limping the King 8 suited, and Mick coming in for the ISO, and Nick now got an easy shove with the Ace King for
Yeah, they're in, all of it.
Our last 14 big blinds.
Mick will call, I reckon. Karim will get out of the way. Mick.
Yeah, I think he'll call as well, Tower.
Yeah. I think he's
like Nicholas.
A bit of a side, real call.
Yeah, Nicholas 14 bigs here. He's going to have Ace 10 suited, some suited wheel aces in there, King Queen, pocket pairs. There are some hands we dominate with the Ace Jack and Mick here, but unfortunately we've run into the top end of Nicholas's range and going to need to find a Jack. But Nicholas fading the Jack to get the double late in the day. Well, there it is. There it is.
Just imagine that being the
queen. The queen.
Oh,
just there it is.
But Nick Filoni needs to fade a queen. Oh, you are joking! He's going to the bar to tell all his mates.
Drawing to a chop.
There's
a bit of a rub of a needle on the river as well. Puts the king there. He's already out of the seat. He's gone. He's jumped out of his seat. And Mick Fletcher
up to nearly 100,000. Mick Fletch. Well, when you're running hot and Nick's not at the minute, it's just one of them games. Unlucky Nick Filoni. Ace King into Ace Jack. He just runs out the queen on the turn. Mick Fletcher scoops in the chips. Lost another. How many runners will we need tomorrow to hit 600? $507, 29 buy-ins at the minute to hit 600.
I think we'll surpass 6. That's
yeah.
There's going to be a lot of day 2 buy-ins tomorrow. People that don't make it through today.
Yeah, I think the pint's safe. I don't think there were 60 buy-ins tomorrow. The pint might be safe. I think the late reg is finished. No, late reg isn't finished. We're up to 73, but only one buy-in in the last hour. 73 have played the turbo, and there are 54 players left. They are on level 6.
Jack 8 suited. Opens to 1.7. Fold round to Dan in the cut-off here. Counting out 3 betting chips like it with the Ace Queen. Goes 4.5. Just a little bit under 3x. Robert can't do much but let that one go out of position. Pick up from Dan.
Feature.
A nice quiet table. couple of players have departed from it. Mick Fletcher building his stack up to 900k. Somebody's just hit a pair in blackjack, something like that. We had the cheer in the background. Right.
We had one the other night. Someone won 13 grand.
Where?
Yeah. We heard massive cheers. I was sitting there playing the mini main, and someone won 13 grand on one of the slots playing 40p a spin.
No
yeah,
way.
Yeah, honestly.
Wow.
Yeah. And the funniest thing, he was on the break in the mini main. After he sat back down and carried on playing the mini main.
Just gone fourth.
Yeah, I know. He's got fourth place money. It's like, well, even more than fourth place.
Wow.
Yeah. Please gamble responsibly.
40p a spin is responsible.
Yeah, won't happen very often, that 40p a spin.
40 pence a spin, hit the jackpot, boom.
Please, last call for Karen available on 2-2 and 1.
I still want to know why it's low. That's just silly and confusing for old people.
Yeah, Jake Marston piping up in the chat, one of my good mates from back home. He's trying to get a bite, but it's not happening.
What's happening?
It's a Dan opening +2 with the 10-8 suited.
Queen 9-5 2 clubs.
Yeah, top pair for Paul. He's going to love this flop. I'm not a fan of this though from Paul. Really not a fan at all. We want to check to the aggressor. Hopefully we get his C-bet in, and then we want to shove. We don't want to...
Get rid of our customer. We've only got 8k.
Because if we check to Dan here, with Dan's particular hand especially, gut shot, backdoor flush draw, we would have seen him continue, and then we can move in as Paul. But just obviously maybe he's a bit scared of the clubs on board, or an ace potentially rolled off on the turn. But in those spots, guys just want to be continued checking to the aggressor. Even when we are short, I know sometimes they will check back, but we want to try and get that continuation bet in there. Pick up a few extra chips.
Yeah, it's up to the dealer if he's watching the live stream on the phone. You can't watch the live stream on the phone.
Yeah, that's so weird. Look, you said that, Tower, and off it goes.
Wow,
Don just went to him.
Go. Corinne's got those snowmen.
All aboard the limp train. I'm going to say Corinne should open the 8s here in the hijack, and if there's a limp in front of her, Rich should be opening the King 10 in the cut-off, and if there's 2 limps in front of you, Paul should be opening the King Jack in the button, but they've all limped. All aboard the limp fest.
Ace 6 Jack. That's whiffed everybody, hasn't it?
King Jack, I believe, is the best hand here, Tower. Yes, of Paul.
Oi, oi.
Richard's the one that's going to take the initiative with a gut shot. Is that former dealer sitting in seat 1?
It is.
Ross has come to the table.
Well, freelancer. Now playing. Learn a lot as dealers.
Yeah,
you know?
of course
if
you do.
If you take it in and you remember it all. Learn a lot as dealers if you take it all in. Dom's a good dealer who we've got now in the feature. Takes control of the table at all times.
Yeah, missed Dom for a couple of years, but he's back on the tour.
Yep.
Same with a few new, old faces I've seen dealing.
Yep. You've seen some new faces.
Yeah, like Frankie. Corinne calling here with a pocket 8s with 2 overcards.
Check.
And actually making the correct call as well. And the 8s are going to be the best hand. So Corinne actually going to take that one down. It's a spot where probably almost always want to be folding, but in this scenario, Corinne, look, she shocked herself. She shocked herself.
Did I
got
win?
the best of hand.
I got that hand. She says, did I win? Yes. Scoop them in. Penny. Corinne wasn't sure whether she won the hand or not. And now she's getting the rubs. Did I beat you in that hand? Yes.
So I think this should be, assuming it was definitely a 15-minute break last break, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so if that is the case, this should be the last hand of this level, and then that should take us into level 10 of the day, which means we've got just over an hour left of day 1 in here in Coventry. Numbers have been magnificent.
They have indeed.
Got Richard here, 10-7 suited, makes it 2k to go. And Mick wants to be defending this one in the big blind. And does.
Flop time is for 9, 2 spades.
Yeah, lovely flop this for Mick, flopping the second nut flush draw, but from Richard's perspective we want to continue this board almost always here with just 10 height. Really going to be good at showdown with a pre-flop opener. It's ace high, so we can represent the stronger hands on this board, but Mick with his flush draw has to call,
which he does.
The 8 of diamonds on the turn, an incoming double barrel candidate. I was just about to say Richard's got a really nice double barrel spot here, and actually gets there on the river, goes backdoor straight, but Mick gonna just check fold this now. But on that turn, really nice hand for Richard double barrel, 10 high, rarely going to be good at showdown. Mixed calling range on the flop, 4x and 9x. We can fold out those hands with a double barrel as well as the flush draws. And then even against an ace-x hand, a raggy ace-x, we can then apply a pressure with the third barrel on the river at the time that we brick, but we would have actually got there on this occasion. But Mick just getting out the way. It's always good like finding out what turns are good cards to double barrels, and the way that you decipher that is first in terms of range, and if it's a board that's going to favour you as the opener or you in the big blind, then these can be good turns to bluff. And then it comes down to equity as well, cards that give you more equity, backdoor, flush draw, gut shots, up and downs that come on the turn. These are all the types of cards that you want to be coming in for your double barrels with when it favours your range as well. And they become pretty print spots, especially in the long term.
So the blinds are up. You were bang on with the timing. The blinds are 500, 1,000. I don't know why there was no announcement in the room, but there wasn't. Maybe somebody just shouted, blinds are up. So the blinds 500, 1,000. Last level of the night of the session of day 1B.
Mick's looking to put on a show, I think, here with a teacher table. Wants a bit of TV time with the 5-3 because he's never flat in here in the small blind in a million years. There it is, there's a free bet. Would like to see a larger size here from Mick, but still gets the job done. As I always mention, sizing is a very important thing. You want to be going larger out of position than you would be in position unless you're up against an opponent that you are taking using exploitative size against people that just never fold to free bets. Then you can just start going bigger and bigger until you reach that point where they're finally folding. And maybe if you have got a really strong hand against people who are more inclined to fold to free bets like recreationals, then start going a little bit smaller because you want to keep them in the pot. But against the good competent players, you want to try and keep that sizing consistent throughout when you're in position and out of position.
All folding round in turn. So the last level of the evening. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, whatever you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, all social media platforms, YouTube and Twitter as well. Pictures going up on Instagram.
So Corinne limping under the gun with the Jack 10 off. Wants to see if she can see the flop for cheap. Dan just going to complete the A7 in the small, and William checks his option with the 7-3.
9-3-9.
You might see William lead at this after flopping 2 pair, but no, opts to a check. She may be a bit wary about Corinne's limp under the gun, but once it checks through and this is the turn, we've got a pretty easy lead here now as William, but it's Dan who's going to come and take the initiative. And, not folding with 2 pair here. And Corinne got an easy fold.
All in evidence says, have we got the live sound of the feature in the background? Yes. We can hear what's happening around the table. There's not much chatting around the table, I must admit. Hardly any.
William opted for value here, maybe trying to get called by 2. Like it. I actually really like this on the end here, tower. Once Dan checks here, obviously Queen X shouldn't really be in his range. 4s through 8s are going to lead flop. So what Williams deciphered here is that a lot of the time we're either chopping or getting a value from a 2. Obviously King 3 and Ace 3, they do just pip us, but it's only a couple of hands. But the rest of the hands that Dan can have from completing in the small, we can have plenty of 3x, deuce X in there as well. So it's actually a really nice bet here from William on the river. But from Dan's perspective, it's hard to see what hands we beat after he calls turn other than spade draws. But the good thing from our perspective, we do have the ace of spades in our hand. So if we did have a spade draw here, ace high would be the best hand unless it was a hand like Queen X of spades. And that's the thought process, and that's why he's called it off. But that's a lovely little value bet on the end there from William in seat 3.
Go on, Billy boy.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to it's good to see. I like stuff like that, the thin value bets. I know we saw him play a hand very unorthodox earlier, but that's very well played hand there from him.
Please, Anthony Clancy, see available on 1-2. That's Anthony Clancy, see available on 1-2.
So players must be getting eliminated in the turbo because players are now being shouted in for a bit of cash. So the cash games will get a bit juicy very soon. Still only 3 cash games running at this moment in time though. But there will 1, 2, 3, 4 cash games now. So they're starting to open more as players get eliminated. 79. 79. Most of the tables are 1-2 at the moment in the cash games. There's a 1-2, 2 1-2s, and there. No, sorry, 3 1-2s and a 2-2 Omaha. That's what's up and running the money. There's 3 1-2 no limit tables and a 2-2 Omaha table running at this moment in time.
So we've got Ross finding kings here, free betting the hijack open of Mick. Mick with a jack 8 of diamonds, fine to open. We're now faced with this free bet. Probably not going to continue out of position. Yeah, lets it go. Don't want to get ourselves in some dicey spots, potentially. Back end of the day, he's got a nice stack here, Mick. So Robert, pocket jacks for him.
Queen A7. Richard takes the lead. Second pair goes check, check. And the 4 of hearts on the river as it's checked again. About a 2.5 with the queen, and Rob just has to fold the jacks with a run out like that. So we are in the last level of the night. It's been another amazing turnout here in Coventry for the GUKPT. Superb numbers.
I could just get a head massage for 10 minutes. It's only like 10 minutes.
What's the news on the doors? Anything happening around the building? Do we know any information?
Kellett's on his 3rd bullet.
Already?
Yeah. He's
in the turbo?
No, in the main. He's just gone in again. 3rd bullet in the main. He's just busted, and he said he's not going to play a turbo. He's going to try it in the main on the hour clock for the last level. And,
right, okay.
See how he gets on.
What, he's buying in now?
Yeah.
Not waiting until tomorrow? What would you advise?
Well, buying now, you got an extra level, haven't you? You still get your 20k. You run that up to 30k. You come back tomorrow with a few more big blinds.
Yeah, I suppose.